After 6 years of traversing, the golden finger has finally arrived. Yunqi fanned himself after several intense battles and looked at the virtual panel in front of him. Almost in tears, SoulPower level 6. Martial soul not awakened. And there's a taskbar, Douluo incoming. He crossed out his original goal and wrote it anew. Defeat Tang San, steal the beauties, and become the master of Douluo. The next day, the area outside the Spirit Hall was packed with people. Yunqi quickly spotted Tang San in the crowd, the frail child in patched clothes, the very protagonist of the novel in his past life. Better not get too close to him. Being near the protagonist is too dangerous. Yunqi silently retreated. Yes, soon as Su Yuntao arrived, old Jack shouted, "Children, this is Master of Battle Spirits." Su Yuntao waved impatiently. "No more nonsense. I've walked through 6 villages and not a single one had soul power." At that moment, a line of text popped up in Yunqi's mind. Task: successfully awaken. Reward: increase soul power level by 1. Accept? YES-O. That's how the task is triggered. Yunqi stared at the black stone and crystal ball in Su Yuntao's hands, his heart racing. What would his martial soul be? Would it be stronger than Tang San's blue silver grass and Haotian hammer? Successfully awakening could increase his soul power. This golden finger is too exhilarating. Su Yuntao had already started awakening the first child, and Yunqi was at the back, his palms sweaty. Would he successfully awaken? Would his martial soul be a weapon or a beast? If he awakened a useless martial soul, would this golden finger still be useful? Tang San was right beside him. Would his innate full soul power overshadow everyone else's? What was even more thrilling was that Yunqi's goal was to defeat Tang San. Could his martial soul overpower the Haotian hammer? In the next second, Su Yuntao shouted, "Next!" It was Yunqi's turn. What would his martial soul be? Would he be able to claim that first reward? This plot, starting with a golden finger, was bound to press Tang San down for a good rub. Lone wolf possess. Su Yuntao was enveloped in gray fur, his claws gleaming coldly, and 2 soul rings spun frighteningly beneath him. The other children cried out in fear, but only Yunqi and Tang San remained relatively calm. Tang San had seen blood, and Yunqi was focused on his golden finger panel. 6 black stones lit up, and golden light points drilled into Yunqi's right hand. Buzz. A 3-foot-long black-purple sword appeared from thin air, its cold light blinding. Good martial soul. Su Yuntao's eyes widened, quickly handing over the crystal ball. Yunqi placed his hand on it, and the crystal ball instantly lit up more than half innate level 7 soul power. Join the Spirit Hall. We'll provide you with the best resources. Su Yuntao urged, rubbing his hands anxiously. But Yunqi was laughing. Inside panel notification. Task completed. Soul power had already risen to level 7. He looked at the sword in his hand, feeling increasingly uneasy. This sword felt like a top-tier martial soul. Much stronger than Tang San's blue silver grass, right? Su Yuntao was still urging him, but Yunqi was thinking, what other tricks could this golden finger pull? If he triggered another task, wouldn't he be able to level up all the way? Tang San was watching from behind. If he knew about Yunqi's martial soul and soul power, would he become cautious ahead of time? Yunqi suddenly spoke, "Let me think about it." He walked out of the Spirit Hall, the sword in his hand, gently trembling. What kind of origins did this sword have? Su Yuntao watched his back, feeling excited. If this kid entered the Spirit Hall, he would definitely be a good seed. What would Yunqi's next task be? Could his sword martial soul defeat the Haotian hammer? Tang San was about to awaken, and once his innate full soul power emerged, would Yunqi's level 7 still hold up? What was even more exhilarating was that Yunqi didn't want to be a struggling underdog. He wanted to be direct good. This top-tier martial soul plus golden finger allow him to crush Tang San right from the start. In the next second, Yunqi's panel flashed again, as if a new task was coming. This plot, just awakening with a top-tier martial soul, was bound to press Tang San down for a good rub. Task: intercept Xiao Wu. Reward: a loyal rabbit-eared wife. Yunqi looked at the panel and laughed out loud, nodding city. Him going. He immediately clicked accept, his mind racing. This reward is simply tailor-made for me. Su Yuntao was still persuading him to join the Spirit Hall, but Yunqi waved his hand and go to school in Nodding City. That Su Yuntao panicked. In your village, there are 2 geniuses. You have innate level 7 power, and there's one with full innate soul power, but unfortunately, it's blue silvergrass. Old Jack was just about to be happy, but hearing blue silvergrass made him wilt again. Yunqi looked at Tang San's back, muttering, so what if he has full innate soul power? Xiao Wu is mine. Su Yuntao handed him 10 gold soul coins. When you get to Nodding City, look for your brother Tao. Yunqi pretended to decline, but his grip tightened. This was free startup capital. Before long, school started, and Yunqi followed Old Jack into Nodding City. Old Jack reminded him, study hard at the academy. Grandpa will wait for you to come back. Yunqi nodded, but his eyes were scanning everywhere. Where's Xiao Wu? Rabbit-eared wife, I'm coming. He held on to his work-study student quota, feeling elated. Free quota intercepting Xiao Wu. This is a huge profit. Tang San was definitely also in this academy. If he found out Xiao Wu was intercepted, would he come swinging his hammer? Suddenly, Yunqi's panel flashed, as if sensing something. Xiao Wu was nearby. His aura concealment function had been activated. Tang San definitely wouldn't notice. This rabbit-eared wife secured. What's more, there was also a martial soul fusion skill in the rewards. If he fused with Xiao Wu, what kind of effect would it produce? Tang San was still foolishly waiting to encounter Xiao Wu. Little did he know that someone with a golden finger was already here to intercept. Yunqi took a deep breath and walked toward Nodding Academy. In the next second, he saw a little girl with a ponytail bouncing past him. Those ears looked a bit like a rabbit's. Is that Xiao Wu? Yunqi's heart raced. This plot, just arriving in Nodding City and already causing trouble, Tang San was probably going to cry in the toilet. Country bumpkin thinks he can enter the academy? As soon as the doorman finished speaking, Yunqi whooshed out the black-purple long sword, slamming his martial soul proof in front of him. The doorman's face turned pale, immediately bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry. Please come in. Yunqi couldn't be bothered with him, only thinking about Xiao Wu in the academic affairs office. Director Su looked at his information, his eyes widening. Innate level 7 soul power, an unprecedented sword martial soul. A genius. The gray-robed man beside him lifted his eyelids. It was Yu Xiaogang. Yunqi glanced at him, thinking, theoretically invincible? Just a practical chicken. Director Su insisted on arranging an independent room for him and even shoved 5 gold soul coins into his hands. If you need anything, just say it. Yunqi was delighted this independent room was just right for tricking Xiao Wu into living together. What's more, Yu Xiaojiang's room was right next door. Yunqi walked out of the academy with the money, calculating, first a good meal, then by betting, and conveniently look for where Xiao Wu is. That he touched the money pouch in his inner lining, 15 gold soul coins heavy in his hand, 10 from Su Yuntao and 5 from Director Su. This wave of free stuff is so satisfying. Just as he entered the tavern, Yunqi's panel suddenly flickered. Is it Xiao Wu's presence? He looked up. Suddenly a little girl bounced in at the door, her ponytail bobbing, her eyes like rubies. And her ears, they seem a bit pointy. It's Xiao Wu. Yunqi's heart raced. Was the intercept mission about to begin? How should he start? Should he directly say, come live with me? Would that be too straightforward? Yu Xiaojiang is next door. If he realizes Xiao Wu is a spirit beast, could it cause trouble? Where's Tang San now? If he's also come to Nodding City and sees Yunqi with Xiao Wu, would he pull out the Haotian hammer on the spot? Even more thrilling, Yunqi's aura concealment ability has been activated, so Xiao Wu definitely won't discover his intentions. That he raised his teacup and smiled in Xiao Wu's direction. Xiao Wu noticed him and tilted her head. This big brother sword is so special. Can Yunqi's plan succeed? Will he be able to smoothly take Xiao Wu to a private room? In the next second, Xiao Wu bounced in front of him. Are you here to go to school too? This plot, just entering the academy and encountering Xiao Wu, Tang San must be crying in the bathroom. Are you looking at me? Xiao Wu's mouth was stuffed with carrots as she looked up at Yunqi, her eyes sparkling like rubies. Yunqi came back to his senses and scratched his head. You're too pretty. My name is Yunqi. I'm Xiao Wu. She waved her hand. Come sit. I'll treat you to a meal. The table full of carrots was quickly devoured by the two, and Xiao Wu burped contentedly. From now on, you can call me Sister Xiao Wu. I'll take care of you. Yunqi rolled his eyes. Why don't you call me brother? I treated you to a meal. Xiao Wu pulled him away. The waiter hurriedly stopped them. Customer, you haven't paid yet. Xiao Wu was confused. What bill? You have to pay for the meal. Yunqi looked at her dazed and adorable expression, and he felt amused. An opportunity has arrived. He took out the gold soul coins to pay, and Xiao Wu's eyes widened. You're so rich. Of course, if you hang out with me, you'll never run out of carrots. Yunqi raised an eyebrow. Xiao Wu immediately changed her address. Yunqi go. Yunqi nearly laughed out loud. Intercept mission secured. As the two just stepped out of the tavern, they saw Yu Xiaojiang standing not far away. He stared at Xiao Wu, his eyes wide. This girl's aura is off. Yunqi's heart tightened, and he immediately positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, releasing his black-purple longsword. Is there something wrong? Yu Xiaojiang was forced back a step by the sword's killing intent, snorting coldly. I advise you to stay away from this girl. Xiao Wu tugged at Yunqi's shirt. Who is he? Just a theoretical freak. Yunqi said disdainfully. Why Yu Xiaojiang's face turned red with anger. What do you know? She is. Before he could finish, Yunqi interrupted directly. I don't understand. Better than some who can only plagiarize others' theories. Yu Xiaojiang was instantly hit where it hurts, clutching his chest and stepping back. How does this kid know? Xiao Wu tugged at Yunqi. Ignore him. Let's go to the academy. Yunqi watched Yu Xiaogang's retreating figure. A smile creeping on his physique couldn't handle it this easily. There's more excitement to come. Will his intercept mission be successfully completed? Will Yu Xiaogang go tell Tang San? If Tang San finds out Xiao Wu has been taken away, will he come charging in with a hammer? Even more thrilling, Xiao Wu has already called him Yunqi. Their relationship is progressing so fast. As they reached the academy gate, Xiao Wu suddenly pointed ahead. Isn't that the strange uncle from just now? Why is he running so fast? Yunqi looked up, his pupils constricting to Ming and Ming. How did they find their way here? This plot, even the 100,000-year-old beasts are alarmed the chaos in Nodding City is likely about to unfold. Please, even if someone has innate full soul power and doesn't need anyone's help, they can still become strong by learning the basics step by step, right? After all, talent is there. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi, as if asking whether this is what you call arrogance and a thief. Yunqi nodded and thought to himself, I really want to embarrass Yu Xiaogang. Task, slap Yu Xiaogang's face, making him feel utterly humiliated in front of a few people. Reward, 1 spatial soul guiding ring. Except, yes. Yunqi suddenly understood something. It seemed that every time the game panel released a task, it was exactly what he subconsciously thought about. Was it not a trigger mechanism, but rather himself issuing tasks to himself? It seemed he needed to study this more, but for now he had to focus on the official matters at hand. Yes. Seeing the sudden silence in front of him, Yu Xiaogang seemed to realize something as well. My title outside is Master. You must have heard of it, right? I'm the one who proposed the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Am I now qualified to be your master? Yu Xiaogang's gaze was filled with self-satisfaction, but the expressions of the other teachers behind him were even stranger, as if they were about to burst into laughter. At this moment, Yunqi interrupted Xiao Wu's speech, hurriedly chiming in to support him. I know the master. I've heard of the master's title, even when I just arrived in Nodding City. Yu Xiaogang, who had been interrupted by the little girl, looked a bit displeased, but her following words made him feel pleased, so he continued. Little girl, see, even your brother knows. Yes, even I know that the master's theory is invincible, but it's only a theory. Yunqi blinked her innocent big eyes, but her tender voice pierced through the master's psychological defenses like a sharp sword. The surrounding teachers, as well as the parents and children who had come to watch and report, all burst into laughter at once. They could no longer hold back. People around began to speak up. Master, children speak without restraint. However, Director Su wanted to give Yu Xiaogang some face. That's enough. The master is at least a friend of the dean, so let's not make rash judgments. Although no one can prove his theory is correct, neither can anyone prove he is wrong. In the entire Spirit Hall world, the master is quite renowned. Director Su's voice grew weaker until it disappeared. Clearly unable to continue, Yu Xiaogang became anxious and, regardless of whether Yunqi was a child or not, loudly retorted on the spot. My theory is based on evidence. Most of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits are derived from my compilation of various knowledge from the Spirit Hall's books. It is real. Yunqi's eyes lit up in an instant, and a mischievous thought crossed her mind. At the same time, she sobbed pitifully, forcing a hint of mist from her eyes. Master, why are you so fierce? I only heard what others said. I just arrived in Nodding City. How would I know these things? They said you're a master who just eats free meals, doesn't teach at the academy, and never helps out at all. I never said any of this. I admire you so much. Why are you being so harsh with me? Besides, you yourself said your theories came from the Spirit Hall, and there aren't too many of them that are actually yours, right? Her voice trembled. The surrounding parents and teachers were also enjoying the spectacle and spoke up one after another. Master, how can you bully a child? Why are you shouting so loudly? Can't you see you're about to scare the child to tears? Master, your theories are all copied from the Spirit Hall. Oh no, borrowed. Xiao Wu also chimed in. What kind of master are you? Scare my brother? I will never acknowledge you as my teacher. Everything is plagiarized, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a master. I think you should be called a big thief instead. Yu Xiaogang looked around at the discussions and realized he had misspoken, exposing all his plagiarized matters. Suddenly, he felt the darkness before his eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell straight to the ground. It made a dull thud, and it seemed quite serious. Everyone looked at the fainted master, speechless. He brought this upon himself by speaking out, and now he has fainted. After all, he is a great soul master. How could his endurance be so weak? However, seeing that he had fainted, no one said anything further. Director Su quickly called for someone to carry the master out to find a doctor. However, everyone's eyes were full of gossip, and with such explosive content, Yunqi believed it wouldn't be long before the whole continent would hear about it. Yu Xiaogang, the master, bullying a child, and then self-destructing by revealing that all his theories came from the spirit hall. This was great material for conversation over tea and meals. Chapter 4. Tang San enters school and acknowledges a teacher. Yunqi stared in astonishment at the master, who was so furious he seemed faint, completely captivated. Is this the charm of tea art? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, seeing Yunqi frozen in place, thought he was still scared by the master's loud roar. So she directly hugged Yunqi's arm and softly said, "Bro, it's okay. Let's not pay attention to this scammer." Yunqi quickly rubbed his eyes to indicate that he was fine and pulled Xiao Wu in front of Director Su. Because Xiao Wu was even more talented, Director Su quickly adjusted his thoughts and stated that everything would be arranged for Xiao Wu. After all, geniuses are rare. Having two at once could bring immense benefits to the academy as long as they graduated smoothly from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Hearing this, Yunqi repeatedly expressed his gratitude and asked Director Su to convey his apologies to Master when he woke up. After saying this, Yunqi took Xiao Wu back to his room. Director Su supported his forehead with one hand, realizing that he could see through Yunqi's fake crying and grievances. It was all intentional. After getting angry with Yu Xiaogang, he now had to convey apologies on Yunqi's behalf, as if he had said all the good and bad things himself. However, the upside was that such a personality could go further in this dangerous continent. After all, rising geniuses are indeed geniuses. Watching Yunqi and Xiao Wu's departing figures, Director Su's eyes were filled with appreciation. He didn't want a genius to become a tool for certain people's experiments. After returning to his room, Yunqi received his system rewards, and the ring was a dark purple, crescent-shaped ring, quite beautiful. He was surprised to find that this spatial soul guide had a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. After Yunqi brought in the items, she started decorating the room with Xiao Wu. The bed in the room is quite large. Unlike the original story where they had to piece together beds, the bedding is all adorned with patterns of rabbits and carrots, and everything is in shades of pink. Although Yunqi had a face of rejection when choosing items just now that the room is decorated in this cute pink style, her girlish heart has been activated, and it's just too adorable. Xiao Wu, noticing Yunqi's expressionless face, called out "brother" several times. Although Yunqi didn't say anything, her heart was already melted. "Xiao Wu, it's getting late. Let us wash up and go to bed early. We can explore the city tomorrow, and we have classes the day after." "Okay, but you mustn't peek," Yunqi complained. "What's so good to see? Hurry up, I need to wash up too. I've been walking all day." Soon after washing up, the two of them playfully lay down on the bed together, covered themselves with a blanket, and said good night to each other. "Good night, Xiao Wu. Good night, brother." The next day, as soon as it got light, Yunqi noticed that Xiao Wu was not sleeping quietly. She had turned to her side, her arms and thighs resting on Yunqi, and there was a glimmer of drool at the corner of her mouth. Yunqi was quite interested in watching Xiao Wu and didn't wake her up. Soon, Xiao Wu slowly woke up from her dreams. Looking at her ungraceful sleeping posture, she quickly wiped the drool from her mouth. Her little face flushed, and she pretended to be carefree as she said, "What's up? Are you mesmerized by me? Didn't even wake me up." Yunqi didn't break the little girl's words, smiled, said good morning, and got out of bed. Seeing Yunqi get up, Xiao Wu didn't linger too much, doing a quick flip and swiftly putting on her clothes. She hadn't forgotten that classes would officially start tomorrow, so she wanted to play today since everything was new in human society. "Tang San, don't you also want to become a soul master?" Tang San was taken aback for a moment, not understanding why he was suddenly asked this after so long since the awakening of his martial soul. "It's okay, Dad. Being a blacksmith like you is also good. I can support myself, and didn't you promise to teach me how to make farming tools last time?" Tang Hao opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, looked at Tang San, and inexplicably revealed a hint of coldness, followed by a trace of self-mockery in his eyes. "Soul Master. What is the use of being a Soul Master? Even the strongest Soul Master with the strongest martial soul is just a waste." Tang Hao's emotions became very agitated, his body trembling uncontrollably, and a hint of glistening appeared in the corners of his eyes. Tang San hurried over and held Tang Hao's fist. "It's okay, Dad. I will always be with you." Tang Hao had been paying attention to Tang San since the moment he awakened his martial soul. After seeing that Tang San awakened blue silvergrass, he stopped paying attention. Tang Hao took a deep breath, calming his inner thoughts. "Show me your martial soul." Tang San nodded, circulating his Xiantian skill, feeling the combination of soul power and Xiantian skill. In an instant, a small grass and a small hammer appeared in his left and right hands. Tang Hao was momentarily lost in thought as he looked at his son. In the next moment, he made a decision. He directly took Tang San's hand and walked towards Nodding City, talking as they walked. Brother, do you think this hairpin looks good? Yunqi looked at the rabbit hair accessory on Xiao Wu's soft black hair and smiled. Xiao Wu is really beautiful. What are you talking about? You were supposed to be looking at the hair accessory. Why are you complimenting me? Xiao Wu held her hands together behind her back, lowered her head, and murmured softly. A bit shy. Haha, I'm just speaking the truth. Yunqi looked at the girl in front of him and smiled, holding the shy little Wu beside him, heading straight to the next place to have fun. Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. The master had just woken up leisurely, thinking about his lifetime of reputation, suddenly ruined by that little brat. The talented disciple he had prepared to take in was also gone, and the more he thought about it, the more chaotic it became. A glimmer of gloom flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The master frowned, wondering if it was that clueless thing coming to mock him now. Who is it? The master got up from the bed, his tone not very good. The door opened, revealing a tall figure dressed in a simple gray robe, with murky eyes and a strong smell of alcohol emanating from him. Beside him was a small child dressed in coarse cloth, looking underdeveloped and weak. Hello, master. Tang Hao's voice was a bit low and hoarse. As Yu Xiaogang saw the man entering, he felt his soul power circulating with difficulty, almost struggling to breathe. Yu Xiaojiang's voice was filled with confusion and fear as he slowly spoke. May I ask, who are you? Tang Hao waved his hand, indicating for Tang San to wait outside first. After Tang San went out, although he was very curious about what his father was discussing inside, he ultimately did not act. After a while, the two finally came out of the room. Tang Hao looked at his son in front of him, revealing a hint of reluctance. Xiao San, from now on, you will study with the master. I have things to take care of. You must study well and remember what I told you on the way. Tang San understood and felt a bit reluctant. With a crying tone, Dad, can you not leave? I'll come and pick you up when the semester ends. Tang Hao casually made up a reason and turned to leave. Hearing Tang Hao's reason, Tang San's expression improved a bit. Instead, Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Xiao San, from now on, I will be your teacher. I will train you to be outstanding. On the way here, his father had also told Tang San some things about the master. So, without hesitation, Tang San bowed deeply. Not far away, Yunqi, who had just returned from shopping with little Wu and was about to go back to his room, saw the iconic scene of Douluo outside the room. Yunqi thought Tang San really came, and he still worshipped Yu Xiaogang as his master. Fate is truly miraculous. He thought, I want to interfere with Tang San's apprenticeship and stimulate Yu Xiaogang again. Task, stimulate Yu Xiaogang again. Annoy Tang San. Reward, Tang San's Xiantian skill and 1 year's training progress. Accept, yes. Yunqi quietly said yes. Soon, Yunqi and Xiao Wu passed by Yu Xiaogang and Tang San and stopped. Yunqi said to Yu Xiaogang with a full of apology, Thief. Oh no, master, I'm sorry. I spoke carelessly yesterday in a moment of panic. Then he turned to Tang San and said, Oh, Tang San, you're also here for school. Why are you kneeling on the ground? Get up. While saying this, he helped Tang San, who was in the middle of bowing to his master, to stand up. Seeing that Tang San was staring at Xiao Wu, Yunqi directly stood in front of Tang San to block his view. The ground is quite cold. Don't fall next time. I have something to do now, so I'll be leaving. After saying that, he didn't even look at the about to explode Yu Xiaogang, turned around and took out his keys to open the door to the next room. Then he slammed it shut. Bang! What a big gain. Now that he had the cultivation method, every time Yunqi saw Tang San over the past 6 years, he would run to the mountain top to practice early in the morning, but he was so envious, unable to learn or understand anything. And then Yunqi jumped through 6 years of calisthenics. Now that he had the technique, he even stole a year's worth of Tang San's cultivation progress. His soul power also increased by more than a level. Awesome. Inside the room, Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi with confusion and asked, Bro, why do you still want to apologize to that kind of thief? Yunqi smiled and shook her head. Xiao Wu, a normal apology, even if the person involved doesn't accept it, will still make one feel a bit relieved. But look at that so-called master just now. Does he look relieved? So he did it on purpose? Yes. Who told him to try to use our Xiao Wu to realize his ridiculous theory? Xiao Wu nodded, touched. What about that person named Tang San? Do you know him? He kept staring at me just now. He's from a village and usually doesn't talk much. He's quite reclusive and often goes to the mountains to hunt rabbits to eat. Upon hearing rabbit, Xiao Wu frowned. Rabbits are so cute. Why eat them? Outside the room, Tang San was still staring blankly at Xiao Wu, who had just walked by holding hands with someone, feeling as if something was missing inside. He scratched his head, unable to understand what was missing. only feeling that the girl was so beautiful. Suddenly feeling a sense of emptiness, he noticed that his soul power had decreased, and the progress of his Xiantiangong had also reduced. Not knowing the reason, he decided to focus on finding a master first, and then slowly look for the reason. With a thud, he knelt down again to pay his respects to his master. This time, without Yunqi's interruption, he completed the ceremony smoothly. Tang San looked at his still angry teacher with confusion. Master, do you know Yunqi and the girl beside her? Yu Xiaogang, seeing his beloved disciple's question, took a deep breath, his eyes turning stern, and then slowly replied, That kid slandered my theory yesterday, and that girl named Xiao Wu. I want to take her as a disciple, but she refused me. I was so angry yesterday that I fainted. Making a joke out of myself in front of many people, Tang San acted according to the principles he held in his previous life, firmly believing Yu Xiaojiang's words. Although he had known Yunqi for 6 years, there wasn't much friendship. Naturally, he stood on Yu Xiaojiang's side. Moreover, the presence of Xiao Wu beside Yunqi caused a sharp pain in his heart, as she had also slandered his teacher. He thought to himself, Yunqi is already on the path to destruction. Chapter 5. Knowledge in the room. Yunqi was unaware that she was on the path to destruction, and even if she knew, she wouldn't be surprised. After all, she had long been mentally prepared for it. Yunqi now has a cultivation technique, so it won't be as powerless as before. After calming Xiao Wu, he began to review the Xiantiangong in his mind. Once he understood the cultivation route, he sat down cross-legged and mentally gave himself an instruction. Cultivate the Xiantiangong 10 times. Task: cultivate the Xiantiangong 10 times. Reward: soul power meditation speed increase. Do you accept? Yes. Yunqi felt a surge of joy. Realizing her guess was correct, she could assign various tasks to herself. Seeing Yunqi's excited expression, Xiao Wu felt a wave of worry. As the only person she knew in the human world and her soul support, she couldn't afford to be a fool. Bro, what's wrong? You're not running a fever, are you? Yunqi's smile froze, feeling a bit too excited, almost losing composure. Still not skilled enough in practice. Need to stay calm. Yunqi chuckled and said, Xiao Wu, I'm fine. I just thought of something happy. You go rest for a while, and I'll practice for a bit. Yunqi's thoughts stirred, summoning the martial soul to appear before him. Yunqi looked at the sword before him, which resembled a weapon from his past life in the 8 Desolations. He thought to himself, I haven't given you a name yet. Your entire body is black and purple. The blade is light, and it radiates a faint sharpness. How about I call you the Moonshadow Sword? The Moonshadow Sword, floating in midair, seemed to shiver in acknowledgement of the name. After naming it, Yunqi settled down and entered a state of meditation. After all, the original text mentioned that a soul master's training is most important when young. Achievements are determined before the age of 20, and reaching level 30 is a threshold. If one crosses this threshold before 20, the future is limitless. Conversely, failing to cross it means potential will be greatly diminished. In short, youth is an advantage. And youth brings potential, but this all relies on one's own efforts. In the early stages, others can assist with spirit rings, but in the later stages, one must begin to consider the soul impact of spirit beasts. Now, Yunqi's goal was to quickly circulate his soul power through meditation and the Xiantian skill, increasing his total soul power and enhancing his advantages. Although he had the help of the task panel, he could not be complacent. After all, if he wanted to see the heights, he had to forge ahead. Seeing this, Xiao Wu did not disturb him further. In the world of Douluo, strength is the ultimate truth. She also needed to grow quickly. Although there are few titled Douluos in the human world, they do exist. If she encountered one someday, it would be disastrous. Night quickly gave way to dawn, and sunlight shone on Yunqi's face. The task was completed with his last exhale. Yunqi carefully sensed his soul power within, which had just reached level 9, thanks to Tang San, who contributed more than a level of soul power and skills. Now, Yunqi and Tang San were almost at the same starting line. Before long, he would be able to obtain his first spirit ring. Thinking of this, Yunqi's heart was filled with excitement. After all, what boy hasn't imagined being unique and possessing extraordinary skills in his youth? Yunqi slowly got up from the sitting position, his bones cracking all over, and he felt more energized than ever. It seems that meditation can completely replace sleep. Turning to look at Xiao Wu, who was sleeping in a position resembling the falling sand pose, he helplessly approached and shook her. Xiao Wu, wake up. Today is a school day at the academy. We still have classes to attend. Stop it. Let me sleep a little longer. If you sleep any longer, I want to wait for you. Reluctantly, Xiao Wu rubbed her eyes and got out of bed. After getting ready, Yunqi and Xiao Wu headed to Class 2 on the first floor of the teaching building. They weren't in the same class as Wang Sheng and the group of working students from the original story, clearly arranged by Director Su. After casually finding a seat, a few clueless students approached Xiao Wu, but they were all scared away by Yunqi releasing his martial soul. Before long, the classroom was filled with students, and a teacher with dark green hair and a handsome face walked in from outside. "Hello, everyone. My name is Mo Hen. My martial soul is Ink Bamboo, and I am a level 36 soul master, also your teacher from now on. Now let's start the lesson." Yunqi and Xiao Wu also straightened their bodies. After all, the original work is the original work, a fantasy world, while Yunqi has already crossed over into this real world, where various texts and experiences cannot be learned from the original work. There are 10 types of soul masters: attack type, agile attack type, control type, defense type, healing type, support type, food type, summoning type, power type, and ranged attack type. Each martial soul has its own characteristics, and when searching for soul rings, one must find suitable soul beasts for their martial soul. For example, can a strong attack type tiger martial soul find a rabbit soul beast for its soul ring? Mo Hen fell silent for a moment and continued, "Yes, but it's useless. Tigers generally emphasize strength, and it's very difficult to obtain suitable soul skills from a rabbit soul beast. This is the characteristic of martial souls and is basic knowledge that soul masters must learn. The correct choice is to find a soul beast that has both strength and speed, or directly look for a soul beast that is the same as your own martial soul. Beast martial souls generally manifest during use, enhancing their power through the combination of the human body and martial soul." While Mo Hen was explaining, a student below asked, "Teacher Mo, what about our scythe weapon martial souls? And those food martial souls?" Mo Hen thought carefully and responded, "Weapon martial souls encompass many types. Generally speaking, plant-type martial souls are included as well. Therefore, the support effects of weapon martial souls are greater than those of beast martial souls. For example, various food martial souls, which are condensed from soul power, provide energy supplements to any living being. Weapon martial souls also include various tools, like your scythe, which need to find soul beasts that enhance the sharpness and hardness of the martial soul to add soul rings. Your martial souls also need to choose a suitable direction for development from within this range. Otherwise, no matter how talented a soul master is, they will only find themselves stuck, ultimately disappearing from everyone's sight." The surrounding students seemed to understand somewhat, while Mo Hen was tirelessly imparting various knowledge, occasionally answering questions from Yunqi and Xiao Wu, clearly placing great importance on them. After the class ended, Yunqi felt greatly benefited. His understanding could not compare to the experience of over a decade. Yunqi had long thought about his future development path. Without a dual martial soul, he would definitely pursue the attack type, as having strength is crucial for self-protection and for protecting all his loved ones. On the other side, Yu Xiaogang was preparing to skip class with Tang San to hunt soul beasts and prepare the first soul ring for Tang San. As for skipping class, he was a theoretical master in the martial soul community, and learning from him would definitely be better than from other teachers. "Little San, the teacher is taking you to the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts and absorb your first soul ring to become a soul master." However, Tang San felt a bit awkward. His soul power had inexplicably dropped a level, and he could not find a reason no matter how hard he looked. After returning to the working student dormitory, he was forced to become a leader. After tidying up his things and practicing the Shintian skill, he found his soul power was slowly increasing, which relieved him. He had been anxious all night, fearing that his soul power would inexplicably disappear again. After preparing his words, he said to his teacher, "Teacher, my soul power is only at level 9 now, so I might not be able to go. Yesterday, my soul power inexplicably regressed a bit, but I can recover it quickly." Yu Xiaogang had never encountered such a situation. After dragging Tang San to check for a long time without reaching any conclusion, he gave up, only instructing him to report any abnormalities quickly and to practice diligently. Tang San unconditionally trusted Yu Xiaogang's words, believing that once a teacher, always a father. He did not attend class and returned to the dormitory to start practicing. Chapter 6. Yu Xiaogangs fame spreads across the continent. Preparing for soul hunting days passed. In the blink of an eye, over a month had gone by. Yunqi absorbed various knowledge and experiences conveyed by his teachers, like a sponge soaking up water. He frequently set meditation tasks and physical training tasks for himself. Although the benefits of the tasks were diminishing, it must be said that doing the broadcast gymnastics repeatedly really improved his physical fitness. So now Yunqi's body and SoulPower were advancing rapidly. During this time, a few things happened. The first was that Yunqi and Xiao Wu's relationship grew better. But his relationship with Tang San deteriorated, leading to mutual dislike. Yunqi's SoulPower had also surpassed level 10, but having been focused on school and honing his body, he had not yet gone to obtain his first soul ring. Yunqi felt that it would be disrespectful to follow the original work's timeline regarding Yu Xiaogang's soul ring limits. He also learned that Tang San had just cultivated back to level 10 and was preparing to hunt for soul beasts. The second event was that Yu Xiaogang's name completely resonated across the continent. He was accused of bullying children, and it was revealed that all his research on martial souls was plagiarized, making him merely a second-rate knowledge peddler, which caused a sensation in the entire soul master community. After all, he was a well-known master among low-level soul masters, and suddenly transforming into a plagiarist was shocking. Although he would not become a universally despised figure, he was no longer respected as before. The people of Notting City had never thought highly of him anyway, as their children hadn't learned anything from him. Of course, what Yu Xiaogang had done in Notting City had already been known by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, BB Dong, and also by Lu Erlong of the Blue Tyrant Academy. The former felt an indescribable sensation, while the latter could not believe that Yu Xiaogang was such a person. After disappearing for so many years, the news he received was of the situation. When he was with him back then, he thought he was knowledgeable, and his eyes were filled with wisdom. But it was just that heaven was unfair, leaving him with only innate half-level soul power. As for how the two of them felt, Yunqi did not know. Xiao Wu had taken a day off early, saying she was going out to visit relatives, and when she returned, she had a soul ring. Yunqi certainly knew what she had gone to do. After simply reassuring Xiao Wu, Yunqi went to request Director Su to take him into the soul hunting forest. Director, can you take me to get my first soul ring? I've been level 10 for a while now. Director Su looked at Yunqi in shock. This child was only innate level 7, and he reached level 10 in less than 2 months of school. He had seen outrageous things, but had never seen something this outrageous. It was simply against humanity. Director Su. Yunqi walked up to Director Su and waved his hand in front of him. Sorry, Xiaoqi, your talent is just too shocking. He didn't react for a moment. I'll get ready to help you obtain your first soul ring right away. Thank you, Director. It's nothing. After all, you're a talented student of our academy. As he spoke, he reached out and patted Yunqi on the shoulder. Yunqi also issued a task for himself at this time. Task: obtain the first soul ring. Reward: soul-attracting incense. Can attract soul beasts within a 5-kilometer radius to force them into heat. Under 1,000 years old. Ineffective on humans. Colorless and odorless. Will not be discovered. Yunqi couldn't help but reveal a hint of a sinister smile at the sight of the reward. Shortly after, Director Su, having completed his instructions, took Yunqi out of the academy. They rode in a carriage to the border of the soul hunting forest. When Yunqi and Director Su got off the carriage, Yunqi discovered that the soul hunting forest was completely different from what he had envisioned in his past life. To Yunqi, a forest should be filled with the fragrance of nature, fresh air, and sparsely populated. However, the forest before him felt like a massive marketplace, bustling with people, with a large number of houses and shops around, and various shouting voices rising and falling. A simple road crisscrossed, connecting different parts of the houses. The noisy atmosphere made Yunqi feel like he wasn't about to enter a forest at all. But Yunqi also understood that wherever there were soul beasts, there would be adventurous people. Especially in these soul beast forests specifically cultivated by the state, it was even more so. Moreover, shops established in this area generally charged several times more than those outside, as soul masters were a wealthy group and many sought to profit from them. 1 token. 3 missing. We need a healer. Speed up the hunt for soul beasts. 6 for 1. We need someone with a token. The people nearby invited him. Director Su quickly refused and led Yunqi out of the marketplace. And suddenly, the noise faded away. Looking at the vast forest before him, Yunqi couldn't help but be in awe. After all, this was not like the forest of his past life. The tall trees soared into the clouds, and there was a ring of iron horse barriers around the forest, exposing numerous sharp spikes that glinted coldly, with the barriers standing at least 10 meters high. Outside the barriers, every 10 meters there were soldiers in iron armor, holding long spears, lined up in a row, creating an extremely grim atmosphere. Director Su explained to Yunqi in a deep voice, "Not everyone can enter the cultivated soul beast forest directly. Only those who obtain a token from a spirit hall can enter the soul hunting forest. These soldiers are only inspecting the defenses on the outskirts to prevent poaching and protect the residents, while also prohibiting soul beasts from causing chaos. Inside the forest, there is a dedicated enforcement team from the Spirit Hall. This soul-hunting forest is extremely strict. Yunqi nodded, indicating that he understood. Director Su then took out a token marked with a long sword from his pocket and handed it to Yunqi. Obtaining the token wasn't very difficult. By registering at the Spirit Hall, once a Soul Master reaches level 30, they automatically receive the title of Baron of the Empire. The higher the strength, the better the treatment, and the token only requires the guarantee of 3 nobles. As long as you are at the peak of your current realm, you can get it. Yunqi took the token, glanced at it casually, and then returned it to Director Su. Director Su and Yunqi walked straight towards the soldiers at the entrance of the forest. The soldier responsible for checking the token just took a look and waved his hand, prompting the soldiers at the entrance to open a large gate, allowing Yunqi and the others to pass through. After passing through the tall barbed wire wall, Yunqi took a deep breath. The air became incredibly fresh. Once inside the forest, Director Su did not rush to act but silently observed his surroundings, memorizing the paths around them. Seeing him being so cautious, Yunqi also began to observe the area. After confirming everything was in order, Director Su said seriously to Yunqi, "Xiaoqi, from now on, you must stay close to me and not leave my side for even a moment." Yunqi nodded quickly, feeling both scared and excited for the first time about hunting souls. Director Su then chose a direction and carefully led the cautious Yunqi into the depths of the forest. "Do you understand the soul hunting process?" "I do. The teacher taught me." "Why do you keep calling me director? You can call me Suyi, and from now on, just call me Uncle Su." Suyi said seriously to Yunqi. Yunqi also directly called out, after all, Suyi had helped him a lot. Anyway, he would owe him first and repay when he had the ability in the future. "Good uncle." Hearing Yunqi directly call him uncle, his eyes lit up, clearly very happy. After walking for a while, Yunqi saw quite a few 10-year and 100-year soul beasts. Some met his requirements, but their age was too low, only around 200 years. Yunqi clearly wasn't satisfied, so he didn't say anything, as he obviously didn't want Yunqi to absorb this. "Xiaoqi, do you have any soul beasts you want to kill?" Yunqi pondered for a moment. There were indeed quite a few soul beasts that matched his Moon Shadow sword this month, such as the Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear, the Saw Crocodile, and the Shadow Leopard. All of these were good options. However, they were not found in this soul-hunting forest, and his Moon Shadow sword also leaned towards the dark attribute, giving him an advantage in speed. "Uncle, how about we go check out the area of the Ghost Shadow, Sword Bamboo?" Suyi looked at Yunqi, who had made a choice, and his mouth twitched slightly. He mechanically nodded, clearly feeling pressured by these soul beasts as well. The Ghost Shadow, Sword Bamboo was actually a good soul beast, very suitable for Yunqi, as it could increase resilience and the sharpness of the sword. If luck was on their side, they might even obtain a good soul skill. But since it was a social species, if they couldn't see where those strange bamboos were swinging their sword energy from, it would be easy to end up getting hit. Chapter 7. Ghost Shadow Sword Bamboo, First Soul Ring, as Su Yi led Yunqi towards the area of the Ghost Shadow Sword Bamboo. He was also teaching Yunqi about various known soul beasts along the way, although he couldn't cover all of them. Just as Yunqi was learning about the habits and appearances of various soul beasts, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang also arrived at the soul-hunting forest in search of suitable soul beasts for Tang San. "We're here. Ahead is the area where the Ghost Shadow Sword Bamboo lives." Suyi pointed to the dark bamboo forest ahead. "What we need to do is try to find a suitable sword bamboo on the outskirts. As for the inner area, even as a level 38 Soul Master, I wouldn't dare to enter. There are a group of 1,000-year-old Ghost Shadow Sword Bamboos inside." Yunqi expressed understanding, looking at the eerie bamboo forest, shivering slightly. The bone-chilling aura made Yunqi feel a bit uncomfortable. However, Yunqi's martial soul, the Moon Shadow Sword, was shaking constantly, appearing in Yunqi's hand as if there was some great treasure ahead. Suyi led Yunqi around the outskirts of the bamboo forest for a while, before finding only a few scattered stalks, but among them, one bamboo segment reached 7 nodes. The Phantom Sword Bamboo, while the others had only 2 to 3 nodes. The way to distinguish the age of the Phantom Sword Bamboo is by the number of segments. Each segment represents 100 years. This means that to obtain the soul ring from this sword bamboo, they would have to deal with all 3 stalks of Phantom Sword Bamboo simultaneously. Suyi also felt some pressure, but it was still manageable. If there were a few more, he would have to take Yunqi to find other soul beasts. "Xiaoqi, you step back a bit. Don't come forward later, in case you get accidentally hurt. Uncle, you also be careful." After saying this, Yunqi retreated about 10 meters, not worried about other soul beasts ambushing them. In this area, very few dare to come here. as it was the domain of the phantom sword bamboo. After seeing Yunqi hide in a safe spot, Su Yi shouted loudly, "Flame Lion! Possess!" A fiery lion phantom appeared behind Su Yi, transforming into a red light that merged into Su Ye's body. Wherever the red light passed, Su Ye's hair rapidly grew and turned into a mane of red fur. His muscles swelled under his clothes, claws sprouted from his hands, and fangs appeared in his mouth. First soul skill, Blazing Lion. As Yunqi stared in astonishment, Su Ye's figure surged again, a yellow halo enveloping him, and his eyes turned the color of flames as he charged towards the phantom sword bamboo. The nearby phantom sword bamboo also shook violently. The sound of rustling leaves filled the air. As Su Yi struck at the phantom sword bamboo, gray sword chi shot out from within the bamboo towards him. Feeling the sword chi coming from both behind and in front, Su Yi dared not take it head-on and quickly dodged to the left. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough and ended up getting grazed on the arm by the sword chi, causing a trickle of blood to flow. Taking advantage of the moment of attack, Su Yi hurriedly retreated a few steps, opened his mouth wide. Second soul skill, Flame Lion Roar. Su Ye's second soul skill wasn't a sound wave attack. A red light flashed across his abdomen, and a flame erupted from his mouth, heading straight for the two smaller phantom sword bamboo nearby, clearly intending to clear the minions before dealing with the boss. The three phantom sword bamboo swayed even more violently, and sword chi continuously emerged, rushing towards Su Yi. Su Yi didn't charge in recklessly. With a flash of a purple halo, a red circular shield appeared around him, enveloping him within. Third soul skill, Flame Lion Protection. Su Yi dodged the sword chi as much as possible, while the sword chi that couldn't be dodged was resisted with the third soul skill, and he occasionally shot flames at targets. Yunqi watched in amazement, thinking, is this a magical showdown? Uncle is moving so skillfully. It opened Yunqi's eyes. The three soul beasts were soon burned to the brink of exhaustion, no longer moving, with all sorts of charred marks on their bamboo bodies. After seeing Su Yi release his martial soul possession and sit on the ground panting heavily, Yunqi hurriedly approached, taking out the healing medicine bought in Nodding City to apply to Su Ye's injuries. Su Yi waved his hand, pointing at the few phantom sword bamboo, and said, "Quickly kill that one over 300 years old to absorb its soul ring. The other two are temporarily not dangerous. They won't do anything to you. I'll recover my soul power here for a bit. I'll one T be able to handle another soul beast later. Remember not to absorb the wrong one. That big one is over 700 years old, and you can't handle it now." Yunqi nodded and quickly said, "Uncle, you should recover your soul power quickly. I've already treated your wounds. I'm going to absorb the soul ring first." Standing in front of the ghost shadow sword bamboo, Yunqi held the trembling moon shadow sword and fell into silence. On one side was a soul ring over 300 years old, and on the other was one over 700 years old. As long as one's physical condition was sufficient, one could generally absorb a soul ring of a higher level. Yunqi recalled the daily physical training over the past few years and the continuous task training for more than a month recently. Although it might not compare to the physical training of some prestigious families from a young age, combining it with the exercises from another world, which are a condensed essence of Chinese civilization, shouldn't be too lacking. It's a gamble. Yunqi made a decisive move, directly using the moon shadow sword to fiercely stab down at the root of the sword bamboo, forcefully severing it. Fortunately, this eerie shadow sword bamboo, over 700 years old, did not have any soul power attached to it, and its root had been scorched during the recent battle, allowing Yunqi to successfully slay it with one strike. Yunqi looked at the bright yellow soul ring floating before him and immediately sat down cross-legged, channeling all his soul power into his palms. Amidst a dark purple halo, the moon shadow sword materialized in his hand, emanating waves of chilling radiance. "Come on, I've been watching you since the first step of Douluo Continent. My first soul ring." Under the guiding light of the moon shadow sword, the 700-year-old phantom shadow sword bamboo slowly wrapped itself around Yunqi. Yunqi sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, focusing all his energy on his martial soul. He felt an unprecedented pressure that seemed to compress his bones, making them creak. As the soul ring's soul power was injected, the soul ring gradually shrank, tightly wrapping around the moon shadow sword in the palm of his right hand. In an instant, he felt a pain as if his right hand was about to explode. Waves of scorching energy spread throughout his body along his right hand, and in that moment, it felt as though his internal organs were about to ignite, causing his body to tremble unnaturally. At this point, Yunqi didn't care about anything else and directly operated the Xiantian skill, dispersing the energy throughout his body. Although the pain doubled, he could clearly feel the soul power being rapidly absorbed. In Yunqi's consciousness, a sharp sword was being reforged in the blazing fire, its edge sharper and adorned with many new patterns, making it look exceptionally enchanting and luxurious. Finally, as the flames extinguished, the moonshadow sword also ceased its trembling. Emanating as train shoha. Yunqi felt a great joy, as if he heard the sound of something shattering. All the pain in his body disappeared, replaced by a wave of refreshing comfort. The soul power has also increased from level 10 to level 14, and the theft of Tang San's Xiantian has also broken through the first realm. Yunqi felt a stir in his mind and directly displayed the soul ring of the moon shadow sword. A bright yellow soul ring with patterns floating up and down around him. Yunqi sat up and realized that his clothes had become smaller, and he had grown much taller. The soul power in Douluo was simply more powerful than golden soil. He stretched out his limbs on the spot, and his bones let out a series of crackling sounds, as if his body was floating on clouds, with all his pores wide open, greedily absorbing the surrounding air. When Yunqi turned to look at Su Yi, he found that Su Yi was staring at him as if he had seen a ghost, with an expression of disbelief. Just after Su Yi had sat down for a short while, feeling uneasy, he opened his eyes and saw the more than 700-year-old ghost shadow, sword bamboo, lying dead nearby, and Yunqi absorbing the soul ring. He felt dizzy and hurriedly got up, but didn't dare to disturb Yunqi, fearing that if he wasn't careful, Yunqi would explode and die. This made Su Yi extremely angry. After waiting for a long time and seeing that Yunqi's expression was no longer fierce, he finally felt relieved. However, upon realizing that Yunqi had actually absorbed a soul ring that exceeded the age limit, he couldn't help but show a ghostly expression, which was noticed by Yunqi. Chapter 8. Soul Guiding Incense. Yunqi also felt a bit awkward. After all, absorbing the soul ring was a risky move. After Su Yi lectured Yunqi for a while, seeing Yunqi's good attitude in admitting mistakes, and considering that the situation was already set, not to mention the tremendous benefits gained. Xiaoqi, I won't say anything more about you. Quickly use your first soul skill, and let me see. Yunqi channeled his soul power into his martial soul, and the moon shadow sword appeared in his grasp. Su Yi observed that compared to before, the sword now carried an added air of mystery and darkness. A bright yellow soul ring materialized around Yunqi as he gripped the sword with one hand and slashed toward a nearby bamboo grove, murmuring in a low voice. First soul skill, Phantom Shadow Sword Art. A gray sword aura, identical to that of the Phantom Shadow Sword Bamboo, materialized out of thin air from the moon shadow sword. With an astonishing speed and a sharp whistling sound, it shot toward the bamboo grove. Mid-flight, the aura suddenly vanished, only to reappear from within the grove itself, slicing cleanly through 3 10-year-old Phantom Shadow sword bamboos. Even when it struck a 100-year-old sword bamboo, it left a deep gash from the sword aura. Uncle, my first soul skill not only allows me to unleash this elusive sword aura, but also enhances the sword's toughness and sharpness by 30, as well as the speed at which I release the sword aura. As Su Yi listened to Yunqi's description of his first soul skill, he felt utterly stunned. How was it that this first soul skill seemed leagues better than even his own third soul skill? Good job, Xiaoqi. This soul skill has long-range attack capabilities, high damage output, and even boosts your speed. As an assault-type soul master, there couldn't be a more fitting soul skill for you. Let us rest up, and then we'll head out. Yunqi was quite satisfied as she watched Su Yi, who was sitting cross-legged and recovering his soul power. Yunqi stood guard by his side. After all, she had not participated in the soul hunting process at all, only delivering the final blow. Yunqi also took advantage of the moment to directly claim the mission reward this time, while also issuing a new task for herself. Mission: place the soul guiding incense on Tang San or Yu Xiaogang. Hoa, affinity oha. Accept. Yes or no? Yes. Yunqi also directly observed the effect of this halo. The affinity halo can greatly enhance the favorability of people and soul beasts towards you. Treat others with humility, as if bathed in a gentle breeze. It has a certain effect of reducing hostility, but if the other party harbors great hostility towards you, it is completely ineffective. Yunqi's eyes instantly lit up. This was the ultimate tool for home and travel, wooing girls, and covert assassinations. Combined with Yunqi's already extraordinarily handsome face and his own elusive first soul skill, things couldn't get any better. Tang San, oh hot Tang San. I'm looking forward to our meeting. Yunqi revealed a beautiful smile. Before long, Su Ye's soul power had also mostly recovered. Standing up, he turned to Yunqi and said, "Let's head out. Now that we've obtained a suitable soul ring and it's still daylight, we shouldn't spend the night in the forest. After all, the forest at night is unpredictable and utterly terrifying." "All right, uncle." Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were still struggling to find a suitable soul beast for themselves, while Yunqi and Su Yi were already on their way back, though their paths happened to align. Just as Yunqi was intently scanning their surroundings, Su Yi, who was walking ahead, suddenly halted. Turning back, he lowered his voice and whispered to Yunqi, "Shh, there's the sound of a fight up ahead." Yunqi nodded in understanding. "So, uncle, are we going to go around? Let's take a look first. If the opponent is stronger than us, we'll just turn back. If not, we can go straight through. If we take a detour, we won't make it out before dark." Seeing Yunqi silent, Su Yi thought he was scared. "It's okay. In this enclosed soul beast forest, there won't be any high-level soul masters. If we encounter one, that would be lucky. I'm a soul master of the soul, sovereign level." Yunqi took a deep breath, thinking to himself, "Hiss, a soul master, terrifying indeed." Just joking, Yunqi certainly wasn't afraid, with a soul master by his side. He might not be able to walk sideways, but self-protection was definitely not a problem. What if Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were ahead? With this thought, Yunqi directly said, "Uncle, let's hurry up. It will be dark soon." Su Yi nodded, brushed aside the weeds in front of him, and passed through the dense forest. Yunqi then saw Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, who had just killed a soul beast that was attacking them. Su Yi approached to greet Yu Xiaogang and the others. But Tang San's hand was constantly resting on the 24-bridge Minjiwai that Yu Xiaogang had given him. Seeing Tang San like this, a glint of cold light flashed in Yunqi's eyes. Yunqi knew what Tang San wanted to do and was secretly on guard. The soul power of the moon shadow sword in his hand was constantly filled with soul power. As soon as Tang San made a move, Yunqi would quickly release his first soul skill, directly aiming for a waist chop, and then escape, taking Xiao Wu to the spirit hall. Even if Tang Hao found out later, he wouldn't be able to escape from the spirit hall anyway. He believed that the spirit hall would not give up on a genius soul master with full innate soul power and rapid progress. Yu Xiaogang also noticed the tense atmosphere and quickly stepped forward to hold Tang San's hand, as killing a registered student without reason would lead to being wanted and expelled. Tang San also noticed the look in his teacher's eyes. After all, they hadn't reached the point of life and death enmity. Besides, he was also old Jack's grandson. However, he didn't know why he had an intense dislike for this person, even though he hadn't felt this way before. Yunqi didn't pay attention to their eye contact, just urging Su Yi to leave quickly. "Master, we have already obtained the first soul ring, and you all need to pay attention to safety." As Yunqi brushed past Tang San, she calmly said in her heart, "Distribute the rewards to Yu Xiaogang and Tang San." The soul summoning incense was distributed. In an instant, two colorless and odorless gases immediately attached themselves to Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. When Yunqi and Sui returned, the journey was relatively smooth, without any aggressive soul beasts attacking them. They quickly reached the outskirts of the forest, where the towering steel barricades were already in sight. Just as Yunqi passed through the barricades and showed the hand token to the guards, a series of roars from soul beasts erupted from deep within the forest. The howls and screams of various soul beasts echoed through the sky, reaching Yunqi's ears even from 5 miles away. Yunqi's heart filled with joy, knowing that the effect of the medicine had kicked in. However, the recent encounter also made Yunqi realize one thing. Without a backing and strength, he shouldn't wander around carelessly. After all, Tang San could now use hidden weapons, and getting hit a few times could be lethal. As he thought about this, a cold sweat broke out on Yunqi's forehead. It would have been worthless to risk his life just now. He certainly didn't have a resurrection feature. Yunqi realized that having the golden finger during this time had made him a bit arrogant, and that provocation was somewhat foolish. He needed to reflect on it more and be more cautious. At this moment, the task rewards had already been credited. Yunqi directly claimed and used them, and in an instant, he felt a mysterious aura enter his body and then vanish. However, Sui seemed to sense something, turning to look at Yunqi's face. Why does it feel like this kid has become more handsome again? So cute. Yunqi looked at Su Yi, who suddenly turned around with a beaming face, and knew that the charm effect was in play. However, he was unsure how much influence it had on Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Speaking of Tang San, Yunqi turned to look in the direction where the soul beasts were roaring, attracting soul beasts within a 5-kilometer radius to go into heat. I'm also contributing to the soul hunting forest. In the near future, there will be a large number of soul beasts getting pregnant. How wonderful. I just wonder if Tang San and Yu Xiaogang can withstand the onslaught of so many soul beasts. Chapter 9. The Master becomes famous again. In the forest, Yu Xiaogang was constantly feeding Luo Sanpao with white radishes, while the poor Sanpao kept farting at the approaching soul beasts. However, the irrational, heat-driven soul beasts charged towards the scent of the soul-attracting fragrance, which was colorless and tasteless to humans, but incredibly appealing to soul beasts. At this moment, Tang San also took out the hidden weapon he had crafted. Without obtaining a soul ring, he found himself in a predicament. Watching the soul beast closing in, Tang San continuously used his hidden weapons on one soul beast after another that was under 100 years old. Tang San wiped the sweat from his forehead and anxiously asked Yu Xiaogang, "Teacher, what is going on? Why are all the soul beasts coming towards us?" At this time, Yu Xiaogang was also racking his brain, searching for memories in his mind, when suddenly a light bulb went off. "I've got it. There must be some treasure in our location that these soul beasts are drawn to, and since we're standing here, they keep attacking us. What should we do?" Yu Xiaogang suddenly froze. "Yeah, what do we do? With so many soul beasts surrounding us, not to mention me, a 29th level soul master. Even a soul sect wouldn't necessarily be able to handle this." Just as Yu Xiaogang was frozen in place, another soul beast launched a sneak attack from behind, directly embracing Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang turned around and panicked. It was a harmony ape, and one could tell what kind of soul beast it was just from its name. He hurriedly shouted at Tang San, "Xiao San, come help. I can't exert any strength." Tang San patted his waist, only to find he had no hidden weapons left. Not caring about anything else, he gathered all his strength, used Ghost Shadow Phantom, and dashed towards Yu Xiaogang. With a powerful leap, he flew into the air, summoned the Haotian hammer, and struck the harmony ape behind him with all his might. However, due to insufficient soul power and the low level of the weapon, he failed to knock it out or scare it away, which instead provoked the beastly nature of the harmony ape. The harmony ape let out a roar and swiftly captured Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, escaping from the other soul beasts in just a few leaps. It brought them into the territory of the harmony apes, where both Yu Xiaogang and Tang San looked pale as they stared at the surrounding white demons, trembling in fear. The numerous harmony apes quickly dragged Tang San and Yu Xiaogang into a cave, and soon, anguished and heart-wrenching cries echoed from deep within the cave. After a very long time, they were discovered by the abnormality detection team of the Wuhuan Hall and mercenaries who came to watch the excitement. When they emerged, they found that Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were barely recognizable, tortured and covered in wounds, emanating a foul stench. Fortunately, they were not in any life-threatening danger, but unfortunately, when rescued, the master and disciple duo had already been recognized. The previous incident of Yu Xiaogangs plagiarism had not yet settled down, and now they became famous on the continent again, albeit in a rather unique way. Tang San was also brought into the spotlight. They truly made a sensational impression. After Yunqi learned about this matter, he and Xiao Wu laughed in the room for an unknown amount of time, to the point where they were in tears from laughing. When Tang San returned, he also stayed indoors with Yu Xiaogang. Reflecting on his past life, he remembered a person who, after being hit by a car, crawled several meters and insisted on formatting his phone before fainting. This time, they could not format the memories of the entire continent. The Spirit Hall's BB Dong heard about Yu Xiaogang's situation shortly after receiving news, and clearly didn't know what to say anymore. As for the mother Tyrannosaurus, she just turned back silently after finishing the school matters and walking halfway. It wasn't that they couldn't share joys and sorrows, but rather that no one could withstand such a thing. Even Tang San, who had seen many grand scenes in his 2 lives, would occasionally wake up from nightmares. As for Yu Xiaogang, he simply couldn't sleep, closing his eyes and imagining various large sticks hitting him, making him scream in pain. Being hit from the front to the back, from above to below, and it wasn't just one ape but a whole group of them attacking him. Tang San was the same. His small body was beaten to a pulp. The scene was so shocking that the Spirit Hall's enforcement team, who went to watch the fun and rescue them, trembled and couldn't help but cover their backs. Tang Hao also visited the academy once during this time, and upon learning the situation, he exhibited the strength of a soul king. To avenge his son, he immediately took Tang San to the soul-hunting forest, avenging him by destroying the entire territory of the apes. Only a few that were outside the territory managed to escape. Otherwise, Tang San wouldn't have dared to step into that forest and ape territory. Of course, with Tang Hao's help, Tang San acquired the soul ring of the mandala snake from the original work, but he fell behind Yunqi by more than half a month. The extermination of the Soul Beast group also drew the attention of the enforcement team. Force 2, Tang Hao disappeared again. He was still injured. And if he hadn't happened to overhear this news while buying alcohol, he wouldn't have come over. Time passed quickly. Because of Yunqi's affinity halo, he occasionally ran into the Master and Tang San and greeted them, not intentionally provoking them. The Master and Tang San's attitude seemed to be less hostile toward Yunqi because of the halo, and they occasionally exchanged a few words. As for the other students and teachers at the school, they were very enthusiastic about Yunqi. Even Xiao Wu often found herself staring blankly at Yunqi's face. And when Yunqi noticed, a faint blush would unconsciously appear on her face. As for the tasks, he also managed to gain benefits from Tang San, acquiring the complete set of ultimate skills. Even the hidden weapons that Tang San occasionally crafted while masked to earn money were completely taken by Yunqi through various tasks. He even began to suspect Yu Xiaogang because he had spent the entire year with Yu Xiaogang, who had taught him everything selflessly. They lived and ate together, and now neither of them had the face to see anyone else. Besides him, there was no one else around who could take things unnoticed. Otherwise, it could be that the Soul Guide had issues with the space inside leaking. Meanwhile, Yunqi, who lived next door, was also laughing. His physical training had not fallen behind, and he didn't know what kind of magic this set of radio calisthenics had, but it endlessly improved his physical strength with the help of the task panel. The Titan Giant Ape, with the task panel's assistance, could only operate at double speed, but it still exceeded the training speed of Xiao Wu and Tang San. It is worth mentioning that Yunqi taught these techniques to Xiao Wu. Although she wasn't as fast as Yunqi, she had made considerable progress compared to before. At Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, a semester lasts a year, and during this time, students are not allowed to go home. However, Grandpa Jack visited Yunqi many times, bringing a lot of food each time. Xiao Wu particularly liked Grandpa Jack, whose martial soul was a carrot, because every time he came, they could eat carrots condensed from SoulPower. Although they were super rare, they were fresh, juicy, and crunchy. A year quickly passed, and during this year, Yunqi chatted with Xiao Wu about various things, learning that she no longer had a family. The last time she said she was going to see relatives, she was actually meeting Deepening and Erming, which wasn't wrong. Yunqi was also packing her bags to go home. She turned to Xiao Wu and directly asked Xiao Wu, "Tomorrow is a holiday. Do you want to go home together?" Upon hearing the word home, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, and a hint of loneliness appeared in her eyes, contrasting sharply with her usual energetic demeanor. Yunqi smiled and said, "I mean going home together to our home." Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes. After spending a whole year together and experiencing such a colorful life, I've long regarded Yunqi as family. All right then, let's go home together." Chapter 10. Confirming feelings, Xiao Wu immediately began to pack her things. The next morning, Yunqi was accompanied by a bouncy little girl dressed in a pink outfit as they left the academy together. They bought many things in Notting City and then headed towards Holy Soul Village. The past year had been incredibly fulfilling and satisfying for Yunqi. Not only had he learned all of Tang San's unique skills, but with the help of the task panel, he had made significant progress. In terms of the Xintian skill level, he was now at level 20, but he had been focusing on honing his physical strength, hoping to absorb an even more powerful soul ring for his second soul ring. Within the academy, no student could match his soul power or combat strength. Because of his close relationship with Xiao Wu, they hadn't really fought much, only having brief exchanges. However, with the support of the Xintian skill and efforts not found in the original story, Xiao Wu's soul power level was not too far behind Yunqi's, currently around level 17, nearly level 18. Interestingly, Tang San seemed to be quite depressed. Aside from training, eating, and sleeping, he spent his time listening to Yu Xiaogang's lectures. He had long given up on blacksmithing since the things he painstakingly crafted would be gone in a few days, so he simply quit. As a result, his strength was steadily increasing, and he now had soul power at level 15. Although it wasn't as high as in the original story, it was still quite close. Yunqi had also had a few friendly matches with Xiao Chenyu, Wang Sheng, and others, but they were not his match and acknowledged him as the recognized leader of the academy. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, insisted on challenging them whenever she had the chance, just to practice. After defeating everyone, they all called her sister Xiao Wu, and only then did she stop. Yunqi secretly practiced the hidden weapons created by Tang San, as this thing will become a major weapon in the later stages. After the encounter in the soul-hunting forest, Yunqi was extremely cautious. When practicing, he would sneak to the back mountain to ensure no one was around before starting. After a year, he had become somewhat proficient. "How much further is it? I'm so tired." Xiao Wu, who was perched on Yunqi's back, looked around and asked him. Yunqi also answered with a hint of annoyance. You've only walked a little bit. How can you say you're tired? Xiao Wu, being quirky, stuck out her tongue. I was just asking casually. We're almost there. After we pass that mountain ahead, Shenghun village will be at the foot of the mountain. Yunqi couldn't help but feel happy. After all, having lived here for 6 years, he had developed feelings for the people and things around him. Now, having not returned for a year, there was naturally a sense of excitement. In her previous life, Yunqi's parents passed away when she was young, so she cherishes the emotions and the upbringing from her grandfather in this life even more. Yunqi touched the storage ring on his finger, which contained various gifts he had brought for the villagers. From time to time, he looked at the familiar village and the familiar statue before him, and a feeling that was hard to put into words filled his heart. As he walked into the village, he was spotted by the surrounding villagers, who called out loudly, "Xiao Qi is back." It was just like those scenes in movies where a person returns home triumphantly after achieving great success. Villagers from every household gathered around, enthusiastically pulling Yunqi and Xiao Wu to ask about various things from his studies in the city. Yunqi also held Xiao Wu's hand, distributing the gifts he had brought back to each household. After bidding farewell to the villagers, they returned home. Old Jack, who heard the news, hurried back from outside. Yunqi looked at her grandfather in front of her and went up to hug him. Although Old Jack had visited the academy a few times to see Yunqi, he had only briefly mentioned a few things, delivered the items, and hurried back without having a proper chat. "Good child, you're back." Old Jack smiled broadly at Yunqi and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu also stepped forward to greet him. "Grandpa Jack, I came to see you." Old Jack was particularly fond of this energetic girl, knowing that Yunqi regarded her as a sister and that she was a naturally gifted genius with full soul power. He had long considered her as his granddaughter-in-law. Good, you're all good kids." After saying this, he took out his keys to open the door and pulled the two of them inside. He brought out some snacks and radishes and started chatting with Yunqi and the others. When he learned that Yunqi and Xiao Wu were now soul masters, he laughed heartily, filling the room with a lively atmosphere. "By the way, Xiao Qi, why didn't Tang San come back with you?" Although he didn't know where his father had gone, he had checked their house that morning and found no one there. Yunqi also explained, "Grandpa, Tang San's father told him in the academy that he had something to attend to. Tang San knew there was no one at home, so he didn't come back." "I see. It's a pity that Tang Hao is gone. There are no blacksmiths in the village, and what you buy isn't as good as his craftsmanship. What a shame." Yunqi found it quite interesting. After all, if Grandpa knew that a titled Doa was forging iron for the villagers, he wouldn't know what expression to make. Old Jack chatted with Yunqi for a while, and then got up to cook for Yunqi and the others. In the room, only Yunqi and Xiao Wu were left. Exchanging glances, they took out various items and luggage from the ring and placed them in the room. After the holiday, Nodding Academy became quiet and deserted. Tang San also stayed at the academy, studying knowledge with Yu Xiaogang. Having someone to accompany him made Tang San feel less sad, but he missed his father a bit since he hadn't seen him for a long time. Occasionally, Xiao Wu's figure would flash in his mind, but it was quickly suppressed by the memory of the encounter in the soul-hunting forest. As the sun set, the afterglow fell on Yunqi's face, making it particularly beautiful and peaceful. Xiao Wu leaned against Yunqi, playing with her braid. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu beside her and slowly spoke. "Thank you, Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu stopped her activity, sat up straight, and pinched Yunqi's face. "What's wrong with you? Why are you thanking me?" "Thank you for always being with me." Yunqi started to sigh, her eyes filled with smiles. Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh and directly hugged Yunqi. "Hey, if I don't play with you, who will I play with? I'm your sister." Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu with a serious expression. "But I don't want you to always just be my sister." Hearing Yunqi's voice, Xiao Wu's face turned pale, and her voice became hesitant. "Brother, do you not want me anymore?" Yunqi's serious expression instantly disappeared, and she quickly comforted. "How could I not want you? You just misunderstood what I meant." Xiao Wu grabbed the corner of Yunqi's clothes, looking at her eagerly. "What does that mean?" Now was Yunqi's turn to speak hesitantly. "It's just growing up, in the future not, simply just a sister." Xiao Wu instantly understood the meaning behind Yunqi's words, turning danger into safety, wiping the glistening tears from the corners of her eyes. With a beaming smile, she hugged Yunqi in a tone Yunqi had never heard before. "Then I am yours, what?" Yunqi's handsome face also began to turn red. He turned his head and said fiercely, "You'll understand when you grow up." Chapter 11. Confession and Graduation. Xiao Wu no longer questioned him, just shyly shook her head, letting her long scorpion tail braid fall in front of her. Looking at Xiao Wu's charming and shy appearance, along with her little face blushing under the sunset, Yunqi couldn't help but smile. Having someone by her side was ultimately a wonderful thing. Xiao Wu suddenly looked up at Yunqi and said seriously, "Brother, What would you do if one day everyone wanted to kill me and you couldn't fight them off? Yunqi was taken aback for a moment, thought seriously, and decided to confess. Slowly, he said, "Actually, Xiao Wu, I know your true identity. I have a special ability, but don't worry. I had no other intentions from the beginning. As for the aura around you, I've used that special ability to help conceal it, so you don't have to worry about it being exposed in the future. If one day you accidentally get exposed, I will stand firmly in front of you and one T let anyone hurt you." Xiao Wu fell silent. Her heart was shocked, and she didn't know how Yunqi discovered her identity, but she still cautiously asked, "You really know my identity?" Yunqi smiled silently. "Xiao Wu, you should be a transformed soul beast, right? I've seen this mentioned in an ancient book, but I only knew it because of my innate special ability, so you don't have to worry." Xiao Wu couldn't help but shed tears. Since coming to the human world, she had always been on edge, fearing that one day she would be discovered by passing soul Douluos or titled Douluos. Now, knowing that Yunqi had already helped her conceal her aura, the stone in her heart was finally set free. "Brother." A simple call seemed to completely break the last barrier between the two. "Will you despise me?" Yunqi didn't respond, but directly embraced Xiao Wu's head, continuously stroking her hair and softly comforting her. Listening to Xiao Wu's sobs in his arms and her sharing of life experiences, he uncovered all her secrets in front of him. As he watched Xiao Wu gradually regain her calm, Yunqi inappropriately made a joke. "Xiao Wu, your true form is a rabbit. So don't you rabbits have many offspring?" Xiao Wu immediately became both angry and amused, biting Yunqi's hand. "What are you talking about? For soul beasts like us that have reached a cultivation of 100,000 years, the more powerful the soul beast, the harder it is to give birth to offspring. Besides, I've always lived in the core area, and there are no rabbits that catch my eye." Yunqi also hurriedly surrendered, expressing that he was wrong. Yunqi did not intentionally seek death or distrust Xiao Wu. He just wanted to resolve a long-standing confusion from his previous life. Under old Jack's call, the playful antics came to an end, and they sat down to eat peacefully. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In the southern part of the Balak Kingdom, within the forest near the Stardo Empire, 2 young men and women were carefully walking through the grass. The boy was handsome, with long black hair simply held up by a hairpin. He looked around 12 or 13 years old, dressed in a set of black athletic clothes, standing over 1.80 meters tall, exuding a friendly aura, and leaving a great first impression. As for the girl, she had silky brown long hair styled into a scorpion tail braid, reaching down to her calves. Standing around 1.70 meters, just a little shorter than the boy, she wore a pink tank top that tightly wrapped around her well-developed figure, revealing a delicate waist. With big eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, and a chubby little face, she embodied the term lowly face, mature body. Although she was only 12, she had already matured earlier than her peers, promising a bright future. Over the 6 years, Yunqi and Xiao Wu had become inseparable. Before leaving the academy, they had heard from the master that they could go to Shrek Academy. Yes, the master had taken the initiative to talk to Yunqi, and this impressive aura of friendliness had dissolved the hostility between Tang San and Yu Xiaogang during these 6 years. However, Yunqi was not a good person. "Just because you have no hostility towards me doesn't mean I won't take advantage of you. But this friendly aura is indeed powerful. It would be great if another type of aura could come along." As a modern person, Yunqi loved to play the role of the schemer. The feeling of secretly plotting against others was simply too enjoyable. In these 6 years, Yunqi had lived a very fulfilling life, attending classes, training, shopping, eating, and scheming, reaping most of the economic benefits from Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Tang San often wore a malnourished expression, and his body was particularly frail. Xiao Wu raised her hand to look at the muddy grass under her feet, slightly complaining, "Isn't your martial soul mistaken for guiding you to such a remote place? It's so eerie." Yunqi was also helpless. Not long ago, his soul power broke through to level 40, leaving a group of teachers and Sui in shock. For the past 6 years, everyone who knew Yunqi had basically worn this expression. After graduation, he was sent off with reluctant gazes from Sui and the teachers, being the strongest student in the history of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Yunqi remembered the kindness of Sui and the many teachers, planning to repay them in the future. This time, he came out to hunt souls guided by his martial soul, the Moon Shadow Sword. His 2nd and 3rd soul rings were obtained with the guidance of the Moon Shadow Sword, and this time he did not want to give up easily. So he arrived at this remote forest bordering the Stardo Empire and the Barak Kingdom. Due to its geographical location, various mercenaries often hovered around here. "Just hold on a little longer. Once we get out, I'll treat you to a big meal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu changed her previous demeanor. That's more like it. Since the two had opened their hearts to each other 5 years ago, Yunqi had been taking care of her like an older brother. And Xiao Wu enjoyed this feeling of being cared for. The forest was filled with a strange aura, and Yunqi held the moon shadow sword in his hand, ready to fight at any moment. Cutting through the thorns on the path, Yunqi and Xiao Wu entered the depths of the forest, where lush trees blocked most of the sunlight. In the center of the forest, there was a small river, and beside it lay a massive creature about 7 or 8 meters long. The moon shadow sword in Yunqi's hand exuded a murderous and cold aura as he looked at the current soul beast. And Yunqi understood that this was the target of his mission. The reward would be an increase in the age limit of his first soul skill's 1,000-year soul ring. Speaking of mission objectives, Yunqi had set a whole bunch of tasks for himself, such as intercepting the cat-eared girl, intercepting Ning Rongrong, and setting traps for Dai Mubai. Among others, there were countless tasks, and there was no time limit. As long as he completed them, he would receive rewards. The task rewards range from small amounts of gold soul coins to soul bones, and even insidious things like subconscious modifications. Yunqi looked at the colossal creature in front of him, his expression particularly grave. The iron-armored sword dragon, a soul beast that prefers to hide in the mountains and consume various ores, is not inherently aggressive. However, if provoked, it will make you understand what it means to be pierced by 1,000 swords. At the same time, the iron-armored sword dragon boasts top-tier defense among soul beasts. Its long-term diet of ores has allowed its body to integrate various mineral properties, which is why it is often referred to as the ore sword dragon. This soul beast is a treasure in itself, as you can find various rare ores within its body, and no refinement is necessary since it is essentially a mineral forge. Chapter 12. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Yunqi knows that this battle will not be easy. Even though Yunqi is a soul master of the third ring now, with an excellent soul ring configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple, he does not dare to let his guard down. The giant in front of him has a cultivation of 10,000 years and is a high-level soul beast on the brink of extinction. However, this battle must be won. If he misses this soul beast, Yunqi would slap himself in his dreams. If he captures this soul beast, he won't have to collect various materials and ores like the original character Tang San did. At the same time, Yunqi feels that his martial soul will undergo a tremendous transformation. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu. Because of their close relationship, Yunqi obtained the other 2 soul rings with the help of Xiao Wu's brother, Erming. When Erming first saw Xiao Wu, he thought she was an imposter, as she had no trace of a soul beast on her. After Yunqi and Xiao Wu explained, they covered Xiao Wu's aura and gave Erming a taste of aura concealment, which made him believe. Erming didn't hold back at all when it came to helping his beloved sister Xiao Wu, making Yunqi go through a bit of hardship. As for killing soul beasts, would Xiao Wu feel guilty? Obviously not. Now, Yunqi had filled Xiao Wu's heart to the brim and didn't care much about anything other than the people and beasts she cared about. Whenever Erming got greedy, he would eat an unknown amount in one sitting, but most of the time, at their level, they didn't need to eat too much. They now shared a tacit understanding that ordinary people couldn't comprehend, having long used the reward from their initial awakening of martial souls, and combined their martial soul techniques with Xiao Wu. Although their martial soul attributes didn't match, the reward was unreasonable and forced compatibility. This was also why Yunqi dared to face the terrifying soul beast head-on. Xiao Wu understood Yunqi's intention and directly activated her martial soul, transforming into a pink soft light that entered Yunqi's body. Yunqi began to change. Suddenly, 2 rabbit ears popped up on his head, and his beautiful black hair instantly turned white. His eyes also changed to pink, and although there were no other visible changes, the muscles in his legs bulged noticeably, transforming his overall aura from that of a neighborly big brother to a charming and alluring young man. The cloud feels a sense of explosive power within itself, a feeling of expansion with nowhere to release it. To deal with such a massive presence, one can only give their all, otherwise, whether it breaks through the defense is another question. Yunqi said to the little dance inside her body, "We've done it, little dance. Hurry up and end it. I'm very tired from the spirit fusion technique. I can't recover without eating 20 crystal carrots." Yunqi smiled lightly, suddenly exerting force in his legs, and the yellow halo around him shone brightly, causing his speed to explode once again. The sword energy was aimed straight at the iron-armored sword dragon's eyes. To kill this big guy, one could only target the eyes or the rear. Yunqi chose the eyes after all. He had to consider the feelings of his fellow soul beast, Xiao Wu. The iron-armored sword dragon didn't have time to react. While it was silently replenishing its moisture, a sword energy shot straight toward it, suddenly disappearing and reappearing right when it hit its eyes. Yunqi took advantage of the moment when the iron-armored sword dragon was momentarily dazed in pain and directly thrust the sword into its mouth. The sword energy rampaged within the iron-armored sword dragon's eye sockets. Blood flowed from its mouth. It had never suffered such a severe injury since its birth. It usually made a point to protect its weaknesses, and even when encountering soul beasts and soul masters, it wanted to kill. Those who could penetrate its defenses were pierced by the blades on its back from a distance. Unable to help itself, it let out a roar of pain and anger. Boom! The surrounding leaves flew everywhere, and the surface of the small river rippled in circles. Yunqi quickly dodged a few steps to the side to avoid the furious ironclad sword dragon's bite, then executed a backbend to avoid a close-range tail whip. Yunqi watched as the iron-armored sword dragon opened its rear defense and immediately unleashed his second soul skill. This second soul skill was the result of Yunqi and Xiao Wu, with the help of Air Ming, defeating a nearly 3,000-year-old golden devouring ant in the Stardo Forest. It was named Heart Piercer due to its strong penetrating ability. The sword in Yunqi's hand darted forward like a white snake flicking its tongue, hissing through the air as it aimed directly at the rear of the iron-armored sword dragon. However, the iron-armored sword dragon was well aware of its own weakness. It quickly tucked its tail, and the sword's body penetrated into the iron-armored sword dragon. But ultimately, it was not long enough to fully enter its body. Injured again, the iron-armored sword dragon curled up its body, exposing the sharp swords on its back, rolling towards Yunqi like a hedgehog, maximizing both offense and defense. However, in doing so, the sword dragon also lost most of its visibility. Yunqi had no choice but to keep running, occasionally infusing his sword energy with the second soul skill, creating a trajectory-confusing sword energy that tore through the sword dragon's body. The iron-armored sword dragon realized that this approach was ineffective, while charging around seemed intimidating. It couldn't hit the man who was maximizing his speed without visibility. Once back on its feet, the iron-armored sword dragon let out a deafening roar, enduring the excruciating pain as the swords on its back were quickly pulled out, charging straight at Yunqi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp swords continuously sliced past Yunqi, who was almost stunned by the scene. This soul beast was utterly ruthless, turning its back swords into something resembling a Gatling gun. Yunqi continuously activated Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps and the Purple Extreme Demon Eye to dodge the sharp swords. But these swords seemed to have GPS tracking, making them impossible to shake off. Yunqi's expression darkened, and the third soul ring on his body lit up. A sword shadow shot up from beneath Yunqi's feet, carrying him into the sky. Yes, Yunqi's third soul skill, Sword Control, in the Stardo Forest, with a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, possesses considerable flying ability and can also provide a certain enhancement effect to his martial soul. Watching the sharp sword still pursuing him after taking to the air, Yunqi gritted his teeth and flew towards the iron-armored sword dragon with the sword in hand, pointing the long sword directly at the sword dragon. The iron-armored sword dragon, seeing Yunqi rapidly approaching, was afraid that Yunqi would poke its eyes again and immediately closed its eyes, using the thick mineral layer on its eyelids for protection. But Yunqi wouldn't make it so easy. As soon as he reached the sword dragon's side, Yunqi executed a sudden stop and then quickly ascended, while the swords that couldn't make the turn crashed into the iron-armored sword dragon. Although it didn't cause much damage, it rendered the iron-armored sword dragon's attack capabilities useless. Now, it was just a target with extremely high defense. Just as Yunqi was about to take action, Xiao Wu hurriedly reminded him, "Brother, I can barely hold on. My soul power is almost exhausted." Yunqi's expression tightened. "Xiao Wu, let's make it quick and use that move directly." "Okay, brother." "Yes." The martial soul fusion technique is not just a simple merging of two bodies. Yunqi raised the long sword in his hand, and with a wave, the martial soul transformed into a massive black-purple sword shadow, swinging straight to unleash a sword light that extended over 10 meters. Wherever the sword energy passed, it carved out a huge chasm. With a swift draw like thunder, the sword struck to behead. In the despairing gaze of the iron-armored sword dragon, the sword light sliced through its neck, severing the river behind it, and the surrounding trees fell with neatly cut stumps, crashing down. Meanwhile, Yunqi also fell heavily from the sky, not far from the ground. Bang! Yunqi stirred up a cloud of dust. Xiao Wu transformed into soft light and emerged from Yunqi's body, sitting down on the ground and taking deep breaths of fresh air. Chapter 13. External Soul Bone. Sword Bonehead? After a while, Xiao Wu finally recovered from her exhaustion, helped Yunqi up, and found that there was nothing serious. Just that her soul power was depleted and she had no strength left. Yunqi also slowly woke up in Xiao Wu's embrace. After greeting Xiao Wu, he indicated that he was fine. Xiao Wu, let me go. I need to absorb the soul ring. Yunqi endured the nauseating feeling of fatigue and operated the Xiantian skill at full speed, drawing in the soul ring of the ironclad sword dragon not far away. The absorption of the soul ring went very smoothly, as Yunqi's physical body had been greatly enhanced through daily training. To Yunqi's surprise, when facing the remnants of the ironclad sword dragon's soul impact, he only felt a slight strain, which puzzled him. Could it be that his soul had been tempered through his travels? Or perhaps his soul power from 2 lifetimes was already capable of withstanding such a degree of soul impact. Yunqi's situation is unknown, but judging by the results, it is obviously good, so Yunqi no longer struggles with the reasons. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi, whose expression remained unchanged, and couldn't help but marvel at her brother. A genius she had never heard of in all these years. Soon, Yunqi had finished absorbing and received the task rewards, with 4 soul rings floating up and down on his body. Purple, 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 black. Xiao Wu immediately rushed over. Brother, how do you feel now? What level are you? Yunqi felt the power within her body and smiled brightly. Xiao Wu, I'm already a level 42 soul master. You need to work hard too. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu's expectant eyes and understood what she was hoping for. The black soul ring on the marshal's soul shone brightly. In an instant, the moon shadow sword split into 2, then into 4, continuously undergoing fission. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dense mass of sword shadows. Under Xiao Wu's astonished gaze, Yunqi casually pointed, and the concentrated sword rain turned into a streak of light, slicing through the air in the direction he pointed, creating a series of sonic booms as it crashed violently into the ground not far away. But that was not the end. The ground, after the impact, still harbored the raging sword energy, constantly wreaking havoc on the surrounding objects. Brother, this is too exaggerated. Have you turned into an enhanced version of the iron-armored sword dragon? Yunqi lightly tapped Xiao Wu's head. It's not over yet. As my level increases, the sword shadows will continue to multiply, theoretically without limit. Can you explain how your first spirit ring turned purple? Yunqi smiled mysteriously and put a finger to his lips. Sure, this is one of my special abilities. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi as if he were a monster. This 10,000-year-old beast didn't have as many strange abilities as the man in front of her. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu in front of him, not knowing how to explain. After thinking for a while and finding it hard to explain, he simply gave up. Yunqi noticed an unusual wave of soul power coming from the back of the iron-armored sword dragon's corpse. It seemed like Yunqi thought of something and directly took out his sword to begin dissecting the back of the iron-armored sword dragon. After a while, Yunqi dug out a piece of soul bone from the iron-armored sword dragon's body and then stored the entire corpse into a storage ring. Xiao Wu looked at the soul bone in Yunqi's hand with curiosity. Is this an external soul bone? Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu in front of him and said directly, Xiao Wu, help me protect the law. I want to absorb this soul bone. I feel that this soul bone will elevate my strength to an unprecedented level. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunqi directly merged the external soul bone in his hand into his body. The moment the soul bone entered his body, it began to transform and reorganize continuously. Pain twisted through him, his body felt hot, and cold sweat poured from his forehead. At the same time, sharp swords without handles pierced out from his back, breaking through flesh and tearing through clothing, transforming into a sword formation in the sky. Yunqi let out a painful roar. After a while, he regained his composure, controlling the flying sword to transform into energy and return to his body. Xiao Wu looked at him with a strange expression and thought to herself, still claiming he isn't a steel-armored Tyrannosaurus. After absorbing the soul bone, Yunqi and Xiao Wu rested in the forest for a day, and after recovering their soul power, they prepared to head to Suoto City for some good food. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a graceful figure in black clothing and an old man in a gray robe were rushing toward Yunqi's direction, being pursued by some shouting figures in black robes. Before long, the black-robed men caught up with the two in front and injured the strongest among them. The gray-robed old man. Second miss, don't run. Yes, second miss, if you don't behave and let our brothers have some fun, we'll let you go. How about that? A middle-aged man in a black robe looked at the curvaceous woman in front of him with a lewd grin, while his companions slowly spread out around them, forming a circle. The gray-robed old man immediately stepped in front of the black-clad figure, whispering to her, "Second miss. I'll hold them off for a moment, you just run forward. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine." With that, he used all his soul power to break a gap in the encirclement and wrapped the black-clad woman in his soul power, sending her out. The encircling attackers shouted angrily, "You dog, seeking death." Hearing the sounds of battle behind her, the black-clad woman turned back, her eyes reddening as she desperately called out, "Uncle Fu." Uncle Fu, hearing her call, also responded amidst the fierce battle but was unfortunately injured again. "Miss, run quickly. You must live well." The leader of the black-robed men, hearing these words, immediately made a decisive decision and sent 2 men to pursue. The black-clad woman took a deep look at Uncle Fu and the attackers around her, as if to remember them deeply. Tears in her eyes transformed into a burning flame of revenge. Stumbling forward, jumping and hiding. But this did not shake off the pursuers behind her. On the contrary, due to insufficient soul power, the distance gradually closed. The black-clad woman looked despairingly at the 2 middle-aged men in black robes in front of her and slowly said, "Are you trying to betray your master?" The 2 black-robed men seemed to have heard a joke and laughed heartily. "Second miss. We are sent by the eldest lady. Everyone knows that the crown prince will definitely win, so why not be a loyal minister to the dragon?" The black-clad woman's expression darkened. But she continued, "The duel hasn't started yet. Who knows, I will definitely lose. Besides, if I die before the duel starts, do you think the royal family and the Zhu family will spare you? My good sister and brother-in-law might eliminate you to keep it a secret. Think it over." The black-clad woman felt that since she was 6 years old, she hadn't spoken so much in one go. If she couldn't deter them now, she could only die. The black-robed men exchanged glances, their faces showing bitterness. They knew all too well that reaching the soul sect level proved they weren't fools. But what could they do? From the moment, they served the crown prince and the eldest lady in darkness. Their wives and daughters had been held captive by the crown prince. Thinking of this, the black-robed men could only gamble on the crown prince's mercy. The 2 men nodded to each other and slowly approached the black-clad woman. "Big brother, since we might die anyway, isn't it a waste not to have some fun with the second miss of the Zhu family or the crown princess wife? What you said is right." Saying this, the 2 let out lewd laughter, rubbing their hands as they slowly reached toward the black-clad woman's figure. Just as the black-clad woman was about to bite her tongue and end her life, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air came from afar. Whoosh! A black-purple sword directly severed the hands reaching out from the 2 men, turning in midair and returning to Yunqi's hand. "Hey, scum, what are you doing?" Chapter 14. First encounter with Zhu Zhuqing. Yunqi looked at the scene before him, feeling a surge of anger. How could they bully his target? He promptly set a task for himself. Clearly, Yunqi recognized the identity of the girl. Cat ears, leather jacket, big round eyes. Plus being chased from the direction of the Starry Empire. It was none other than the little kitty Zhu Zhuqing. Task: save Zhu Zhuqing. Reward: forgiveness halo. Accept? Yes or no? Yunqi looked at the 4 shining characters on the panel and said yes. Without thinking, the forgiving halo can significantly make the things he did that made others feel angry seem reasonable. Yunqi's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of NTR halo is this? It's even more powerful than a yellow-haired guy. And with his own affinity halo, Yunqi feels that if he goes to find Yu Xiaogang now, he could just slap him hard and Yu Xiaogang probably wouldn't even get that angry. As long as he doesn't cross the line of life. This halo is simply invincible. So cunning. Also, this is a must-have halo for a dedicated harem member. Realizing Zhu Zhuqing's identity, Yunqi instinctively adjusted his posture. Originally, he was just helping out when he saw injustice, but now it has turned into a hero saving the beauty. So he must present his most handsome side. However, before Yunqi could show off, the 2 men in black robes looked at the soul rings on Yunqi and, disregarding their grudge over the severed hands, turned and ran. Clearly, anyone who could easily sever their hands was not a weakling. And what was that soul ring anyway? Yunqi couldn't help but laugh, the corners of her mouth slightly rising, her lips moving. "Let you guys run 39 meters first." Upon hearing Yunqi's voice, the 2 men in black robes could only wish they had 4-wheel drive and 2 more legs. Yunqi saw them almost escape and directly drew out his 40-meter-long greatsword. The sword came. Behind Yunqi, the black soul rings flickered, and a purple-black sharp sword appeared, continuously splitting and instantly catching up to the 2 men. The two black-robed men turned back to look at Yunqi's smile, as if they were facing an abyss demon. Countless sword shadows were right behind them. The black-robed man said in fear, "Who uses a big move to kill someone directly? That's against the rules." Before he could finish his words, he was pierced into a sieve by numerous sword shadows from behind. Yunqi summoned his martial soul with a disdainful smile, saying, "The Soul Master is merely an opponent of one match." Standing next to him, Xiao Wu immediately became unhappy. She directly pinched Yunqi's little arm. "What do you mean by that?" Looking at Xiao Wu's cute little face making a fierce expression, Yunqi directly reached out and pinched her cheek, which was all chubby. Yunqi's eyes were filled with fondness as he watched Xiao Wu's comical appearance. And he couldn't help but tease, "A Soul Master is just an opponent of one level. What's wrong? If you have the ability, hurry up and cultivate. Wouldn't it be better to become a soul sect sooner?" Xiao Wu turned her head away proudly. In these 6 years, she had not gained any advantage over Yunqi, always being firmly at his mercy. Meanwhile, the other men in black quickly came over after dealing with Fu Bo. Seeing Yunqi protecting Zhu Zhuqing, they launched an attack directly. Yunqi wasn't too concerned. The leader was only at the 4-ring level, the same as him. After showing off his 2 warm black soul rings, all the men in black were defeated. It was not difficult at all. After receiving the task rewards, Yunqi remembered the important matter and turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing, who was lying on the ground. He walked over and slowly reached out his hand. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively offered her hand to the fair, slender hand with distinct joints in front of her. Suddenly feeling a strong pull, she found herself weakly leaning against Yunqi's shoulder. Realizing something was wrong, Zhu Zhuqing tried to pull away a little, but her soul power was exhausted, and she had no strength left, falling once again into Yunqi's arms, her eyes wide in shock as she looked at him. Just moments ago, when Yunqi was killing, he had his back to Zhu Zhuqing, so the little cat had not seen his face clearly. Now, as she fell into his embrace, she was momentarily stunned. He was an extremely handsome man, with eyebrows like willows and a figure like a jade tree. His black fitted attire accentuating his already perfect physique. He also exuded an aura that greatly increased her impression of him. Yunqi watched as the little cat's face turned red and her eyes filled with embarrassment. He no longer held her tightly, but gently supported her arm to give her strength. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing gathered her thoughts and bowed to Yunqi, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for saving me. In the future, if there's anything I can do, I will not hesitate." Yunqi subconsciously shook his head. As a member of Huaxia in his previous life, he couldn't bring himself to take advantage of others' kindness. However, Zhu Zhuqing clearly thought differently. She was a person who was extremely stubborn, serious, and grateful at heart. Yunqi's headshake made this already quiet girl anxious. "I am now left with nothing but a little money, which is far from enough to repay your kindness, and I have nothing else to offer you." Looking at the anxious little cat in front of him, Yunqi instinctively made a mischievous suggestion. "How about I offer myself in return?" What Yunqi didn't expect was that Zhu Zhuqing didn't immediately refuse. Instead, after thinking seriously, she answered with a determined gaze, "I'm sorry, I can't agree to that. I currently have a fiancé. Until I clearly clarify our relationship, I can only be his fiancé. Yunqi also laughed it off, indicating that he was just joking. Otherwise, his waist would have been crushed by Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing secretly remembered Yunqi's kindness, especially during that life and death moment. The kind of fear that is an instinct that living beings cannot resist. Yunqi's handsome rescue, along with his charming face and that subtle sense of familiarity, clearly planted a seed in Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Yunqi didn't notice the inner thoughts of the little cat, and was still smiling as she comforted Xiao Wu. "What's wrong? My good sister, are you jealous?" Upon hearing Yunqi's shameless words, Xiao Wu stopped pinching her. After all, she was still being unserious in front of others. Her face immediately turned a shade of red. Clearly, the halo of forgiveness was at work, as Xiao Wu didn't think much of it. Before Yunqi could continue teasing Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing spoke up. "Senior, could you take me to the front for a moment? I need to help Uncle Fu collect the body. We can't let him lie dead in the wilderness." Seeing the misty look in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Yunqi also felt her heart soften. Having left her hometown in search of a debauched fiancé, all she wanted was to survive. Yunqi nodded, and for the sake of speed, the Yunqi soul ring flashed, and the sword appeared beneath Yunqi's feet. Yunqi pulled Xiao Wu, and the little cat followed closely beside Yunqi, soaring into the air on the sword. Before long, guided by Zhu Zhuqing, they found Fu Bo's body. There was not a single intact piece of flesh on his body. Clearly having exhausted his life to buy time, After Zhu Zhuqing left, Zhu Zhuqing did not cry, but the despair within her overflowed through her eyes. Silently, she picked up the corpse and gently placed it aside, gathered some firewood nearby, arranged it in an empty space, and set a large fire to directly cremate Fu Bo, burying her past self completely in the flames. Xiao Wu felt the same and stepped forward to embrace the seemingly soulless little cat. Yunqi originally wanted to comfort the strong-willed girl, but remembering the personality of the little cat, she realized that in the original work, any pity before the girl recognized herself was a mockery to her. The bright red flames illuminated the three of them, but Yunqi felt not a bit of warmth. Only the coldness of the old system, which pierced to the bone. She also felt disgusted with Dai Mubai for abandoning his fiancée, Yi. The fire burned rapidly under the gaze of the three, and in no time, only a few scattered sparks remained. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and grabbed a handful of ashes, carefully storing them in a box, then placing it in a cloth bag and tying it tightly before putting it into the soul guide device. After doing all this, Zhu Zhuqing turned around and bowed again, but Yunqi grabbed her arm. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yunqi and the little dance beside her, her eyes firm as she said, "Senior, thank you once again for you and your sister. But I'm afraid I can't stay long. I still need to go to Suoto City to find my fiancé." Chapter 15, Heading to Suoto City. Yunqi looked at the serious little cat in front of him, feeling a bit of a headache as he supported his forehead with one hand. "I'm not a senior. My name is Yunqi, and I'm only 12 years old. The girl next to you is called Xiao Wu, and she's currently my sister. You could just call us by our names, or you can call me brother." The little cat, Zhu Zhuqing, was clearly stunned. "Senior, my name is Zhu Zhuqing, and please don't joke or tease me." At this moment, Xiao also laughed and said, "It's true, we are all only 12 years old." Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu in surprise, then quickly averted his gaze. He didn't want to be choked again. The little cat's brain had already short-circuited, and even the previously cold and desperate expression had turned into a mouth that could fit a baguette. After a long time without coming to her senses, Xiao Wu waved her hand in front of Zhu Zhuqing. "Wake up." The awakened little cat looked at Yunqi, stuttering. "You're 12 years old, a soul master, and your soul rings have that kind of unbelievable configuration?" In response to the little cat's astonishment, Yunqi could only nod helplessly. He had already gotten used to it. Back at Nodding Academy, the teachers were the same, and even the practical class instructors were not his match. What could Yunqi do? He had already held back his strength. After receiving a positive answer, the little cat's eyes flashed with a hint of light, but quickly dimmed again. Yes. How could she repay the life-saving grace of this extraordinary man in front of her? How could she now expect Yunqi to teach her his unique secret techniques? Yunqi also noticed the spark in the little cat's eyes, but said nothing. Though she felt heartbroken, she didn't want to appear overly eager or make the other person think she had ulterior motives before their relationship was confirmed. She simply smiled faintly. Xiao Wu also sensed that the atmosphere was slightly off and quickly changed the subject. "Zhuqing, we're also going to Suoto City. Why don't we go together?" The little cat was still a bit confused. So much had happened in such a short time that it even changed her understanding of soul masters. She subconsciously nodded and suddenly remembered something, looking at Xiao Wu and weakly asking, "Xiao, you're not also a soul sect now, are you?" Xiao Wu shook her head in disappointment. "I'm not that pervert. Someone with innate level 7 soul power cultivates faster than me, who has innate full soul power. I'm still just a 37 level soul master." The little cat's last bit of comfort vanished, and her CPU directly exploded, her brain crashing. "Still just?" Xiao Wu answered innocently. "I can cultivate this fast thanks to my brother. He taught me some things, and then took me along to compete fiercely." Clearly, Xiao Wu had learned many modern terms from Yunqi. The little cat had already become numb. Continuous blows had made her lock up her heart, and she didn't want to say another word for now. Yunqi is also a timely direct decision. "Zhuqing, let's go together. In case someone comes to chase you again, we can look out for each other. Plus, we also want to see what kind of person your fiancé is, someone worth your reckless search for." Xiao Wu, who was also curious, nodded in agreement. "Zhuqing, let's go together. We just happen to be going to school over there too." Zhu Zhuqing looked at the enthusiastic two in front of her and couldn't help but feel a bit touched, nodding her head. "Thank you." Suoto City is located in the heart of the most prosperous Lima plain of the Barak Kingdom, known as the Granary of Barak, and it is the economic lifeline of the entire Barak Kingdom. Suoto City is a large city, with the Spirit Hall inside being extremely grand, and the streets are crisscrossed with roads connecting various buildings. At this moment, just past noon, the sun was at its hottest point of the day. 3 young people arrived at the city gate of Suoto City, one male and two females, casually chatting as they passed the guard's inspection and entered the city. Xiao Wu leaned close to Yunqi, taking Yunqi's sleeve to wipe her sweat, and complained a bit. Finally arrived. I don't know why that so-called master recommended you to come here. And you actually came? Didn't you always dislike Yu Xiaogang? Yunqi smiled and did not answer. He thought to himself, if they don't come, how can I become stronger? If they don't come, how can I defeat the weak? I can only be weak myself. Others can't be weak. However, Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing the master's name, slightly regained some of the gossip that a girl should have. It was the one who self-destructed first, whose martial soul theory came from a spear hall, and then helped his disciples obtain soul rings, only to be a group of combined apes. Zhu Zhuqing said this and felt a bit embarrassed to continue. After all, the combined apes, the Gale Demon Wolves, and the Wolf Thieves are all well-known existences in the Soul Master world, and once they fall into their hands, it doesn't matter whether one is male or female. Xiao Wu directly nodded. Yes, it's that Yu Xiaogang. I didn't expect his fame to have spread all the way to the Stardo Empire. Indeed, it is said that there are about 100 soul beasts in the entire territory of the combined apes, and Yu Xiaogang and the others actually stayed there for 2 hours. In a sense, that is quite impressive. Seeing that they seemed to want to continue chatting, Yunqi directly interrupted. All right, Xiao Wu, let's go grab something to eat first, then find a hotel. We've been out in the wild for so long, we need to wash up. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also lowered their heads to sniff their wrists. There was no smell, but the psychological discomfort made both of them have no objections, as girls find it harder to endure feeling sticky compared to boys. Suoto City is much larger than Notting City, and it's naturally bustling with activity, with guards and crowds everywhere. The three of them first had a big meal at a restaurant. When it was time to settle the bill, they immediately started asking the waiter, "Hey, we just arrived in Suoto City today. Could you tell us where we can find a hotel?" The waiter, seeing the two beautiful girls standing behind Yunqi, instantly imagined a whole storyline and then replied with a smile, "Dear guests, if you go out and head east, you'll see one." Yunqi casually tipped a little and led the two girls out. The waiter looked on with envy, thinking of a man's dream. Before long, Yunqi discovered a hotel with a very unique design. The three-story building in front of him was decorated entirely in rose red, and the architectural style resembled a giant rose, instantly capturing the attention of the two girls. Little Dance looked at the hotel and directly said to Yunqi, "Brother, let's stay here." Yunqi also nodded, indifferent. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Zhuqing, what about you? Are you staying here, or are you going to find your fiancé first?" Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to respond, she heard a familiar voice nearby and turned to look. She saw a man and two women flirting with each other, completely unconcerned about the gazes of passers-by. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, with long, flowing golden hair and a pair of eerie eyes. His lips were only slightly inferior to Yunqi's. What caught people's attention the most were the twin sisters clinging to him, dressed in colorful attire and looking around 17 or 18 with graceful figures. Chapter 16. A violent beating for Dai Mubai. Seeing this scene, even a strong person like Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of despair. Since Dai Mubai abandoned her and fled alone, Zhu Zhuqing harbored no resentment towards him. She merely comforted herself that he had gone out for training. Zhu Zhuqing worked hard to cultivate, enduring oppression and assassination in the Stardo Empire, managing to survive until she was 12, with her soul power reaching level 27. She still held onto a glimmer of trust, wanted to believe that Dai Mubai had been working hard for their future all these years. However, the scene before her completely shattered her fantasy. All she wanted was to survive. There were no more words. Silence, still silence. Dai Mubai also felt the tremor of his martial soul. He shifted his gaze from the twins to Zhu Zhuqing and instantly recognized her identity. After all, it was the resonance of martial souls and souls. Looking at the twins hugging him compared to Zhu Zhuqing, it was like heaven and earth. The expressionless face of Zhu Zhuqing made him feel guilty, and he quickly shook off the twins, walking towards Zhu Zhuqing with a forced smile. "Zhuqing, you're here?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at the man before her, remaining silent and not angry, clearly having lost the capacity for anger. She had risked her life repeatedly to escape the Stardo Empire to find him. But Dai Mubai's actions had completely crushed her hopes. After a long while, she said, "Don't call me Zhuqing, we're not that familiar." After saying that, Zhu Zhuqing turned and walked away. Seeing this, Dai Mubai hurriedly stepped forward to block her. With his stunning fiancé running away, where would he find amusement? Moreover, if Zhu Zhuqing left, he would have no hope of turning things around. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Dai Mubai, who was persistent and felt increasingly disgusted. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who was watching from the side, sensed that things were not right. This was not the sweet and loving scenario she had imagined, but rather a story of a scumbag without responsibility, abandoning his fiancée to indulge in pleasures outside. Anger surged within her. Just as she was about to step forward to confront him, she was held back by Yunqi, and Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi with a puzzled expression. Yunqi noticed Xiao Wu's confusion and softly replied, "Leave this scum to me. Don't let him dirty your hands." After saying this, under Xiao Wu's admiring gaze, Yunqi completed the task of beating Dai Mubai and directly approached him. Grabbing his hand, Yunqi executed a shoulder throw right in front of Dai Mubai's astonished eyes. Boom! The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. Yunqi looked disdainfully at Dai Mubai. "What are you doing? Abandoning your fiancé, indulging in a life of excess, and even finding a pair of twins. When a matter is exposed, you still refuse to back down. You really deserve to die." Yunqi was getting angrier and angrier, and he hadn't even gotten to first base. Before Dai Mubai could collect himself, he received 2 kicks right in the stomach. The onlookers slowly gathered around. Dai Mubai looked at this man who was even more handsome than him, and he was furious. The halo of forgiveness was ineffective amidst his rage. Moreover, Yunqi had no intention of activating it now. "Kid, you're asking for death." Dai Mubai directly performed a carp leap, standing up and completing his martial soul possession, with 3 soul rings shining on him. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him like this. Soon, he would beat this guy to a state of half paralysis and then steal his girlfriend, doing the deed right in front of him. Dai Mubai clearly thought Yunqi was young and not high in soul power, so he revealed his true nature. As for Zhu Zhuqing, he would coax her later. After all, he was experienced with girls, and charming a little girl was a piece of cake. However, Dai Mubai had clearly guessed wrong. Who was Yunqi? He was vengeful, cunning, and filled with wisdom. Yunqi heard Dai Mubai and couldn't help but smile wryly, but his gaze instantly turned cold. He originally just wanted to play a little trick. Now, if he didn't beat him half to death, it would be a miracle. Xiao Wu, who had been holding back and not letting herself act, was furious. But upon hearing Dai Mubai say such things in front of Yunqi, she suddenly calmed down. She even playfully shouted at Dai Mubai, "Go for it, scumbag big brother. I have high hopes for you." Yunqi glanced at Xiao Wu, and with a glare, Xiao Wu shyly stuck out her tongue and said nothing more. Dai Mubai naturally saw this scene as well, feeling a surge of heat in his heart and a more sinister look in his eyes. As the cloud rest martial soul emerged, the soul rings on his body also appeared directly. Without waiting for Dai Mubai and the shocked residents around him, he immediately unleashed a sword aura. Dai Mubai realized it was not the time to be distracted. His first soul ring flickered and suddenly formed a white shield, barely blocking the sword aura. Just as he was about to counterattack, another sword aura struck, but this one disappeared and reappeared already on Dai Mubai's right leg. While Cloud Rest boredly waved his long sword, the first soul ring flickered from time to time, followed by the second, third, fourth. More and more sword auras appeared strangely on various parts of Dai Mubai's body, leaving deep blood marks. In no time, Dai Mubai lay in a pool of blood, his body unrecognizable. Cloud Rest also gave up the idea of playing and was about to kill him when Zhu Zhuqing timely grabbed Cloud Rest's mechanically swinging hand. "Senior, please spare his life. His identity is special. Killing him now will bring you unnecessary trouble." Yunqi thought carefully and realized that it wasn't worth losing many rewards just for a moment of anger. Xiao Wu also stepped forward, directly hugging Yunqi's other arm, smiling as she tiptoed and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "I helped you out of trouble twice, and you still call me senpai?" Zhu Zhuqing's expression was somewhat unnatural as she shyly called out, "Brother." Xiao Wu was confused, with a head full of question marks, and Yunqi was also at a loss. They both looked at the little cat in front of them with puzzled expressions. The little cat became anxious immediately. "Didn't I call you senpai last time? Do you want me to call you brother instead?" Yunqi suddenly remembered and immediately displayed his charm to the fullest. "Well, from now on, you can call me Brother Yin or Brother Qi." Dai Mubai, lying on the side, was already numb, looking at the continuous bleeding from his body, covered in countless sword wounds. He was already extremely weak, begging the people around for help. Yunqi also heard Dai Mubai's cry for help. Lazily, he stepped forward and squatted in front of Dai Mubai. "Hey, why did you provoke me?" Dai Mubai, unable to act recklessly, could only endure the pain and said with difficulty, "I didn't mean to offend you, It's just that I was overwhelmed with anger earlier. That's why I acted so foolishly. I hope you can spare my life." Yunqi also smiled, but in Dai Mubai's eyes, it was somewhat terrifying. "It's you, kid, who is shamelessly pestering that girl over there." Dai Mubai hurriedly explained, "That girl over there is my fiancée. We just had a bit of a misunderstanding." Yunqi's gaze also became unfriendly. "Oh, I've heard that some people are so afraid of death that they abandon their fiancé, and indulge in a life of debauchery." Dai Mubai immediately fell silent, but his eyes were filled with constant pleading. Yunqi didn't continue to take advantage of Dai Mubai. The leaks still need to grow. After casually taking all the money from the soul guiding device on Dai Mubai, he called a few people to send it to the doctor for treatment. As for whether there was any money, it had nothing to do with Guan Yunqi. Chapter 17. Capture the Little Cat. After Yunqi dealt with all of this, his soul rings trembled in unison, unleashing a wave of energy around him. At the same time, he activated his affinity aura and smiled at the onlookers, saying, "Everyone disperse. There's nothing more to see." The people around had witnessed a good show, along with a monstrous genius, and after finishing their snacks, they left contentedly. Yunqi smiled and turned to seriously look at Zhu Zhuqing. What was she thinking now? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt confused. Indeed, the persistence over all this time, the fantasies before meeting Dai Mubai, her efforts, all seemed like a joke. The midday sun was particularly glaring, and the sunlight shining on Zhu Zhuqing felt cold. After a long pause, she finally opened her lips and said weakly, "I don't know." Yes, she didn't understand what the future held. The best outcome seemed to be having her soul power abolished and then being imprisoned for life. Looking at Yunqi in front of her, tears glistened in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as they unconsciously slid across her stunningly beautiful and cold face, making her feel especially helpless. Perhaps it would have been better if Yunqi hadn't saved her back then. At least she wouldn't have to die with despair in her heart. Yunqi said nothing, just looked at the little kitten in front of her, filled with compassion. She stepped forward and hugged it tightly, feeling the softness in her arms and the faint fragrance emanating from the kitten's fur. Her hand unconsciously rested on the kitten's head, gently stroking its hair. Zhu Zhuqing did not refuse Yunqi's embrace. Perhaps every lonely child wants to find a harbor for their soul. "Maybe I have a way to help you." Yunqi held the little cat's shoulder and looked at it with a serious expression. Zhu Zhuqing's dim and lifeless gaze suddenly brightened. "That's right. Maybe others can't do it, but the man in front of her definitely can." She had never seen such an abnormal person. If nothing unexpected happened, there was no one as abnormal in the entire Soul Master world. Zhu Zhuqing excitedly asked Yunqi what method. Yunqi thought for a moment, raised 3 fingers, and answered seriously, "Based on what you told me on your way here, I've analyzed it. First, the simplest option is to join the Wuhuan Hall, but your talent might be stronger if placed elsewhere. However, in the Wuhuan Hall, it wouldn't be the highest level, and there's no need for the Wuhuan Hall to interfere, as it could also be quite a hassle." But Yunqi paused deliberately, and Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly asked, "Chiga, but what?" Seeing the anxious little cat, Yunqi didn't continue to tease her. Instead, he said, "But if you go alone, you won't get the attention you deserve. However, if we go together, we will definitely get noticed. At that time, I will say you are my family, my person. That should solve the problem." Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yunqi, who had a friendly smile, and shook her head. "I can't interfere with your life for my own selfish reasons. Let's talk about the other 2 methods first." Yunqi looked at the girl, shaking her head in front of her, feeling a sense of relief. The ability to consider her own feelings put her above most people. Although for Yunqi herself, joining the Spirit Hall was also a good choice. After all, there were a few beauties over there. Yunqi, secondly, breaking off the engagement. "You can cultivate first, follow me to practice. Increase your own strength first, and then we can go together to ask your father. I believe my progress in strength will be very rapid. Moreover, I think no major family would refuse the inclusion of a genius. By then, your father can appeal to the royal family to exempt you from the currently unwinnable competition. And since your Yuming's spirit cat and the Dai family have a soul fusion technique, I believe they won't ruin the long-standing relationship between the royal family and the Zhu family over an ancestral decree." Zhu Zhuqing thought seriously for a moment, still wearing a sorrowful smile as she replied, "Chigu, you may not understand. The relationship between the Xinglua Empire and the Zhu family is already one where they rise and fall together. They won't break these ties due to some external factors. Although your talent is excellent, the chances of successfully persuading my father are not very high. This is too dangerous." Yunqi suddenly realized, indeed, I have overestimated myself. Looking at the fading light in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, there was a sharp pain in Yunqi's heart. Chiga, what about the third method? Yunqi was determined and hugged Zhu Zhuqing again, activating his own affinity aura at the same time. The third method is to make you my woman. At worst, I'll take you to hide in the deep mountains and forests until I achieve my title. Let's see who dares to oppose. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes immediately became dreamy as she looked at the man in front of her, full of masculine warmth, her gaze filled with determination. Her heart was also filled with emotion, and the seeds of love within her were continuously sprouting and growing. She hadn't felt cared for and loved in many years. Tears streamed down Zhu Zhuqing's face as she buried her head in Yunqi's chest, her lips slightly parted. Do you really like me? Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Yunqi nodded seriously. You may not believe it, but I've liked you since my previous life. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head from Yunqi's chest and directly kissed his lips. Yunqi responded eagerly. After a long time, they finally separated. When they pulled away, they were both blushing. Zhu Zhuqing's face was flushed, completely changing from her previous loneliness. Little Dance couldn't bear to watch anymore. She glared fiercely at Yunqi, and seeing that things were settled, she angrily went to book a room at the Rose Hotel. Zhu Zhuqing stayed in Yunqi's arms for quite a while, but because she wasn't used to his strong embrace, her graceful body kept squirming against him. Yunqi, as a young man full of vigor, has long since come of age in this world. How could he withstand this? After hurriedly letting go of the little cat, he began to chant softly. With a heart as clear as ice, he remains unperturbed by the collapsing sky, steady amid the myriad changes, and calm in spirit and mind. The void is tranquil, as if there is nothing, where existence arises from non-existence, and ease and difficulty come together. After bringing the little cat into the hotel, he discovered that Xiao Wu had already checked into her room. She glared at Yunqi in anger, her face almost puffed up like a bun. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing, unsure of what to do, stepped forward and hugged Xiao Wu's arm, clearly knowing that Yunqi and Xiao Wu did not have a normal sibling relationship. She whispered an apology. Xiao Wu didn't have any issue with Zhu Zhuqing. After all, who wouldn't like a strong girl who is also pitiful? What made her angry was Yunqi, who made decisions on his own, and the first kiss that wasn't given to her. Yunqi looked at the angrily fuming Xiao Wu and stepped forward to grab her hand. However, Xiao Wu quickly dodged with her swift reflexes and pulled Zhu Zhuqing upstairs. Yunqi realized he was at fault. Although the forgiveness halo was useful, it couldn't soothe even normal emotions. And Yunqi hadn't activated the forgiveness halo at all. After all, while he was indeed a scumbag, he wasn't the irresponsible kind. Seeing the two girls about to leave, he hurriedly stepped forward to follow them. Chapter 18. Apology. The manager downstairs looked at the three people going up and couldn't help but feel envious, murmuring to himself, which hidden family has produced this talented individual? At such a young age, he's already a 4-ring soul master, and his soul ring configuration is absurdly impressive. What's even more enviable is that 2 stunning beauties actually like him. Arriving at the door, the 3 of them exchanged glances. Xiao Wu blushed and took out the room card. There was only 1 room left. The server said it was the last one available. After opening the door, Xiao Wu entered the room and pulled the still outside Zhu Zhuqing in, preparing to close the door. Yunqi saw the situation and couldn't help it. He directly kicked the door open and slipped inside with a quick move. Facing Xiao Wu, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. I didn't pay attention to your feelings. You know, in this world, it's just Grandpa Jack and you. Not exactly family, but closer than family. Plus, Grandpa Jack often tells you to help me find a wife. Right? You don't want our family to have too few descendants in the future, do you?" As he spoke, Yunqi's voice grew weaker until it was barely audible. Feeling that he was being too pathetic and cheap, Xiao Wu pulled Zhu Zhuqing to sit on the bed covered in roses, looking at Yunqi. She also understood that Grandpa Jack wanted Yunqi to marry more wives to preserve the bloodline, especially since Yunqi had no parents. Having more bloodline descendants was in line with the customs of this world. That's why old Jack often whispered in Xiao Wu's and Yunqi's ears. This wasn't just the case for soul masters. It was the same in the spirit beast world, and the higher the cultivation of the spirit beast, the more they couldn't escape the custom. Although she hadn't experienced this herself, Xiao Wu was upset about it. However, seeing Yunqi's sincere attitude, Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief, and her anger diminished a bit. After all, over the past 6 years, whether in sparring, fighting, or banter, Xiao Wu had never been Yunqi's match. So, Yunqi's submission this time made Xiao Wu very pleased, but she didn't show it, still maintaining a sullen expression as she looked at Yunqi. Yunqi is getting more and more anxious, unable to sit still. Xiao Wu directly asked, "You have no problem finding a wife?" But you said before that I would be the first. Yunqi understood what Xiao Wu was saying and stopped pretending. He knew Xiao Wu wasn't that angry anymore, so he stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Xiao Wu's neck, lowered his head, and kissed her in her astonishment, not giving her a chance to react. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she tilted her head but didn't say much. After all, she was a newcomer. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing didn't care much about the matter of having multiple wives. She was born into a large family, where the women generally married into royal families, and having hundreds of women for an emperor was considered few. Growing up surrounded by such things, she was used to it. Compared to Dai Mubai's extravagant lifestyle, Zhu Zhuqing showed no particular reaction, but felt defeated by Yunqi, who was much younger, and he didn't care about his own life or death. So, in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, this was not a big deal. As long as he cared for her in his heart, that was enough. Also, hearing Xiao Wu say that Yunqi had no father or mother and was the last person in his family, the little cat felt a pang of sympathy. After all, for a woman born into a large family, preserving one's bloodline was the most important thing. At this moment, Xiao Wu was breathless from the kiss and hurriedly patted Yunqi's back. Seeing Xiao Wu's flushed face, Yunqi finally let her go and chuckled. Xiao Wu pinched Yunqi's soft waist and glared at him fiercely, saying, "I'll let you off this time. But if you go looking for my sister without my and Zhuqing's permission next time, you'll be in for it." Seeing the situation calm down, Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief and sat in the middle of the two girls, pulling them both to lie down on the bed. The little cat and the little rabbit panicked, thinking Yunqi was up to no good, and hurriedly tried to get up, but Yunqi's strong arms pulled them back down, their heads resting on his chest. Listening to Yunqi's heartbeat and seeing that he wasn't being handsy, the two girls stopped struggling and lay quietly on him, letting their thoughts drift as they took in a room called the Red Ocean. The room was quite large, with all the furniture in silver, intricately carved with beautiful patterns. The large red carpet was covered with various rose patterns, and in the middle of the hall was an outrageous sight, a huge heart made of rose petals, with the words 1001, "You are my only," written on it. Besides that, the room was filled with rose elements, vases on the bed on the walls, and the ceiling, all adorned with various roses. Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "If this were to be paid for, how much would it cost?" Yunqi expressed confusion. Seeing this, Xiao Wu explained, "This hotel manager saw you after the soul fighting and directly let us stay for free." Yunqi smiled and didn't ask more questions. He just looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was lying on his chest, and slowly said, "Next, let's go to Shrek Academy together. Don't worry, I will protect you." Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "I heard Dai Mu is also studying there. Can that place really teach anything?" Xiao Wu chimed in, Yeah. Why do we have to go to school there?" Yunqi smiled and patted the heads of the two girls. If they went, they would definitely learn something. Even if they didn't learn anything, they still had me. I guarantee that your cultivation speed and knowledge won't be left behind. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing looked at their man in front of them saying this, so they didn't ask any further. In no time, Xiao Wu couldn't hold back her excitement, grabbed Zhu Zhuqing, and headed to the bathroom to take a shower, even warning Yunqi not to peek. Yunqi touched his nose, listening to the sounds of water and laughter inside. He almost transformed into a demon and rushed in to unleash a massacre. After forcibly calming himself and his brothers, Yunqi also checked the long-lost panel. Character Yunqi, SoulPower level 42, Martial Soul Moon Shadow Sword, Soul Bone Iron Armored Sword Dragon External Soul Bone, Sword Bone, Soul Skill Shadow Sword Technique, Piercing Heart, Sword Control Technique, all swords return to origin. Self-created soul skills, Xian Tian Skill, Xian Jade Hand, Controlling Crane to Catch Dragon, Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track, Purple Extreme Demon Eye. P.S. This self-created is not really self-created. It is just a general term for externally stolen skills. In the original work, Tang San also referred to them as self-created soul skills. Items: Spatial Soul Guidance Ring, various hidden weapons, Iron Armored Sword Dragon Corpse, 2,000 golden soul coins, etc. Current tasks: defeating Dai Mubai has been completed. Conquering Zhu Zhuqing has been completed. There are also a bunch of unfinished tasks, but most of them are daily small tasks that can be completed inadvertently. After reading the panel, Yunqi was quite satisfied to receive the rewards for this mission. Chapter 19. Teaching Techniques. Yunqi looked at the rewards in front of him. One was a subconscious modifier for Zhu Zhuqing, one-time use, and the other was a gender identity disorder device for beating up Dai Mubai, one-time use. This task reward truly pleased him. Yunqi looked at the two rewards already placed in his ring and revealed a sinister smile, murmuring, "You can't blame me. I have no choice." Now, it's just a matter of waiting for that blind fool to show up. After about half an hour, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing appeared in front of Yunqi, both wrapped in bath towels. Yunqi's heart raced as he gazed at their enchanting bodies. Before he could continue watching, Xiao Wu picked up a pillow nearby and threw it at Yunqi. "Hurry up and wash up, what are you looking at?" Yunqi removed the pillow with a mischievous smile and said, "Look at my two good sisters." Without waiting for Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu to react, she stepped forward, kissed each of them on the cheek, and ran to the bathroom, leaving the little kitten and little bunny looking at each other in confusion, smiling helplessly. After finishing her shower, Yunqi looked at the little kitten and little bunny who were already dressed, her eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. She thought to herself, how can they be dressed? Xiao Wu stepped forward, casually picked up a rose, smelled it, and said to Yunqi, who had just finished her shower, "This room looks so nice. Can we come here often in the future?" Yunqi didn't have much to say, but the little cat beside her couldn't stand it anymore. It grabbed Xiao Wu's hand, leaned close to her ear, and whispered something. Xiao Wu felt the warmth of Zhu Zhuqing's breath on her lips and scratched her ear. When she heard what this hotel was specifically for, her face turned completely red. Yunqi raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smile and said to Xiao Wu, "So, now that you know, you won't dare to come again in the future?" Initially, Xiao Wu was hesitating to take back what she just said, but after being provoked by Yunqi, she immediately retorted, "Who said I wouldn't dare to come again?" Zhu Zhuqing also rolled her beautiful eyes, propped her head with her hand, and sighed, "Xiao Wu, it seems you didn't listen to a single word I just said." Yunqi smiled and thought to herself that Xiao Wu must have taken it to heart, but with her kind of mind, she couldn't handle even a little provocation. When Xiao Wu heard Zhu Zhuqing's words, she playfully stuck out her tongue, thinking about who the hunter was and who the prey was. Yunqi ignored the silly little dance beside her, walked to the bedside, and looked at the heart-shaped big bed that occupied half of the entire bedroom. The light pink curtains hung down from the ceiling, covering the upper half of the heart-shaped bed, creating an atmosphere that felt very ambiguous. Yunqi turned to look at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. There was only one bed in the entire room. What were the three of us going to do? Zhu Zhuqing felt quite embarrassed and offered to sleep on the sofa. However, Yunqi and Xiao Wu obviously disagreed. What kind of situation was this? Xiao Wu had been sleeping with Yunqi for many years, and she could only fall asleep while hugging Yunqi, inhaling that familiar and comforting scent. But now that Zhu Zhuqing was also there, Xiao Wu hesitated and looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, how about the three of us sleep together? After all, you've already agreed to be my brother's wife." Upon hearing this, Yunqi secretly gave Xiao Wu a thumbs up, indicating that she did a great job. Xiao Wu also noticed Yunqi's discreet thumbs up and raised her head slightly with a hint of pride, revealing her white jawline. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing was hesitant and quite shy. Although she had agreed to Yunqi, they had not known each other for long. However, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively wanted to believe in Yunqi, as there was something irresistibly alluring about her. Zhu Zhuqing looked up at Yunqi with hopeful eyes and let out a long sigh. All right. Upon hearing the response, Xiao Wu cheered, as she did not want to sleep apart from Yunqi. However, there was only one room, and it was difficult to decide how to allocate it. As for Yunqi, she wouldn't even mention the idea of sleeping on the sofa. Yunqi also stepped forward to hold Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's hands. "Don't worry. I know you're not used to it now. Until you completely accept me, I won't do anything to you." Zhu Zhuqing was very touched to hear this. She knew her own charm, and it was quite a challenge for a young man like Yunqi to make such a promise in front of two beautiful women. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, looked at Yunqi with a face full of resentment, clearly still recalling the promise made in their childhood. Now that her first kiss had been taken by her sister Zhu Zhuqing, the situation was dire. Xiao Wu definitely didn't want to accidentally become the second wife that day. Yunqi noticed Xiao Wu's thoughts, smiled slightly at her, and then winked. Xiao Wu felt relieved. She was afraid that Yunqi would dislike her figure compared to Zhu Zhuqing and would choose Zhuqing first. Now that she received a reassuring answer, she jumped and directly pounced onto the heart-shaped bed filled with roses. After all, she had been sleeping rough for many days and was already mentally and physically exhausted. Seeing Xiao Wu's joyful appearance, Zhu Zhuqing and Yunqi also smiled, as energetic girls were always so endearing. Yunqi pulled Zhu Zhuqing to sit on the bed and said seriously, "Zhuqing, since you agreed to be my woman, I won't hide anything from you. I will now pass on the cultivation method to you, and you must practice diligently. Tomorrow morning, I will teach you a set of unparalleled skills to strengthen your body." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled at these words, and she hurriedly sat cross-legged. She was now even more eager for strength. not entirely because of the Stardo Empire, but mostly due to the pressure from Xiao Wu and Yunqi. She didn't want to fall too far behind them and become a mere vase. After all, with a genius like Yunqi, there would definitely be many women around him in the future. Yunqi looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was sitting cross-legged, and did not hesitate, only reminding her not to share this cultivation method with anyone. Zhu Zhuqing nodded repeatedly, indicating that she understood. Subsequently, Yunqi taught the Xiantian Ghost Shadow Mysterious Footsteps, and Purple Extreme Demon Eye to the little cat. Yunqi was not being selfish, it was just that other methods were not very suitable for Zhu Zhuqing, who needed to rapidly increase her strength, and too much information would be overwhelming. With the help of the task panel, Yunqi could easily issue a task to cultivate, which made his progress so swift. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing already immersed in the world of cultivation, Yunqi also sat down to practice with peace of mind. During these 6 years, Xiao Wu had teased him quite a bit, mainly because Yunqi's lifestyle habits were particularly steady, similar to the janitor at the academy. Although he could talk to anyone, he only had superficial acquaintances with them. Additionally, Yunqi was an adult in his previous life, even though his body had shrunk and his mentality was a bit younger. The restraint of adulthood remained. Therefore, aside from accompanying Xiao Wu, Yunqi spent his other time either in class or cultivating, which was also the reason Xiao Wu teased him for aging prematurely. When it came to cultivation, Yunqi never dared to be negligent. As long as he had not stood at the pinnacle of the continent for a day, he would not allow himself to slack off. After all, as a transmigrator, who knew what kind of effects his butterfly flapping would bring? After casually issuing a cultivation task, even though the current benefits were minimal, it was still better than nothing. The pure soul power under the operation of Xiantian accelerated continuously, and in Yunqi's mind, he kept rehearsing various hypothetical enemies and using different techniques to confront them. This was something he thought of while hunting the iron-armored sword dragon, as Yunqi had not had many opportunities for actual combat over the years. The first soul ring was obtained with the help of Uncle Sui, while the second and third were hunted with the assistance of Xiao Wu's younger brother, Erming. Other fighting opportunities were merely from some reckless soul masters who had their eyes set on Xiao Wu, and they were easily dealt with by Yunqi with a casual sword energy. Therefore, the only serious battle was during the hunt for the iron-armored sword dragon. Although Xiao Wu helped, he was ultimately the one leading the hunt. Yunqi kept recalling the combat details, reviewing and learning anew, which could serve as a lesson for him. Yunqi had considered using hidden weapons, but facing such a massive creature, they would be of little use. Tang San's hidden weapons had long been copied by Yunqi from various tasks, and there were quite a few that could be used, but Yunqi hadn't crafted any, mainly due to a lack of time. After stealing all of Tang San's hidden weapons, there was also no financial support, as Yunqi had taken the money along with everything else. A plan had to be devised to send the corpse of the iron-armored dragon to Tang San. Chapter 20. Ripples. Yunqi and Zhu Zhuqing didn't practice for long this time. Xiao Wu, feeling a bit greedy, went out to get some late-night snacks, and the delicious smell interrupted the two who were practicing. However, it wasn't a big deal. Zhu Zhuqing just happened to encounter a cultivation problem and wanted to ask Yunqi for advice. Yunqi didn't answer immediately, but pulled Zhu Zhuqing over to Xiao Wu's side, casually picked up some snacks, and started eating. To be honest, the food in Douluo Continent is really tasty. Over the 6 years with Yunqi, Xiao Wu also transformed from a herbivore into an omnivore, eating everything except rabbits. Just look at this big table full of barbecued food, both meat and vegetables. While eating and answering Zhu Zhuqing's questions, Zhu Zhuqing felt enlightened after Yunqi's explanation. Soon, the three of them finished the entire barbecue cleanly and prepared to sleep. Seeing that Xiao Wu still wanted to practice, Yunqi went over and hugged her, bringing Zhu Zhuqing to the bedside. Looking at the puzzled Xiao Wu, Yunqi explained that he didn't want to be disliked by her. After such a long journey, he hadn't had a good rest. It's better to get a good night's sleep to be more effective. Zhu Zhuqing also understood the principle that haste makes waste and lay down honestly. Seeing this, Xiao Wu hugged Yunqi, and after Yunqi turned off the lights, she shamelessly laid down between the two girls, hugging one with each arm. Zhu Zhuqing shyly squirmed. Realizing that Yunqi had a thick skin, not only did he not let go of her hand, but he also hugged her tighter. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing felt tired, and Yunqi's big hand indeed gave a sense of security, so she let it be. As for Xiao Wu, she had long been unconcerned and didn't mind. She was already tightly holding on to Yunqi's hand. The next morning, Zhu Zhuqing got up early. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Yunqi sleeping with his eyes closed, which brought her a wave of sweetness. Once upon a time, She had fantasized about this, but it was just a fantasy. However, fate was still kind to her, sending a man to save her. Seeing this, Xiao Wu felt playful and took a handful of hair to tickle Yunqi's face. Soon, Yunqi opened his eyes and discovered the mischievous Xiao Wu on his face. Just as he was about to raise his hand, he realized his arms were pinned down tightly by the two girls, and both hands had gone numb. Yunqi unconsciously moved a bit, which startled Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing also noticed something unusual beneath her body and saw that Yunqi's hands were tightly pinned down. This frightened Zhu Zhuqing, and she hurriedly sat up. However, as Xiao Wu got up, the corner of her clothes was pulled open slightly, and a fleeting glimpse of scenery passed by. Yunqi activated his purple extreme demon eyes and saw everything clearly. It wasn't until Zhu Zhuqing adjusted her clothes that Yunqi reluctantly closed his purple extreme demon eyes and smiled, asking, "Did you sleep well last night?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yunqi's other hand with a strange expression and softly replied, I haven't slept this peacefully in a long time." Yunqi was just about to get up when the other hand softly pressed down. Yunqi understood what that was. And under Zhu Zhuqing's unusual gaze, he calmly withdrew his hand and helped Xiao Wu cover up with a quilt. After Yunqi quietly put on her clothes, she looked at her hands and unconsciously sniffed them, secretly comparing them. She thought to herself that the scent from the little kitten's side was richer and more robust, while the little rabbit's side had a faint hint of vanilla. However, the commonality was that both sides were refreshing. Zhu Zhuqing also noticed Yunqi's little actions, and she couldn't help but hug herself, her face turning a shade of red, accompanied by a shy and annoyed scolding that pulled Yunqi back from her reverie. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yunqi, who still seemed to be lingering in thought, and gritted her teeth in frustration. "Does it smell good?" Yunqi subconsciously replied, "Okay, it smells good." Looking at the woman about to explode in front of him, Yunqi quickly changed the subject. "Weren't we supposed to teach you an unbeatable skill last night? Come on, I'll teach you now." Zhu Zhuqing was also distracted by the name of the unbeatable skill and shyly asked, "Can you really teach me this? Aren't you afraid I'll teach it to others, or take it away with me? You won't get anything in return." Yunqi smiled lightly. "I believe you wouldn't do that. Even if you really did, the people you teach wouldn't cultivate as quickly as I do. Those I surpass will be left far behind until they can't even see my shadow." Zhu Zhuqing was also a bit happy, after all. The feeling of trust and the man in front of her radiating confidence was truly dazzling. It was hard not to focus on him. "Thank you. Between you and me, there's no need to say thank you." Soon, Yunqi also had Zhu Zhuqing do the broadcast gymnastics dance of youth. Along the way, he corrected Zhu Zhuqing's movements and took advantage of the situation, making her blush. She thought Yunqi was doing it for her own good. Of course, Yunqi was indeed doing it for Zhu Zhuqing's benefit, but he didn't miss out on any opportunity to take advantage. After all, Yunqi was just an ordinary person. He never claimed to be anything special. During Yunqi's continuous corrections, the little kitten learned quickly. If she didn't hurry, she felt she might become too soft, so she had to muster all her energy to study. After just a few tries, she completely mastered it. Yunqi looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was learning, feeling both regretful and very happy. Watching this girl who was working hard for the future, Yunqi practiced with Zhu Zhuqing for a long time, constantly shouting the strange, yet rhythmic slogan, 22, 22, 22, 22, 2234. Zhu Zhuqing also asked the same question that Yunqi had when teaching Xiao Wu back then. "What is this strange slogan? Is it a mantra?" Yunqi was also taken aback for a moment, then replied, "You can treat this slogan as a mantra. It will help you have more rhythm." Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a bit impressed, but not fully understanding, nodded and joined Yunqi in shouting it out. Xiao Wu was also awakened by the noise, quickly tidied her clothes, and joined the exercise team. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing was out of breath, while Xiao Wu and Yunqi, due to their regular practice, did not feel tired at all. Yunqi let the two girls continue doing the radio calisthenics while he stood by, helping the two girls by shouting slogans, especially during the jumping exercises. Yunqi's voice changed constantly with the rhythm of the two girls. His eyes were also moving up and down nonstop. Yunqi didn't admire for too long before calling to stop, letting everyone change into their outfits to get ready to go out for breakfast and buy some supplies. Yunqi knew very well what Shrek Academy was like. A small village with simple conditions, but Yunqi didn't want her two girlfriends to suffer. It's always better to be overprepared. Chapter 21, Fun Events. Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, let's go out and buy some things. Have you changed your clothes yet? Yunqi stood outside the door, feeling frustrated as he looked at the tightly closed door. really wanted to open it and see what was inside. The voices of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also came out at the right moment. All right. When the door opened, Yunqi smiled and stretched out his arms, signaling the two girls to hold his hands. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance with Yunqi. Somewhat helplessly stepped forward to take his hands, and together they went downstairs. It must be said that the service and environment of the Rose Hotel were quite excellent. When the three of them went downstairs and out, a waiter was pushing a cart of roses to replace them, and upon asking, they learned that the flowers and basic supplies at the Rose Hotel were replaced daily. Yunqi casually asked the waiter and found out that this hotel actually costs 10 gold soul coins per night. Fortunately, it was free for him. Otherwise, although Yunqi had money, he had earned it bit by bit from the task rewards from Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. After leaving the Rose Hotel, Yunqi directly took the two girls to have breakfast and asked Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, "Where do you want to go play?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. At this moment, she had no special desires for external things. She only wanted to become stronger. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu excitedly pulled Yunqi's hand and said, "Brother, let's go buy some new clothes, and then we can buy some daily necessities. How about that?" Then, as if worried that Yunqi would disagree, she also grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand and blinked at her, looking charming. After all, her speed of buying clothes was extremely fast, averaging a few pieces every week. Back in school, the offerings of the four of them were almost not enough, and it was only because Yunqi spoiled her. Because soul masters grow physically very quickly, and Xiao Wu's frequent updates meant she often had a pile of clothes she couldn't wear. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing also nodded with interest. After all, girls always have an inexplicable obsession with new clothes, which Yunqi understood, since women in his past life were even crazier. There were those who would invest all their possessions during shopping festivals. After receiving Yunqi's approval, Xiao Wu quickly kissed Yunqi's and Zhu Zhuqing's faces and then rushed to the clothing store. Upon arriving at the clothing store, the three of them entered and were dazzled by the array of clothes. How should I put it about Yunqi? Everything is fine, but there's just one thing. Yunqi has a bit of a choice paralysis. Every time Xiao Wu buys clothes, she always asks Yunqi to take a look and asks if a certain piece looks good. After Yunqi says it looks good, she turns around to pick another one, repeating this process n times, and in the end, she chooses the very first piece. The people of Yunqi are going crazy, but who can blame it? This is Yunqi's own choice, so from then on, Yunqi's choice phobia evolved. It became clear. What choice is there? Only children make choices. Yunqi chooses to have it all. Watching the excited Xiao Wu dragging Zhu Zhuqing's hand, looking left and right at clothes, Yunqi also felt bored. Both girls went off to pick clothes, while Yunqi sat comfortably in the rest area, watching a male soul master nearby, carrying various bags. Yunqi instantly realized that he was also a kindred spirit. The man next to him was chatting about all sorts of things in the soul master world, from the policies of the spirit hall to which beauties of the continent were the prettiest. Yunqi found it interesting and joined the conversation. During this time, he also heard about Yu Xiaogang's reputation on the continent, and Yunqi couldn't help but click his tongue. 6 years have passed, and this matter is still regarded as a classic by the whole continent. While Yunqi was engrossed in the conversation, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu arrived at the women's clothing section. Xiao Wu looked at the array of colorful belly bands and headed straight for the largest size, clearly overestimating her own measurements. "Zhuqing, do you think this suits me?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at Xiao Wu holding the largest size with a strange expression, unsure how to advise her friend. Before Zhu Zhuqing could say anything, a chuckle came from his side. Xiao Wu turned her gaze to the girl laughing nearby, who had ear-length short hair, very fair skin, and exquisite makeup. Although her figure wasn't as good as Zhu Zhuqing's and even smaller than Xiao Wu's, she had an exceptionally harmonious presence, exuding an ethereal aura. The blue outfit she wore was also quite luxurious, making her look like a noble girl. But Xiao Wu was not one to hold back. Seeing the girl laugh made her feel angry, and she shot a glare at her. "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to laugh? Don't you know what your figure is like?" Hearing this, Xiao Wu tightened her grip on the clothes and retorted, "Why is it not suitable? You think you're suitable?" She then disdainfully glanced at the girl's chest, clicking her tongue. TSK. The blue-clad girl felt a mix of shame and anger. She had never suffered any losses before, and encountering this for the first time made her almost lose her temper. After glaring at Xiao Wu, she angrily left the store. Xiao Wu watched the departing girl and could not help but make a victory sign at Zhu Zhuqing. "Look at her laughing at me." As she spoke, she glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, then her gaze fell lower, and she immediately deflated. "Zhuqing, how did you grow so big?" Zhu Zhuqing, hearing Xiao Wu's words, shyly looked down at herself. I can't see my toes. Actually, being too big isn't good. It greatly affects my speed. I guess it's due to family genetics. Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zhuqing with envy. This is the first time I've seen family genetics like this. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing that Xiao Wu wanted to continue on this topic, quickly said, Xiao Wu, let's hurry up and buy the clothes and leave. Chica must have been waiting for a long time. Xiao Wu nodded thoughtfully. After all, she spent her money as soon as she got it. And the money for clothes had to come from Yunqi. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu quickly pulled Zhu Zhuqing to look at the clothes and grabbed whatever fit. Meanwhile, as Yunqi was chatting with his buddies, suddenly noticing the silence around him, he turned to see his friends staring blankly at the checkout counter. Turning around to see what they were looking at, Yunqi's eyes instantly lit up. Isn't that Ning Rongrong? With the blue outfit, short hair, and this aura? She resembled a character from an anime in his previous life. Just as he thought about approaching her, since he still had a task related to Ning Rongrong. Before Yunqi could even get up, he saw Ning Rongrong cursing as she left the store. Yunqi sat back helplessly, thinking to himself that he would see them in a day anyway, so he gave up on that thought. Before long, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing arrived in front of Yunqi, linking arms with him, making the surrounding brothers envious to the point of turning purple. Their back teeth almost ground to dust. After casually saying goodbye, Yunqi confidently paid and strode out of the store. The brothers who had just been chatting exchanged glances. Damn, he really put on a show. Chapter 22. Reunion with Tang San in Suoto City after leaving. Yunqi recalled the expressions of the brothers he had just chatted with, feeling a wave of comfort. It was the first time he felt that spending money to show off was so refreshing. His steps felt much lighter. The two girls noticed Yunqi's pace and couldn't help but quicken theirs. After walking for a while, Yunqi turned to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, displaying a warm smile. Today, I'll buy whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu jumped in excitement, while Zhu Zhuqing didn't show much reaction but smiled at Yunqi. In fact, boys are quite easy to satisfy. As long as they have some face outside, it's enough. The three of them strolled towards the streets outside. Suoto City truly lived up to its reputation as the economic city of the Baroque Kingdom. Even though it was still morning, the city was bustling with life, showcasing a scene of prosperity. The pace of life in the city was noticeably faster compared to Notting City, resembling the hurried workers in the big cities of his previous life. After passing various clothing stores, they arrived at a place to buy snacks and daily necessities. However, it's worth mentioning that the prices in Suoto City were several times higher than in Notting City, though the quality was somewhat better. Yunqi also understands that in places with such large crowds, various expenses come along. Before long, under Xiao Wu's lead, Zhu Zhuqing unconsciously bought many things, while Yunqi was responsible for paying at the back. As they walked, Xiao Wu suddenly pulled Yunqi into a special shop, and Yunqi instinctively looked up at the sign hanging outside, finding it somewhat familiar, but unable to recall it at the moment. Without thinking too much, Yunqi said to the two girls, "Let's go in and take a look." The moment they stepped into the shop, the three of them were a bit surprised. There was a kind of energy fluctuation around them that Yunqi recognized as the special energy emitted by soul guidance devices. Soul guidance devices emit soul power when they are not bound, resulting in external soul power release, which disappears once bound. According to what Yunqi knows, at this point in time, the technology for soul guidance devices is nearly lost. The ones that exist today are relics from the past, and most of them are basically unusable, either broken or damaged. Yunqi also knows who opened this shop, the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flender, who is known as one of the Golden Iron Triangle members, and is also a sycophant. However, although he is a sycophant, Flender's character is at least decent, just that his values are somewhat different from Yunqi's. Two voices were also heard from the shop. Yunqi listened closely and found them somewhat familiar. Looking over, he saw a young man in blue clothes who looked ordinary, and a burly man in his 50s whose rocking chair creaked as he swayed. The two were arguing, and upon seeing the young man in blue, Yunqi realized, what a coincidence. It turned out to be the little beggar. Yunqi also pulled Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to come forward and chat. Tang San, you're here too? Tang San felt frustrated. Over the years, the money he and his teacher had inexplicably disappeared. Fortunately, his teacher occasionally received support from the principal of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, which meant that the master and disciple duo wouldn't starve. However, due to a long period of poor eating, Tang San was only about 1 meter 50 something, shorter than Xiao Wu by a head. During these 6 years, the inexplicable hatred he had towards Yunqi vanished under Yunqi's friendly aura. And even Yunqi's occasional pretense of sending some inedible food to Tang San and Yu Xiaogang moved the master and disciple duo deeply. Of course, Yunqi wasn't that kind-hearted. Every time she delivered food, she always found a way to take advantage of this pair through various tasks. This time, Tang San came to Suoto City following Yu Xiaogang's suggestion, but due to a lack of money, he had been eating cheap dry rations while walking on the street. Accidentally, he discovered that the shop sign was made with the emblem of the Spirit Hall. Tang San had seen this pattern on his teacher's Spirit Hall token before and somehow walked into the shop. Then he found a crystal the size of a human head. Others might not know, but Tang San did. Looking at this crystal full of impurities, he couldn't help but quicken his breath, even due to lack of funds. He had thoughts of killing and robbing, but he quickly calmed down. This was in the city. He had to step forward to inquire about the price. Then came the scene that Yunqi witnessed, and Yunqi secretly laughed, as the reason for Tang San's lack of money was mostly caused by her. Tang San looked up at the tall Yunqi and the two beautiful women around her, with a complex expression of disappointment and happiness in his eyes. Chiga, Xiao Wu Jia, you're here too. In Nodding City, Yunqi was recognized as a brother figure in the eyes of the students. Tang San couldn't beat Yunqi, and without any hidden weapons. After thinking their relationship had improved, he also called Yunqi brother. Yunqi and Xiao Wu both nodded. Although Xiao Wu didn't like the creepy short guy, she still responded to the greeting among classmates. Yunqi also asked knowingly while looking at Tang San, are you planning to buy something? I see you discussing the price with the boss here. Tang San nodded. He really didn't have any money left in his pocket, otherwise he wouldn't be haggling. However, every time Tang San tried to negotiate, the boss doubled the original price. Chiga, this boss is too shady. He raises the price arbitrarily and treats customers like fools. Yunqi looked at the crystal on the table and pretended to be puzzled, saying, this thing has a mediocre appearance, too many impurities. It's completely a worthless crystal. Before Tang San could explain, Yunqi turned to the cunning-looking Flandre in front of him and asked, boss, how much is this? Flandre also looked up at Yunqi and casually replied, not expensive, just 500 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu, who was nearby, thought Yunqi was going to buy it, hurriedly pulled him back and said, you're being swindled, do you know that? Selling such a broken crystal for so much. I hope your shop goes bankrupt soon. Brother, let's go. Don't pay any attention to Tang San and this crook. Yunqi also smiled apologetically at Tang San, then turned around and left with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Yunqi knows that the crystal might not be useful to others, but for Tang San, it is a tangible way to increase his battle power, which is more valuable than anything else. It's just that he doesn't have much money right now. If he had money, Yunqi believes Tang San would buy it without hesitation, even if it costs 500 or even 1,000. Tang San looked at Yunqi and the others as they left and asked again, boss, I only have 10 gold soul coins left. I really don't have any money. These gold soul coins were borrowed from my teacher before I set off. As he spoke, he gently brushed his waist where the 24 Bridges moonlit night was located and took out an empty, deflated cloth bag, pouring out all the coins. After counting, he found he had 10 gold soul coins, 2 silver soul coins, and a few copper soul coins. Flandre, who was on the opposite side, couldn't help but twitch his mouth, looking at this familiar belt and this young man who was poor to the bone, and asked, where did you get this belt? Tang San was taken aback. He didn't expect this cunning merchant to ask such a question. However, he casually replied, this was given to me by my teacher. Do you know this belt, boss? Chapter 23. Tang San's crystal mishap. Flandre also didn't expect that his old friend, whom he hadn't seen in years, was doing so poorly that even his disciple had to borrow money to come to Suoto City. Tang San, seeing Flandre silent, was about to leave, but his gaze kept drifting to that crystal, and he let out a sigh. Flandre stood up and blocked Tang San, thinking for a moment before slowly speaking. Is your teacher doing well? Tang San stopped in his tracks, looking at the boss with a puzzled expression. My teacher is fine, but some things happened a few years ago. As he said this, Tang San couldn't help but recall those hours that felt like years, trembling all over with a pale face. Flandre knew what had happened to his old friend and his disciple a few years ago. Seeing Tang San trembling and looking fearful, he showed a pitying expression and said, since you were his disciple, just take this crystal. It's not worth much anyway. I got it for a silver soul coin back then. As he spoke, he lay back on the rocking chair, closed his eyes, and pretended to doze off. Tang San slowly recovered from his fear, still feeling apprehensive, but hearing Flandre's words made him ecstatic. All the hidden weapons he had forged over the years had mysteriously disappeared before he could use them. Now that he was leaving Nodding City, it couldn't possibly continue to be lost, right? Finally, he had a life-saving asset on this continent. Tang San picked up the crystal, placed it directly into his 24 Bridges moonlit night, then took out 2 silver soul coins and tossed them on the table. After thanking the boss, he hurriedly left, as if afraid Flinder would change his mind. It wasn't until Tang San left that Flinder opened his eyes, looking thoughtfully at the departing figure of Tang San. It seemed that his old friend had finally come to terms with things, but he still needed to waive this kid's tuition. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford school. Thinking of this, Flinder felt a pang in his heart. Looking at the 2 silver soul coins quietly lying on the table, the pain intensified. After leaving, Tang San casually found a place to stay and began to fiddle with his crystal. Brother, why are you dealing with Tang San? Look at how Yu Xiaogang treated you. Tang San is his disciple. Seeing Xiao Wu's displeased expression, Yunqi smiled and patted her head. You can't show all your emotions on your face. If you dislike someone, you need to let others lower their guard and then strike decisively. After thinking for a moment, Yunqi added, Tang San is still very useful to me now. Xiao Wu nodded, somewhat understanding, while Zhu Zhuqing, who was nearby, brightened up. After all, growing up in a big family, she naturally learned a thing or two and agreed with Yunqi's statement, believing that only such people could survive long in this continent. Time flew by quickly. After purchasing their items, Yunqi and the others had a casual meal and accompanied Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to browse the commercial area for an afternoon before returning to the familiar Rose Hotel. Before returning to Yunqi, a small task was casually issued. Task: in tomorrow's assessment, shift Xiao Wuji's hatred onto Tang San, making him deliberately get beaten up. Reward: all the dragon whisker needles owned by Tang San. Do you accept? Yes or no? Yunqi casually said yes in her heart, and she definitely had to claim it. She just didn't expect that she would get what she wanted on the very first task. Yunqi watched Zhu Zhuqing, who couldn't wait to start training as soon as she entered the room, and couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had just taken out all the clothes she bought today from the ring in Yunqi's hand, preparing to try them on. However, seeing Zhu Zhuqing so focused, Xiao Wu felt a bit of pressure as well and soon joined the training team. On the other side, Tang San had also rented a room in a cheap hotel. He took out the crystal he had acquired for free and directly summoned his martial spirit, the Haotian hammer. Weighing it in his hands, he placed the crystal on the ground to stabilize it. Tang San's expression became extremely serious, and in an instant, he activated his Xiantian skill to its peak. Power surged from his calves to his waist, then to his arms, and his body turned slightly as he executed the chaotic cloak hammer method. The force of this strike was maximized, creating a loud boom as air was violently displaced, striking downwards towards the crystal. Bang! There was a huge sound, and the entire hotel shook. Although Tang San used a shockwave, it inevitably smashed a large hole in the floor, startling a male soul master who had just checked into the room below. He was lying comfortably in bed when suddenly the ceiling disappeared, and a person fell down on him. Tang San was caught off guard, and before he could react, he fell through the broken floor along with it. As Tang San fell face down, the male soul master was face up, and by coincidence, their lips ended up touching. The two stared at each other, clearly stunned, and they did not react for a while. Before Tang San could get up, a head poked through the hole in the ceiling, and a meaningful voice came through. Dear guests, excuse me, but this small establishment cannot withstand your violent actions. Please enjoy your preferences while also cherishing the hotel's facilities. Tang San was momentarily bewildered. He knew this was the result of his strike, but did not expect the hotel quality to be so poor that it collapsed so easily. Meanwhile, the male soul master, who was pinned underneath, turned red in the face, clearly agitated and struggling to express himself. It's not like this. I was just sleeping, and suddenly the ceiling fell down. A person, the attendant above, seeing the agitated man, deepened the misunderstanding and simply said, "All right, gentlemen, please compensate for the hotel's facilities. 5 gold soul coins for repairs, plus 5 gold soul coins for the emotional distress of other guests, totaling 10 gold soul coins." Clearly, they did not want to focus on the issue between the two. Hearing a mention of money, Tang San reacted. He was incredibly poor in this life, although he was not particularly wealthy in his previous life either. He stood up excitedly and shouted towards the hole above. "It's clearly your room's quality that's too poor. How can you have a nerve to ask us for compensation?" The male soul master looked at Tang San with a deep gaze and said coldly, "Note that it's you, not us. I was sleeping just fine, and not only was I startled by the loud noise, I was also hit by you." Tang San ignored him but refused to back down. He continued to argue with the attendant and the male soul master. He insisted to the attendant that the hotel quality was too poor and asked the male soul master why he was so anxious when they didn't destroy it together. Both of them were left stunned by this line of reasoning. Eventually, when the attendant called the manager, after a round of negotiations, they agreed not to report it to the authorities, but to each pay half. Tang San was terrified of being poor, so reducing the amount by half was still a win. However, the male soul master was not pleased. In the end, when Tang San revealed his 3 soul rings, the male soul master instantly fell silent, begrudgingly pulling out 3 gold soul coins along with a pile of silver and copper soul coins from his pocket. After the matter was resolved, Tang San refused the attendant's request to clean up and quickly used his control crane catching dragon technique to sweep the floor of the room. Wherever he passed, dust and golden particles were absorbed into his hands. Because the golden particles and dust mixed together and scattered in different corners of the 2 rooms, he had no choice but to pick them out carefully, one by one, and put them into his waist belt. Thus, Tang San tirelessly moved between the 2 rooms, working late into the night, and found over 20,000 golden particles, until the sky began to lighten slightly, under the resentful gaze of the sleepless male soul master. Tang San picked up the last particle and smiled. The male soul master was so startled that he shrank back. Perhaps he had never seen someone so obsessed with picking up trash. Chapter 24. Shrek. Meanwhile, when Yunqi woke up again from the 2 soft bodies, the sun had just risen. Yunqi called the 2 girls who had been training until midnight, and after doing a few sets of exercises to stretch their bodies, they packed their things and prepared to report to Shrek. After having breakfast in the morning, the group left the hotel, and as they were leaving, they didn't forget to thank the manager, also handing over a few buns to him. The manager watched Yunqi and the others leave, along with the buns in his hand, and was left speechless for a long time. Could it be that today, as geniuses are all this strange? Their actions are truly beyond our understanding. Yunqi felt a chill from the strangely gazing little cat, and couldn't help but ask, if you have something to ask, just ask. It's a bit uncomfortable for you to stare at me like that. Zhu Zhuqing then chuckled and asked, why did you bring a few buns back to give to that manager? Yunqi also answered with a smile. What else there to question? I wanted to do it, so I did. A small gift carries a lot of sentiment, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing didn't ask further, but thought to herself that if it weren't for Yunqi's personality, she might not be standing here today. If she wanted to save, she would save. As she thought about this, she couldn't help but smile. Yunqi was captivated by her smile, and the nearby Xiao Wu couldn't stand it any longer. She grabbed the soft flesh around her waist and twisted it hard, thinking that her dear brother was great in every way, but he was just too lecherous. Who knows how many people he will charm in the future? Lost in thought, Xiao Wu, who already had a limited capacity for thought, became even more troubled. Yunqi also had his gaze drawn in by pain. After a grimace, he exited the city of Suoto through the southern gate, heading towards Shrek. Along the way, he attracted quite a few glances, as this trio was deadly. Along the way, Xiao Wu couldn't contain her curiosity and asked Yunqi about Shrek, while Zhu Zhuqing beside her also had her ears twitching slightly. To be honest, Yunqi knew very little. He only knew that Shrek was located in a small village, and the teachers were soul masters who had been dulled by life, with very poor conditions. After all, everything is based on tangible evidence, and Yunqi wasn't sure if it was the same. Facing the curiosity of the 2, Yunqi simply replied calmly, actually, I don't know either. The reason I came here was partly instinct, and another part is that the cultivation methods and body refinement we practice are among the best in the entire continent. So, I didn't care about the teaching staff. I came here mostly on a 6th sense, also known as intuition. After meeting Zhuqing, my thoughts changed. First, we are currently facing large forces, and our strength is insufficient, so we need to lie low for a while. Second, Dai Mubai is still alive, and we need to find some fun. Xiao Wu firmly believed in Yunqi's 6th sense and special abilities. Several times at the Nodding Intermediate Soul Master Academy, she had sensed the presence of titled Douluo figures, but had failed to recognize her, the incarnation of a 100,000-year soul beast. As for Zhu Zhuqing, after Xiao Wu's explanation, she realized that her understanding of this man was just the tip of the iceberg. She found it a bit unbelievable. Originally, Xiao Wu thought that Yu Xiaogang and Go had said something, as their strength was more than enough to attend the Intermediate and Advanced Soul Master Academies, and the conditions were better than in the Small Kingdoms Academy. But Yunqi chose this place, which turned out to be based on intuition. Xiao Wu believed in Yunqi, as he had brought her too many shocks. After leaving the city, the 3 continued south along the road. After walking for more than half an hour, the surroundings were nothing but farmland until Xiao Wu, tired of walking, begged Yunqi to carry her. Yunqi then summoned his martial soul, using his third soul skill. A purple halo flickered around him, and a giant sword emerged from beneath his feet. Xiao Wu took a running leap and jumped onto Yunqi's back, while Zhu Zhuqing, at Yunqi's gesture, stood at the front of the giant sword, allowing Yunqi to hold her slender waist. With a thought from Yunqi, the giant sword transformed into a streak of flowing light, soaring into the sky. In this world, to fly freely, one must reach level 95 as a title Douluo. Otherwise, one can only hover briefly. Flight, regardless of the world, is fundamentally ingrained in one's genes. Last time, Zhu Zhuqing was eager to find someone and didn't pay much attention. This time, the soaring speed ignited the little cat's inner passion. After all, she is also an agile spirit master and has an extraordinary desire for speed. Yunqi couldn't help but kiss the little kitten in her arms, whose face was turning red from excitement. Seeing this, Xiao Wu immediately turned Yunqi's head towards her and gave the kitten a kiss as well, which made her smile. Yunqi also smiled. Every time he looked at this scene, his heart felt warm. It was a unique warmth, a hope for a wandering child who had found a harbor. It at least proved that now and in the future, there would always be someone accompanying him. And now, the two girls also compensated for the emotional void that he had never possessed in his previous life, a desire he longed for immensely. With a swift motion, the sword reached above a small village in an instant. Yunqi used his purple extreme magic eye to observe the village below, which had about 100 households, slightly smaller than Shenghan village. The village was surrounded by wooden fences to protect against wild beasts, and there were quite a number of people lined up at the entrance. Seeing the situation in Yunqi, it became clear that this was the destination. The controller lowered the sword until it gently touched the ground, and only then did the three of them descend. The surrounding crowd, witnessing such a shocking scene, was filled with awe, thinking that Yunqi was some great figure. After all, among the lower-tier and low-level soul masters, they had never seen a soul master who could fly without a flying martial soul. They could only learn about it through word of mouth. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing looked at the simple houses and facilities around them, filled with confusion. Brother, is this Shrek Academy? How is it a village even smaller than Holy Soul Village? Yunqi also smiled awkwardly. After all, he had fantasized about it himself. There are quite a few high-ranking soul masters in the academy, so it shouldn't be that poor, right? But reality gave Yunqi a resounding slap in the face. Seeing Yunqi's awkward expression, Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. Brother, it turns out you didn't see this coming either. Yunqi could only awkwardly touch her hair without saying anything. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing didn't make fun of Yunqi, but stepped forward to link arms with her, coming into contact with the still internally cursing Yunqi. After Yunqi's recovery, she looked at the surrounding teams, most of whom were of her age, and some were accompanied by their parents, who were constantly cheering for their children. While Yunqi was observing, an old man approached the three of them. Following the direction of the old man, there was a shabby sign hanging at the village entrance, with a few large characters and an abstract green monster written on it. Shrek Academy. Chapter 25. Statements that challenge common sense. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but click her tongue in surprise. She could endure hardship, as she had good upbringing, but seeing this scene, she couldn't help but complain to Xiao Wu. Is this really a high-level Soul Master Academy? Yunqi ignored their complaints and looked at the old man in front of her. The old man also bent down and performed a salute. May I know which esteemed person you are? Yunqi looked at the old man, who was sitting with a low posture, and stepped forward to help him, replying, I am a new student here at Shrek. The old man's eyes revealed an incredible expression. There are very few soul masters in the entire soul master world who can fly with a sword, and they're all quite famous. Yet this person in front of him claimed to be a new student. Seeing the old man's doubtful gaze, Yunqi directly explained, Senior, my name is Yunqi. The two beside me and I are here to enroll. The ability to fly with a sword comes from obtaining a very suitable soul ring. Upon hearing this explanation, the old man slightly regained his composure and became lazy again. Since you're here to enroll, just line up over there. Yunqi had no particular opinion. At least he didn't feel much animosity towards the old man. He was just following orders. After speaking, the three of them walked to the back of the line and chatted casually with the two girls. The registration process was very simple. After paying the fee, they just needed to have their bones read. Once it started, the old man directly pointed to a box nearby. The registration fee was 10 gold soul coins. The boys' parents reluctantly handed over 10 gold soul coins, feeling a bit pained, but the academy claimed that graduates could obtain the title of a baron in the empire, which attracted most parents and children full of hope for the future to come and register. After the boys' parents paid, the old man casually touched the boy's hand and shook his head at him. Age not eligible. Next. Hearing this, the boy's parents immediately took out a few more gold soul coins from their pockets and, smiling, said to the old man, "Sir, our child is only 14 this year. Could you please make an exception?" The old man shook his head again, his tone still lazy. "The Academy's rule is to only accept students under 13. Your child is already 14. It's simply not suitable." Seeing this, the boy's parents prepared to take their money back from the box. However, as soon as their hands approached the box, the old man struck them away. Once registered, fees are non-refundable. The boy's parents then angrily cursed at the old man in front of them. "Trash Shrek. My son is a genius wherever he goes. You Academy can just wake up and rot. There are better geniuses than my son. Why come to this godforsaken place? Just wait for your Academy to close down without students. And you're still scamming registration fees. Give me my money back." The old man furrowed his brows, clearly pained by the words of the boy's parents. "MBI, someone is looking for trouble here. Handle it." Yunqi looked at Dai Mu in front of him and couldn't help but marvel at how strong the healer in Douluo was, as they could recover someone like Dai Mubai, who was covered in injuries, in just a few days. Upon hearing the old man's words, Dai Mubai jumped down from the tree, brushed off the dust from his body, and pointed towards the family in front of him, saying, "I can pay the registration fee, but you have to defeat me first." As he spoke, Dai Mubai wasted no time and directly revealed his soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. A wave of pressure emanated from his soul power, pressing down on the boy and his parents. The boy and his family secretly thought they were unlucky to encounter such a ruthless student. Yunqi also witnessed all of this. And indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were extremely angry as well. One was a student, and the other was a prince. Yet they had no courage at all, only knowing how to bully the weak. Yunqi quietly comforted the 2 girls. "Since we all dislike the people in this academy so much, why not have some fun and play some tricks on them when we have nothing else to do?" Seeing the mischievous smile on Yunqi's face, Xiao Wu and Xiao Mimi seemed to also develop some wicked thoughts, nodding their heads like little chicks pecking at grains. Yunqi looked at the 2 girls in front of him who agreed with his idea and couldn't help but sigh, thinking that his team of tricksters was growing again. Just as Yunqi and the others were discussing, some members of the team who lacked confidence in their own abilities directly left, and there were also some who thought this academy was a scam. The remaining members were mostly confident little geniuses. However, after handing in their soul coins, those little geniuses were ruthlessly informed by the old man that they did not pass. They were old enough, but their soul power was insufficient. The old man looked at the team in front of him and spoke loudly. "Shrek is a kind of monster, and is an extremely peculiar and rare existence among soul beasts, which is why our academy is called Shrek Academy, also known as Monster Academy. If you're not a genius like a monster, don't come." Yunqi couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. The Shrek kind of soul beasts actually represented the geniuses among soul beasts. So, he turned to Xiao Wu and quietly asked Xiao Wu, "How is the combat power of Shrek among your soul beasts? Are there any Shrek that are 10,000 years old?" Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Yunqi and said without any anger, "What do you think 10,000-year-old beasts are? As far as I know, in the Stardo Great Forest, there are only the 3 of us, and you've already seen them. As for Shrek, I haven't really paid attention to them at all. They're just too disgusting to look at, and there aren't even any 10,000-year ones in their group." Yunqi understood Xiao Wu's words as well. At that moment, the old man looked around at the crowd, seemingly dissatisfied, and suddenly released his full aura. A red glow enveloped his body, and a long staff covered in intricate patterns appeared in his hand, with 6 soul rings shining brightly on him. The brilliance of the soul rings made Yunqi blink a few more times. However, a 6-ring soul master in a place like the Bala Kingdom is indeed among the top tier, which can be quite impressive. The surrounding parents and youths quickly left, not mentioning the registration fee at all. Beside them, Dai Mubai cautiously reminded the old man in front of him, "Teacher, if we scare away all these big spenders, we will lose a lot of gold soul coins. The dean will be angry." The old man was taken aback, retracted his martial soul, and tapped his head with his hand, murmuring to Dai Mubai, "Now it's not just the gold soul coins. We don't have any students left either." Dai Mubai looked at the old man with a sympathetic gaze. The old man felt a headache coming on, and just as he was thinking about how to solve the problem, he noticed that there were actually 4 people still on the scene. Dai Mubai followed the old man's gaze and was instantly shocked. When Yunqi had just arrived, Dai Mubai happened to be sleeping in a tree and didn't see it. By the time Yunqi was in line, he was blocked by the crowd. Yunqi looked at Dai Mubai, also showing a smile with his teeth. Dai Mubai was very familiar with this smile. After he was beaten, Yunqi took all his money while laughing. It made him go find the money to pay for a healing soul master, which was even fronted by Xiao Wu. Now, Dai Mubai didn't care about losing face and said to the old man, "Master, that kid over there not only beat me up, robbed my money, but also took my fiancée." The old man's eyes lit up as he listened to Dai Mubai. A boy who could beat him to that extent was definitely not someone simple, and now he had something to report. Before the old man could speak, Xiao Wu jumped out and pointed at Dai Mubai, cursing him. "What nonsense! You ran away to save yourself, abandoned your fiancée, indulged in pleasures, and even pursued twins. After being discovered, you still wouldn't let go. Hitting you is too light a punishment. If it weren't for Zhu Zhuqing being afraid you'd die, you wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack from my brother." Hearing this, Dai Mubai's face turned red and green, clearly shaken. Chapter 26, School Enrollment Incident. Yunqi nearby also gave Xiao Wu a thumbs up, indicating she did well. Just as Dai Mubai was about to lose his temper, Yunqi walked in front of Xiao Wu, looking at Dai Mubai with a smile. Upon seeing this, Dai Mubai immediately deflated and could only seek help from the old man. "Master, you must help me." The old man felt a bit troubled by Dai Mubai's plea. After all, Dai Mubai had been in this academy for a few years, and he had some feelings for this student. However, the old man really didn't want to give up on these new students, so he thought of a compromise. The old man looked at Yunqi and the others watching Dai Mubai and said lightly, "How about you turn hostility into friendship? And you, young man over there, don't think about someone else's fiancé anymore." Upon hearing the old man's words, Dai Mubai's expression brightened, and his eyes towards Zhu Zhuqing showed a hint of wickedness. Hearing this, Yunqi's expression turned cold. Yes, although Yunqi would take advantage of others. If someone targeted the people around him, Yunqi wouldn't care who you were, whether you were Soul Emperor or not. Moreover, even if you were Soul Emperor, Yunqi was confident he could take a chance. If he really couldn't win, he could always escape, flying up to the sky. Apart from Flandra, there was no one else who could catch him. Are you sure? Yunqi also noticed the evil in Dai Mubai's gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. He originally didn't want to mess with people like this, but now he couldn't blame him. Yunqi directly deployed the gender identity disorder device onto Dai Mubai, and the malicious intent in his eyes immediately dissipated. The latent male consciousness that had not yet perished was also engaged in a fierce struggle with the recently altered consciousness. The old man clearly did not notice Dai Mubai's change, but Yunqi did. The old man impatiently said, "Young man, what you're doing is breaking some taboos. And in the future, disaster will befall you. I'm just kindly reminding you." Yunqi remained expressionless. "I am quite stubborn, and as long as my girlfriend is unwilling, it doesn't matter who it is, it's impossible." The old man didn't expect Yunqi to be so bold. Didn't he see his own 6 soul rings? Didn't he realize he was a soul emperor? Under the admiring gazes of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, who was standing behind, couldn't help but doubt whether this academy was really worth her time. A crooked upper beam leads to a crooked lower beam. Although she disliked the girl in the pink outfit, she felt more sympathy for the girl in black, especially after hearing her unfortunate experience. She couldn't help but step forward and question, "Old man, we're here to sign up. If you don't let us register, we'll just turn around and leave. Are you just here to bully people?" Hearing this, the old man was instantly enraged, his aura erupting, and his martial soul, the long staff, appeared in his hand, with soul rings shining brightly on his body. "Do you want to die?" Yunqi and the others looked at Ning Rongrong, who was speaking up for them, and nodded in agreement, especially Xiao Wu, who shyly smiled at Ning Rongrong. Yunqi looked at the old man in front of him who was releasing his martial soul and directly summoned the Moon Shadow Sword. His body radiated a purplish-black aura, and 4 soul rings appeared around him. Xiao Wu similarly activated her martial soul with 3 soul rings, while Zhu Zhuqing had slightly weaker 2 soul rings. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Yunqi's soul rings, she immediately released her martial soul, revealing a delicate small tower, which had a total of 7 layers. Beautiful beyond the realm of mortals. The old man stared blankly at the group of geniuses before him, but since he had already laid everything out in the open, he couldn't suddenly say he wouldn't discipline them. There was no way out. Just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, Yunqi and Xiao Wu were constantly prepared to use their martial soul fusion technique, and the 3 of them were operating their Shantian technique to the utmost. What were they doing, fighting at the entrance of the academy? Suddenly, a middle-aged man with wings swooped down, holding a short blue-clad youth, and slowly landed between the 2 sides in confrontation. The newcomers were Tang San and Flender. After Tang San finished dealing with the dragon whisker needle, he hurriedly rushed to Shrek, while Flinder, flying in the sky, spotted Tang San and noticed that the child had taken a wrong path, so he brought Tang San along. However, they didn't expect that upon arriving here, they would find the new students wanting to enroll confronting their academy's teachers. So Flinder and Tang San hid in the sky to observe secretly. He thought to himself, this Dai Mubai really knows how to find trouble for himself. So many talented students were almost blown away by his words. In fact, this was also Flinder's own thought before seeing Yunqi and the others reveal their soul rings. He was also defending Dai Mubai. When the old man saw Flinder arrive, he stepped forward and winked at him. Flinder understood immediately and pretended to say, Teacher Li was just putting on a show to test your views on strong individuals, to see if you fear power. The old man retracted his martial soul, and his expression transformed into a warm smile as he said to Yunqi and the others, The dean is right. You kids are very good. You don't abandon or give up. Very united. Yunqi and the others also couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. They had never seen someone change their expression so quickly, and today they finally witnessed it. Only Tang San, looking a bit foolish, said to Yunqi, Brother Chi, I almost believe you guys were about to fight just now. I said the place recommended by the teacher couldn't be like this. Clearly, under the influence of Yunqi's friendly aura, even the slightest action from him was interpreted by Tang San as goodwill. Seeing Yunqi not saying anything, Flanders quickly laughed it off. After all, he didn't even believe his own words. He directly looked at Dai Mubai, who was still struggling, and stepped forward to pull him in front of Yunqi and the others, turning to Dai Mubai and saying, Mubai, quickly apologize to your junior brothers and sisters. You've done so many outrageous things, and yet you still bother others, and when you can't win, you complain. Isn't that embarrassing? Dai Mubai had now been completely transformed, and even his speech unconsciously carried a hint of softness. He gazed at Flanders with misty eyes. Dean, you've changed. You weren't like this before. You used to be fierce. As this delicate and affected voice came out, Flanders, Li Yusong, Yunqi, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang San all nearly lost their composure, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Yunqi didn't expect that this thing could be so fierce, completely feminizing a man both in personality and spirit. Flander beside him also had veins popping on his forehead, clearly very angry, and directly knocked Dai Mubai unconscious with a slap. Wondering what the heck this was, Flander, who had knocked Dai Mubai out, took a deep breath and smiled at Yunqi and the others. Young man, I've already taught Dai Mubai a lesson, so you don't need to hold it against him. You passed the entrance test. Just pay the registration fee, and you can enroll. Yunqi exchanged a glance with everyone and nodded toward Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Yunqi wouldn't let them off so easily. How could the anger from being threatened just dissipate like that? Moreover, Tang San's task of being beaten up hadn't been completed yet. Chapter 27. Oscar the Black Gorilla? Yunqi looked at the pretentious Flander in front of him, and his previously indifferent expression changed to one of warmth, with an aura of forgiveness radiating from him. His face was once again filled with a sunny and gentle smile as he smiled slightly at the two of them. It seems we misunderstood. Li Yusong and Flander exchanged a glance, feeling a wave of emotion. This is the sunny boy. Even after being treated this way, he can still respond to others' expectations with a smile. Li Yusong also stepped forward with a grin. Old man Li Yusong hopes you won't mind what just happened and welcomes you to join Shrek Academy. Yunqi couldn't help but complain inwardly, not caring about the ghosts. Just wait and see how I will make things difficult for you in the future. Although Yunqi was secretly cursing in anger, his outward demeanor was truly top-notch, showing no signs of flaws. His smile remained, but Yunqi shook his head. Flanders and Li Yusong were quite anxious. If they did not recruit these talented students, the academy might close down next year, and they wouldn't know where to spend their days. They spoke in unison. Why are you shaking your head? Is it because you're unwilling to join Shrek? Yunqi shook his head again and said, We hope to go through the proper procedures to join the academy. We can't lack the sense of ceremony. Only then did Flander and Li Yusong feel relieved. After all, geniuses are all peculiar, and the requirements are not excessive. However, looking at Dai Mubai, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, they were also pondering how to assess him. After all, during the final test, even if Dai Mubai was awake, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble for Yunqi and the others. And they needed to ensure that these geniuses had even greater confidence in the academy's strength. Suddenly, Flander had a flash of inspiration. Wasn't old Zhao just bored? So, he could let Xiao Wu go easy on them when the time comes. With this thought, Flander turned to Yunqi and said, All right. Do you all need to pass the test to join? Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu immediately responded, as it was a previously agreed arrangement. Tang San nodded in agreement upon seeing Xiao Wu consent, while Ning Rongrong, who originally thought of joining directly, couldn't help but be curious about the impressive test set by Yunqi. So, she also agreed. Next, Li Yusong conducted a bone assessment for everyone. Since none of them were over 12 years old, Flanders smiled in satisfaction. But since Yunqi was over 12, he had to think of an excuse to keep him. Strangely, both Tang San and Yunqi did not have their hands assessed, but went straight for their feet. When it was Ning Rongrong's turn, Flander couldn't help but ask, "Do your family members agree to you coming here?" Ning Rongrong replied directly, "Does the academy need to ask others about teaching students?" Flander hesitated for a moment and agreed with Ning Rongrong's words. After all, establishing a relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be of great benefit to Shrek Academy. When it came time to pay the registration fee, it seemed that Yunqi and the others intentionally forgot about it. Seeing the frustrated expressions on Li Yusong and Flanders' faces, the three of them couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Saving a little is still good. Yunqi also believed that Flander wouldn't say anything. The martial soul had already been released in front of Li Yusong, and the soul ring configuration was not better than Yunqi's, so under Flanders' lead, they quickly arrived inside Shrek Academy, which was the same village as before. Along the way, Flander recounted the glorious history of the academy, prompting Yunqi and the others to secretly complain. After all those who could join your academy are geniuses. Yet there are still those who have been taught poorly under your guidance. However, no one exposed this. They all entered the academy with their own goals. It was Tang San who took the initiative to ask Yunqi, "Brother Qi, what is going on with that guy named Dai Mubai?" Yunqi also glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, then looked at Tang San. "It's just as you heard," Tang San said indignantly. "He's really not a good person. Just wait, I'll show him how to deal with it." After saying that, he turned his gaze to Xiao Wu, giving her a few weak looks. However, under Yunqi's watchful eyes, Yunqi didn't point it out. Instead, she signaled with her eyes for Xiao Wu and the little cat to hold onto her arm. Under the watchful eyes of Flander, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong, the two girls also took the initiative to hug Yunqi's arms and walk side by side. This stimulated Tang San, who had special feelings for Xiao Wu, quite a bit. On one hand, he was grateful to Yunqi, and, on the other hand, he was very jealous of her. These two conflicting emotions constantly battled within him, ultimately turning into a sigh. Flander, on the other hand, coughed a couple of times, as if to remind Yunqi to be mindful of her influence. However, Yunqi and the others pretended not to hear and continued doing their own thing. Yunqi kindly asked Flanders, "Is your throat not feeling well?" This made Flanders even more depressed. Ignoring Yunqi, he focused on leading the way. Ning Rongrong, who was at the back, also had her eyes darting around, not knowing what she was thinking. While Yunqi and the others were chatting, they heard a soft voice calling out, selling sausages, delicious and inexpensive Oscar brand sausages. Come take a look. Only 5 copper soul coins each." Seeing this, Ning Rongrong stepped forward to interject and asked Flanders, "Is this also a teacher from your academy?" Yunqi and others also looked in the direction of the sound, where a person pushing a small stall was calling out, and a few people were waiting in line nearby. Yunqi looked and said, "Isn't this Oscar?" Behind the food cart stood a man dressed in simple gray clothes, with messy short hair and a full beard. But he had a pair of peach blossom eyes. He was leering at Ning Rongrong and the other girls, who found it hard to believe that such a soft and gentle voice actually came from a middle-aged man. Flinder looked at the scruffy Oscar and was filled with anger. Signaling him to come over, Oscar hurriedly handed the sausages from the cart to a customer and rushed over. He asked Flinder, "Dean, do you need something from me?" Flinder, exasperated, replied, "Can't you tidy up your appearance a bit? These are your junior classmates. You should get to know them." Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. "This uncle is also a student?" Flinder, seeing the strange looks from everyone, helplessly nodded. "His name is Oscar, and he is your senior." Meanwhile, the leering Oscar was momentarily stunned, and after several seconds, he looked at Ning Rongrong in disbelief and asked, "You actually call me uncle?" Everyone nodded. "What's wrong with calling you uncle in your current state?" Oscar gave a bitter smile. "I'm only 14. I just look older, with a bit more hair." Xiao Wu pouted and said, looking at this obviously lewd man who was leering at them, "This isn't just having more hair. You look like a gorilla." Flinder, seeing Oscar getting hit again, felt sorry for him and said, "Go tidy yourself up. I'll take your junior classmates to Xiao Wujia's place for assessment." After Flinder finished speaking, everyone ignored the dazed Oscar and prepared to follow Flinder. Chapter 28. The Disgusting Soul Skill. Yunqi and others couldn't help but secretly complain, truly a monster academy. There are so many talents here, all kinds of strange beings. However, Oscar, who was frozen in place, also wanted to salvage his image, at least to regain some respect in front of these girls. Oscar hurriedly called out to the departing crowd, junior brothers and sisters, dean, etc. Everyone turned back to look at the bearded Oscar, who could only be seen with a pair of relatively decent peach blossom eyes, while his facial expression was mostly obscured by his dense facial hair. Flander and Yunqi also turned to look at Oscar, signaling him to speak. Oscar looked at the crowd that had turned back, his eyes fixed on the three girls, and then directly pushed his small food cart over. With a flattering expression, Oscar said to the three girls, "Junior sisters, would you like a sausage? It can restore your soul power and physical strength, and relieve fatigue. It will be a great help for your upcoming speed test." The crowd did not respond to Oscar immediately. Instead, they looked at the wooden board nailed to the food cart, which had the four big word sausage special sale written on it. Tang San, seeing the crowd's lack of reaction, turned to Flander. Flander, noticing Tang San's gaze, said to everyone, "Oscar's sausages indeed have great usefulness. You can give them a try." However, Yunqi, looking at the lecherous Oscar, frowned. After all, in the original story, Oscar, before meeting Ning Rongrong, mostly mingled with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, and was a playboy who lingered in the smoky places, often teasing the girls who came to register. Seeing that a few people were tempted and wanted to try Oscar's sausages, Yunqi stepped forward and blocked Oscar's path. She said to Oscar, "Senior, your name is Oscar, right? I am Yunqi. I've heard that food system soul masters have a soul spell when making food. I have never seen this before." Looking at Yunqi's eager eyes, Oscar felt a warm influence, but hesitated to reveal the soul spell. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also spoke up, talking about the soul spell won't kill you, and we should eat fresh food, right? Upon hearing the two girls, Oscar found himself in a difficult position. He just wanted to use food to regain his image in the eyes of the three girls, then tidy up his hair and reappear before them, creating a contrast. But he didn't expect things to turn out this way. He couldn't help but cast a pleading glance at Flander. Flander thought to himself that this was also a way to understand each other better, and getting Oscar to reveal his soul spell early was better than hesitating during future battles and not daring to unleash his soul skills. With this in mind, Flander directly spoke up, "Oscar, show your future teammates what you've got." Oscar was once again petrified, and Yunqi cooperatively added, "Yes, Senior Oscar, let us see it. We all want to know, right everyone?" Yunqi turned to look at everyone, and the crowd also felt a subtle sense of leadership from Yunqi, nodding one after another. Oscar watched this scene with a tingling scalp, but he couldn't blame Yunqi. He didn't know why, so he could only grit his teeth and stretch out his right hand, calling out with a lewd and soft voice, "I have." A yellow glow appeared on Oscar's hand. 2 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, and then a sausage identical to the one on the food cart suddenly appeared in Oscar's hand. The surroundings fell into a dead silence for a moment. "It's really disgusting. How could there be such a disgusting soul chant? What kind of person would lecherously look at us and call us over just to make us eat this thing?" Even the usually calm and strong Zhu Zhuqing spat, thinking that if she weren't with Yunqi, she might not have cared, but now, being with Yunqi only deepened her affection for him. When Zhu Zhuqing saw that Yunqi had just stopped them, she knew this person was up to no good. But she didn't expect Yunqi to not be the one causing trouble. It was Oscar who wanted to disgust people. Tang San was also stunned. This statement was truly ambiguous, and even he didn't dare to try it. Forget about whether it tastes good or not. Just hearing this line without vomiting or hitting someone was already considered good. Oscar, seeing the growing anger in everyone's eyes, hurriedly explained, "I can't help it. Food system soul masters have corresponding soul chants when using soul skills to change food. This isn't what I want to shout, and besides, the sausage produced by the martial soul will taste even better when grilled." However, Ning Rongrong couldn't hold back. "I've seen quite a few food system soul masters, and none of their soul chants are as lewd as yours. Indeed, soul masters are lewd. Even their soul chants are so unpleasant to the ear." After scolding Oscar, Ning Rongrong's mood improved a bit, and the crowd's anger slightly diminished. Flinder also didn't expect things to turn out this way, but he didn't want Yunqi and the others to leave the academy over such a trivial matter. He was afraid too. He stepped forward and said, "Although Oscar's soul chant is hard to say, its usefulness is also quite strong. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll take you to test it." Flinder had just wanted to defend Oscar a little, but seeing the slight change in everyone's expressions when he brought it up again, he quickly changed the topic. Yunqi looked at Oscar, whose face was ashen, and felt a wave of relief. After all, the feeling of social death, TSK, TSK, TSK. Flander also reminded Oscar to sell sausages outside the academy. Then he turned around and left with everyone, leaving a bewildered Oscar standing in the wind. Flander gently explained, "In our monster academy, having all kinds of martial souls is quite normal. However, although you find Oscar's martial soul and soul skills disgusting, he is still a unique case in the academy. His martial soul has no attack capabilities, but it is considered a top-notch martial soul in the food system. And due to his martial soul, his hair grows extremely fast, which Oscar has gradually become too lazy to manage." Tang San frowned upon seeing this. After all, the thing he wanted to eat the most just now was himself. Due to frequently losing soul coins and not having eaten breakfast before rushing to the academy, he was naturally very hungry now. Seeing the sausages on Oscar's stall was particularly tempting, but he didn't expect them to be such disgusting things. Flander noticed that no one was paying attention to him, so he didn't say much, as the more he spoke, the darker it became. Soon, he led Yunqi and the others to the next checkpoint. While passing the second and third exam checkpoints, the students coming to test couldn't help but speak out. Why were they exempt from the assessment and could enter directly? The assessing teacher glanced at the dissatisfied youths with indifference. If your soul power exceeds level 25, you can also be exempt from the test, and they were brought by the dean. If there's anything, you can find the dean, but I kindly remind you that the dean is a level 78 soul sage. Hearing this, the boys shrank their necks and didn't dare to speak up again. Yunqi and the others didn't linger either and walked straight to the back. In fact, Flander was worried that these monsters would burst the crystal ball used for testing soul power, so he hurriedly urged Yunqi and the others. Chapter 29. Fallacies. Xiao Wu also quietly complained to Yunqi. The design of these checkpoints is so difficult. If it weren't for our good talents, these conditions would be enough to eliminate 99 of people. Ning Rongrong heard Xiao Wu's complaint and asked Flander, "Dean, may I ask, with such harsh conditions at Shrek Academy, how many academies does Shrek have in total now? How many new students enroll each year?" Hearing Ning Rongrong's question, Flander smiled bitterly and said, "Our Shrek Academy has been established for 20 years since I founded it, and we have admitted a total of 42 students. This year, we suddenly had 5, which set a record. Currently, there are 3 students enrolled in the academy, 2 of whom you have already met." Yunqi had long been aware and didn't express too much surprise, but apart from Yunqi, Zhu Zhuqing was a little surprised. Looking at the exclamations from the crowd, Flander also revealed a bitter smile again. In the entire Soul Master world, there should only be our Shrek Academy, where the number of teachers is greater than that of students. Moreover, even if we include you all, the number of students still cannot compare to that of teachers. Ning Rongrong pointed out sharply, "If the academy is like this, it should have closed down a long time ago." Xiao Wu beside her also said, "I know that the dean usually does shady business in Suoto City to earn the operational costs of the academy, and the registration fees are just a way to cheat others out of their money." Flander had a black line on his forehead. Clearly his thoughts had been exposed at once. Seeing Flander like this, Yunqi slightly moved her body to block Xiao Wu. Upon seeing this, Flander thought for a moment and pretended to sigh. "Actually, we didn't want to do it this way, but in order to cultivate outstanding students, we must do so. And to be honest, if it weren't for the financial support from Dai Mubai's family, the academy would have closed down last year. This year, we had no choice but to take this desperate measure. And if you don't come, the academy will also close this year." Tang San and Ning Rongrong believed it. But Yunqi, Xiao Cat, and Xiao Wu clearly did not, as they had long seen through the essence of this academy. Moreover, even if it were true, they wouldn't have any sympathy for the academy. However, while feeling pity, Tang San still asked Flander, "Dean, why is the academy about to close, but you are unwilling to lower some requirements?" Flander thought to himself, if it weren't for wanting to perform a bit in front of Lu Erlong, he would have lowered the requirements long ago. But after so many years of pretending, he had convinced himself. Yet Flander still said insincerely, "Better to have no students than to have bad ones, and even if Shrek Academy is facing the crisis of closure, we will absolutely not recruit waste." Tang San revealed a slight smile upon hearing this. Indeed, the teacher did not deceive him. "This academy is the place I should come to." Flander looked at Tang San, whose corners of his mouth were lifted, and said again, "Moreover, although our academy is not a middle or high-level academy, do you know what the graduation requirements are? The requirement for graduation from the academy is to be under 20 years old, have soul power over level 40, and reach the rank of Soul Master. In the past 20 years, the academy has admitted 62 students, but only 14 have truly graduated. Among these 14, the most outstanding have already become the youngest elders of the Spirit Hall. Tang San couldn't help but feel a surge of blood upon hearing this. But to Yunqi and the others' ears, it sounded very harsh. Without sufficient training resources, without a simulated environment, only recruiting geniuses, yet only 14 graduated. They didn't know how they could attribute this achievement to themselves. Why not consider the geniuses that were delayed because of them? Flander became more and more excited as he spoke, but Yunqi and the others were clearly not interested in hearing such nauseating words. Finally, they arrived. After Flander's constant chatter along the way, Yunqi and the others patiently arrived at an open space. The testing area here was obviously much smaller, and there was only a burly middle-aged man sitting on a chair, dozing off. Seeing this, Flander approached to greet him. "Old Xiao, why are you sleeping here?" Xiao Wu opened his eyes drowsily, and after recognizing Flander, he asked, "Dean, what brings you here?" Flander, in a good mood, replied, "This year, quite a few good talents have come, but Mo has some issues, and his ability is not enough, so you'll be the one to assess them this time." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped up from the chair. Although his appearance was ordinary, and he was not much taller than Tang San, who was about 1.5 meters, his entire body was extremely robust, and his clothes were stretched tight by his muscles. His face had a fierce look, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. "All right, Dean, just in time, I'm getting rusty. Let me give him a taste of what's what." Flander smiled upon seeing this. He knew Xiao Wu's strength, and didn't he want Yunqi and the others to develop an arrogant habit? After all, in just over 10 minutes, Flander had inexplicably accumulated a lot of anger. Xiao Wu's fierce face also tried hard to squeeze out a somewhat gentle smile. Looking at Yunqi and the others as he slowly said, "My name is Xiao Wu, and I will be your collective examiner for the next phase. Since the Dean believes Dai Mubai is not capable of assessing your levels, let me test your strength. You five should get to know each other a bit, so I won't be accused of bullying the weak." Yunqi and the others exchanged glances and blinked, clearly having discussed it in advance. They decided to let Tang San take a beating first before stepping in. As for Ning Rongrong, who was helping Yunqi and the others, she was just a support soul master. They could just add her buffs and then let her off the stage. Yunqi and the others did not discuss for long, as most of them were already aware of the information. They simply introduced Ning Rongrong and then revealed their martial spirits and characteristics to each other, confirmed the battle plan, and then came to Xiao Wu's location. Yunqi also gave himself a task. Heavily injure Xiao Wu. Reward: increase the first soul ring's duration by 1,000. Accept? Yes or no? Yunqi casually clicked on it. Xiao Wu opened his eyes from his feigned slumber and said casually, "The content of your speed test is to hold on for 10 minutes in my hands. As long as one person lasts until the end, you all pass collectively. Of course, there's no need to be clever and try to run out of this open space. You won't be able to get out." Seeing Xiao Wu so confident, Yunqi also smiled and asked, "Teacher Xiao, what if we defeat you?" Xiao Wu looked at this ignorant young man with a mix of anger and amusement, clearly both amused and exasperated. "If you defeat me, I will grant you one request. But it must be a joint request from all of you." As he spoke, Xiao Wu took out an incense stick, casually tossed it, and it landed directly in a nearby open area. Chapter 30. Fierce Battle with Xiao Wu. Yunqi certainly knows that Xiao Wuqi is extremely powerful, a level 76 battle soul saint, and possesses a beast martial soul, making his strength second only to Flander. This battle is extremely difficult, but with Tang San as a fire-drawing target, there might be a chance to set him up later and use the martial soul fusion technique to seriously injure Xiao Wuqi. Ning Rongrong also recalled Xiao Wuqi's name. After all, he was someone who could counterattack even under the siege of the Spirit Hall, so his strength is not weak. Ning Rongrong immediately told the unaware crowd, "Xiao Wuqi is a wanted criminal of the Spirit Hall, extremely powerful, and according to estimates, he is at least a level 70 soul sage now." Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, everyone looked at her in disbelief and asked, "Is it true?" Ning Rongrong smiled gently and replied, "If there is no other person in the world with such similar conditions and being hunted by the Spirit Hall, it should be correct." Yunqi also opened his mouth at the right moment. "Don't worry, our speed test is not a matter of life and death, just a simple exam. Besides, we only need to hold on for 10 minutes. That said, Yunqi also feels a bit of pressure, but it's much better compared to others. Although Yunqi was born in Holy Soul Village and had heard Grandpa Jack mention it, now facing it, he thought about how to seriously injure Xiao Wu. which must be done before Xiao Wu activates his martial soul true body. He can only use the kite tactic and then strike decisively. Ning Rongrong, seeing this, stuck out her cute tongue and said to everyone, "You all have to protect me well, okay?" Yunqi and the others nodded and turned to everyone, saying, "Let's go." After all, they had already done everything they could. Apart from cooperating with Xiao Wu, Yunqi had no experience with the others, and whether they could achieve a perfect team battle was still unknown. However, Yunqi still had to set a trap for Tang San, which was no easy task. "Teacher Zhao, we can start." Upon seeing this, Flanders slowly stepped aside to watch the battle, observing this test with a significant disparity in strength. Xiao Wu casually twisted his neck and moved his muscles, producing a series of explosive sounds, as if a sleeping beast had opened its eyes. Xiao Wu also directly used his soul power to ignite the incense not far away. The battle was about to begin. Ning Rongrong, upon seeing this, immediately summoned her martial soul. Her dress billowed as her soul power surged, and after spinning around, brilliant seven-colored light burst forth from her body, quickly gathering in her right hand, forming an exquisite seven-colored small tower. The seven treasures are famous, the first being strength. After her martial soul appeared, Ning Rongrong calmly revealed a slight smile, and, under the enhancement of her yellow soul ring, transformed into 4 beams of colorful light that enveloped Yunqi and the others. Yunqi has also witnessed the existence of this so-called number 1 auxiliary martial soul in the continent. Just as the light made contact with his body, a warm ability spread throughout his limbs, and strength instantly filled his entire body, as if his soul power was boiling. Xiao Wu looked at Ning Rongrong in a bit of a daze, thinking, wow, the people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have all arrived. Before everyone could savor the feeling of empowerment, Ning Rongrong spoke again. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed, just like before. 4 beams of colorful light floated in, this time enhancing speed, making the body feel light as if shaking off shackles. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but exclaim, "The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda truly lives up to its name." After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has practically no presence in the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Seeing this, Xiao Wu couldn't hold back any longer. He directly summoned his martial soul, adopting a half-squat posture, and his callous claws slammed down onto the ground. Yunqi saw the situation and thought to himself that it was bad. He directly activated the 3rd soul ring of the Moonshadow Sword, soared into the air, and flew up while pulling the 3 girls who had fallen to the ground. He left Tang San on the ground, but Tang San reacted quickly, jumping up just before the immense force arrived, mitigating Xiao Wujia's attack. Everyone saw Xiao Wujia unleash his ultimate move and quickly summoned their martial souls to complete the embodiment. Xiao Wujia looked at the 4 people in the sky and smiled slyly, thinking to himself, the sword can't hold 5 people. That short one is still on ground. I'll deal with him first, then bring you down. Yunqi certainly understood Xiao Wuqi's intentions, but he wasn't in a hurry. Tang San was also stunned. How did he suddenly end up facing this soul sage alone? However, Tang San was not the kind of person to passively take a beating. He shouted to Yunqi and the others in sky, "Chiga, you guys support from a distance. I'll hold him off." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track and Purple Extreme Demon Eye, charging forward. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but exclaim that this short guy was truly a good person. In Yunqi's eyes, he admired Tang San's combat awareness. Attacking was the best form of defense, and the purpose of this mission was to buy time. Flying in the sky, Yunqi was undoubtedly the best choice. Xiao Wuqi, seeing his first probing attack miss, didn't pay much attention. He merely smiled at Tang San, who dared to charge at him alone. With a feigned nonchalance, he stood with his hands behind his back, as if inviting Tang San to strike. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang San's soul rings flickered, and the spiky vines directly ensnared Xiao Wuqi, while the second soul skill, Parasite, was quietly unleashed. Yunqi also released his first soul skill in a seemingly impressive manner, but the soul power output was not maximized. A few strange, sword energies appeared, and as the blue-silver vines wrapped around Xiao Wuqi, they directly severed the vines and struck Xiao Wuqi. Xiao Wuqi looked at the vines that he originally wanted to break free from, as that position was indeed quite undignified, and it also had a certain paralyzing effect, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Now that the vines were broken, he looked at Tang San not far away and chuckled. The 7 or 8 meters distance was closed in an instant with a leap from Xiao Wuqi, reaching Tang San's side. Seeing that the vines were gone, Tang San was also taken aback. He activated Ghost Shadow Misty steps to the extreme, but under the overwhelming pressure of soul power and momentum, his speed was ultimately still a step too slow, and he was directly punched in the stomach by Xiao Wu. In that instant, Tang San felt as if his internal organs were about to shift, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Clearly, he was not feeling well. Seeing this, Yunqi and the others also descended on their swords, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing jumped down to the ground, supporting Tang San. They clearly understood that if Tang San were to lose his fighting ability, the next target would be them in the sky. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu wouldn't believe that Xiao Wujia, a soul sage, had no means to deal with their targets. However, Tang San clearly had different thoughts. Looking at the girl he had been thinking about since he was 6 years old coming towards him, he couldn't help but feel moved. He directly let the parasitic seed that had been ambushed on Xiao Wujia sprout and grow, once again binding Xiao Wujia tightly in an instant. After exchanging glances and confirming their course of action, Xiao Wu jumped and directly stepped on Xiao Wujia's head, clamping it with her ankle, while Zhu Zhuqing executed a ghostly piercing strike right in front of Xiao Wujia and followed up with a series of attacks aimed at Xiao Wujia's eyes. Xiao Wujia, not daring to underestimate them, immediately unleashed his soul power to protect his eyes. Seeing that it didn't have much effect, Zhu Zhuqing quickly retreated. After Xiao Wu saw Zhu Zhuqing retreat, she used her ankle forcefully, slamming the already bound Xiao Wujia heavily to the ground, stirring up a thick cloud of smoke. Clearly, with Ning Rongrong's enhancement, Xiao Wu exhibited strength far beyond her own level. Just as Xiao Wu gracefully landed with a spin in midair, Xiao Wujia also broke free from the vines, sneering as he said, "You guys are really something." Chapter 31, Breathtaking Moves. It was clear that Xiao Wujia was filled with anger. This unfortunate binding was truly disgusting. As Xiao Wujia's words fell, his expression darkened, and his body suddenly expanded. The already terrifying muscles swelled again by more than double, and his height, originally similar to Tang San's, increased by over a meter. 7 soul rings suddenly appeared beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, each soul ring attaching to Xiao Wujia's body. Yunqi's expression also became much more serious. Xiao Wujia's game was no longer something to play lightly. Zhu Zhuqing saw such a good opportunity and immediately launched a ghostly claw. But this time all the attacks were ineffective, even producing exaggerated ringing sounds. It was evident that against the powerful and defensive spirit of the great strength diamond bear, Zhu Zhuqing's attacks were like trying to grab iron objects. Seeing Xiao Wujia about to attack Zhu Zhuqing, Yunqi hurriedly swung his sword, and a series of shadow, sword energies, infused with his second soul skill, vanished from everyone's sight, reappearing right at Xiao Wujia's eyes. Xiao Wujia had no choice but to defend quickly. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing this, immediately disappeared beside Xiao Wujia, leaving behind a faint illusion and lurking again. Xiao Wujia angrily shouted, "Little brat, all you know how to do is attack the eyes." Xiao Wu, watching Zhu Zhuqing's fading shadow, didn't dare to confront Xiao Wujia head-on and quickly dodged behind Tang San. Tang San thought Xiao Wu was seeking his protection and unleashed several vines, but this time he clearly underestimated Xiao Wujia's fury. After being beaten for so long, he urgently needed a target to vent his anger, and now Tang San, who was attacking, completely shifted his target. The blue-silver grass was broken again, and Tang San's face turned extremely pale, but he didn't freeze. In an instant, he activated Ghost Shadow Misty Steps and charged at Xiao Wujia. Thick vines appeared under Xiao Wujia's feet, momentarily blocking him. In the sky, Yunqi also unleashed 2 sword energies infused with his second soul skill, aiming straight for Xiao Wujia's ears and neck. Seeing Xiao Wujia bound, Tang San approached and threw a full power punch, but upon noticing a sword energy at Xiao Wujia's neck, he hurriedly raised his fist to strike. Xiao Wujia had now grown a full meter in height, and Tang San's punch landed right on Xiao Wujia's little brother. Although Xiao Wujia didn't break through his defense, he instantly turned red-eyed and stared fiercely at Tang San. Although Yunqi's sword energy hurt and left small cuts on Xiao Wujia's body, it was normal combat. However, this little brat was heading straight for his brother. So insidious, almost putting his reputation at stake. Tang San instinctively launched a small combo, transforming his fist into a palm, grabbing backward and activating the control crane and seize dragon technique. At that moment of Xiao Wujia's astonishment, a pulling force emanated from his palm. Xiao Wujia was furious, This kid wanted to uproot him, breaking free from the vine's entanglement. He delivered a heavy punch that struck Tang San's face. Tang San's head was hammered back, his nose collapsed, and blood flowed uncontrollably. Everyone, constantly watching Xiao Wu, couldn't help but cover their lower parts, even the girls gasping in shock. Yunqi also felt a chill, thinking that he didn't intentionally set up Tang San. So how did Tang San provoke this fierce man himself? He couldn't help but murmur, "What a warrior." Seeing Tang San lying down, Xiao Wu didn't hold back either, but instead stepped forward to continue the fight, making Tang San's face swell up, looking like a pig's head. Yunqi felt embarrassed to continue hiding his strength. The black soul rings on his body shone brightly, and the moonshadow sword continuously created phantoms, instantly filling the sky with sword shadows above Xiao Wu. Looking at the terrifying sword shadows, and then at Yunqi, who was flying far away, Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "You kid is a freak." Xiao Wu didn't dare to take it head-on. After all, the sword energy had already left several wounds on his body. His soul rings shone, and his body was enveloped in a layer of golden light. With a loud roar, he activated his first soul skill, Immovable King Body. The sword energy came as expected, relentlessly bombarding Xiao Wu like raindrops. However, Xiao Wu was clearly overthinking it. This fourth soul skill with its penetrating effect could be blocked by a defensive soul skill. Although it had been weakened through layers, the power, enhanced by Ning Rongrong, still pierced Xiao Wujia's skin with sharp swords. Standing behind Yunqi, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes also flashed a hint of surprise. She had witnessed Xiao Wujia remain unscathed under everyone's attacks from the sky. But he couldn't withstand the sword energy from Yunqi each time, and this time the fourth soul ring was even more shocking and black. Perhaps even the continent's #1 genius, as mentioned by her father, should be reassessed. Soon, as the wave of sword shadows ended, Xiao Wujia, standing in place like a target, was completely drenched in blood, turning into a bloodied figure, with no part of his skin intact. However, Yunqi knew that the damage inflicted on Xiao Wujia was still far from enough. Clearly, Yunqi anticipated that as the sword energy ended, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were delighted and rushed forward to deliver the finishing blow, but they were repelled by a burst of golden light, sending Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flying. As Yunqi hurriedly caught the two girls with his sword, while Xiao Wujia wiped the blood from his eyes, he noticed that the two girls were heavily injured. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, Yunqi fixed his eyes on Xiao Wujia. Although he understood that injuries were inevitable in battle, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Despite his flaws, Yunqi cherished the feelings he had for the two girls deeply. Before Yunqi could make a move, Tang San, who had been lying down, took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to him. He pulled out a dozen dragon whisker needles, activated his Xiantian skill, and used his hidden weapon techniques to launch them directly at Xiao Wujia. They aimed for Xiao Wujia's eyes, neck, heart, ankles, lower abdomen, and his brother. The dragon whisker needles cut through the air with a sharp sound, piercing straight into Xiao Wujia's body. The immovable Ming Wang body on Xiao Wujia did not stop Tang San's hidden weapons. The moment Xiao Wujia turned to look at Tang San, a sudden pain shot through his body. While other parts were manageable, his brother couldn't withstand such pain, letting out a howl and spasming in agony. "You little bastard." Xiao Wujia's fifth spirit ring shone brightly, and the deep black spirit ring suddenly lit up, with intense wailing echoing throughout the Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Tang San, whose bleeding nostrils had just stopped, felt the pressure of gravity squeezing him again, causing him to spray blood once more. To make matters worse, the internal injuries from the heavy punch were causing his organs to tremble continuously, and he was being pushed towards Xiao Wujia by the pressure. Seeing Xiao Wujia in pain as if he had lost everything, Tang San cried out for help. "Chiga, save me." At that moment, Yunqi was also shocked by Tang San's reckless actions, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. Was it a place where hidden weapons could be thrown? However, hearing Tang San's plea for help, Yunqi couldn't just sit and watch any longer, especially since Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had been injured by Xiao Wujia. Yunqi also looked down at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, softly asking, "Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, how are you?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing shook their heads to indicate that they were fine. Xiao Wu, who had never suffered such a big loss, said to Yunqi, "Brother, let's use that move." Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu with concern. "Can your body handle this?" Clearly, the martial soul fusion technique places a certain burden on both soul power and the body. On the side, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong looked puzzled. But neither Yunqi nor Xiao Wu offered any explanation. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu and nodded firmly, no longer hesitating. Chapter 32. Both fall down. In an instant, Xiao Wu transformed into a pink, soft light and directly attached herself to Yunqi. In the blink of an eye, a pair of fluffy rabbit ears sprouted from Yunqi's head, and her entire demeanor instantly became enchanting. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but reach out to touch the transformed Yunqi, both showing infatuated expressions. Even Zhu Zhuqing was captivated by Yunqi's charm, let alone Ning Rongrong. Yunqi felt the immense power of his body, but there was nowhere to release it. This time it was a quick resolution, otherwise his soul power would definitely not hold up. Tang San was also brought to Xiao Wuji's side by the pressure. He saw Xiao Wuji stomp heavily, directly knocking Tang San unconscious, but in the end he still held back his strength. Otherwise, Tang San would have been finished in an instant. Yunqi also descended from his sword, his legs suddenly swelling. With a leap, he swung his sword downwards, the blade emanating a faint cold light. Xiao Wuji, seeing that these two could still use their martial soul fusion skill, gritted his teeth to suppress the pain, transforming his hands into bear paws and directly slapping towards Yunqi. Yunqi instinctively retracted his downward strike, turning around to dodge Xiao Wuji's powerful Vajra palm. Using the ghost shadow mysterious steps, he created distance once again. However, Xiao Wuji would not let Yunqi escape so easily. Speed was not his advantage, but he could slow down others, trapping them in his territory. Yunqi was well aware of Xiao Wuqi's soul skills. Just like Tang San, Yunqi fell into the enhanced gravity and pressure once again. Watching Xiao Wuqi getting closer, Yunqi didn't think much and directly flew away on his sword, intending to create some distance first. Xiao Wuqi's gaze turned slightly cold, and his third soul ring shone brightly, making Yunqi feel a sense of foreboding. He hurriedly increased the height of his sword. However, Xiao Wuqi was not so easily deterred from pursuing Yunqi. With the influence of the third soul ring, Xiao Wuqi squatted down and jumped, creating waves of air on the ground that chased after Yunqi like cannonballs. Yunqi watched as Xiao Wuji suddenly appeared in front of him, continuously swinging his sword energy to block Xiao Wuji's jumping height. However, no matter how many wounds Yunqi's sword energy carved into Xiao Wuji's body, Xiao Wuji maintained a cold expression. Clearly, in Xiao Wuji's eyes, both Yunqi and Tang San were just small characters, one specializing in disgusting tactics, and the other directly releasing sword energy in the sky like a fly. As Yunqi saw that his sword energy couldn't stop Xiao Wuji, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. The gap in soul power was indeed too great. Just when Yunqi was about to give up, a blue light entered his body. It was Ning Rongrong's soul skill. Yunqi once again felt the lightness in his body and jumped up from his sword. Xiao Wuji was momentarily taken aback. His momentum was insufficient, and he couldn't reach Yunqi. Seeing the distance of about 30 or 40 meters from the ground, Xiao Wuji felt his body gradually slowing down until it came to a halt. As a practical combat expert, Xiao Wuji, realizing he couldn't hit Yunqi, directly unleashed his sixth soul skill. The deep black soul ring exuded a tremendous aura, and soul power energy began to gather in Xiao Wuji's mouth. Yunqi was cursing inwardly, thinking, isn't this just playing with fire? But despite the cursing, Yunqi's hands did not stop moving. First, Yunqi wrapped himself in soul power. Then he bent the rabbit ears from his martial spirit and pressed them tightly against his own ears. The sword also reappeared beneath Yunqi's feet, as both he and Xiao Wuji were now in the air. Watching the moment Xiao Wuji's soul ring shone, Yunqi completed the previous actions and inwardly said to Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu, can your soul power hold up for one last attack? Xiao Wu's soft and weak voice reached Yunqi. Good, just go for it. Help me teach this bear blind a good lesson. Yunqi's eyes became sharp, and the external soul bone on his back detached, forming a series of swords that created a sword formation to seal off the area around Xiao Wuji, prohibiting his soul power. When Yunqi first acquired the external soul bone, he understood its ability to seal the target soul master's power. The effectiveness of this seal depended on the level of the target. If the target's soul master level exceeded Yunqi's, the sealing ability would gradually decrease. However, if Yunqi's level was higher, he could completely seal the target, rendering them an ordinary person. Xiao Wuji's ability to be affected by even 20 to 30% was already considered extraordinary. Seeing the sword formation take shape, Yunqi activated the martial soul fusion technique with Xiao Wu. He raised his hands high, holding a long sword, and his martial soul transformed into a massive black-purple sword shadow. With a powerful swing, dozens of meters of sword light shot straight toward Xiao Wujia. Under the influence of the sword light, both Yunqi and Xiao Wujia's figures appeared minuscule, and the sword energy turned into a dazzling light that made everyone outside the field squint. Xiao Wujia felt the danger that could kill him, but under the effects of the sword formation and the powerful golden diamond roar, he couldn't use his martial soul's true form in time. The sword light arrived as expected, and Xiao Wujia didn't dare to be careless. He unleashed a massive sound wave of energy, but after using it, he could only use his first soul skill, leaving him no time to react. The two energies did not collide in the air, but struck each other's figures instead. At the moment the sound wave hit Yunqi, he felt as if his internal organs were vibrating. The martial soul fusion was instantly broken, and both Xiao Wu and Yunqi spat out blood, falling straight down. Flinder, seeing that Yunqi and Xiao Wu were about to fall, quickly spread his wings and caught them just before they reached the ground. Of course, Xiao Wujia's situation wasn't any better. He was already covered in wounds, with a straight sword wound from his chest to his face, tearing through his flesh. The sword energy burrowed into Xiao Wujia's body, wreaking havoc, and coupled with Tang San's hidden weapon, the dragon beard needle, which was continuously coiling. Xiao Wujia could no longer suppress the pain. Tears streamed from his eyes due to the agony, and his back smashed into the ground, creating a humanoid pit, along with a crack of sword energy spanning several dozen meters. Xiao Wujia's anguished cries attracted the villagers, who thought something terrible had happened due to the loud noise. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong hurriedly took over Yunqi and Xiao Wu from Flinder, angrily questioning him. Was such a test necessary? Why didn't you send a soul sage to stop them? Flinder had a hard time explaining. At first, he was amazed by everyone's talent and thought he could intervene in time, believing Xiao Wujia would act rationally and not let a genius fall or get hurt. However, Flinder never expected Yunqi's final martial soul fusion technique to be so terrifying that even Flinder, a speed-type soul sage, dared not intervene. Faced with the two women's accusations, Flinder remained silent, quickly using his soul power to check Yunqi's injuries and found that it was just the internal shock from the sound wave, nothing serious. Xiao Wu was the same, which relieved him. They had almost been ruined. When the two women saw Flinder nod, indicating that there was nothing wrong, they felt much more at ease. Soon, the venue was filled with people. Upon seeing Flinder, they hurriedly approached him, asking, "Dean, has the academy been attacked by outsiders? Why is the venue in such a state? Didn't T5 kids come for the fourth round? Where is Xiao Wujia?" Flinder looked at the questioning teachers and forced a wry smile. Seeing the flurry of questions, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Just as Flinder was about to speak, the teachers heard the cries of anguish from the pit and prepared for battle, cautiously approaching to check. Oh no! They were shocked when they saw the scene. What on earth was this? Flinder stepped forward to explain. This is Xiao Wujia. As for why he ended up like this, Flinder awkwardly pointed at Yunqi. Dean, are you saying? Old Xiao was beaten up by this kid? Flinder nodded helplessly. Some teachers who had never seen Yunqi were expressing their astonishment and doubts. Flinder knew what they were thinking, but it wasn't something that could be easily explained in a few sentences. He just urged everyone to quickly lift Xiao Wujia out and get him treated. The teachers finally snapped back to reality. Watching the busy crowd, Flinder forced a smile and said to the awake Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, "Welcome to Shrek Academy." Seeing Zhu Zhuqing not respond and Ning Rongrong not immediately express herself, as she had come to Shrek for fun and was completely captivated by the mysterious Yunqi, she remained silent. Zhu Zhuqing took a moment and slightly bowed to Flinder, saying, "Dean, could we wait until Yunqi and the others wake up before responding?" Flinder had anticipated this response, but he felt a bit unhappy, though he didn't express it, merely nodding lightly. "Then why don't you rest here for a while before they wake up? Teacher Zhao has held back. They aren't seriously injured, just lost consciousness from the shock, and should wake up shortly." Zhu Zhuqing also used her soul power to check when she took over Yunqi and Xiao Wu, finding that both had exhausted their soul power and were unconscious due to external shock, but they were still injured and needed time to recover. So Zhu Zhuqing nodded, asking Ning Rongrong to help Xiao Wu to a vacant house in the village to rest. Flinder watched the four leave, then looked at Tang San lying nearby with a strange expression, internally complaining. This seemingly honest kid, how did he resort to such underhanded tactics? Flinder couldn't help but recall his old friend and the legends that had swept the continent in recent years, looking at Tang San with a hint of pity. This kid might have had some trauma when acquiring his first soul ring. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so focused on scheming against his fellow brothers. After settling Tang San, Flender left. Meanwhile, Oscar, who had just arrived, inquired with those in the know and soon understood the reason behind the massive pit and Xiao Wu's cries. Cold sweat began to flow unconsciously from him. Fortunately, the warmth from that junior made Oscar refrain from acting out. If he had confronted that junior, he might have been beaten badly. As for Xiao Wu, some teachers felt helpless after treatment. The external wounds could basically be healed. But looking at the sword energy and the lumps inside Xiao Wu's flesh, they genuinely didn't know how to extract them or remove the sword energy, which was quite troublesome. This matter quickly drew Flender's attention. Seeing Xiao Wu's pain, Flender picked him up and flew toward the city. Unsure if Tang San could extract the sword energy, since no one expected he would have the ability to suck out the coiled mass inside. Upon arriving in Suoto City, Flender contacted a healing-type soul master, who quickly cleared the sword energy. However, after using soul power to probe Xiao Wu's body, the healer's brows furrowed unnaturally. Xiao Wuqi also endured the pain and asked tremblingly, "Doctor, hurry, help me get those things out." The doctor, looking at the agonized Xiao Wuqi, couldn't help but ask, "Who did you offend? These things are so vicious, I don't know what they are, and I can't take them out completely." Xiao Wuqi and Flender were also anxious. "Isn't there a way to treat this?" The doctor sighed and said, "There's a way, but this thing is spread all over your vital points. To remove it, I can only dig into the flesh. However, I will use my soul skill to stop the bleeding immediately after each piece is removed, but I can't help you with the lost flesh." Before Xiao Wuqi could speak, the doctor continued, "Moreover, you need to make a decision quickly because these small needles are constantly curling up. If you wait any longer, they might become completely useless." Hearing this, Xiao Wuqi hurriedly asked, "Are there any other treatments available in the city?" In response to Xiao Wuqi's hopeful gaze, the doctor shook his head, and then Xiao Wuqi gritted his teeth and roared, "Little bastard. Why didn't I just kill him earlier?" Flender quickly tried to calm Xiao Wuqi down, as killing him would make it hard for him to explain. "Old Xiao, calm down. Let's ask the doctor if there are any other methods." The doctor also understood that those things were extremely important for men. They could be avoided, but they couldn't be absent. In the hopeful gaze of both men, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "There is one more method, but it will cause significant harm to my body, and you'll have to pay more." Hearing this, Xiao Wuqi's eyes lit up, signaling Flender. Flender, trembling in fear, took out a small cloth bag from the soul guide and handed it to the doctor. The doctor shook his head, and Flender, trembling even more, took out a slightly larger cloth bag. After the doctor shook his head several times, Flender finally took out 6 bags, then collapsed on the ground, his eyes vacant, as if he were dead. The doctor, having received the money, said to Xiao Wuqi, "Digging into the flesh is essential, but I can use my soul skill to help transfer some of the pain." Seeing Flender's hopeless expression and the doctor who said he could only save half, tears streamed down Xiao Wuqi's muddled eyes. He swore he had never felt so wronged in his life. Even when facing the siege of 16 soul emperors from the spirit hall, he had escaped with his life. But now, looking at the gleaming knife in the doctor's hand, Xiao Wuqi silently closed his eyes. The doctor, seeing that Xiao Wuqi seemed to be ready, released his martial soul. Under the influence of the soul skill, Xiao Wuqi quickly lost consciousness and couldn't move. He could only vaguely feel the doctor using a knife to measure something on his body. Flender, seeing this, quickly helped the doctor, wiping sweat and handing him the knife, fearing that one mistake would haunt him for life. While Flender was in a state of panic, Xiao Wuqi, having released his soul power defense, soon fell asleep under the doctor's soul skill influence, until Xiao Wuqi woke up again from a daze, feeling that his weight had decreased significantly. Fortunately, other vital points had high defenses, and only a little flesh had been cut off from the surface, which didn't have much impact. With the physique of a soul saint, he would heal quickly, but in an instant, it seemed he felt something. The 50-year-old Xiao Wuqi could no longer hold back his tears, crying and howling. Outside, Flender could only sigh and rub his head. Chapter 34. Ning Rongrong's Little Thoughts. On another side, Yunqi, Xiao was also brought into the house to rest by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the unconscious man with eyes full of pity. Ning Rongrong, seeing all this, couldn't help but curiously say, "Your name is Zhu Zhuqing, right? Let me introduce myself again. I am Ning Rongrong." Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze to Ning Rongrong, nodded slightly, and slowly said, "Yes, thank you for your righteous words before." Ning Rongrong opened her hands to indicate it was no big deal, then curiously asked Zhu Zhuqing, "Why are you three together?" Zhu Zhuqing smiled slightly, raised her lips, and explained, "Actually, at first, it was Xiao Wu who was with Yunqi. I came later. As for the reason, it might be because she saved me when I was at my most desperate, gave me hope, and accompanied me when that hope was shattered." While Zhu Zhuqing spoke, she took out a handkerchief to wipe Yunqi's face. Ning Rongrong, watching this beautiful woman with a gentle demeanor, felt as if she would melt. She couldn't help but sigh at Yunqi's good fortune. At the same time, Ning Rongrong was also curiously observing Yunqi. She felt a strong sense of familiarity with this man from the first meeting, not knowing why. The powerful strength and handsome face of Yunqi also made Ning Rongrong's heart flutter. However, upon learning that Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were both Yunqi's confidants, Ning Rongrong felt curious, which led to her earlier inquiry to Zhu Zhuqing. But after getting the answer, she was somewhat confused, clearly brainstorming in her mind. She didn't oppose strong men having many women. After all, even her father had found many stepmothers for her. After all, the bloodline of the strong needed to be passed on, and the same goes for top martial souls. As for her, she was just talented and the youngest, so she received the love of the entire sect. Ning Rongrong gently tapped her head, secretly saying, "He might not even like me. Why am I pining for him?" In fact, according to Ning Rongrong's character, she would definitely snatch what she liked, and it was impossible to share it with others. But the familiarity with Yunqi always made her feel at ease. Just looking at Yunqi's appearance filled her heart with tranquility. When Yunqi woke up from his coma, he opened his eyes to be blocked by two hills, and his head felt slippery. Perhaps Yunqi's movement startled Zhu Zhuqing, who was meditating. The little cat also stopped her meditation and looked down at Yunqi. Didn't see anything. Perhaps this battle made Zhu Zhuqing understand the gap between herself and Yunqi and Xiao Wu. Watching the two fight, she couldn't help it all and had to stay far away from the battlefield, which made the strong-willed Zhu Zhuqing very discouraged, so she used her spare time practice. But she also wanted to accompany Yunqi, so it ended up like this. Yunqi also felt the little cat that had stopped practicing. Just as it got up, it was pressed down again by the little cat with a ball. "You are not well yet. The doctor just took a look and said that your body has been shaken and you are a bit injured, so you need to rest for a while." Not mentioning it was fine, but as soon as it was mentioned, Yunqi immediately felt a fiery pain in its body. It wasn't exactly pain, just a very uncomfortable feeling. Yunqi looked inward and found that there wasn't much wrong, which relieved it. Then, it turned to Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Where's Xiao Wu? Is she okay?" Zhu Zhuqing, with a rare hint of bitterness in her voice, gently replied, "Xiao Wu is right beside you. She is fine. Her injuries are much less severe than yours. The martial soul fusion mainly affects her body. Xiao Wu just fainted from soul power exhaustion." Yunqi also heard the fluctuating words of the little cat, chuckled, turned a blow of breath towards her abdomen, and said in a slightly teasing tone, "So, does my little cat have something going on? If you're hurt too badly, I'll be heartbroken. I'll be heartbroken and unable to sleep all night." The little cat felt the warm breeze from the abdomen and, while listening to Yunqi's words, her face also turned red. "You're killing me." Yunqi was also playfully teasing Zhu Zhuqing, perhaps too engrossed to notice that Ning Rongrong's face had turned crimson, and in fact, she didn't see her at all, completely forgetting about her. It wasn't until Ning Rongrong's breathing became heavier that Yunqi realized, and Yunqi awkwardly turned her head. Following Yunqi's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing noticed that Ning Rongrong was staring intently at the two of them, so she simply closed her eyes and silently practiced. But her flushed ears revealed the true thoughts of the little kitty inside. Yunqi seriously thanked Ning Rongrong, who was beside Xiao Wu. "Thank you for taking care of Xiao Wu." Ning Rongrong also took a few deep breaths, shook off the images in her mind, and explained to Yunqi, "I didn't take care of her. It was Zhu Qing who helped. I was just sitting beside her." Yunqi smiled as well, not paying much attention, and continued, "Well, we still have to say thank you. If it weren't for your help, we might have been badly beaten by the angry teacher Zhao." At this point, everyone in the room shivered at the thought, recalling that unassuming Tang San, who was the reason Zhao Wuger had been so enraged. That kid specifically targeted men's weaknesses. Zhu Zhuqing was also furious. If it weren't for that thing, Yunqi and the others might not have been hurt at all. If Yunqi knew, he would be overjoyed. Yunqi is the kind of person who has no rules. He can have double standards for his own people, but doesn't allow others to have double standards. Thinking of Tang San, Yunqi quickly summoned a panel that only he could see. Looking at the displayed task completion, he arranged the benefits he had gained from Tang San and Xiao Wu for himself. As Yunqi focused his thoughts, he felt over 20,000 dragon whisker needles appear in his ring, and the lifespan of his soul ring was directly added on. In the blink of an eye, Yunqi had completed it. With the increase in the lifespan of his first soul ring, the purple on Yunqi's first soul ring became even richer, and his soul power level also broke through to level 44. The combat experience and the suddenly appearing soul power allowed the breakthrough to happen naturally. However, the little kitten who had never seen anything like it and Ning Rongrong were taken aback, wondering how the conversation had turned into someone breaking through. This didn't conform to common sense. Yunqi didn't explain much about the situation. It was just saying that he had good talent, and there was nothing to be done about it, as he once again received the envious gazes of the two girls. Yunqi was not feeling proud. This battle made him realize that he was far from being a match for the Soul Sage. This was still due to Xiao Wujia's efforts to control himself. If he didn't, by this time next year, he could be going to the grave to clear the weeds. Not long after, Xiao Wu also woke up in a daze, looking a bit weak as she gazed at Yunqi. She had come out from Yunqi's body after he had taken the attack, only remembering that they had fallen together from a great height before losing consciousness. Seeing the worried look on Xiao Wu's face, Yunqi reassured her that he was fine and just needed some time to recover, which made Xiao Wu feel relieved. Chapter 35. Intermission on a hill not far from Shrek Academy. A middle-aged man in a gray robe was watching everything that had just happened. The gray-robed man was Tang Hao, Tang San's father. He had only seen Tang San a few times over the years, but had often secretly observed what was happening around him. He had found a good seedling in Yunqi. However, Yunqi was no longer a member of the Haotian sect, and Tang Hao felt ashamed to face him. But seeing that his son had a decent relationship with Yunqi made him very happy. After all, Tang San had probably only known Yunqi as a familiar person throughout his life. Tang Hao knew Yunqi very well, having watched him grow up. Thus, he felt reassured. But what Tang Hao didn't expect was that this was all just Yunqi's facade. This was not Tang Hao's fault. Except for the initial time when he wasn't around, Yunqi had deliberately mocked Yu Xiaogang once, and afterwards, he had been using his affinity aura to build relationships while secretly scheming against them. Under Tang Hao's watch, the affinity aura had also affected him. After all, the longer he observed, the more he often saw Yunqi bringing food to Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. This time, Tang San's journey had also taken place under Tang Hao's observation, although not as frequently. However, seeing his son get beaten so badly by Xiao Wujia during the entrance exam, to the point where he could hardly recognize him and had lost several teeth, including his front teeth being knocked out by Xiao Wujia, made him furious. Although he understood Xiao Wujia's reasons, Tang Hao still couldn't hold back his anger. Moreover, seeing Xiao Wujia's demeanor, it was likely that he would make things difficult for Tang San and Yunqi in the future, so Tang Hao planned to warn Xiao Wujia. Xiao Wujia was unaware that there was a titled Douluo from Shrek waiting for him. He was now wrapped in bandages, with only his nose and eyes exposed. Although the doctor had treated the internal sword energy, the external wounds were not so easy to heal. Moreover, the doctor's soul power had been exhausted in treating Xiao Wujia's brother, leaving little assistance for him. Flinder also said it was unnecessary. This money-grubbing fox didn't want to spend another gold soul coin. The remaining minor injuries would be left for Xiao Wujia, the soul sage, to recover on his own. The two of them called for a carriage after leaving the clinic, as Xiao Wujia couldn't walk at all. Even walking a bit made his brows furrow in pain. Flinder initially disagreed, claiming his flying was steady, but was this a matter of stability? Xiao Wujia was covered in injuries. Even a slight touch was painful, and he was still holding on to flying. Xiao Wujia glared at Flinder and shouted, "Good for you, Flinder. For the sake of this academy, I'm left with just one Dan. And my whole body has been beaten up like this by your precious student. Now you even think a carriage ride is too expensive?" Flinder felt guilty. After all, so many years of friendship mattered, and Xiao Wujia had sacrificed a lot for this academy. Realizing this, Flinder slapped himself in front of Xiao Wujia. "I'm really not a good person." After saying this, he helped Xiao Wujia into the carriage. Xiao Wujia was slightly moved, but did not forget Flinder's earlier hesitation and the injuries on his body. Xiao Wujia had developed some opinions about Flinder unilaterally, but Flinder was unaware of Xiao Wujia's thoughts and continued to speak of Tang San as his best friend's only disciple and so on. Xiao Wujia's expression darkened as he muttered, "Am I not your friend anymore?" Flinder was taken aback and fell silent, and the carriage fell into a moment of silence. After a long while, seeing Flinder hesitating to speak, Xiao Wujia said, "Don't worry, I won't kill your best friend's only disciple. Let's leave it at that. Flender was delighted. But Xiao Wujian noticed everything. Clearly, a rift had formed between the two. After all, anyone would find this intolerable. Xiao Wujia, like most teachers in the academy, had no children, but this was a matter of a man's dignity. What if he encountered someone he wanted to protect in the future and felt powerless in bed? What if the baby born was not whole? Xiao Wujia felt melancholic. He couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. Nearly 20 years of friendship felt less solid than others' years. Xiao Wujia was a bit tired. The carriage ran smoothly, but the people inside were in disarray. Soon, the carriage, bathed in the sunset glow, brought the two to Shrek Academy. After Flender painfully paid the fare, he helped Xiao Wujia walk towards the academy. As for Tang San, although his injuries were severe, he had recovered a lot with the help of the academy's teachers, but he was still in a coma. Tang Hao took the opportunity of the night to take a look at his son. The Hao Ian sect was quite open and aboveboard, with their attack methods laid out in the open. Moreover, he had never taught Tang San such things, and he had not heard of anyone on the continent using such dark weapons. How did his son learn this? After many years of secret observation, he found that although Tang San acted strangely, he had not practiced these things. As for Yu Xiaogang teaching him, that was impossible. Yu Xiaogang didn't know these things either. And if he did, he would certainly tell the entire continent. Given his personality, he needed to be noticed by others, which made Tang Hao suspicious. However, Tang Hao didn't think too much about it. He just buried this thought deep in his heart, gently closed the door, and walked towards Xiao Wujia's room. Xiao Wujia had already lain in bed early, recalling the series of events from the day. Although he was very displeased, he couldn't fall asleep, mainly because the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, thinking about how to make things difficult for Tang San in the future. Xiao Wujia also revealed a sickly smile. Xiao Wujia. Just as Xiao Wujia was still fantasizing about how to trip Tang San in the future, a deep male voice suddenly entered his ears. Xiao Wujia was startled. He was a level 76 soul sage, the top existence in such a small place. And even in the entire continent, he was a master. Moreover, his soul power could create an aura around him, capable of discerning the sound of falling leaves within 100 meters. However, what shocked Xiao Wujia was that he did not sense anyone nearby. The voice directly entered his ears, and this power made Xiao Wujia's alarm bells ring. Furthermore, he was injured, and he had no confidence in dealing with someone of equal strength. So, Xiao Wujia planned to call Flender for help, but before he could move, a voice interrupted his actions. Come out. No one you find will be my opponent. I won't harm you. Xiao Wujia stiffened, realizing that the stranger had locked onto him with their aura. He could sense the power of the aura's owner, so Xiao Wujia did not dare to be careless. Chapter 36. Unlucky Xiao Wujia. But who is Xiao Wujia? In the martial world, he is known by the nickname Immovable King. Back then, he managed to turn the tables and escape safely despite being besieged by the Spirit Hall, a ruthless individual who had killed many when he was young. Although he knew the owner of the aura would be very powerful, Xiao Wujia was already filled with anger after taking a lot of humiliation during the day. Hearing the impolite voice now made him feel even more indignant. So it seems everyone, whether human or ghost, wants to step on Xiao Wujia's toes, right? With this thought, Xiao Wujia was consumed by rage, disregarding his injuries, and pursued the owner of the aura. Before long, Xiao Wujia caught up to the outskirts of Shrek Academy, entering a small grove, but the aura disappeared here. Xiao Wujia let out a roar. Who is here? Show yourself. As he spoke, Xiao Wujia directly activated his martial spirit, and the soul rings on his body began to pulse rhythmically, flashing with brilliant light. Just as Xiao Wujia was on high alert, a figure in a gray robe slowly emerged from behind a large tree. The figure was completely shrouded in the gray robe, revealing only a pair of murky eyes that looked particularly eerie. Upon seeing the man's attire, Xiao Wujia secretly channeled his soul power, guessing that this might be another difficult character, someone who couldn't be seen in public. Who are you? Why did you call me here? The man in the gray robe did not directly answer Xiao Wujia, but instead said to himself, the mighty, immovable king Xiao Wujia. Not only living in such a small place, but also getting beaten up by a few young ones. I really didn't expect that. Xiao Wujia clearly recognized that the gray-robed man was mocking him. Having already been furious, he was now being ridiculed and kept from sleeping at night. He coldly replied to the gray-robed man, You, hiding your head and showing your tail, dare to mock me? The gray-robed man was taken aback. It had been a long time since anyone dared to disrespect him, and he found it refreshing. He asked with a hint of sarcasm. No need for that. I'm just here to spar with you. As he spoke, the gray-robed man slowly raised his right hand, and in an instant, a black light gathered in his hand, transforming into a massive hammer. 9 soul rings on his body were constantly pulsing, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and most frightening of all, the last red soul ring, like blood, emanated an astonishing aura. And 9 rings. Upon seeing the gray-robed man, Xiao Wujia's anger dissipated. He felt as if salt had been poured into his still healing wounds, making him extremely uncomfortable, especially under the pressure emanating from the man in front of him. As a soul sage, Xiao Wujia understood the significance of level differences. Once one reached level 60, even a 1-level difference could lead to a disparity in strength. And the man before him was at least 20 levels higher. Xiao Wujia's face turned ashen as he struggled to utter a few words. Title: Douluo. The immovable king's form, which he had secretly released, trembled under this pressure, like an ordinary person encountering a tiger, feeling that instinctual sense of oppression from a bloodline. He was facing one of the strongest among soul masters. Xiao Wujia recognized the reality and hurriedly bowed in respect. My lord, please forgive my earlier disrespect. May I ask what you seek from me? The gray-robed man did not respond immediately, but looked toward the shadows and slowly said, Since you are here, come out. Whether it's 1 or 2, it makes no difference. In Xiao Wujia's astonished gaze, Flender appeared with a few swift movements in front of the 2. Seeing Flender, Xiao Wujia exclaimed in surprise. Director, this senior. Before Xiao Wujia could finish, Flender interrupted him and directly released his martial spirit. A pair of enormous wings extended from Flender's back, his entire body covered in feathers. His eyes turned orange-yellow, with pupils that became vertically slit, and suddenly 7 soul rings appeared around him, pulsing rhythmically. Flender respectfully bowed to the gray-robed man, not releasing his martial spirit to attack, but to show that he should not be underestimated. Then he spoke respectfully. I greet you, His Majesty the Haotian. Xiao Wujia finally regained his composure and remembered who the title Douluo with the hammer was, secretly lamenting about his bad luck today. After being beaten up, he couldn't vent his anger, and now he was inexplicably targeted by this Haotian. Xiao Wujia felt like crying without tears. The gray-robed man, Tang Hao, looked at the 2 who were respectfully bowing and said slowly, No need for formalities. I'm the one here to cause trouble. What is the point of bowing? Flender was a bit confused and directly asked Tang Hao, My lord, could you please clarify? Tang Hao shifted his gaze to Flender, observing him for a while, making Flender feel uneasy. Martial spirit, Cat Eagle, level 78 Soul Sage, the flying corner of the Golden Iron Triangle, and you are the founder of Shrek Academy, right? Flender nodded, unable to grasp the connection between them. Tang Hao, seeing Flender nod, said directly, Then step aside, otherwise you'll get caught up in it too. Flender felt helpless. It was already a privilege for a title Douluo to chat with them before attacking. Xiao Wujia still couldn't figure out. He recalled that he hadn't offended this man before. Seeing Xiao Wujia's body covered in bandages, Tang Hao softened a bit. After I let off steam, I will explain everything. I want to use my full power, nor even my martial spirit. Just hold on for the duration of an incense stick, which is 10 minutes. Xiao Wujia forced a bitter smile, and Flender quickly moved away from Xiao Wujia, fearing that the Haotian would get carried away and hit him too. Tang Hao retracted all his soul power, and his soul rings and martial spirit disappeared in an instant. He then swung his fist toward Xiao Wujia's face. Bung, tut, boom. Gusp, ah. The sounds of various collisions, trees breaking, muffled groans, panting, and Xiao Wujia's cries echoed throughout the small grove. Even the 3 in Shrek Academy, far away, heard Xiao Wujia's screams. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing remarked, Didn't Tu and Tang San beat Xiao Wujia too badly during the day? Look, he's still yelling now. Yunqi opened the window and looked towards the forest, understanding something in the process. She gave a wink to Xiao Wu, who also understood Yunqi's meaning. However, Zhu Zhuqing, who was beside them, looked at the 2 with confusion and asked what was going on. Yunqi didn't hide anything and directly satisfied the curiosity of the little cat, revealing that there was a title Douluo over there, which made the little cat yearn for it. Chapter 37. Yunqi's new idea. On the other side, Tang Hao was also talking while fighting. So you're someone who hides and reveals, huh? Bullying children, right? A soul sage using the 6th soul skill against a soul master. Huh, is that right? The more Tang Hao fought, the more excited he became, as if all the frustration he had felt over the years was being vented onto Xiao Wujing. When Xiao Wujing saw Tang Hao's bloodshot eyes, He understood why Tang Hao had his sights set on him and hurriedly explained, "Stop hitting. I wasn't serious about the speed test. I was using the minimum amount of soul power. I also want to recruit students for the academy. How could I possibly cripple them?" Seeing that Tang Hao wouldn't listen, Flinder couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Your Highness, let us stop here. That group of kids has a mischievous one who has already castrated Xiao Wujing halfway. It's bad enough." Upon hearing Flinder's words, Xiao Wujing immediately glared at him. "Didn't we agree to not speak of this, even if we died?" Flinder looked at the raging Xiao Wujing and understood what he was thinking. This was a great humiliation. Besides the doctor, only they two knew about it. And now Flinder had told someone else. Did Xiao Wujing still want to save face? When Tang Hao heard Flinder's words and saw Xiao Wujing's furious expression, his gaze unconsciously shifted downwards, realizing the mischief his son had caused. He awkwardly ruffled his messy hair, unsure of what to say. It felt as if their family was not a good bunch. His son had crippled someone, and he, without understanding the situation, had directly beaten the other party. Xiao Wujing, unable to bear the strange looks from Tang Hao, roared, "Your Highness, why don't you just kill me then?" Watching Xiao Wujing on the verge of collapse, Flinder and Tang Hao also put away their expressions. That kind of pity was a second harm to Xiao Wujing, a psychological hurt that was more painful than physical pain. Looking at Xiao Wujing, who was bandaged and had a face swollen like a pig's head, with a bit of blood trickling from his mouth, Tang Hao also felt awkward about striking. The fight lasted only about a minute, entirely one-sided with Tang Hao beating Xiao Wujing. Tang Hao couldn't act too high and mighty. After all, he was in the wrong, and Xiao Wujing would still be his son's teacher in the future. He went forward to help the collapsed Xiao Wujing, gently patting off the dust on him, being careful not to hurt Xiao Wujing. After helping Xiao Wujing up to express his apology, Tang Hao's lips moved as he whispered something in Xiao Wujing's ear. Xiao Wujing also came back to his senses, understanding that Tang Hao, a powerful soul master at the top of the continent, was teaching him something. While Xiao Wujing was still reminiscing, Tang Hao reminded both Xiao Wujing and Flinder a few more things, regardless of whether Xiao Wujing was listening. "What just happened was a compensation for you. Although it might not be enough, Tang San is my son, and I will need to trouble you both a lot in the future. I will come to visit often." Clearly, Tang Hao was no fool. The earlier words were full of apologies, while the latter was a threat. Flinder and Xiao Wujing, both having lived so many years, understood Tang Hao's words. But the situation was stronger than the person. Xiao Wujing felt like a mute eating yellow bitter gourd, unable to express his pain. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he gazed in the direction of Shrek Academy for a moment, revealing a hint of warmth, and then did not linger. After all, it was somewhat awkward, and his figure flickered, disappearing in a matter of moments. Xiao Wujing stood there foolishly, while Flinder understood that his friend was likely feeling a shadow in his heart. The younger had beaten the older, and each was more vicious than the last. Soon after, the two withdrew their martial souls, and Flinder sighed, "Old Xiao, you really didn't have to do this. Thankfully, your Highness didn't have the intention to kill. Otherwise, we both might have died here." Xiao Wujing did not respond, remaining silent as he limped back to his room, supporting himself against the surrounding trees. Flinder wanted to help, but Xiao Wujing refused. Late at night, the teachers of Shrek Academy were also attracted by Xiao Wujing's shouts, but they only saw Flinder standing there dazed and did not see Xiao Wujing's figure. The next day, in the morning, Yunqi and Ernv also got up early to practice the purple extreme demon eyes. However, today, while practicing, they had a sudden inspiration. Since the broadcast exercises can continuously strengthen their physical bodies, what about the eye exercises? Yunqi seemed to have discovered a new world. He acted on his thoughts immediately. He began to operate the Shintian skill, wrapping his hands in soul power and slowly massaging his eyes. After completing the whole process, Yunqi indeed found that it was somewhat effective, allowing the progress of the purple extreme demon eyes to accelerate. After sharing this news with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, both of them also tried it out, but it didn't last long. After dawn, the practice didn't seem to be very useful. They all kept it in their hearts. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but exclaim that geniuses are indeed geniuses. A casual thought, executed with a special technique, could turn into a soul skill that enhances vision. After finishing their morning training, Yunqi and the others stepped out of the room, chatting with the two girls about yesterday's events. Xiao Wujia's defense was truly astonishing. Zhu Zhuqing expressed that her proud soul skill couldn't inflict even a bit of damage in front of Xiao Wujia. Yunqi smiled and said, "Fortunately, Xiao Wujia's speed isn't too outrageous, Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to run away at all. However, this also reminds me that I currently lack something truly life-saving. My means are still too few. If I really had an enemy like Xiao Wu who would directly attack me, I realized that I might not be able to escape and wouldn't be able to protect the people around me either. But Yunqi also thought of a solution: to take the corpse of the iron-armored sword dragon to Tang San for crafting and then secretly take it away. As for why Yunqi didn't do it himself, maybe it was just laziness? When Yunqi obtained Tang San's method for making hidden weapons, he wasn't very happy. He was just thinking about when he could establish himself on the continent and then share it out, giving everyone a copy. It would be a big scheme against Tang San. Of course, this was just an idea. The immediate priority was how to reasonably deliver the iron-armored sword dragon to Tang San and then use the task to retrieve the finished product. Yunqi and the others also wandered around for a while and found that Shrek Academy really had no money. The entire academy consisted of simple wooden houses rented within the village, occupying only 1/3 of the village's area. Fortunately, it was not far from Suoto City, so it was relatively convenient to buy things, and at Yunqi's sword-flying speed, they could make a round trip quickly. The three of them were also a bit hungry, since they hadn't eaten much since yesterday afternoon. Yunqi also took out some jerky from the ring and shared it with the two girls, while thinking about how to find something to eat. Chapter 38. Helping Ma Hongjun get rid of evil fire. The few of them were new to the place, and could only use the most primitive method to search for food, which was to look up at the rooftops to see where there was smoke, trying to find a place that had food. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were also linking arms with Yunqi, and Xiao Wu chewed on the jerky in her mouth, complaining to the two. What kind of place is this? It's so difficult to even find something to eat. Yunqi also nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed the case. Although he had good cooking skills, it was useless without ingredients. During their casual chat, they unknowingly walked out of the Shrek Academy's vicinity and entered the villagers' living area. Compared to the quiet atmosphere on the Shrek side, the villagers were already bustling with activity. They worked from dawn to dusk, which might be a common habit of farmers in any world, to make a living through farming. After searching for a long time without success, Yunqi and the others casually found a farmhouse, spent some money, and had some staple food there. After the few of them were full and exited, they soon saw a man and a woman arguing by the roadside. The man and woman were not very old. The girl looked to be around 14 or 15, with an ordinary appearance but full of youthful energy, dressed in simple, plain clothing, looking like a child from the village. The boy arguing with the girl appeared to be slightly younger, probably around Yunqi's age, but he was short, with very short limbs, a chubby body, red hair, and two tufts of hair above his lips, with very small eyes. Xiao Wu commented. Another creepy-looking guy, right, Zhuqing? Zhu Zhuqing also nodded, secretly thinking that there were very few truly ugly men and women among soul masters. Yet they had encountered so many right away. Yunqi naturally recognized the chubby guy, Ma Hongjun. However, Yunqi didn't interfere. After all, the guy hadn't provoked him, and it had nothing to do with his own wife. But Xiao Wu was quite interested, standing by the roadside, watching the breakup drama unfold before her eyes. The girl looked at the chubby guy with a hint of fear on her face. While tugging at the corner of her clothes, she said, Ma Hongjun, don't come looking for me anymore. You never treated me like a person. I want to be with you. Ma Hongjun responded in a strange manner. Zuehua, I'm a soul master. Haven T, I treated you well? Why do we have a breakup? Yunqi looked at the gossip in the eyes of the two girls and, finding that they hadn't followed him, helplessly walked back to watch the show with them. The girl named Zuehua recalled some things in her mind, her expression shifting from pale to flushed. You haven't treated me badly. It's just that I'm an ordinary person who can't handle it, she exclaimed. We're not compatible, and you don't even see me as a person. As she spoke, tears began to flow from Zuehua's eyes. Yes, you only come to find me when you need something, and when you don't. You didn't even look at me. The chubby boy Ma Hongjun also angrily said, What do you mean you can't handle me? What do you mean I don't see you as a person? Weren't you the one who looked at me as a soul master and I wanted to climb higher? I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. I don't know what you girls think about every day. After saying that, Ma Hongjun didn't care whether Zuehua agreed or not, and directly stepped forward to hug her, not allowing her to break free. Zuehua was startled and screamed, struggling while pleading. Yunqi and the others couldn't stand it anymore, but Xiao Wu acted even faster than Yunqi. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes also showed killing intent. She hated these beasts. The two women shouted in unison, Beasts, stop! Ma Hongjun and Zuehua turned their heads to look at the two women. Ma Hongjun, the little chubby guy, saw the two stunning beauties in front of him, His small eyes sparkled with excitement, and even the whiskers on his lip trembled several times due to his uncontrollable expression. He smacked his lips and said loudly to the two women, "TSK, TSK, TSK, what beautiful girls. So, do you want to replace Tsuehua as my girlfriend?" After saying that, he let go of his hands and told Tsuehua, "Get lost." Tsuehua recalled the times they spent together and tried her best to satisfy Ma Hongjun. But she never expected that he would directly tell her to get lost after looking at someone else. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing watched Tsuehua, who was in tears, flee in despair, and they were furious. Ma Hongjun naturally saw Tsuehua's expression and disdainfully spat. The bitch is just being pretentious. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances and couldn't hold back any longer. Xiao Wu jumped and kicked, knocking Ma Hongjun to the ground, while Zhu Zhuqing, not willing to be outdone, extended her claws and aimed for Ma Hongjun's face. Ma Hongjun saw that the two women were not easy to deal with, and his expression darkened. "This is our business. You two shouldn't meddle. If you don't want to be my girlfriend, then stay far away." Yunqi couldn't help it anymore. Originally, he didn't intend to interfere, but upon hearing Ma Hongjun speak so arrogantly about his woman, he didn't mind teaching this arrogant fool a lesson. He immediately issued a task. Help Ma Hongjun get rid of the evil fire. Reward. Retain the properties of the evil fire. Remove the harm. Yunqi didn't think twice and directly accepted. Yunqi's eyes lit up as he approached the two women who were about to take action again. With a beaming smile, he looked at Ma Hongjun and slowly said, "Your name is Ma Hongjun, right? I didn't intend to meddle in your affairs, but your disrespectful words have troubled me." Ma Hongjun, seeing Yunqi's effeminate appearance and his smile, thought Yunqi was just a coward. He disdainfully replied, "What are you? How dare you speak disrespectfully? I'm going to take down those two girls over there. What can you do about it?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing immediately dropped their aggressive stances and looked at Ma Hongjun with pity. They understood Yunqi's temperament. The more he smiled and greeted someone he disliked, the more he was plotting to outsmart them. His calm smile indicated that he was about to take action. It was the same smile he wore when he saved Zhu Zhuqing and fought Dai Mubai back then. Ma Hongjun shivered at the pitying looks from the two women. And when he saw Yunqi's gaze, which was as cold as death, a chill filled his entire body. Yunqi moved. He never considered himself a good-tempered person. All the disguises and tricks were merely for his own amusement. After all, in Yunqi's mind, killing someone was simple, but destroying a person was always more satisfying than just killing them. However, that didn't mean he wouldn't kill. With a swift step, Yunqi used his ghostly shadow technique to quickly approach Ma Hongjun while manipulating hidden weapons in his hand. A dragon whisker needle appeared directly in Yunqi's grasp. First, he kicked Ma Hongjun away, interrupting his martial soul manifestation. Then he executed the crane grabs dragon technique, controlling the airborne Ma Hongjun, channeling his Xiantian skill to the limit. He combined it with the hidden weapon technique and sent the dragon whisker needle into Ma Hongjun's lower dantian from the back spine by an inch. Yunqi thought, "Aren't you full of evil fire? Today I'll help you get rid of that evil fire." The dragon whisker needle can curl up, and with Yunqi's technique, it won't cause Ma Hongjun any pain at all. The dragon whisker needle will only destroy a meridian node and then block that channel, making it impossible for Ma Hongjun to get hard. Chapter 39, Beating Up Ma Hongjun. After Yunqi did all this, he lifted his knee and delivered a heavy blow, sending Ma Hongjun flying again. Yunqi also shouted with a smile towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. "Wasn't this fat guy just insulting you? Let's play ball. Remember to pass." Xiao Wu also got into the spirit of the game, and even Ning Rongrong, who had just arrived, expressed her desire to join. Yunqi nodded, not paying much attention. Soon, under Yunqi's super strong ball control ability, Ma Hongjun was kicked around and didn't touch the ground. However, not everyone is like Yunqi, possessing immense physical strength. After just a few kicks, they found that this fat guy was too heavy and it was too tiring to kick. They gave up, especially since they hadn't even activated their martial souls, just kicking with their bodies. According to Yunqi, this way was more enjoyable. Yunqi was feeling quite bored while controlling the ball alone. After sending Ma Hongjun flying with one last kick, he didn't engage any further and directly walked towards the girls. Ma Hongjun, having a hard time coming down from the sky, felt dizzy and the whole world was spinning. After struggling to regain his composure, he looked at Yunqi's back with resentment and directly summoned his martial soul. With a loud shout, he exclaimed, "Phoenix possession." Yunqi heard the sound and turned to look. As for the three girls who didn't understand, upon hearing it was a phoenix, they secretly completed the possession. After all, the phoenix was a top-tier beast martial soul with impressive combat power. In the gaze of the crowd, Ma Hongjun was enveloped in a purple-red glow. His short hair suddenly grew long and gathered towards the center, while the sides were bald, transforming into a mohawk hairstyle. The wings were not visible, but the little chubby guy's hands were covered in feathers, and his palms turned into claws. The three girls looked at Ma Hongjun in front of them and couldn't help but chuckle, bursting into laughter. I've never seen a phoenix that looks so much like a country chicken. It really looks like a fat turkey. Ningrong noted, as her experience was broader than that of ordinary people. How can this be called a phoenix? I've seen the true owner of the ice phoenix, martial soul, before. The elegance and nobility of that kind are nothing like the sparse feathers of this country chicken. Ma Hongjun's current appearance is not surprising for others to mock him. During the martial soul possession, he sounded so domineering that he startled everyone. But now, with his round body, hands adorned with long drooping feathers and upright hair, if Yunqi were to evaluate him, he would definitely be the leader of the Zongai family. Ma Hongjun became even angrier, as if he had hit a sore spot, and cursed loudly. "You ignorant fools, what country chicken? This is called a phoenix." As he spoke, he raised his hands, and the soul rings on his body shone brightly. He opened his mouth, and a long purple-red flame shot out from Ma Hongjun's mouth, burning towards the four of them. The high temperature created ripples visible to the naked eye. Although the flames looked unimpressive, the distorted ripples around indicated its high temperature. However, aside from Ning Rongrong, who might not be able to dodge, the others moved quickly. Seeing this, Yunqi swiftly dashed forward, picked up Ning Rongrong, and jumped a few times to escape the attack range. But Ma Hongjun was not so easily deterred. He continued to spit flames while chasing them, the fire from his mouth never extinguishing as he swung it around. Yunqi was also a bit annoyed by the situation. He directly summoned his martial soul, and the moon shadow sword appeared in his hand. As the martial soul appeared, the soul rings suddenly manifested on Yunqi's body. Ma Hongjun looked at the man in front of him, who was about the same size as himself, and was shocked to find that he was a four-ring soul master. What terrified him even more was that the soul ring configuration was 3 purple and 1 black. Each soul ring exuded an extremely strong sense of pressure. Ma Hongjun looked at his own 2 yellow soul rings and fell into silence, staring blankly at Yunqi. Yunqi didn't say much upon seeing the situation. Regardless of whether Ma Hongjun was in a daze or not, if he provoked her, he had to pay the price. Suddenly, Yunqi's first soul ring shone brightly, and the moon shadow sword emitted a strange sword energy. Upon seeing this, Ma Hongjun hurriedly breathed fire in the direction of the sword energy. But the moment the sword energy entered the flames, it disappeared without a trace. Ma Hongjun was still feeling proud, thinking that all those purple soul rings were just tricks, and nothing compared to his fire. However, in the blink of an eye, he couldn't smile anymore, as the sword energy appeared directly in Ma Hongjun's mouth, causing him to instantly lose his fire while still trying to breathe it out. The flames no longer shot out in a straight line, but sprayed everywhere, and the sword energy was constantly stirring in Ma Hongjun's mouth. Just as Yunqi was about to cut off Ma Hongjun's tongue, Flanders arrived with Suehua just in time. It turned out that Suehua had ultimately felt pity and informed Flanders about what was happening here. Flanders didn't dare to hesitate and flew over with Suehua immediately. When Flanders reached Ma Hongjun's side, he used his soul power to disperse Yunqi's sword energy and then instructed Ma Hongjun to extinguish the flames burning on him. Once the flames were retracted, black smoke spewed from Ma Hongjun's mouth, and his head was completely free of any impurities. All his hair was gone. Fortunately, it was Ma Hongjun's own fire, so the damage was not severe, but he had lost every single strand of hair and eyebrow. Looking at Flanders' arrival, Ma Hongjun seemed to have found a strong backing and hurriedly said to him, "Teacher, help me teach them a lesson." Yunqi looked at the familiar figure of Ma Hongjun in front of him, feeling a sense of déjà vu. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered, thanks to Zhu Zhuqing's reminder, that this was exactly the same as when Dai Mubai sought help. Flender, seeing his disciple being beaten, also had an unpleasant expression. He asked Ma Hongjun, "How did the conflict arise?" Ma Hongjun hurriedly replied, "Teacher, you know the flaws of my martial soul, so." Flender saw Ma Hongjun's evasive eyes and immediately understood the situation. It must be that this kid, relying on his identity as a soul master, thought no one nearby would dare to mess with him, and being about the same age as himself, he definitely wasn't as talented as Flender. However, he didn't expect to provoke someone tough. Ma Hongjun had seen the martial souls and soul rings of the 3 girls, and none of them were weaker than him. Flender was also getting increasingly frustrated, not knowing whether Yunqi and the others would stay in the academy. Last night, Tang Hao had even come specifically to ask for Yunqi and Tang San to be taken care of, clearly regarding Yunqi as Tang San's future helper. Flender also didn't dare to do anything to Yunqi. Lost in thought, he slapped Ma Hongjuan's bald head, sternly saying, "Apologize to your classmates right now." Ma Hongjun, looking at Flender's gloomy expression, dared not argue back and just shyly bent down to the floor, saying in a small voice, "I'm sorry." The others pretended not to hear. Flender looked at the uncertain eyes of the four, clearly not accepting Ma Hongjuan's apology, and once again slapped Ma Hongjuan's head hard. And to be honest, the feeling was really good. Louder. Ma Hongjun was startled by Flender's tone and, disregarding his pride, directly bent at a 90-degree angle, shouting loudly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. Please forgive me." Yunqi also nodded to the few girls, who indicated that it was fine. Yunqi then, "It's not just us who should apologize, but also your companion, Miss Tsuehua. She at least satisfied your beastly desires, and yet you treat her this way, telling her to get lost." When Flender heard this, another big blow landed on Ma Hongjuan's head. Listening to the crisp sound, he felt quite pleased both physically and mentally. Then he shouted at Ma Hongjun, "Apologize." Chapter 40 Dai. Miss Dai. Ma Hongjun, having no choice, could only say sorry to Tsuehua again. Seeing Tsuehua shake her head and disappear by the roadside in tears, Yunqi was also silent. In this world, without strength, nothing else matters. After Yunqi received the rewards, he felt the amplitude brought by the rewards and couldn't help but be overjoyed, but he still appeared calm and composed on the surface. Flender, observing the silent crowd, couldn't help but explain, "This is my disciple and also a student of the academy." The girls were surprised, thinking that there wasn't a single normal person among the students in this academy. Flender continued to explain, "This situation is due to Ma Hongjun himself. His martial soul is inherently flawed. During the mutation, it didn't fully change, although it mutated into something very powerful, resembling a top-tier beast martial soul. The martial souls in Ma Hongjuan's village are mostly just ordinary chickens with little attack capability. So, it might be due to innate shortcomings that it didn't fully mutate. Although he possesses a phoenix martial soul with strong fire abilities, this martial soul has also brought some deficiencies to Ma Hongjuan's innate body. If he can't vent it out, the flames will destroy him." Seeing the girls showing disgust, Flender sighed and changed the topic. Then he looked at Yunqi and said, "So, how about it? Have you made your decision? Do you want to join the academy?" Yunqi looked at the sparkle in Flender's eyes, turned to discuss with the other girls for a moment, and nodded. To be honest, Yunqi didn't really want to stay here, but there was no choice. Over the past 6 years, Yunqi had experimented with various ways to release tasks, but the rewards were only high when releasing tasks involving Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and others. Other tasks, while they could also bring steady improvement, didn't compare to the high rewards from those tasks, and Yunqi, having experienced the benefits of tasks, didn't want to just give up such high-return task rewards. On the other hand, Flender was secretly pleased to see Yunqi nodding. After all, Shrek Academy was preserved, and having these people around when participating in the Soul Master competition in the future could bring tremendous economic benefits to Shrek. Yunqi also knows what Flender is thinking. But Yunqi has no intention of helping Shrek. Yunqi plans to take everything they can and then leave, turning around to join some other force with everyone. Yunqi has always been a double-standard person, and he does not deny it. He hates anyone who does anything, and he wants Tang San to experience what it's like to be backstabbed in a righteous way when ascending to godhood. Ultimately, he wants to see the kind of despair mixed with pain and disbelief in someone's eyes as they die. Yunqi suddenly felt a shiver, thinking that it would be incredibly exciting. However, before that, the necessary preparations still need to be made. Yunqi looked at Flender and said directly, "Dean, we are willing to join Shrek Academy, but we don't want to follow your methods. I have my own plans and training methods that are more suitable for us. Besides attending classes, we hope you won't interfere with our actions, and we need a separate courtyard. We won't need your funding. We will rent from the villagers ourselves." Flender thought for a moment and recalled Yunqi's terrifying spirit power and spirit ring configuration. Moreover, not having to pay for the accommodation was a plus, so he nodded. As long as they could retain these talents, making some concessions was acceptable. "All right, since you've agreed, I'll get back to my work. As for the houses, you can look for the villagers yourselves." After saying that, Flender flew away, clearly not wanting to get involved in anything else. It was better for him to stay out of it. Xiao was also excited and jumped up, directly pouncing on Yunqi, and said loudly, "Brother, I still want to live with you. Yunqi also nodded indulgently. After all, who doesn't like a humanoid pillow? All right, brother will rent a big yard. We won't be apart. Zhu Zhuqing also stepped forward to hug Yunqi, while Ning Rongrong stood aside, eating lemons. After all, she has no relationship with Yunqi now. But the little witch has a very strong possessiveness in her heart, even though he's not hers. She just wants to snatch him away to play with. But the aura around Yunqi and the two girls' cheerfulness made it hard for her to take action. She's a bit Sundara, but not too much. Ning Rongrong wanted to attract Yunqi with her charm, but seeing the smile in Yunqi's eyes, she gave up. Ning Rongrong's heart was also wavering, secretly saying, wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Everyone ignored Ning Rongrong's inner thoughts and continued happily discussing where to find a house, not paying attention to Ma Hongjun, who was still gazing at the sky. Teacher, why didn't you take me with you? But with Flinder's speed. Ma Hongjun's voice was destined to not reach Flinder's ears, only to disappear in the wind. However, Ma Hongjun was overthinking. Yunqi's lesson for him this time was already enough. Cutting off his descendants is no joke. Just as everyone was discussing, a figure with a charming walk came sauntering over, swaying her hips with a seductive gait, appearing before everyone with heavy makeup. Yunqi also noticed and turned to look at Dai Mubai, who had walked up to him, and for a moment, he didn't recognize her. Not knowing who the beautiful woman in front of him was. It turned out that after Dai Mubai was transformed by Yunqi with gender identity disorder yesterday and was knocked out by Flander, she soon woke up and completely changed. First, she went to the city and bought a bunch of female products. Then she got her hair done. It wasn't until this morning that Dai Mubai returned from the city, leaving Ma Hongjun stunned. He had never seen such a tall and enchanting woman before. However, Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly in thought, looking at the familiar feeling in front of her with some guesses in her heart. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu quietly placed her hand on Yunqi's waist, ready to act if this woman was looking for Yunqi. Before Yunqi and the others could ask, Ma Hongjun eagerly stepped forward to greet her. Beautiful lady, may I ask what brings you to Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun, who had been burned into a black ball by her flames, and also did not recognize him. She smiled brightly and replied, not really. I was originally a student of Shrek. This time, it was Ma Hongjun's turn to be dumbfounded. Wasn't there just 3 people in the academy? Besides the current one, he had never seen her before. Filled with confusion, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ask, are you also a new student this year? Dai Mubai picked up on something and, looking at his round figure, suddenly recalled her good buddy from when she was a man and asked with some suspicion, are you fatty? Ma Hongjun looked at this beautiful woman with a strange expression. Although she wasn't as pretty as the 3 women over there, she was still quite stunning. With a hint of exotic charm, he slowly spoke, are you Dai Lauda? Dai Mubai rolled her eyes dramatically and said with feigned annoyance, yes, that's me. But just call me Mubai. It's not nice for a girl to be called Lauda. Chapter 41. Oscar, who is thrilled to see a hunt. At this point, not only was Ma Hongjun dumbfounded, but everyone was also stunned, rubbing their eyes and blinking hard. And after realizing they weren't seeing things, they looked at Yunqi with strange expressions. Yunqi also shrugged, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. Even if it was related, could Yunqi express it directly? However, what Yunqi didn't expect was that after Dai Mubai put on makeup, even Yunqi couldn't recognize her. After shedding that flashy platinum outfit, she changed into a little dress. Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun, who still had a look of disbelief, and angrily scolded, you fatso. Seeing Ma Hongjun snap back to reality and not paying attention anymore, she turned to Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She took a piece of rice paper out of her exquisite handbag and handed it directly to Zhu Zhuqing. Yunqi couldn't help but be curious. Leaning forward to take a look, it appeared to contain some content, simply stating something about personality conflicts and Dai Mubai voluntarily giving up the competition for the throne. Something akin to a peace agreement? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Dai Mubai in confusion as well. However, she quickly folded the rice paper and carefully hid it away, a long-lost smile appearing on her face. Dai Mubai didn't hesitate and directly explained, don't look at me with that kind of expression. I've realized that when a man has no interest at all, he spends all day worrying back and forth. Ever since I was slapped awake by the dean yesterday, I don't want to be a man anymore. I also don't like women, so rather than letting a marriage contract bind us, it's better to simply dissolve it. Plus, I can wear beautiful dresses and various clothes from now on. Yunqi also gave a thumbs up to Dai Mubai. With an extremely natural expression, he said, congratulations, brother Dai. Oh no, sister Dai. You found the true meaning of life. Dai Mubai looked at the handsome man in front of her, smiled, licked her lips, and slowly said, I was wrong before. I'm sorry. Can we get to know each other again? Yunqi looked at Dai Mubai, who seemed eager to devour him, and felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly turned off his affinity aura and stepped back, saying directly, Miss Dai, we can be acquaintances, but let's not discuss anything else. I really like my girlfriend. Meanwhile, the three girls beside them couldn't help but laugh at Yunqi's awkwardness. Dai Mubai, seeing Yunqi so fearful of her, rolled her eyes. Realizing there was no sense of familiarity, she remembered the earlier incident where she was beaten up and left, swaying her hips with a perplexed expression alongside Ma Hongjun. Fortunately, the affinity aura didn't have a profound effect on Dai Mubai. Otherwise, Yunqi would have been utterly disgusted. Yunqi turned to look at the smiling ladies. Her face flushed with embarrassment and quickly changed the topic. Let's go find a yard. The little cat and others also knew when to stop, understanding that their man didn't like such things. After some light teasing, they began searching for a house together. Soon, after inquiring with the local villagers, they found out that a wealthy family in the village had an extra yard. They went to ask, and upon learning that they were there to rent a place, the wealthy owner directly offered them the vacant yard for Yunqi and her companions to live in. However, Yunqi was not someone who coveted the money of commoners, and after her insistence, they paid the soul coins and started cleaning and arranging the yard. With the help of several soul masters, the place was quickly tidied up, and the living items were placed neatly. Yunqi turned to look at Ning Rongrong, who was sitting aside, and nodded to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. The two girls understood her hint, as aside from Yunqi, no one else knew Ning Rongrong's true nature. For the past few days, Ning Rongrong had been smiling, and apart from minor conflict with Xiao Wu in Suoto City, there were no other issues. The two girls were very welcoming to this beautiful younger sister. Seeing this, Xiao Wu directly went up and took Ning Rongrong's hand, softly saying, Rongrong, why don't you stay here too? There are quite a few rooms. Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi with a hint of desire in her eyes. Yunqi obviously knew what that meant and directly said, My house is quite big, come live in. Zhu Zhuqing also nodded in agreement and said coldly, Don't worry, we're here. Ning Rongrong smiled brightly, looking very innocent. Yunqi didn't look too much, after all. Ning Rongrong's personality hadn't changed yet, the little which was still inside her heart. He didn't want to be inexplicably targeted, nor did he want to be called a sycophant, but he appreciated that Ning Rongrong had spoken up for him multiple times. As for the task, Yunqi decided to go with the flow. Being overly scheming might make feelings seem a bit cheap. Ning Rongrong looked at so many rooms and secretly thought, this is an opportunity they gave themselves, not me taking the initiative, clearly thinking. However, what Ning Rongrong didn't expect was that after everyone sat for a while, as Yunqi entered the master bedroom, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also went in, leaving Ning Rongrong alone outside, which made her feel a bit out of place in the group. But Yunqi and the others didn't think that way. It was just that some things were inconvenient for outsiders to see. After all, Ning Rongrong wasn't one of their own yet, and she had a sect behind her. Who knew if she would directly pass it on to others? Before they had gone through things together, Yunqi had no intention of sharing with anyone, no matter how beautiful it was. While Yunqi and the others were cultivating, time passed quickly, and soon someone came to knock on the door of Yunqi's yard. Yunqi and the others were also interrupted in their cultivation by the sound. They got up, walked out of the room, and came to the yard door. Upon opening it, they found Tang San. They asked with a bit of concern, Xiao San, are you feeling any better? Tang San, whose face had been swollen into a pig's head, showed a hint of emotion and mumbled, It's a bit better, thank you, Chi-Chi. Yunqi heard Tang San's voice, and her smile grew even brighter. She asked again, Did you come to find us for something? Tang San looked at the beaming Yunqi and thought she was happy to hear that he was feeling better, so he happily replied, Chiga, the dean is calling you all to have a meal together. Yunqi listened to Tang San speaking, but couldn't quite understand him. He casually glanced at Tang San's teeth and discovered the reason for the whistling in his speech. It turned out that Xiao Wujia had knocked out Tang San's front teeth and a few molars yesterday. Yunqi nodded at Tang San and directly called the three girls in the courtyard. Together with Tang San, they left and arrived at the academy's cafeteria. Upon returning to the Shrek Academy area, they saw what was called a cafeteria, which was just a larger wooden house. The kitchen was run by a few hired villagers. After Yunqi and the others entered, they found Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had already taken their seats at the dining table. It seemed that Oscar was still unaware that the girl beside him was Dai Mubai, as he was playfully teasing her, which made Ma Hongjun next to them want to say something, but hold back. This was because Dai Mubai was constantly glaring at Ma Hongjun, warning him with her eyes not to speak out of turn. It turned out that Oscar had cleaned up the hair on his face, and his whole demeanor had improved instantly. Coupled with his peach blossom eyes, he had completely captivated Dai Mubai, who was dazed by him. Oscar was also enjoying the playful teasing and shyness of the beautiful girl beside him, as if he had encountered true love. Chapter 42. Dai girl has taken a liking to Oscar. Since being teased by the girls yesterday, Oscar had undergone a painful reflection. He decided to transform himself. With a solid foundation to begin with, after tidying up seriously, he naturally looked quite handsome. Dai Mubai looked at her good brother, who had changed so much, and couldn't help but express her inner feelings. After all, he was the evil tiger. The lustful factor within him did not change just because he transformed into a female. It simply began to favor men. Yunqi and others also said they knew nothing. No matter how hateful Dai Mubai was in the past, once she handed over that contract, it meant she had no direct interest with Yunqi and the others, so naturally, Yunqi would no longer deal with her. On the contrary, Yunqi and the others might even help Dai Mubai pursue her own happiness, as her character was just that noble. Dai Mubai was also aware that she couldn't keep her secret from Oscar for long, so she planned to get things done tonight. By then, even if Oscar wanted to back out, he wouldn't be able to escape Dai Mubai's grasp. So as long as she didn't reveal anything during the day, it would be fine. Moreover, Dai Mubai deliberately avoided the academy's teachers and acquaintances to develop feelings with Oscar. The only concern was Yunqi and those who had seen her before. However, seeing that Yunqi and the others were willing to cooperate, her sinister eyes also showed a grateful gaze. The three girls naturally recognized Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, while Ning Rongrong simply wanted to enjoy the show and see how far Dai Mubai could go. But they didn't recognize Oscar until he spoke up. After all, he was also an old lecher. Oscar looked at the three girls, wanting to salvage his image, and directly left Dai Mubai aside, as the three girls in front of him were more attractive. However, he didn't think much of it, as he had heard about Yunqi's strength, capable of beating teacher Xiao Wu to such a state. Just thinking about it was chilling. You all came to eat too. Yunqi recognized him as Oscar. After all, those peach blossom eyes and that soft and lewd voice were too distinctive. The three girls and Tang San didn't recognize him at first. They just compared the handsome guy in front of them with Yunqi. There was no comparison. Yunqi was the kind of manly, sharp-featured guy who exuded warmth and sunshine. Oscar, on the other hand, looked too much like a pretty boy, overly effeminate. There was no comparison at all, but they still responded, "Do you know us?" Oscar looked at the few people in front of him who clearly didn't recognize him and smiled a bit, thinking that after tidying up, he was also quite a handsome guy, and the attitudes of these people had improved quite a bit. However, Oscar never considered why he was disliked before, and what did it matter if they recognized him or not? Previously, he had a face full of hair. You could only see his eyes and mouth. With a smug smile, Oscar replied, "I'm Oscar, the student you met yesterday." The first to react was Ning Rongrong, looking at Oscar with disbelief. "Are you really that lewd uncle from yesterday?" Oscar's smile froze for a moment before he chuckled. "Yeah, I'm that uncle from yesterday. What about it? Am I still one?" As he spoke, he showed a very confident expression. Ning Rongrong and the others shook their heads. Even Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai felt the same. Looking at everyone's expressions, Oscar's moment of pride was interrupted almost immediately. The three girls still looked at Oscar with disgust and said mercilessly, "You definitely don't look like that lewd uncle from yesterday anymore, but the lewdness is still there, and with your unwarranted confidence, it makes us want to vomit even more." Dai Mubai saw that Oscar was about to be petrified and hurriedly stepped forward, hugging him and softly comforting. "It's okay, Ao. They don't like you, but I really like you." As soon as this was said, it left the rest of the group, who understood the truth, stunned, while only the parties involved. Oscar and Tang San looked touched. Oscar was deeply moved, thinking that there were still such considerate girls in the world, while Tang San was touched by the beauty of this love. Yunqi had a different thought in mind, thinking, "A bitch deserves a dog. It's everlasting." She also flashed a warm smile and said, "Congratulations to you all for finding your happiness." Oscar looked at Yunqi in front of him, being quite polite, but completely oblivious to the expression on Dai Mubai's face beside him. Thank you. You're still better than us." "You." As Oscar spoke, he suddenly fell silent, winking at Yunqi while looking at the three women. Yunqi also took a firm hold, directly facing Oscar, and said, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. These two are both my girlfriends." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's faces turned slightly red, while Ning Rongrong felt a bit sour inside, for reasons she couldn't quite understand herself. Ma Hongjun, witnessing the conversation inside, remained silent and focused on eating. Everything in this world had nothing to do with him. Ever since he had been hit on the head a few times by Flinder, he felt like he had lost that desire. And he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Ma Hongjun thought to himself that he should take the opportunity to experiment with his teacher more. Soon, Yunqi and the others brought the food to the table and began to eat. When faced with some questions, Yunqi happily shared about cultivation, attributing it directly to talent. Anyway, under Yunqi's dual aura, the hostility was eliminated and relationships were strengthened. As for how well these relationships were formed, Yunqi believed it was quite good. While for the other guys, Yunqi thought, you can only fend for yourselves. In short, this meal was very enjoyable, and both sides were quite happy. Under Yunqi's leadership, they got to know each other again. Yunqi also joyfully gave Ma Hongjun and the others nicknames like Fatty and Big Sausage, and with everyone calling him bro. Yunqi became the leader of the 8. After Yunqi helped Xiao Wu wipe her mouth, she also looked at Zhu Zhuqing. But Zhu Zhuqing was still a bit shy and said it was fine for her to come alone. Yunqi didn't force it. He just casually asked Oscar, is there anything special about the Academy's rules? Under Yunqi's friendly demeanor, Oscar didn't dwell on the nickname. After all, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had been calling him that for a long time, and he had long since gotten used to it. He reluctantly shifted his gaze from Dai Mubai to Yunqi, organized his thoughts, and said seriously, it seems that the Academy doesn't have any special rules. Just that you can't commit crimes or engage in anything illegal, but it encourages fighting and competition. Yunqi still wore that expression on her face, but deep down she felt a bit nauseous. Fighting was understandable, but when it came to, many people in her past life had been harmed by it. Although she knew the world had changed, she still felt some resistance. After all, Yunqi had a deep-seated animosity toward. Oscar continued to explain. The teachers at the Academy believe that these two methods can quickly increase practical experience, improve one's martial soul, and enhance mental resilience. As long as no one is killed, it doesn't matter what happens. Even if one loses everything, the teachers won't say anything. Chapter 43. Ning Rongrong's True Nature. Yunqi nodded without speaking, but beside her, Ning Rongrong asked, what about the Academy's courses? Oscar thought for a moment, and then answered helplessly. Because there were too few students before you came, the Academy's courses are always changing. After all, there's so many teachers, and they basically adjust the courses according to individual differences, so I don't know what the current arrangements are. Oscar took the water that Dai Mubai handed him, smiled at Dai Mubai, and then drank it all at once. Clearing his throat, he continued, so, the tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins per year is definitely worth it for you. It was clear that Oscar didn't know about Yunqi and their advantages. But Yunqi didn't indicate anything, just smiled and echoed a few words. However, Xiao Wu couldn't help but speak up. Then why is your academy so poor? Logically speaking, there are several teachers over level 60, and the dean and teacher Zhao are both soul saints. It shouldn't be this poor. Before Oscar could answer, Ma Hongjun also said, we still receive subsidies from the Spirit Hall, but the teachers don't. Xiao Wu and the others knew that the compensation for Soul Masters ended when they broke through to Soul Sovereign and reached Soul Sect. For example, Yunqi currently couldn't receive subsidies, but Ma Hongjun obviously misunderstood Xiao Wu's meaning. That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying that with such high levels of Soul Masters, anything they do should be better than this. It can't be that the Academy has fallen into such a state. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar were all stunned, clearly realizing the blind spot in the situation. Ning Rongrong, with a pure smile, said to Xiao Wu, don't ask anymore. Perhaps the teachers have their own difficulties and find it hard to make money. When Ma Hongjun and the others heard Ning Rongrong's words, it seemed like she was explaining to Xiao Wu, but the actual meaning was understood by everyone present. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were both enraged. They were the dean, brought back by Flander, and had a debt of gratitude, so they couldn't stand hearing Ning Rongrong indirectly criticize their teachers. Ning Rongrong didn't have Yunqi's aura, which couldn't influence Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Ma Hongjun was currently focused on his goals, while Oscar was accompanied by beauty, so they naturally wouldn't be swayed by Ning Rongrong's appearance. The two raised their hands and slammed them on the table. The bowls and chopsticks on the table were knocked over, and the two angrily questioned Ning Rongrong in unison. What do you mean by that? But who was Ning Rongrong? She was the most favored little princess in the sect, and had never endured such grievances. Not wanting to keep pretending, she showed a look of disdain on her face and directly retorted, what do you mean by what you're thinking? What I said is what I meant. Seeing that Ning Rongrong not only refused to accept, but also mocked them, they were ready to act. Ning Rongrong, seeing this, sneered and slowly said, if you dare to touch me now, Tomorrow, everyone from Shrek, including your dean, will die here. Do you believe it? Yunqi originally wanted to intervene. But looking at Ning Rongrong's appearance, it was completely different from how it was portrayed in the original work when Flinder was P. Ooh. A. In the original, she had power and influence in her own family, yet she bowed down to Dai Mubai and was punished by Flinder. Although it was said to be under instruction, it was still different from the current situation. Yunqi thought for a moment and agreed. After all, these are living people. How could they let others bully them without resisting? Not to mention that Ning Rongrong left a very bad first impression on them. If Ning Rongrong had some powerful backing, Yunqi would think she had some serious issues, as it just didn't make sense. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, they also calmed down. Ning Rongrong's identity was definitely not simple. When they were eating just now, Ning Rongrong had mentioned her basic information again, innate soul power level 9, and her martial soul was the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. From this, it could be concluded that Ning Rongrong was the proud daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. They wouldn't dare to bet on whether there would be corpses everywhere tomorrow. After calming down, they broke out in a cold sweat. The 7 treasure glazed tile school had 2 title de law and a very good relationship with the Heaven Do Empire. Even if they didn't directly curse, just pointing at their noses to scold them would be something they had to accept. Thinking of this, the two hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Ning Rongrong. We just got a bit emotional earlier. We're really sorry. Yunqi looked at the two who were bowing and apologizing, as well as Ning Rongrong, who had no intention of forgiving them, and said, Rongrong, accept their apologies. We still have to study together as classmates in the future. Yunqi winked at Ning Rongrong in a place where the two couldn't see. Ning Rongrong didn't quite understand Yunqi's meaning, but she knew that Yunqi must have more to say to her, so she immediately expressed that she could forgive the two of them. For the sake of Chiga, I forgive you this time, but if you dare to show any killing intent toward me again, I won't be so polite. Ma Hongjun and Oscar hurriedly nodded, not daring to take action again. They certainly didn't want to seek momentary pleasure only to find that Shrek and its people had quietly disappeared from this Soul Master world the next day. Now, looking at the righteous and outspoken Yunqi, their eyes were filled with gratitude. Yunqi looked at the scene before him and thought, this is more like it. Not using power when you have it is truly foolish. This Ning Rongrong is just right for me. Yunqi casually waved his hand and slowly said to the two, I've helped you this time, but please don't do this next time. We're all classmates. Isn't there anything we can discuss? If something is said wrong, we can explain it slowly. Why does it have to come to fighting and killing? Ma Hongjun also muttered in grievance. Chigu, our academy's rules are like this, encouraging battles. The others shook their heads and sighed. But only Tang San's eyes sparkled with light. He thought to himself, this academy truly lives up to its name as a monster academy. Even the rules are so strange. I guess I came to the right place. After all, in his previous life, Tang San was also part of a sect that specialized in hidden weapons, where fighting and irregularity might have been their habits. Yunqi was surprised and said, so this school rule has really sunk into your brains. I can't help but give a thumbs up to Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Keep it up, and don't forget this rule. But the school rules never said this rule only applies to our own people, right? From now on, if you see someone you can't stand, you should go up and beat them up. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu listened to Yunqi's words in silence, but Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Tang San's eyes lit up. In unison, they said to Yunqi, thank you, Brother Qi, for your guidance. The girls rolled their eyes at the four of them again, thinking that they couldn't even understand Yunqi's sarcasm. Yunqi was also surprised to look at them, thinking, my halo is clearly forgiveness and affinity. How did it turn into a reduction of intelligence? In fact, it's not Yunqi's fault. It's just that this rule was too appealing to the four of them. So when Yunqi spoke with righteous fervor, they didn't delve into the meaning of the words and simply took it as Yunqi guiding them. Chapter 44, Tang San. Moved to tears. After dinner, everyone returned to their own cultivation, especially since Yunqi's presence had suddenly made the atmosphere at Shrek more competitive. After all, with a monster that is Yunqi here, it was stimulating everyone's fragile nerves. Yunqi also saw Tang San, who was about to leave, and stepped forward to stop him. With a thought, he issued a task. Have Tang San forge a hidden weapon from the corpse of the iron-armored sword dragon. Reward, retrieve the forged hidden weapon. Tang San looked at Yunqi, who was blocking his way, with confusion and couldn't help but ask, Chiga, is there something you need? Yunqi directly asked, Xiao San, back when we were in school. We noticed that you would collect some ores whenever you had the chance. What do you need those for? Tang San noticed Yunqi paying attention to his or collection, and his expression changed slightly but quickly disappeared. After all, there was some fondness here, so he answered with a bit of concealment, "It's nothing much. You know, my family is a blacksmith family, and I don't want to lose my skills, so I just look for some things to practice with when I have free time." Yunqi also nodded in agreement and said to Tang San, "I saw you using that little gadget during the entrance exam yesterday. Did you make it yourself?" Tang San felt a bit flustered at this moment. After all, this was his means of survival on this continent. Even though the person in front of him was Yunqi, he still felt a bit nervous. He replied ambiguously, "Yes, I made it myself, but because the materials are quite rare, there isn't much left." Yunqi casually patted Tang San's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's nothing, just asking, I won't take your things." Seeing the friendly Yunqi in front of him, Tang San felt a bit ashamed, but thought to himself that since Chiga didn't have the Tang sect's hidden weapon techniques, he wouldn't be able to use them, which made him feel much more at ease. He decided to take one out to show Yunqi. As Tang San's left hand touched the 24-bridge Minjiwai at his waist, he didn't immediately take out anything. Tang San was puzzled and used his soul power to probe inside. Upon seeing the scene inside, his eyes suddenly turned red. He muttered, "Where's my dragon whisker needle? Where's my dragon whisker needle?" Yunqi watched as Tang San finally realized that his belongings were missing, secretly feeling delighted. However, he still pretended to be concerned and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao San? Is something missing?" Tang San, looking lost and dejected, raised his head to look at Yunqi and said with a sad tone, "Chi-Chi, everything I used yesterday is gone." Yunqi also asked, "Xiao San, how could your things disappear if they are in the storage soul guide? Don't make up such a poor lie to deceive me, just because you don't want to show me." Tang San was a bit anxious and hurriedly said, "How could I possibly deceive you? Chiga, I have always remembered the help you and the teacher have given me." Yunqi nodded thoughtfully and said slowly, "It seems that your item is truly lost. Could it be because of the soul guiding device?" Upon hearing Yunqi's words, Tang San also recalled the times over the past 6 years when he frequently lost money and hidden weapons, feeling both love and hate towards this soul guiding device. For a moment, he was unable to make up his mind. Yunqi looked at Tang San, who was shaken by his words, and said directly, "How about this, Xiao San? Why don't you sell this thing to me? After all, it's just lying around with you, which means it has become outdated." Tang San hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head and said to Yunqi, "This thing was given to me by my teacher, so it's not good to sell it." Yunqi looked at Tang San, who was refusing, and was not angry. He had 100% confidence in handling Tang San. He sighed slightly and said, "What a pity I saw that your body is so weak, and you must be having a hard time. I just wanted to help you a little." Tang San was deeply moved. In this world, his father had never treated him well, but there was still the bond of blood. Yu Xiaogang had imparted teachings to him, but apart from Yunqi, there was no one who truly cared about him. Is it time to see the opportunity in the clouds? Directly taking out the corpse of the iron-armored sword dragon from the ring, Tang San was greatly shocked by the enormous creature before him, especially after recognizing the various ores on the corpse of the iron-armored sword dragon. His breathing became noticeably heavier. His eyes revealed a sense of longing, but the remaining rationality prevented Tang San from losing his composure immediately. Yunqi also coughed at the right moment, interrupting Tang San's thoughts. Tang San looked at Yunqi with excitement and hurriedly said, "Chiga, what is this?" Yunqi casually said, "This iron armor dragon is a soul beast that I hunted together with your sister Xiao Wu. It is also the 4th soul ring. Back then, I almost lost my life to it. Seeing that you like ores, I kept it for you, but I never had the right opportunity to give it to you." Yunqi was expressing his fear while speaking. Tang San felt tears streaming down his face this time. The knowledge he learned from Yu Xiaogang made him understand how difficult it is to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, especially one like the iron-armored jellyfish, which has treasure all over its body and is even harder to come by. Yunqi saw Tang San shed tears and continued to speak emotionally. That battle was truly thrilling. Although I also gained the 4th soul ring after 10,000 years, this corpse can help you, so it's not in vain. Yunqi finished speaking and patted Tang San's shoulder, then slowly lifted his foot to leave. Tang San felt extremely ashamed looking at Yunqi, who had taken such good care of him. The corpse of the iron armor dragon could sell for hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. Yet Chiga gave it to him just because he noticed that he liked ores. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward as Yunqi was about to leave. "Ye." Yunqi also looked back at Tang San and asked with a hint of doubt, "Xiao San, is there anything else?" Tang San looked into Yunqi's eyes and directly handed over the 24 Bridges moonlit night that Yu Xiaogang had given him, placing it in Yunqi's hands. "Chiga, this is for you. Keeping it will just lead to more things falling out." Chiga, Please don't put any valuable items inside. Yunqi also nodded with a smile, turned around and waved her hand, disappearing from Tang San's sight along with the three girls. Tang San looked at Yunqi's calm demeanor and felt extremely envious. But he also completely severed his thoughts about Xiao Wu, solidifying his resolve. He murmured to himself, Xiao Wu is now my sister-in-law, and I should give myself a few hard slaps for indulging in unrealistic fantasies. It wasn't until a while after Yunqi had vanished that Tang San calmed his emotions of gratitude and excitement, turning to look at the massive object in front of him, and suddenly thought of something. It's so big. Where am I going to put it? And how am I going to transport it back? On the other side, Yunqi was unaware of Tang San's current dilemma, but even if she knew, she would just smile. As for helping Tang San, Yunqi doesn't have that good of a mental quality. Sending the corpse of the iron armor dragon was just to slow down Tang San's cultivation speed and to take advantage of Tang San's achievements. Does he really think Yunqi is noble? Chapter 45. Where is Zhu Zhuqing? Back in the courtyard, everyone saw that there was no one around. So Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing directly asked Yunqi, Brother, why did you give Tang San the corpse of the iron armor dragon? It could have sold for a lot of money. Even Ning Rongrong, who was beside them, looked at Yunqi with confusion. Even she couldn't be that generous. Although the 7-treasure glazed tile sect could produce those gold soul coins, it wasn't a small amount, but for an individual, that was astronomical. Yunqi also smiled and pinched the faces of the little cat and Xiao Wu lightly, and said casually, Of course it has an effect. Don't ask anymore. Well, have you ever seen me make a losing deal? The three girls were still puzzled, but seeing that Yunqi didn't say it directly, they tactfully chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, Yunqi would definitely tell them what she thought they should know. Yunqi looked up at the sky and saw that there was still a long time ahead. He took the two girls back to the room and continued their training. As for Ning Rongrong outside the door, she felt a wave of frustration. Looking at the tightly closed door, she was at a loss for words and angrily returned to her own room. She didn't even realize that her attitude towards the group had slowly changed. She had gradually fallen for them. Perhaps it was the feeling of distance from Yunqi and the others. There were many things that Yunqi kept from her, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing did the same, which made her feel excluded. She wanted to fit in with the group, but didn't know where to start. The setting sun slanted down, and the afterglow quickly disappeared from the land. The wind in the yard stirred up falling leaves, making a rustling sound. A few people from Yunqi called out Ning Rongrong, and after having a simple meal outside, they returned to the room. Yunqi watched the little kitten that started practicing as soon as it returned to the room, without interfering much. He just turned to look at Xiao Wu, who had finished washing up and was sitting by the makeup table. Xiao Wu also noticed Yunqi's gaze. She smiled and said to Yunqi, Bro, help me comb my hair. Yunqi took out the comb that Xiao Wu had given her from the ring, walked behind Xiao Wu, and gently helped her comb her hair. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi's figure in the mirror and fell into a memory, saying, Brother, your technique is getting better and better. Yunqi smiled faintly, feeling a bit helpless. After so many years of helping you with your hair, my skills are still not good. Doesn't that make me a fool? Xiao Wu looked affectionately at Yunqi in the mirror and murmured, Brother, you are just a fool. Although Xiao Wu's voice was very soft, with Yunqi's keen hearing, how could he not understand what Xiao Wu was saying? He also knew the meaning behind her words. Yunqi is not a saint, and he has long promised Xiao Wu. As a normal young man full of vigor, Yunqi has been tormented to the point of extreme suffering. However, in his previous life, he was terrified by an indescribable entity, which made him somewhat fearful of this matter, so he has been holding back. Xiao Wu sensed the unusualness of her beloved behind her, and her face turned slightly red. With her delicate features, she turned to look at Yunqi, who was using her comb to help tidy her hair, and she stepped forward to hug him. Whispering softly in Yunqi's ear, she said, Brother. Yunqi also understood Xiao Wu's meaning. She turned her head to glance at the little cat, who was practicing, and hesitantly said, Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate? Xiao Wu, however, didn't mind and replied, It's fine. It's just a matter of time. Yunqi was also dumbfounded, staring at Xiao Wu, and was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi's expression and directly said, I have such a good sisterhood with Zhu Zhuqing, it doesn't matter. Yunqi was deeply moved by Xiao Wu's words. Without any hesitation, what more could Yunqi say about such a wonderful daughter-in-law? It is aptly said, when the golden wind and the jade do meet. It surpasses countless encounters in the human world. Yunqi looked down one last time, smiled at Xiao Wu, and said, There's plenty of time ahead. Xiao Wu shyly nodded and let out a soft hum, as small as a mosquito. Yunqi and Xiao Wu did not notice the little cat peeking from the corner. Xiao Wu's feelings for Yunqi rose again, as their relationship had greatly deepened their bond. Yunqi looked at the little dance in her arms, who refused to let go no matter what. She affectionately pinched the little one's nose and gently said, "Why aren't you going to sleep yet? It's so late." The little dance stuck out her adorable tongue and made a face at Yunqi. However, Yunqi wouldn't let the little dance be alone like that. She reached out to tickle her. The little dance couldn't take it, curling up at times and retaliating, but she was no match for Yunqi. Soon, she was defeated and felt a bit sleepy after having been busy for so long without proper rest. Yunqi understood this about the little dance, but instead of letting her go to sleep right away, she took her to wash up again before returning. Lying on the bed, the little dance looked deeply at Yunqi, and after thinking for a moment, she slowly spoke, "Brother, what do you think our future will be like?" Yunqi also turned around and said to Xiao Wu, "Who can say for sure about the future?" Yunqi said, "Although we don't know what the future holds, I will do my best to create a perfect future for the people I love and who love me." In that moment, Xiao Wu seemed to see a light in her eyes. In Xiao Wu's heart, Yunqi's figure kept rising. Unable to hold back her feelings, Xiao Wu hugged Yunqi and kissed him, shouting loudly, "Brother!" Yunqi, who was happily smiling, asked lightly, "What's wrong?" Xiao Wu looked at Yunqi seriously and then slowly said, "I love you." Yunqi was taken aback for a moment, but smiled and replied, "Me too." Perhaps too immersed in their conversation, both Yunqi and Xiao Wu completely forgot that there was another person in the room. The little cat, Zhu Zhuqing, watched the affectionate couple exchange sweet words, completely forgetting about herself. No matter how confident and indifferent Zhu Zhuqing was, she couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy and embarrassment. Deep down, she thought, "How can they be like this? I'm still in the room." Meanwhile, Yunqi and Xiao Wu continued to flirt with each other. They chatted about gossip, reminisced about Grandpa Jack, and wondered if the Nottingham Academy would remember them after they left. They also thought about how the little brothers in the academy were doing now. When Xiao Wu mentioned the teachers and students at Shrek Academy, she once again complained to Yunqi, "This academy is truly a monster academy. There's not a single normal person in it." Yunqi also nodded and said, "We also have to thank Shrek Academy, otherwise I wouldn't have met Zhu Qing." Xiao Wu also agreed. Zhu Qing is really great. As they talked, the two exchanged a knowing glance. Then their bodies stiffened, and trembling, they asked each other, "Where's Zhu Qing?" Chapter 46. Xiao Wu persuades the little cat. Coming back to their senses, Yunqi and Xiao Wu felt a sense of bitterness in the air. They both turned to look at the little cat, only to see her face flushed as if she could bleed, her eyes wide open, staring fixedly at Yunqi and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu and Yunqi felt a wave of awkwardness. They had just been caught up in the moment and completely ignored the little cat's feelings. Sensing the little cat's gaze, Yunqi was about to approach her. But the little cat was not so easily intimidated by Yunqi. As the little cat watched Yunqi come closer, she could no longer withstand the awkward atmosphere and quickly opened the door, dashing into Ning Rongrong's room and burrowing inside. Shortly after, they heard the door slam shut with a bang. Ning Rongrong, seeing Zhu Zhuqing suddenly burst into her room, was taken aback, thinking something had happened. She approached Zhu Zhuqing, who was leaning against the door, and asked, "What's wrong, Zhuqing?" Zhuqing recalled what had just happened in the room and felt like her head was about to explode. Seeing Zhuqing's awkward demeanor, Ning Rongrong realized something was up. She hurriedly pressed for details about what happened. Zhuqing was vague, but Ning Rongrong, being very clever, could see clues from Zhuqing's face, and her heart sank. With an uncertain attitude, Ning Rongrong asked Zhuqing, "Did they?" Under Ning Rongrong's hopeful gaze, the little cat nodded shyly. Now, Ning Rongrong didn't know what to say. For some reason, she felt a bit uncomfortable. She silently pulled Zhuqing to lie on the bed together. On the other side, Yunqi felt a bit at a loss. It was the first time in both her past and present life, and she didn't know how to comfort the little cat. Although she knew the little cat might not care, given the situation, Yunqi was still a bit flustered. However, the already lying Xiao Wu said weakly, "Don't worry. I'll talk to her tomorrow." Yunqi didn't know what to do, so he could only go with the flow. After understanding Xiao Wu's meaning, he didn't say much more. Yunqi looked at the exhausted Xiao Wu after her trip home and couldn't help but sigh. The evil fire is really useful. While Yunqi was still sighing, Xiao Wu had already started to breathe rhythmically. Yunqi glanced at the sky outside through the window, then held Xiao Wu and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, both Yunqi and Xiao Wu didn't get up until the sun was high in the sky. Looking at the breakfast that had already been prepared in the yard, along with a bowl of steaming porridge mixed with longan, red dates, and black beans, Yunqi understood Zhu Zhuqing's intention. Yunqi looked up at the little kitten practicing on the roof and greeted it. It seemed as if yesterday's events had been forgotten by Yunqi. "Zhuqing, good morning." Zhu Zhuqing rolled her beautiful eyes, wrinkled her delicate nose, and said to Yunqi in an annoyed tone, "I brought breakfast for you all. Hurry up and eat." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu also slowly walked out from the room, supporting herself against the wall. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zhuqing quickly went up to support Xiao Wu and brought her to the table. Noticing the kittens staring at her and Xiao Wu's unsteady steps, Yunqi shyly scratched his head. Young people tend to get carried away, but fortunately, they were all soul masters who often exercised, so they would recover in a few hours. Zhu Zhuqing also signaled Yunqi to serve the porridge she had specially made for Xiao Wu. Yunqi was also not dazed, carefully holding the bowl, and came in front of Xiao Wu, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. Filled with apologies, he said to Xiao Wu, "I'm sorry." Xiao Wu smiled brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped, and playfully replied, "No need to apologize. It was me who wanted you to take me home in the first place. And I'm also fulfilling the promise I made before in Grandpa Jack's request." Yunqi also reminisced about the various moments they had together, smiling as she continued to feed Xiao Wu breakfast. Soon, under Yunqi's feeding, Xiao Wu was stuffed and pulled Zhu Zhuqing aside to whisper. Zhu Zhuqing probably understood a bit about Xiao Wu's intention in pulling her, but she felt too shy to speak up. Xiao Wu, however, didn't have too many thoughts. She earnestly said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, you know about what happened yesterday, and to deal with this fickle guy we must act early, especially since he has a charm that can make people fall for him. The number of people around him will only increase in the future." Zhu Zhuqing certainly knew about that terrifying charm around Yunqi. Even she had unconsciously fallen into it, but she wasn't quite ready for it yet, considering they had only known each other for a month, and a hint of conflict flashed across her face. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's conflicted expression, Xiao Wu continued to stoke the flames. "Zhuqing, didn't you notice the way Ning Rongrong looks at Ge?" Zhu Zhuqing understood Xiao Wu's meaning, but still expressed her doubts. That shouldn't be the case. She's the young lady of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. However, as she spoke, she recalled visiting Ning Rongrong's room last night and seeing her knowing expression, making her feel uneasy. Xiao Wu continued, "Even if Rongrong is the young lady of the seven-treasure glazed tile school and doesn't like Ge, didn't you notice Ji's gaze?" Zhu Zhuqing had spent some time with Yunqi and the others, so she naturally knew Yunqi's character and that he would often glance at beautiful women. With this thought, the little cat no longer hesitated and nodded at Xiao Wu. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing had made up her mind, Xiao Wu was extremely happy. After all, with Yunqi's already exceptional talent, he now had an added buff, and Xiao Wu couldn't handle it alone. She had to call for more allies. In the corner where the two girls were not paying attention, Ning Rongrong was also listening to the entire conversation, feeling confused about her feelings for Yunqi. However, she couldn't take the initiative. But upon learning that Zhu Zhuqing was also ready, Ning Rongrong didn't know why, but her grip on her sleeve tightened, wrinkling it. Her expression was exceedingly complicated. Meanwhile, Yunqi was completely oblivious to the two girls whispering and was sitting at the table, eating heartily. After Yunqi finished eating, a voice from outside the courtyard called out, "Are you there?" Yunqi wiped his mouth and asked, "What's up, Tang San?" Tang San replied directly, "The dean called us for a meeting, so I came to get you." After learning the purpose of Tang San's visit, Yunqi immediately shouted the names of the three girls and quickly left the courtyard with them, following Tang San to the playground. When the five of them arrived at the playground, they also saw Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. However, they found Oscar looking lifeless, staring in fear at Dai Mubai, while he was eating a sausage he had made, with one hand always kept behind him. Yunqi and the others also realized something and held back their laughter. Chapter 47, Dai Mubai's Decision. However, Dai Mubai was a bit displeased, looking at Oscar, who seemed to want to stay 10 meters away from him, and slowly approached. But with every step Dai Mubai took, Oscar would cover his back and take a step back. Seeing Oscar's posture, Dai Mubai couldn't help but shout loudly, "Oscar, what are you doing? Yesterday you enjoyed yourself, and I held back my disgust to help you." Oscar, with tears in his eyes and a frustrated expression, shouted back at Dai Mubai, "After we got back yesterday, you covered my eyes. How was I supposed to know it was you?" Dai Mubai didn't care anymore and directly hugged Oscar. He said fiercely, "Anyway, you've done what you needed to do. Do you think you could just walk away now?" Oscar tried to break free from Dai Mubai's embrace, but his stature was relatively smaller compared to Dai Mubai, and besides, Dai Mubai had a beast martial soul, while Oscar only had a food-type martial soul. So he had no advantage in strength, and could only helplessly seek help from the others present. Ma Hongjun had dark circles under his eyes, clearly knowing what had happened since they shared the same dormitory, but now he had no desire at all, not even the desire to meddle. Oscar looked at his good brother, who didn't even glance at him, and the sadness in his eyes was evident. He loudly called out to Yunqi, "Brother Qi, save me. This is Dai Mubai, Dai Mubai." Yunqi couldn't pretend not to know when she heard Oscar's cry for help. She stepped forward, looking at Oscar with a face full of sorrow, while Dai Mubai behind Oscar was frantically shaking his head and signaling to Yunqi. Yunqi certainly knows what Dai Mubai is thinking, and slowly said to Oscar, "Little Ao, I can't really say much about this matter, after all. It's a mutual agreement between you two." Seeing that Yunqi was willing to speak, Oscar's desperate eyes revealed a glimmer of hope, and he hurriedly said, "Chiga, Dai Mubai deceived me. He deceived me." Yunqi also shook his head and said directly, "Xiao Ao, it's not that I don't want to help you. But Dai Mubai is also my classmate, and it was indeed you who. As for what happened later, wasn't it you who started it?" Upon seeing that Yunqi was willing to help, Dai Mubai quickly nodded and said to Oscar with deep emotion and helplessness, "Xiao Ao, I really like you. And we've known each other for so many years. Don't we have even a little bit of affection?" Oscar was taken aback, recalling that before the truth was revealed, it was indeed quite comfortable, but it seemed that the problem wasn't this issue. Yunqi was still in a daze and hurriedly said, "Xiao Ao, I think you should just agree. After all, it's not like you're losing out, and didn't Mubai treat you well yesterday?" Ning Rongrong, who was initially feeling down, also found some fun and cheerfully stepped forward to say, Yeah, Sister Mubai is very beautiful. Why are you treating her like this?" After being confused for a moment, Oscar directly replied, "But he's my brother. How can I change my attitude like this?" Yunqi was also taken aback, thinking that gender dysphoria merely changes one's mental state. However, what surprised Yunqi and everyone present was that Dai Mubai had tears in her eyes. She let go of Oscar and said softly to him, "Xiao Ao, is there really no possibility between us?" Clearly, Oscar had also been holding back his feelings all night. Remembering Dai Mubai's actions from the latter half of the night, he nodded fiercely and said, "Yes, there is absolutely no possibility between us." Dai Mubai, who was now a completely feminized boy, looked at Oscar with tear-filled eyes upon hearing his resolute answer. Then, in front of everyone, Dai Mubai directly completed the martial spirit possession, closed her enchanting eyes, and swung her claws downward, tearing through her clothes and flesh. Dai Mubai let out a scream. The sound startled the birds resting in the trees and attracted the leisurely walking Flander. Now Oscar was dumbfounded. He had only acted out of anger and hadn't truly wanted things to escalate like this. He hurriedly recited a soul spell, created a sausage, and rushed forward to place it in Dai Mubai's mouth. Dai Mubai's face was pale, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, forcing out a faint smile as she said to Oscar, "Xiao Ao, can you accept me now?" Under everyone's gaze, Oscar only managed a slight grimace and told Dai Mubai, "You should eat first, stop the bleeding." Dai Mubai was in unbearable pain, quickly absorbing the soul power from the food, and only then did she slowly stop the bleeding. Flander, who had rushed over upon hearing the scream, looked at his student lying in a pool of blood and roared in anger. Who did this? Under Flander's overwhelming pressure, everyone felt a bit uncomfortable. Although it wasn't directed at them, the soul power of a soul sage still affected them. Flander looked at the crowd, his eyes seemingly asking what had happened. But Yunqi and the others all looked at Oscar in unison. Flander understood the issue and directly asked Oscar, "Oscar, tell me, why did Mubai end up like this?" Oscar exchanged glances with Flander, then hurriedly lowered his head, unable to say a word for a long time. Flander had no choice but to quickly pick up Dai Mubai, channeling his soul power to lift the two liang that had fallen to the ground and soared into the sky. The priority now was to treat Dai Mubai and see if there was still a glimmer of hope. Just as Flander took off, a voice floated down from the sky. "This band right here. Oscar, remember to give me an explanation when I return." Upon hearing the voice, everyone looked at Oscar with pity, and it was clear that he had not yet emerged from the shadow of being the victim, then becoming the perpetrator, and now the scapegoat. Yunqi also shook his head, knowing that Dai Mubai's inner self had completely feminized, which would become an obstacle for Dai Mubai in attracting men. So he took this opportunity to decisively eliminate it, also to deepen his significance in Oscar's heart. But others didn't know, especially Tang San, who was now looking at Oscar with righteous indignation, saying, "Oscar, are you even a man? You were the one who did that first, and now you've turned into this. Mubai is expressing her feelings for you, and now that she's gone, you're still here in a daze?" Yunqi also patted Oscar on the shoulder, saying nothing, but making a gesture. After sighing, he led the three girls past Oscar and walked towards Suoto City. Oscar was also in a battle of thoughts, as this decision could affect his entire life. However, to be fair, Dai Mubai's previous experiences with others were indeed quite clever, especially since Oscar had not seen through them yet. Chapter 48. The Origin of the Evil Soul Master. After Tang San and Ma Hongjun had left, Oscar looked at the bloodstains on the ground, recalling the Brotherhood of the past and what happened last night. He made up his mind and stepped forward, chasing after the direction where Flinder had just left. While running and thinking, Oscar chose to forgive himself and forgive Dai Mubai. I would rather make mistakes than do nothing at all. On the other side, Yunqi was taking the 3 girls to Suoto City for a meal, as the food in the academy was, well, hard to describe. When Ning Rongrong found out, she followed behind Yunqi and the others, as the food here was indeed hard to swallow for this young lady from a wealthy family. Soon, Yunqi and the others arrived at a restaurant in Suoto City to have a meal. After eating, they strolled around the streets for a while. Why do you think Dai Mubai would go to such lengths? Xiao Wu asked the few people in front of her. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, feeling more and more that leaving at that time was indeed a wise decision. Ning Rongrong directly replied, maybe he really likes Oscar? After all, once Oscar shaves, he could be considered a handsome man, provided he doesn't speak. Yunqi held a different opinion and shared her previous thoughts with the other women. Do you not understand who Dai Mubai was before? The women recalled the scene at the Rose Hotel, but Ning Rongrong only heard about it secondhand, so she didn't know much. However, seeing that Dai Mubai could even turn against his own brothers made her shiver involuntarily. Yunqi looked at the expressions of the women and continued, she has been with countless women, and now that things have changed, she will surely not be able to resist her loneliness for long. Moreover, Oscar should fit Dai Mubai's taste. When you think about it carefully, you'll understand why Dai Mubai would do that. Seeing that everyone was deep in thought, Yunqi didn't say more. After all, he had no grievances with Dai Mubai anymore, and other people's matters were none of his business. Ning Rongrong then changed the subject, saying, with so many of us out together, how can we not buy some clothes and food? She added, sisters, do you want to go shopping with me? Last time we had a little disagreement, and I didn't buy anything. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also smiled awkwardly. Ning Rongrong continued, don't worry, I'll cover all the expenses today. Seeing such a generous Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu happily grabbed Yunqi's hand, bouncing and shouting yay. Yunqi glanced at Xiao Wu, then raised her head and made eye contact with Zhu Zhuqing, instantly feeling a sense of DJVU, as if she were a daughter being treated to a meal by her aunt. However, this time, while the girls were shopping, Yunqi didn't just wait around. She spotted a small stall by the roadside selling trinkets and approached it, picking up a small rabbit and a kitten charm, asking the vendor, boss, how much for these 2? The stall owner warmly replied to Yunqi, these 2 will cost you 1 silver coin. Yunqi nodded, thinking it was a bit expensive but still acceptable. After picking up 2 items, he also noticed a blue hairpin. The design was quite nice, but the material was average. The boss, seeing that the young man didn't negotiate, realized that he had quoted a price that was indeed much higher than usual. However, Yunqi didn't haggle, which left the boss confused. Seeing that Yunqi was interested in a hairpin, the boss quickly said, 3 items for 1 silver coin will do. Yunqi smiled, directly took out some money from the ring, placed it in front of the stall, stood up, and turned to leave. The stall owner sighed, what a big spender. TSK, TSK, TSK. A good person. It's a shame Yunqi walked away. Otherwise, I could have returned some of it. Just as Yunqi returned to the agreed meeting point outside the city gate, he saw a lewd uncle constantly bothering Xiao Wu and the others. Hey, little ladies, are you the only ones buying clothes? How about I treat you to some food? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, known for their fierce personalities, immediately summoned their martial souls and prepared to unleash their power, muttering, "What's this? Calling himself brother? I think you've had some bad liquor and can't even recognize yourself." The lewd man's expression darkened. In this small Suoto city, as a soul king, he was not accustomed to being spoken to like that by a few young girls. His inner malice grew stronger. He directly released his martial soul, and his 5 soul rings floated around him. Upon realizing the situation was wrong, Zhu Zhuqing quietly disappeared from everyone's sight, hiding after activating her martial soul. Ning Rongrong, looking at the lewd man in front of her, saw his wickedness intensifying and shouted loudly, "I am the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's master. Do you dare to make a move?" This left the lewd man in shock. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was a place that everyone on the continent knew about. The realization that this girl in green was the master's daughter made him uneasy. After all, this moment of lust could lead to his doom. While he was lost in thought, Yunqi hid his figure, originally wanting to see how the girls would fight, but it was clear that wouldn't happen now. Seeing that the lewd man didn't dare to act after Ning Rongrong's declaration, she took Xiao Wu's hand and started to walk out. Looking at the man blocking her way, she disdainfully said, "Good dogs don't block the way." It seemed that the man, who was originally planning to back down, was provoked. His eyes turned red, and he stared at Ning Rongrong fiercely, roaring, "Say that again." Ning Rongrong was clearly startled by the roar, but she never backed down, stubbornly saying each word, "Good dog, don't block the way." The lewd man felt humiliated and, disregarding the danger of the seven treasure glazed tile school, attacked directly. His martial soul manifested, and he became covered in grotesque growths, exuding a foul odor. His tongue hung out, saliva dripping down, hissing as it hit the ground, causing white smoke to rise. However, Xiao Wu reacted quickly. Using Ghost Shadow mysterious steps, she and Ning Rongrong narrowly dodged the attack from the Soul King, continually retreating. Yunqi couldn't stay any longer either. With the strength and insufficient cultivation of Xianyu in front of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, they were no match for the Soul King, who possessed the poisoned toad martial soul. As Zhu Zhuqing was about to unleash her soul skill, Yunqi hurriedly called out to her, "Zhu Zhuqing, wait. Don't act yet." Upon hearing Yunqi's voice, Zhu Zhuqing slowed down her speed. The man, seeing that the prey coming to him was a hot-bodied beauty, revealed a lewd look in his eyes and activated his second soul skill. Suddenly, his tongue extended long, rushing towards Zhu Zhuqing with a whooshing sound. Yunqi was also not daring to be careless. The second and third soul rings on his body lit up, and the sword in his hand transformed into a streak of light with Yunqi's intent, slashing straight towards the man's tongue, with a sword that completely ignored defense. It was not something a mere tongue could withstand. The man saw the sword light flying toward his tongue and hurriedly used the muscles on his tongue to change its direction, but Yunqi's sword could curve. In just an instant, the sword pierced through the man's tongue, which began to writhe on the ground. The man immediately crouched down, covering his mouth, but blood kept flowing out from it. Yunqi is not the kind of person who would just leave halfway. A man who dares to lay hands on his own woman, especially one with a martial soul that would later be called Evil Soul Master. Yunqi has no intention of letting him go. Thinking back to how Tang San released this group of things from the city of slaughter, a chill ran down her spine, not knowing how many innocent civilians would die. Chapter 49, Slaughter. As Yunqi took advantage of the man's moment of distraction, the moon shadow sword in his hand continuously danced, thrusting and stabbing. The first soul ring was also flashing wildly without regard for soul power. The sword energy was densely packed around the man, who realized the danger and, enduring the pain of his severed tongue, activated his fourth soul ring. In an instant, the man transformed into a puddle of blood, evading Yunqi's sword energy. Yunqi's gaze sharpened. His first soul skill had always been elusive, and no one had ever dodged his attack before. However, today it was evaded, and even Xiao Wujie could only take it head-on. The sword energy hovered above the blood, swirling for a moment before dissipating with the wind. Without the support of soul power, the sword energy could not last long. The man in the blood slowly emerged, his face turning pale, clearly showing signs of having just used a soul skill, which must have taken a toll on him. The man covered his mouth, shouting something loudly, but Yunqi couldn't hear what he said because he no longer had a tongue. However, from the look of hatred in the man's eyes, it was not hard to understand his meaning. Yunqi also raised the corner of her mouth and said to Ning Rongrong behind her, "Rongrong, help me add a buff." Ning Rongrong looked confused at Yunqi and asked in puzzlement, "Gij Chi, what is a buff? How do I add it?" Yunqi's desire to show off suddenly vanished. He smiled wryly at Ning Rongrong and said, "Attach your soul skill to me." The man looked at Yunqi in front of him, somewhat dismissive, but he was also pleased. He took out a blood treasure from his bag and started drinking from it. His pale face, due to excessive blood loss, gradually regained its color. Clearly, the man before him was the predecessor of the Evil Soul Master. When Yunqi drew his sword, Ning Rongrong's buff was also added in time, and two beams of rainbow light entered his body one after the other. Yunqi suddenly felt a wave of lightness wash over him, and his speed surged once again. The sword was out. The shadow followed. The sword energy from Yunqi arrived first, and without the fourth soul skill blood pool, the man was naturally injured by Yunqi's sword energy, before he could even feel the pain under the cover of the sword light. Yunqi took advantage of his first soul skill to accelerate briefly and unleashed his second soul skill, heart-piercing. It stabbed straight towards the man's heart. However, the man was a soul king, and being a bloodthirsty evil soul master, he had a unique sensitivity to killing intent. Instinctively, he tilted his body, allowing Yunqi to pierce through his shoulder instead. The man looked at the sword stuck in his shoulder and pressed down on it with his hand, preventing Yunqi from pulling it out, then kicked Yunqi away. After that, he started chattering at Yunqi in a language that was clearly incomprehensible. Yunqi saw the sword in his hand being disarmed by the man, and he couldn't help but smile wryly as he summoned another one. The sword that was stuck in a man's shoulder also disappeared directly. The man seemed a bit confused and turned to look at his shoulder. The three women around them burst into laughter. Ha! A weapon spirit without soul power can disappear at the owner's will. Could this person be a fool? The man naturally heard their ridicule and was furious. The only black soul ring on him lit up, and a red mist spread around him. Seeing the situation was not good, Yunqi pulled the women and flew up into the sky on their swords. The man had a question mark face and was cursing inwardly. Isn't this being unreasonable? If you had said earlier that you had a flying soul skill that could carry others, I would have left immediately. After Yunqi ascended to the sky, he looked at the poison toad man who stood still and tentatively released a sword energy. However, the man remained unmoved. Yunqi suddenly understood that this must be a flaw in the poison toad man's soul skill. High damage, wide range, but unable to move. Yunqi is also amused. What a silly soul skill. It might be a powerful move in the soul arena, but in the wild, any soul master with a bit of speed can escape. After all, the speed of smoke release is limited. Yunqi was originally worried that his fourth soul skill wouldn't hit, so he kept using his first soul skill. Now, he no longer hesitated. Suddenly, the deep fourth soul ring on Yunqi's body lit up, revealing a chilling aura. Sword shadows continuously appeared above Yunqi, quickly multiplying to the point that they blocked out the sunlight for Yunqi and the others. Once the sword shadows stopped increasing, Yunqi focused his mind, and the sword shadows descended like locusts, annihilating everything that stood in the way of the torrent of sword energy. The man watched the approaching sword energy, his mouth agape, as he shouted, "Ah!" Clearly, even using all his strength, he was trapped in place by his own soul skill, forced to watch his own demise. Boom! As the sword energy landed, the figure of the lecherous man vanished from everyone's sight, and the red mist dissipated. Ning Rongrong looked on with admiration. Earlier, when she saw Yunqi fight Xiao Wu, it was somewhat fantastical, but now, against the Soul King, he hadn't allowed anyone to touch him even once. As for Xiao Wu, she had long since gotten used to it. Over the years, whenever there was a battle, Yunqi almost always had to participate, claiming it was to train his combat awareness. But Xiao Wu knew that Yunqi just liked to bully weak opponents. Zhu Zhuqing was seriously observing Yunqi's application in real combat. After studying for half a day, she only learned one move that was somewhat enlightening. After all, during other times, Yunqi relied on the fact that others couldn't fly and crazily beat him. This left Zhu Zhuqing a bit amused and speechless. She had never seen anyone play like this. It was pure bullying. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing was just joking, as he was her man. How he fought didn't matter, as long as he could win. The moment Yunqi saw the shadow of the sword and stepped out, he began to turn around, facing away from that unfortunate fellow, and looked at the three women in front of him, revealing a faint smile. In the midst of their conversation, the sails and masts turned to ashes. After hearing the sound, Yunqi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, having added another big arm, but unfortunately, there were too few people watching. This somewhat dampened Yunqi's enthusiasm, and with a click of her tongue, she felt a bit bored. There were no soul-guiding devices to record the moment, which was truly a pity. The other girls looked at Yunqi and pretended to cooperate. Wow, brother, you're amazing. That's a Soul King. You killed it in just a few moves. Yunqi also looked a bit awkward watching the performances of a few people, especially the little cat. If she couldn't learn it, she shouldn't try to fit in with them. It made Yunqi feel awkward. As Yunqi slowly descended in height, he also arrived inside the pit, looking around but finding no valuables left behind. After searching the area, apart from the rampant sword energy, nothing was discovered. He made a small jump and returned to the surface. Facing the few girls watching at the edge of the pit, he smiled and said, "Let's go back." The afterglow of the setting sun stretched the shadows of the four, but one figure appeared solitary. However, behind a large rock not far away, there was a shadow recording the appearances of Yunqi and the others. Unbeknownst to Yunqi and the others, they were completely unaware of this. Chapter 50. Double Standards Flanders. Early the next morning, Yunqi and the others returned to the playground, waiting for Flanders to appear. The original plan had been interrupted, and after the incident, upon Flanders' return at night, he learned the whole story from Oscar and Dai Mubai. Flanders fell into a state of confusion, wondering if today's youth played so extravagantly. Since the incident had already happened, and Dai Mubai had arrived late, there was truly nothing he could do. Flanders wanted to say something, but looking at the determined faces of the two, he recalled the glorious days of the past. Finally, he let out a deep sigh and waved his hand to signal them to leave. Before long, Flanders, who had spent the night pondering without any clarity, appeared before everyone. Those present had already met Flanders. Ning Rongrong looked at the man with a shoehorn face wearing black-framed crystal glasses, exuding a cunning aura, and quietly said to Zhu Zhuqing, "This Dean, I didn't take a close look yesterday, but the more I look now, the more he seems like a..." Before Ning Rongrong could finish her sentence, she caught Flanders glancing at her out of the corner of her eye, and she stopped speaking, observing the surrounding silence. The main reason was still Dai Mubai and Oscar. Dai Mubai had also done Flanders a favor by asking the doctor to help with the treatment, as it was merely an external injury. Oscar had also expressed his feelings in the clinic, but Flanders still felt awkward, leading to a very tense atmosphere. Yunqi took the initiative to break the silence and greeted Flanders. "Good morning, Director." The others also reacted and chimed in, "Good morning, Director." It was only then that Flanders came back to his senses from yesterday's incident, cleared his throat, and said to everyone, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Flanders, and I am the director of this Shrek Academy." Yunqi noticed Flanders' pause in speech and instinctively led the applause. Flanders looked at Yunqi with satisfaction, thinking that this kid understands the ways of the world. All right, everyone stop." Only then did the crowd cease their clapping. "My martial soul is the four-eyed cat eagle, and I am a level 78 soul sage." This information was already known to Yunqi and the others, so they were not overly surprised. Flanders then walked up to Oscar and addressed everyone with his unique magnetic, husky voice. "This year is looking great. Shrek Academy, this monster academy, has finally welcomed 4 little monsters and 1 real monster. I, Flanders, the principal of the academy, also represent Shrek Academy in welcoming everyone to join. Remember to go to teacher Li Yusong, who is in charge of finances, and hand in 100 gold soul coins each." After Flanders finished speaking, he also called out Ma Hongjun's name. Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun stepped forward and respectfully said to Flanders, "Principal, wait. You take a few junior brothers and sisters to explain the academy's rules, then take a break. The first class will start in the evening. As for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you two come with me." In Yunqi's eyes, there was also a strange expression as he looked at Ning Rongrong. He thought to himself that Ning Rongrong had just spoken ill of Flanders, and he was sure Flanders had heard it. With Flanders' grudge-holding and protective nature, he would likely feel a bit disgusted with Ning Rongrong. However, Yunqi didn't say anything. Ning Rongrong's character did need some tempering, but not too much. Yunqi still preferred the version of Ning Rongrong, who had personality when dealing with outsiders. Ning Rongrong clearly didn't understand why Flanders had called her, while Oscar was taken aback. Oh no, the dean remembered what happened yesterday. This was bad. Ning Rongrong was also at a loss as she walked up to Flanders, and Oscar, with a sullen face, reluctantly approached Flanders to pay his respects. Flanders looked at the two and waved his hand, saying to the others, "You all can leave now. Make sure to rest. And remember to gather here before dark. The Academy's teaching plan may differ from what you expect." Hearing this, Ma Hongjun looked at the others who weren't leaving and was too lazy to mention the rules. He just wanted to lie down and sleep. Ma Hongjun increasingly enjoyed this carefree, laid-back feeling and directly returned to his room to start snoring. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu saw that Yunqi didn't leave, so they naturally stayed behind. Dai Mubai was concerned about Oscar, and Tang San wanted to see how the dean taught. Flanders didn't mind. After all, he had reminded them of everything he needed to. He turned to Oscar and Ning Rongrong and said, "You are both support-type soul masters, and each of you has a different cultivation method. Therefore, I won't teach you how to cultivate your martial souls. I can't do that. I can only tell you how to protect yourselves in future battles." Ning Rongrong internally scoffed. Her family was the strongest support sect on the continent, with theories passed down for countless generations. The specific methods were ingrained in her bones. How could she need someone else to teach her? Meanwhile, Oscar was seriously listening to the knowledge Flanders was imparting. As a grassroots, he had limited opportunities to learn beyond studying and could only rely on exploration, even though he had heard Flanders say similar things before. Flanders looked at the two and continued, "You both have support-type martial souls, but there are still some differences. However, the end goal is the same. For soul masters like you, without combat ability, if you don't have the protection of your companions, how will you protect yourselves?" Ning Rongrong had no airs about her. She simply stated her thoughts. Train physical fitness, delay, use money to bribe the opponent. If money doesn't work, then use various treasures. My two grandfathers are both titled Douluo. Flinder's mouth twitched at Ning Rongrong's answer. What kind of talk was that? So what if you have money? So what if you have two titled Douluo grandfathers? Flinder mentally roared, but upon reflection, it did seem impressive. No one would want to kill this menace on the battlefield, right? Two titled Douluo going mad was no joke. Oscar, at 14, standing on the playground like an ant. Even the onlookers were stunned into silence by Ning Rongrong's display of wealth. Yunqi also sighed inwardly. This truly fits the character of the little witch Ning Rongrong. In the original plot, it seemed like she was affected by a dumbed-down halo. With such an impressive background, a wealthy family, connections, and the royal family to please, those two old men are among the most powerful figures on the continent. If I had that background, I could walk sideways. After a while, Flanders, recovering from his thoughts, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and sighed. I almost forgot. This little witch has such a huge background. It's better not to mess with her. Just be normal. Flanders organized his thoughts, adjusted his breathing, and slowly said, Ning Rongrong is right. Everyone applaud. Oscar was dumbfounded. What's wrong with the dean? Dean, Oscar was calling out in his heart. As the applause stopped, Flanders continued. Although you all know that physical fitness is an essential part for support soul masters, today you'll train your physical fitness. Ning Rongrong. Run 15 laps around the village, and Oscar, as a senior, run 30 laps to demonstrate. Chapter 51. Flanders brings up old matters. Oscar didn't know why, but Flanders' image in his heart suddenly collapsed. He stared blankly at Flanders, and Dai Mubai, seeing Oscar like this, felt a pang of heartache. Especially since they had just confirmed their relationship and were in a passionate phase. Flanders' lesson also had a hint of punishment. But what made Oscar uncomfortable was why Ning Rongrong's requirement was directly halved. Flanders glanced at Dai Mubai, who wanted to plead for Oscar, adjusted his glasses with one hand, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Dai Mubai thought of something, quickly retracted his foot, and weakly glanced at Oscar, shrugging his shoulders to express his helplessness. Flanders, seeing Dai Mubai's interest, did not pay any more attention and turned to say slowly, if you don't return by noon, you can skip lunch. You can use your martial souls to assist yourselves, but no cheating. Upon hearing the requirement, Ning Rongrong said nothing more and immediately ran outside, directly enhancing herself with her martial soul. When Oscar heard Flanders say they could use their martial souls, he was also very happy, originally wanting to collaborate with Ning Rongrong. But seeing that Ning Rongrong completely ignored him, he could only smile bitterly, glanced at the onlookers, and ran in the direction of Ning Rongrong. Although the village where Shrek Academy is located is not as big as Holy Soul Village, Flanders meant that including the farmland, 1 lap is just over 3 kilometers, and 30 laps for a food system soul master is an extremely terrifying task. Yunqi also thought about how in her previous life, the run was fine at first, but the further she went, the more difficult it became. Both willpower and physical strength couldn't falter, although she is now in the Douluo world. Yunqi believes that Oscar won't be back before noon, and for soul masters, this is not an easy task. Yunqi glanced at Flander, also radiating a halo, and asked Flander, Dean, what is going on? Flander understood Yunqi's intention and thought it was about standing up for a classmate. He looked into Yunqi's eyes, considering that Yunqi might become a significant figure in the future, and quietly explained to Yunqi about yesterday's incident. After all, it wasn't a glorious matter. I also need to make Oscar remember this, as it is indeed a matter of bad taste. Yunqi was also aware of this. When he nodded at Flander and turned to leave, he was called back by Flander. Yunqi, Tang San, come with me for a moment. Yunqi also looked at Tang San, who was similar to him, with a hint of doubt, but did not say anything, just nodded at Flander. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing saw this and wanted to follow. But Yunqi waved his hand and said softly, You guys go back first. Rest well, I'll be back later. After saying that, he walked quickly behind Flander into the academy. Flander's office was not very big, and the furnishings inside were quite simple, far from what was in a shop in Suoto City. After entering, Flander sat down on his stool and invited Yunqi and Tang San to sit together. Once they were seated, he said to Tang San and Yunqi, I heard Tang San mention that you graduated from the same academy and grew up together in the village. Yunqi also nodded, as there was nothing to hide. Flander showed a hint of complex emotion in his eyes and said to Yunqi, Then why didn't you take Master as your teacher? In Yunqi's eyes, a flash of brilliance appeared as he remembered how he had once foolishly chosen to expose Yu Xiaogang, leading to his disgrace, clearly noted by someone with ill intentions. However, Yunqi did not panic. He merely revealed a bitter smile and slowly said to Flinder, Dean, You don't know, back then I was young and ignorant. And with the master shouting at me in an agitated state, I was just scared. I didn't know what happened afterward. Tang San quickly stood up and said to Flender, "Yes, Dean, I can testify to that. Moreover, the teacher has long forgotten it. What a joke, after all." Yunqi now held a position in Tang San's heart that was probably second only to his father's. After so many years of influence, plus the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus corpse Yunqi had given him, his favorability had long been close to Max. Flender had no other intentions. He just wanted to ask Yunqi and see his response. After all, not everyone is like Yunqi, the time traveler, who has observed the entire world from a god's perspective. So Flender naturally wouldn't know Yu Xiaogang's character. No other intentions. Tang San, you can sit down. I'm just lamenting the unpredictability of fate. After hearing this, Tang San felt relieved and sat down. After all, he had secretly vowed last night, while sleeping, he would definitely protect the best Chigo in the world. Yunqi doesn't know. If he knew, he would definitely give Tang San a harsh lesson, and then with the forgiveness aura, apologize or something. Yunqi looked at Flender and asked, "Dean, you called us here. It can't be just to say this, right?" This time, Flender didn't speak. He just looked at Tang San. Tang San also remembered what Yu Xiaogang had instructed him to do, and quickly took the letter out of his inner pocket and handed it to Flender. "Dean, this is the letter that my teacher asked me to pass on to you," before he set off. Yunqi watched this scene and felt rather bored, directly speaking up. "Dean, I'm going to rest now." Flender received his answer from Yunqi and waved his hand. After all, what happened next was no longer Yunqi's concern. Seeing the situation, Yunqi directly walked out and closed the door behind him, thinking to himself that it was nothing more than Yu Xiaogang coming to Shrek Academy. With this thought, Yunqi couldn't help but smile, looking particularly sunny. On the way back, Yunqi also saw Ning Rongrong and Oscar running and greeted them with a smile, asking, "How many laps have you run?" Ning Rongrong didn't say anything, just raised her index finger and continued running ahead. Oscar, on the other hand, loudly answered Yunqi, "Chi-Chi, I've run 2 laps." Yunqi was a bit surprised. After all, Ning Rongrong started running first, yet Oscar actually led by a lap. However, when Yunqi saw Oscar's smiling face, he understood something. This was showing off, not just in front of Ning Rongrong, but also in front of Dai Mubai. Yunqi certainly understands the thoughts of these men at this stage. Even if they can't get what they want, they will find ways to attract attention. However, watching Oscar constantly talking and making various random movements, as well as exhausting his energy to maintain speed, Yunqi suspects that Oscar might wear himself out. After all, 30 laps is not a simple number. Yunqi didn't say much, just sat quietly beside. As for the 15 laps, Ning Rongrong could still finish them. But whether she could hold on was another question. Chapter 52, Attribute Exposure. When Yunqi saw Ning Rongrong reach the 10th lap, she also slowly stopped and walked towards Yunqi. Yunqi looked at the sweat-drenched Ning Rongrong and handed her a cup of water and a tissue. Ning Rongrong smiled at Yunqi while looking at the items in her hands. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the two of them, while a gentle breeze tousled their hair. Both Ning Rongrong and Yunqi gazed at the beautiful scene before them, unconsciously swallowing their saliva. After receiving the items, Ning Rongrong drank the water in one go and wiped her sweat with a simple motion. She felt a strange impulse, and with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing absent, the little witch wanted to make a move. Just as Ning Rongrong slightly parted her lips to say something, a sound like a wind box came from not far behind. Ha, ha, ha. The approaching noise interrupted Ning Rongrong's thoughts as she turned to see Oscar looking as tired as a dog. Unable to resist picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it at Oscar while saying fiercely, "Hurry up and run. Be careful, or I'll skin you alive." Seeing that this ant didn't like him, Oscar initially wanted to go to Chigo for a drink of water, but he was so startled that he quickly walked away. Even though the wind box sound grew louder. As for Yunqi, he looked at Ning Rongrong with a satisfied expression, secretly saying to himself, "Sigh, this is it. This is the feeling." Then, just before Ning Rongrong turned back, Yunqi's expression suddenly changed to one of astonishment, clearly surprised as he looked at Ning Rongrong. Perhaps even Yunqi himself didn't realize that he wasn't just a simple beauty lover, but was somewhat inclined towards various forms of obsession. Ning Rongrong, seeing Yunqi's expression, angrily tapped her toes and kept spinning the dirt at the tip of her shoes. Yunqi naturally knows Ning Rongrong's thoughts at this moment. Her character has been exposed. Ning Rongrong is also very troubled inside. After working so hard to maintain her facade for so long, she didn't expect to be unable to hold on at this moment. The main reason is that Oscar, that bastard, really messes with people's mindset. Why did he have to interrupt her at such a perfectly timed moment? The more Ning Rongrong thinks about it, the angrier she gets, and she keeps this matter in her heart. Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong, who was still struggling, and directly said, "Let's call Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and go to Suoto City for a meal together." Ning Rongrong gladly agreed and glanced at Oscar, who was still running laps. Yunqi misunderstood the meaning of it and softly said, "Let's run again after we finish eating." The dean only said that if we don't finish running before noon, we won't have lunch. Can we just go out to eat instead? Ning Rongrong was also shocked for the first time by Yunqi's unconventional thinking. Originally, she had planned to confront Flander head-on under his accountability, but she was suddenly convinced by Yunqi's reasoning. After all, Flander didn't specify how long they had to run. He only said there would be no food. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong felt happy and walked alongside Yunqi in the fields, soon calling for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to head to Suoto City together. In the conference hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the hall, there was a luxurious chair carved with intricate patterns on the main seat, with an entire piece of emerald green jade embedded in the backrest, exuding a faint warm aura. Sitting on the jade chair was a man with distinguished features, a face like a jade crown, and a demeanor that appeared very refined and gentle. He wore a spotless white robe and looked to be only in his 30s or 40s, clearly resembling a handsome uncle. Kneeling in front of the man was a young man dressed in black. Reporting to the sect master, the young lady has already joined Shrek Academy. The man in the main seat showed a helpless expression and slowly said, "This little ancestor going out to train is quite good. Otherwise, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wouldn't be enough for her to stir up trouble. By the way, is there any other news?" The young man in black lowered his head and replied, "There are a few soul saints in Shrek Academy. I didn't dare to go check, but as per your order, I passed the message to the teacher who handles the registrations at Shrek and instructed them to definitely hand it over to their dean." The handsome uncle on the main seat nodded and answered lightly, "You did well. If there's nothing else, you can leave." The young man hesitated a bit, which immediately caught the handsome uncle's attention, and he directly asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" The young man in black, not daring to hesitate, said directly, "Sect master, I think the young lady might have developed feelings for a man." At this, the handsome uncle could no longer sit still and stood up in surprise, exclaiming, "What?" The young man in black didn't dare to hide anything and recounted all the information he had about Yunqi. The standing handsome uncle still hadn't recovered from his shock. "You mean that one called Yunqi? He has a soul ring that breaks the absorption limit and is a 4-ring soul master? His combat ability even allowed him to single-handedly slay a soul king?" Seeing the sect master in front of him obviously not believing it, the young man in black firmly stated, "I wouldn't dare to deceive you. It's all witnessed with my own eyes." The handsome uncle, looking at the resolute disciple of the sect, didn't doubt him. After all, there was no need for him to tell such easily disprovable lies. The handsome uncle sat back down, thought for a moment, and raised his hand toward the young man in black. The young man understood and directly handed over all the information regarding Yunqi to the handsome uncle and quietly retreated. When the handsome uncle carefully examined Yunqi's information, he was extremely shocked, not even noticing an old man with white hair and beard, but a baby-like smooth face appearing beside him, until the old man slowly spoke next to the handsome uncle. "What are you looking at? Is there news about Rongrong?" The handsome uncle was clearly startled, having been too engrossed to notice someone beside him. He showed an extremely excited expression to the old man and said excitedly, "Jian Shu, there is news about Rongrong, and it comes with even better news." The old man looked somewhat displeased and said, "What news could be better than Rongrong's?" The handsome uncle didn't keep it a secret and directly handed all the information to the old man. The old man took the information and began to read it carefully, going from initial indifference to later heart-pounding excitement. The transformation was quite significant. The handsome uncle joked, "Since Jian Shu thinks this isn't good news, then I'll go bring Rongrong back." The old man, referred to as Jian Shu, glared at the handsome uncle with a frown. "Ning Feng he, if you dare to break apart Rongrong's fate, I won't spare you." Chapter 53. My Rules Are My Rules. This handsome uncle named Ning Fengji sighed helplessly and said, "Jian Shu, you weren't like this before. Weren't you worried about Rongrong being alone outside?" The old man replied angrily, "You showed me this information. This kid named Yunqi not only has strong abilities, but also a good reputation. And most importantly, he is the one Rongrong likes. As an auxiliary type soul master, Rongrong's future choices will undoubtedly be strong battle soul masters." Ning Fengji didn't refute the old man's words. This rule was almost a legacy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and no one dared to break it. Of course, this rule was also to better protect the 7-treasure glazed tile school. But he hesitated and pointed to the last page of the information. Jianshu, look here. The old man followed Ning Fengji's finger and saw that the information stated Yunqi currently had 2 girlfriends. Upon seeing this, the old man frowned, and Ning Fengji said, "Deciding now is useless. Rongrong hasn't expressed her feelings yet, and besides, this kid has 2 girlfriends. Of course, strong people can have as many as they want. But this is my daughter, and I don't want Rongrong to suffer outside." The old man's gaze flickered, and he made a decision, saying to Ning Fengji, "How about I go test that kid?" Ning Fengji unexpectedly nodded and said to the old man, "All right." Jianshu also sent a message to Shrek's dean, "Flander, take good care of my daughter." The old man rolled his eyes at Ning Fengji and slowly said, "As if I wouldn't know?" Ning Fengji awkwardly smiled and didn't reply. Perhaps in the entire Douluo Continent, very few people dared to speak to him like this, and the old man in front of him was one of them. Despite looking young, he was already over 60 and could still scold him like a child. Ning Fengji looked at the old man in front of him and recalled that when he took over the sect from his father, this old man had already been a guardian of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Seeing that Ning Fengji had stopped speaking, the old man directly took off on his sword and disappeared into the sky. Upon arriving in Suoto City, the group enjoyed their meal and leisurely returned, while Flander, hiding in the shadows, gritted his teeth in frustration. He thought, "This Yunqi makes it hard for me to lead the team. Everyone has so many ideas." He originally wanted to take the opportunity to suppress Ning Rongrong's arrogance. Otherwise, the entire academy would become her one-man show. In fact, Flander dared to do this not because he had become bolder or anything, but mainly because he had just received a confidential letter from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. It instructed him to allow Ning Rongrong to experience some hardships, and Ning Fengji had even invested in Shrek Academy. With this, Flander naturally had no fear of the 7-treasure glazed tile school settling scores later. However, unexpectedly, Yunqi appeared out of nowhere and directly took Ning Rongrong to Suoto City for a big feast. This move also gave Flander a headache, and he thought to himself, "I can only find another opportunity." Then, he stopped spying on Yunqi and the others and left in a flash. When Ning Rongrong returned to the academy, she quickly finished 5 laps, and along the way, she kicked Oscar, who looked like a dead dog, venting her dissatisfaction from the morning. As night fell on the Shrek Academy playground, Flander stood in front of the group, looking at the 7 of them. He couldn't help but ask, "Where's Oscar? Why hasn't he finished yet?" Just as Flander's words fell, an extremely weak voice came from behind him. "Dean, I'm here." Flander and the others turned to look at Oscar, and they immediately felt pity for him. Oscar had no color in his face, his steps were unsteady, and he was walking with a waddle, barely managing to stay upright. Seeing this, Flander realized he had forgotten to cancel Oscar's physical training. Yes, physical training, not corporal punishment. However, Flander maintained his authoritative demeanor and asked Oscar, "Have you finished 30 laps?" Oscar quietly leaned on the hand that Dai Mubai extended to him, trying not to fall, and trembled as he said, "Dean, I finished." Flander retracted a sharp gaze and then turned to Ning Rongrong, asking the same question. "Ning Rongrong, did you finish 15 laps?" Ning Rongrong smiled and replied, "Yes, Dean, I finished." Flander sneered again and said, "Did you finish it in the morning or in the afternoon?" Ning Rongrong, Konshuset, responded, "What's the difference? Anyway, I finished." Flander smiled, but the smile was quite sinister. What you call finishing is actually just running half the distance and go to Suoto City with Yunqi to feast, then coming back and leisurely finishing the rest. Ning Rongrong glared at Flander, her voice filled with anger. "So, you've been watching us all along?" Flander did not deny it and nodded. The anger on Ning Rongrong's face slowly faded, replaced by a smile as she softly said to Flander, "Why?" Flander's expression turned cold. He had received permission after all, and he shouted, "As the dean, what's wrong with me checking on your progress? Moreover, you left the academy without permission, disregarding the academy's rules. Didn't Ma Hongjun tell you the academy's rules?" Yunqi also stood up and said to Flanders, "Dean, Rongrong was called to Suoto City by me, and Ma Hongjun didn't mention the academy's rules to us." Flanders, seeing this, was so angry he couldn't express it, and asked Ma Hongjun, you tell me, when I asked you to talk about the rules, did you say anything?" Ma Hongjun, who was originally in a carefree state, suddenly heard Yunqi and Flanders mention him, and everyone's gaze turned to him. He expressionlessly said, "Teacher, I'm going back to sleep. I didn't say anything, it's so boring." After saying this, he even yawned. Flanders, seeing his disciple like this, was so angry his hands shook, looking at him as if he was frustrated for not living up to expectations. Didn't he know to maintain his teacher's dignity, even if he didn't? Ning Rongrong also disdainfully said again, Flanders, I didn't violate your so-called rules, and I completed the entire task. Although it was a segmented run, you didn't specify a specific time, did you? Flanders, extremely angry yet sarcastic, shouted at Ning Rongrong, my rules are rules. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he walked directly in front of Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, not panicking, said, What? Are you going to hit me? Flanders said nothing, just lightly pressed his right hand on Ning Rongrong's shoulder, sealing off all her soul power. Then he said, How could I possibly hit you? I'm just sealing your soul power. Run again. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yunqi couldn't help but stand up and say, Rongrong went to Suoto City with us, and the task was completed. How can this be allowed? Chapter 54. Am I qualified enough? Flanders did not respond to everyone's words, but looked at Ning Rongrong and slowly said, Now I give you two options. Either pack your things and get lost, or prove to me that you have the qualifications to stay. Yunqi did not expect things to develop to this point, nor did he think that Flander could be so stubborn. Does he really not fear retribution for how he treats the future leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? However, Yunqi didn't overthink it. He looked firmly at Flander and said, Dean, if you want to punish someone, punish me. After all, Rongrong is the one I brought out. Flander looked at Yunqi in front of him and felt a headache. He couldn't bear to let Yunqi leave, and the aura around Yunqi constantly influenced Flander's thoughts. He wondered why such a sensible child was being so stubborn today. While Flander was silent for a long time, Ning Rongrong cast a grateful glance at him, then turned to Flander with a look of disdain, her expression becoming haughty as she said, Flander, who do you think you are? Just a mere soul sage. What right do you have to demand that I prove myself? Flander looked at Ning Rongrong and replied, Do you believe that a mere soul sage like me can defeat you with just a single finger? Tell me, do I have the right? Yunqi frowned, made up his mind to finish his schemes and take the rewards before running away. He had seen how this academy operated. Due to inexplicable suppression, it had offended many geniuses. Yunqi didn't want to provoke anyone he shouldn't have in Shrek, as it could bring trouble to him as well. Ning Rongrong, seeing the imposing aura radiating from Flander, was momentarily at a loss for words, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. At this moment, the elderly man in the sky could no longer stand by and directly spoke up. Flander, do you think I lack the qualifications to prove myself? The elder descended from the sky, slowly landing between Flander and Ning Rongrong. The 9 soul rings on his body flickered continuously, exuding overwhelming pressure, all directed at Flander. Flander looked at the elder who descended with a sword, and then at the 9 soul rings on him, feeling the pressure bending his waist. He thought to himself, This is bad. He's being bullied by someone younger, and now an even more protective elder has shown up. However, in order to save his life, Flander lowered his head even more and took out a letter from his pocket, respectfully handing it to the elder. Your Excellency, Sword Douluo, this is a matter entrusted to me by your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, with the seal of your sect master on it. But the elder didn't even glance at Flander. He just turned to look at Ning Rongrong and then smiled, pretending to be angry as he said, What? You left for such a short time, and you already forgot your Grandpa Jian? Ning Rongrong quickly stepped forward, looking pitiful as she said, Grandpa Jian, I miss you so much. Just now, I almost couldn't see you again. Flander wanted to kill me. Upon hearing this, Flander broke out in a cold sweat, panicked, and hurriedly explained, Your Excellency, I had no such intention. The elder coldly snorted, channeling his soul power towards Flander. As a sword practitioner, he was naturally very sensitive to killing intent. He had sensed what Flander was trying to do while still in the sky, but he didn't expect Flander to take a feather as a command. Having lived for so long, he naturally understood Flander's thoughts. The idea of destroying his granddaughter's inner world was simply unforgivable. However, he couldn't just strike out. He could only give him a little lesson. Under the impact of the elder's soul power, Flander also spat out a bit of blood. The elder ignored it and looked at Ning Rongrong with a smile, saying, Grandpa Jian is here now, so there's nothing to worry about. Flander just misunderstood your father's intentions. Flander finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Ning Rongrong, however, pouted and said unhappily, I clearly completed the task he gave me, yet he still insisted on sealing my soul power. The elder gently patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder, instantly unsealing her soul power. Then he smiled and said, All right, Rongrong, don't be angry. Later, Grandpa Jian will help you teach him a lesson. Ning Rongrong, knowing that excessive actions could backfire, stuck out her tongue, and made a face at the elder. Seeing his granddaughter like this, the elder couldn't help but laugh heartily. The people around them didn't dare to make a sound, fearing that they would disturb this joyful reunion and incur the elder's wrath. Who wouldn't be anxious in such a situation? Ning Rongrong noticed the strange looks from everyone except Yunqi and pulled the elder's hand. Looking at Yunqi and the others as she said, "Grandpa Jian, these are all my classmates." Under Ning Rongrong's selective introduction, she briefly skipped over Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, focusing on introducing Yunqi and Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing. The elder observed this scene and thought to himself that it seemed Rongrong only had feelings for these few people. He smiled warmly at Yunqi and the others, saying, "I am called Qinshin, a worshipper of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and also Rongrong's grandfather." Everyone bowed again, respectfully saying, "We have met Sword Douluo Qinshin." Qinshin raised his hand slightly, saying to everyone, "There's no need to be so formal. You are all Rongrong's classmates, so feel free." Although he said this, everyone still maintained a respectful attitude, not daring to act recklessly. Yunqi is the same. After all, to the old man, he is completely not strong enough. Yunqi firmly believes in a principle: be bold when the wind is at your back, and be humble when facing headwinds. In such situations, it's important to be humble. There's nothing shameful about it. He still has a sense of reverence for the strong. The old man looked at Yunqi, who was outstanding in appearance and humble in demeanor, and inexplicably felt a surge of goodwill, especially recalling how Yunqi had taken the initiative to shoulder responsibilities when he was secretly observing him. He admired this greatly, viewing him entirely as a potential son-in-law. Yunqi was also looking at the old man in confusion. Ning Rongrong knew about her sex intelligence network, and seeing her sword grandpa looking at Yunqi, her little face turned red as she grabbed Qinshin's hand and started swinging it. Qinshin noticed Rongrong's attitude and realized that his gaze had been exposed. So he quickly shifted his focus and said to Flander, "Get up. You can't treat my Rongrong like this next time." Flander, hearing the warning in Qinshin's words, quickly expressed, "Don't worry. I will take my teaching seriously, and I will teach these children according to the normal process, ensuring equality." Qinshin then nodded and took Ning Rongrong to a corner to whisper. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after the old man's departure, and their expressions relaxed significantly. Chapter 55, Sword Path Qinshin. Especially Flander, who was panting and listening to the discussions around him. He never expected that a title Douluo would actually be by Rongrong's side. Indeed, he didn't see that coming. As for Dai Mubai and Oscar, they widened their eyes and exclaimed to each other, "Wow, a top-tier young lady. If I were like that, how could I have escaped here?" Ning Rongrong pulled aside, asked Qinshin, "Grandpa Sword, what is this?" Qinshin hesitated, but couldn't resist his curiosity and asked his granddaughter with a gossiping face, "Rongrong, tell me the truth. Do you like that handsome young man?" Ning Rongrong's face immediately turned red. Although she had a more carefree personality, she was somewhat at a loss facing her elder's straightforward question. She stammered, lowered her head, and fiddled with her hands. Seeing his granddaughter like this, Qinshin confirmed his suspicion and playfully said, "Such a talented genius. But I heard that the Spirit Hall tried to recruit him before, and he didn't clearly refuse, nor did he agree. For the sake of our sect, we must eliminate this future enemy. Since Rongrong doesn't like him, then I have no reservations." Upon hearing Qinshin's words, there was a hint of a murderous aura in her tone, and she suddenly panicked, feeling an inexplicable sadness. She hugged Qinshin's arm and hurriedly said, Grandpa, I like him. I'm just shy. Please don't kill him. Otherwise, I won't talk to you for the rest of my life." Qinshin felt happy at the first part of her words, but his expression fell at the latter part. Qinshin looked at Ning Rongrong and said, "If we don't kill him, what will happen when he helps the Spirit Hall to be our enemy in the future?" Ning Rongrong retorted, "As long as I'm with him, he can't possibly be our enemy." Qinshin looked at Ning Rongrong's eager face with great interest and teasingly said, "Rongrong, but he already has 2 girlfriends now. Who knows how many more he'll have in the future?" Ning Rongrong clearly had a moment of mental short-circuit, not even knowing what her relationship with Yunqi was. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Qinshin looked at his granddaughter and didn't want to provoke her anymore, just as he was about to speak. Ning Rongrong suddenly seemed to awaken from her silence, raised her head, looked at her grandpa with determination, and said slowly, "I like him." Qinshin looked at his granddaughter, who seemed to have grown up all of a sudden, bravely confronting her inner thoughts. He felt both happy and sad, a complicated feeling lingering in his chest. After holding his breath for a while, he finally smiled and said slowly to Ning Rongrong, "It seems our Rongrong has grown up. She's brave enough to face her own heart. Ning Rongrong, blushing, replied to her grandpa, I knew you were trying to scare me. I'm not talking to you anymore. Oomph. Saying that, she turned her head away. Qinshin, seeing that Ning Rongrong was ignoring him, hurriedly said, Little ancestor, I'm completely following your father's instructions. You see, how could Grandpa's sword usually treat you like this? Qinshin also silently apologized to Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in his heart, taking the blame. Ning Rongrong wasn't really angry. She was just pretending. However, upon hearing that it was her dad's arrangement, she pouted angrily, declaring that next time they met, she would definitely steal the 1,000-year-old sauce, wine he treasured. Qinshin looked at Ning Rongrong, who was making those fierce remarks, with a smile, secretly thinking, how nice. After venting for a while, Ning Rongrong asked, Grandpa's sword, did you come this time for something? You won't be following me around all the time, right? Qinshin shook his head and slowly explained, what I just said isn't all false. Your crush hasn't clearly rejected the Spirit Hall. Previously, they sent people to recruit Yunqi at his school, but later for some reason, they let Yunqi go without further recruitment or killing. So you need to think this through. Ning Rongrong nodded seriously, knowing her sex stance was with the Heaven Do Empire. And the Spirit Hall's expansion over the years had infringed upon the interests of the two great empires and 3 sections. However, because the Spirit Hall was powerful and had the support of soul masters from commoner backgrounds, they didn't dare to say much. After chatting with Qinshin for a while, and after Qinshin advised Ning Rongrong a few things, he pulled Flander aside for a moment. You should understand the meaning I want to express, right? Qinshin looked at Flander, who nodded respectfully. I understand, Douluo. Qinshin then walked confidently to the group, warmly addressing Ning Rongrong's classmates as classmates. I hope you all can take good care of my Rongrong from now on. Yunqi and the others also nodded in agreement. Qinshin looked at everyone with satisfaction, then walked in front of Yunqi and slowly said, Kid, you also have a sword martial soul? Yunqi looked at the big shot in front of him with envy, as he had almost zero skill in swordsmanship, relying entirely on the oddities and trickery of his martial soul and soul skills in battles. Qinshin naturally understood what Yunqi was thinking, but he also had limited knowledge about teaching. However, he gently offered a few pointers in Yunqi's ear, which enlightened him, and he gratefully cupped his hands towards Qinshin. Thank you for the guidance, Sword Douluo Sr. Qinshin casually waved his hand in response. After giving a meaningful glance at Ning Rongrong, he turned to Yunqi and said, I have high hopes for you. Ning Rongrong naturally noticed her grandfather's gaze and felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation, but she did not speak up. However, the little cat, observing Ning Rongrong and Qinshin, noticed something amiss, and its sense of urgency increased significantly. As an old hand, Yunqi could not possibly miss the hidden meaning in the words, but despite racking his brain, he couldn't figure out what the sword Douluo in front of him was hinting at. He maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, but his heart was filled with doubt. He could only pretend not to understand and slowly said, Thank you for your praise, Senior. Qinshin also smiled and said to Ning Rongrong beside him, Rongrong, I'm leaving. If anyone bullies you, remember to notify the Dark Sentinel, and I will come immediately. Ning Rongrong looked at Qinshin reluctantly and said, Grandpa Jian, aren't you going to stay a little longer? Qinshin smiled wryly and replied, You know the situation at home. Your grandpa also wants to accompany you, but there's nothing I can do. Ning Rongrong nodded to indicate she understood. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School needed both titled Douluos, and Ning Fengji was indispensable. After giving his instructions, Qinshin directly activated his martial soul, the 7 killing sword, and soared into the sky. Compared to Yunqi, Qinshin's sword remained unchanged, while Yunqi's sword could carry several people. Qinshin quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, but his voice lingered for a long time. Yunqi, remember to take good care of Rongrong. Chapter 56, The Proud Young Lady's Confession. Clearly, this sentence was intentionally spoken by Qinshin to break the atmosphere between the two and to inform others that he had the intention of bringing Yunqi and Ning Rongrong together. However, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, knowing that Qinshin was hinting at them. Considering that Qinshin didn't use his authority to pressure them, and given Ning Rongrong's recent behavior, they naturally understood his meaning and did not stop it, clearly tacitly agreeing. However, Yunqi and Ning Rongrong remained oblivious. This sentence also echoed with the enhancement of Qinshin's soul power, and Ning Rongrong glared angrily in the direction where Qinshin had disappeared, thinking it was all her grandpa's fault for leaving and exposing her in front of everyone. How was she supposed to face her 2 sisters now? Yunqi awkwardly touched his face and murmured, Am I really that handsome? Even Elder Douluo wants to entrust his granddaughter to me. Although Yunqi's voice was very soft. In such a quiet atmosphere, the sudden sound was clearly heard by everyone present, all of whom were soul masters. Ning Rongrong was so embarrassed and angry that she couldn't face anyone, and without caring whether it was class time or not, she directly covered her face and ran back. Flinder looked at the fleeing Ning Rongrong and sighed again, thinking to himself, why are there so many twists and turns in just one class? So many things have happened in just a few days since the start of school. Flinder looked at the team with one less member and the group of people who were distracted and helplessly said, Yunqi, go call Ning Rongrong back. Then we can start class. Yunqi also nodded and flew on his sword to catch up with Ning Rongrong. Looking at Ning Rongrong, who seemed to be steaming from her head, he found it quite amusing. He silently landed behind her, listening to her quiet mutterings. Stinky grandpa, bad grandpa. Next time we meet, I must pull out all his beard. What should I do? My thoughts are all known now. How am I going to face Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in the future? What will Qi Ge think of me? That I like him is all known. So embarrassing. Yunqi was listening and suddenly heard herself, which made her laugh. Ning Rongrong's task was released a long time ago when she was bored. Yunqi also opened the panel, looking at the task introduction related to Ning Rongrong. Task: capture Ning Rongrong's heart and officially confirm the relationship. Reward: increase in martial soul quality. After watching Yunqi, she also closed the panel, and Ning Rongrong sensed something as well. Turning around, she let out a sharp scream. Ah! Yunqi was also hit by the sound wave attack, and quickly covered his ears to avoid further damage. Ning Rongrong focused her gaze, and, upon realizing it was Yunqi, patted her fluctuating chest and muttered, why aren't you saying anything? You scare me to death. After Ning Rongrong finished speaking, Yunqi? Is it Yunqi? Just as I had just put down Yunqi, I was once again startled by Ning Rongrong's scream. This time, Yunqi chose to cover Ning Rongrong's mouth. Yunqi quickly said, Rongrong, don't get excited. You wouldn't want our matters to be watched by others again, right? Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong, who was covering her mouth and making muffled sounds, and there were a few glistening tears in her eyes. Yunqi felt the tenderness and moisture in his palm and quickly released his hand. Ning Rongrong, looking at the handsome Yunqi in front of her, cautiously asked, when did you arrive? Did you hear what I just said? Yunqi quickly shook his head and said, I didn't hear anything. I don't know that you like me. Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi's righteous demeanor and nodded. But in less than a second, she suddenly came to her senses. Blushing, she said to Yunqi, if you didn't hear anything, how do you know that I like you? Yunqi also realized that he had let something slip. It wasn't that Yunqi was unsure of his feelings. He was the kind of person who didn't have any dietary restrictions. XP was on the faces of beautiful women, which left Yunqi feeling quite helpless. Is it wrong for such a dedicated person to only like beautiful women? Ning Rongrong was just one of the types he liked. Not answering or expressing directly was simply because he had promised the two girls that they needed to know. Yunqi thought of this, but looking at the straightforward Ning Rongrong, he said with a sly smile, so, Rongrong, do you really like me? Ning Rongrong recalled what Grandpa Jian had said before he left. Good things must be fought for on one's own, and the same goes for men. Yunqi is such a good seedling, with good character, and in the future, he can protect you for a lifetime. You have to work hard, Rongrong. Ning Rongrong no longer hesitated, firmed up her heart, and stared straight at Yunqi's face, saying, I do like you. I, Ning Rongrong, like you. Although it may seem a bit abrupt, your strength and the warmth you exude have captivated me. I don't want to live a life excluded by you all. I want to be in your little house too. Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong, who was so serious in front of him, and also put away his smile, listening carefully to her words. However, things were fine at first, but the sudden emergence of harsh words later caught Yunqi off guard, and he couldn't help but smile wryly as he said, you like me just to get into our little house? After Ning Rongrong said this, her shyness diminished significantly, and she confidently answered Yunqi's question. You all go to the little house after dinner every day, and I'm so bored alone. Besides, we're all sisters. How can I be left out? So what's your answer, Yunqi? After saying this, Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi with shining eyes, her hands tightly gripping her sleeves. Clearly very nervous. Yunqi also fell silent for a while. After finding the answer in his heart, he smiled and said to Ning Rongrong, I think I like you, Rongrong. The moonlight spilled over the earth, casting the shadows of the two, and their reflections gradually drew closer to each other until the shadows completely merged together. Yunqi held Ning Rongrong, looking at her small face that still had a blush and the tears flowing from her eyes, and reached out to help her wipe them away. Yunqi chuckled and said, What? A kiss can make you cry out of discomfort? Ning Rongrong also punched Yunqi's chest playfully, then pressed her face against his chest, wrapped her arms around his waist, and slowly said, "I'm just happy. And if you dare to bully me again, I'll tell my Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu." Yunqi also raised his hands in cooperation, looking terrified as he said to Ning Rongrong, "Miss, I know I was wrong." Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi, who was putting on a show in front of her, and seemed to have discovered a side of Yunqi that no one else knew, which made her burst into laughter. "Then you can follow me from now on. I have plenty of money. I'll support you." "Really? Miss, I love you to death." Ning Rongrong looked at the flamboyant Yunqi in front of her, wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and slowly kissed Yunqi's lips. Yunqi also felt a soft and gentle aura coming towards her, and she unconsciously responded. Chapter 57. Xiao Wu Zhu Zhuqing. After a long time, the two slowly parted. Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle at this, smiling at the blissful Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, seeing Yunqi teasing her, playfully pinched the soft flesh at Yunqi's waist, causing Yunqi's expression to change dramatically, looking quite entertaining. She quickly begged for mercy, saying, "I was wrong. Rongrong, I was wrong." Ning Rongrong, looking at the grinning Yunqi, couldn't help but feel both amused and sympathetic as she replied, "You asked for it. By the way, how did you get here?" Yunqi suddenly remembered the important matter and realized that she had come to call Ning Rongrong to attend class together. Yunqi slapped her forehead and said to Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, let's hurry to class, or they might get anxious and come looking for us." As soon as Yunqi finished speaking, they heard Flander's voice. "No need. We've come to find you. Let us get ready and head out together." Ning Rongrong and Yunqi turned their heads to look at everyone, especially at the astonished expressions on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's faces, as if they were almost frozen. Ning Rongrong looked at her two sisters, stammering and unable to say a word, completely unlike the Ning Rongrong who could argue with anyone just moments ago. However, Yunqi noticed that the two girls weren't really angry. They just shot Yunqi a fierce glare. After thinking for a moment, Ning Rongrong said to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, "Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, I." The two girls exchanged glances and helplessly replied, "It's fine. It's all Chiga's fault. From now on, we'll be true sisters." After saying that, the two of them glanced at Yunqi again and found that Yunqi had an apologetic expression, so they didn't say much more. Ning Rongrong was touched to see that the two girls were not holding a grudge and were instead comforting her. She felt that she couldn't be so magnanimous herself. She stepped forward and hugged the two girls. As for Flander, he was dumbfounded. It seemed that all the female students of his academy had become Yunqi's alone. The male students would just have to deal with it internally, right? However, Flander didn't dare to say anything. The events of just moments ago were still fresh in his mind. Now, Flander just wanted to keep a low profile and focus on doing his job as the principal. Seeing that the three girls seemed to be going on endlessly, he walked over to Yunqi, who was grinning foolishly at the three girls, and waved his hand in front of Yunqi's face, breaking her train of thought. "Xiaoqi, go call your girlfriends. We're still waiting for class." Yunqi also showed a slightly embarrassed expression and said to Flander, "All right, Dean." The three girls naturally heard Flander's words and felt a bit embarrassed to keep everyone waiting. It was not out of dislike, just a matter of etiquette. Ma Hongjun also lazily said, "I'm so sleepy." Flander looked at his disciple's bald head and gave him a slap. "Smack," he said in a relaxed tone. "Are you awake now?" Ma Hongjun looked at Flander, who had just hit his forehead with a confused expression, but still said, "I'm still a bit sleepy." "Why did you hit me, teacher?" Flander, annoyed, slapped Ma Hongjun again, smack. He thought to himself that the crisp sound and smooth feel were really nice. However, it seemed that his disciple had recently lost even his desires, and the problem with his fiery temperament seemed to have improved, though Flander had no evidence. He thought he would take Ma Hongjun to visit Suoto City again. Meanwhile, the three girls quietly approached Yunqi and waited with everyone for Flander. Seeing that they were ready, Flander stopped hitting Ma Hongjun's head. Class was important. Flander waved his hand and said to everyone, "Let us go, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly tapped his toes on the ground and floated away toward the village entrance. Yunqi and others hurriedly followed. Flander didn't unleash his speed. He just maintained a pace that Ma Hongjun, with the lowest soul power, could keep up with. The uneven group also showed the differences in their strengths. Right behind Flander was Yunqi, followed by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, then Dai Mubai, and finally Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Oscar was completely worn out from running so much in the afternoon and now had to keep running into the night. He felt numb and couldn't even tell if his legs still existed. Along the way, everyone didn't say much. In Yunqi's heart, He felt that this was not effective at all. It would have been more useful to do a few rounds of the task-enhanced calisthenics. Yunqi was running, while also claiming Ning Rongrong's task reward. Yunqi felt an inexplicable energy appearing on his right hand, emitting a comfortable aura, slowly nurturing his martial soul. Yunqi also understood that the improvement of martial soul quality is not something that happens in an instant, so he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it would eventually come out. Soon, Yunqi and the others saw their destination for this trip and found it amusing. The so-called training was supposed to be the sole fighting arena that anyone could go to in the original work. Looking at the city before him, Flander gradually slowed down until he came to a complete stop. Seeing the out-of-breath expressions of the group behind him, he slowly said, "Is this little speed too much for you?" Everyone rolled their eyes in unison, and even Yunqi felt that Flander was being a bit pretentious. Suoto City is located in the interior of the Barak Kingdom, making it extremely safe from external dangers, so the city gates are open 24 hours a day. The group followed Flander's footsteps and entered the city. Although it was already night, Suoto City was still bustling, even more so than during the day. All the shops along the streets were brightly lit, and some vendors were selling small items and snacks at designated spots, forming several large night markets. Yunqi also sighed. This place is truly comparable to the eternal city of the previous life, with a rich culture from another world. Although Yunqi and Xiao Wu Zhu Zhuqing have stayed here for a few nights, they haven't gone out to play at night. They've mostly been cultivating. Yunqi looked at the three women and decided that he would often come here for late-night snacks, while reminiscing about the Rose Hotel. As for Yunqi's thoughts, the women were unaware. If they knew, they would probably just think to themselves that he was being indecent and then play hard to get while following Yunqi. Yunqi looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who had a smile on her face and couldn't help but remember her cold demeanor in the original story, silently making up her mind. As for Ma Hongjun, he still had that lifeless look, with eyes the size of soybeans showing no trace of his former desires. Now he didn't even spare a glance at the women on the street, only wanting to sleep. However, there were occasionally people looking at Ma Hongjun with strange expressions. The reason being the several bright red handprints on the bald head of the chubby boy. Chapter 58. The Great Fighting Arena. The group passed through the bustling market, following Flander into an inconspicuous tea shop on the side of the street. They all sat down, and the waiter, seeing Flander seated at the front without ordering anything, couldn't help but ask, "Dear guest, do you need anything?" Flander glanced lightly at the waiter and then looked at the others who had just rushed in, clearly needing some water. He reluctantly ordered a few cups of the cheapest tea. The waiter carefully observed Flander and then turned to leave. Ning Rongrong, however, clearly didn't want to drink such things. She called the waiter back and said, "If there are 4 cups, don't bring them. Change it to the most expensive ones. I'll pay for it, and save some money for the dean." After saying that, she glanced at Flander. Flander's face twitched slightly. Even Yunqi couldn't help but silently praise her for her boldness. But on the surface, he still said to Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, you can't do this in the future." After that, he winked at her with a slight smile. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding. Flander's expression improved a bit, thinking that indeed, opposites attract, but Yunqi was really lucky. 3 stunning girlfriends, and all 3 were geniuses. Tang San looked at Yunqi with admiration and sighed inwardly. Brother Qi, not only strong in power, but also kind, and even so good at attracting girls. I really need to learn more from Brother Qi. Flander coughed to attract everyone's attention. Once he had their attention, he said, "Next, you will have your class." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Wu. "Dean, we won't be having class in this little tea shop, right?" Flander raised his hand and pointed to the tall buildings not far from the tea shop. From the tea shop's perspective, one could only see towering structures reaching into the night sky, nearly 100 meters high, immense and deep, with various lights flashing inside. Except for Xiao Wu and Yunqi, who hadn't been to the fighting arena, everyone else had been there before. Yunqi knew a bit about it, and had guessed as they approached. But the anime and manga he had seen in his previous life were somewhat lacking and couldn't convey such visual shock. On the side, Dai Mubai and Oscar held hands and said in unison to Flander, "Dean, do they have to go to that place on the first day?" Flander casually replied, "Look closely at them. Think about their strength." Dai Mubai and Oscar understood, realizing that the dean's purpose in coming here was not only to train them, but also to make money, especially betting on Yunqi, who had no battle record at all. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai and Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement, grateful to Flander, as their lives had been poor, especially after Yunqi took all of Dai Mubai's soul coins. Flander, seeing the excitement and gratitude in their eyes, smiled faintly, but hurriedly added a line in the gaze of Yunqi and the others. He didn't want Chihiro. the sword to law, to find out that he was using his recognized granddaughter and grandson-in-law to make money. Just thinking about what had just happened made Flander shiver. Monsters have their own ways of cultivation. Although I can't guide Yunqi and the others in their meditation methods, monsters ultimately don't follow the ordinary path step by step. With that, he continued, moreover, their martial soul directions are different. What the Academy can teach is only to help them acquire better soul rings, and how to use their martial souls to gain more practical experience and develop their potential. Flander spoke with pride, but Xiao Wu's words brought him crashing down. Xiao Wu, with her curious big eyes, looked at Flander and asked, Dean, why are there so many students who haven't graduated from Shrek Academy, and then disappeared from everyone's sight? Flander looked at Xiao Wu's seemingly innocent eyes, and then at Yunqi and Ning Rongrong. He fell silent for a moment, feigning a sigh, and said, the past is too complicated and twisted. Flander gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, sighing. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who usually didn't like to talk to outsiders, rolled her eyes. Seeing no one agreeing with him, Flander quickly changed the subject. Your first class is in the fighting arena inside that building. It's a great place to gain practical experience and witness all sorts of bizarre martial souls. After all, victory is determined not only by strength, but also by various experiences. Yunqi agreed with this, as it was clear that one would never improve by shutting oneself away. Only by seeing and doing more would both strength and knowledge progress together. Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances. During this time, their perception of Yunqi and the others had rapidly increased, and naturally, they were concerned about Yunqi and the others. Flander continued, that building over there is generally only found in cities at the main city level. Ordinary cities do not have it. Its scale can even reflect the strength of a nation. This kind of building is called the Great Fighting Arena, named after the city. Tang San then asked, Dean, is that distant building called Suoto Great Fighting Arena? Seeing Tang San playing along, Flander's mood brightened, and he smiled as he nodded to Tang San, saying yes. The Great Fighting Arena is where soul masters compete with their martial souls. When there are no wars, many soul masters have no place to vent. This building not only allows soul masters to earn money, but is also a good place for common people and nobles to vent their frustrations. Gaining fame in the Great Fighting Arena not only earns respect, but also brings huge benefits, and most importantly, is fair inside. Flander picked up the cheap tea beside him and took a sip, continuing, those who participate in the battles inside will receive a badge, with clear level divisions. There won't be cases of high levels bullying low levels. The levels are Iron Fighting Soul, then Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond. A total of 8 levels. At this point, Flander glanced around at everyone and slowly said, another condition for graduating from Shrek is to obtain a Silver Fighting Soul badge in this Great Fighting Arena. Yunqi calculated that according to the original text, after winning 5 consecutive matches, each match would add 10 points, and after winning 10 matches, an additional 100 points would be awarded. To level up only requires 100 points, while a Silver Fighting Soul requires 1,000 points. This means that if he wins around 20 matches, he can graduate. Thinking of this, Yunqi felt a bit dreamy. Graduating just a few months after enrollment, he couldn't help but wonder what Flander was thinking. Flander didn't give the others much time either. Looking at the sky outside, he directly said, it's about time. Let's set off. Chapter 59. Yinhuang Battle Team? Ningrongrong. After settling the bill for the 4 cups of tea, ignored Flander's strange gaze and walked straight to Yunqi's side. Yunqi could only pretend to apologize to Flander and the other male companions. Flander, seeing Yunqi's expression, didn't want to dwell on it too much. Otherwise, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Having been fooled once, he vowed never to make the same mistake again. After paying, Flander led everyone out of the tea shop and towards the Suoto Great Soul Arena. As they got closer, he marveled at how humans, regardless of the world, could create miraculous places, and he was greatly shocked by the magnificent architecture before him. The Suoto City Great Soul Arena is generally oval-shaped, with various large and small soul arenas inside, 1 main arena and 24 sub-arena. Near the top, there are over 100 VIP boxes for the powerful and various factions to watch. As they were leaving, Oscar clearly explained the rules inside the Soul Arena. There are 3 types of soul fights. 1. Friendly matches, which are essentially places for mutual sparring where lethal force is not allowed. 2. Death matches, used to resolve conflicts between soul masters. 3. Betting matches, where the Soul Arena acts as a referee. Both parties in a betting match send out the same number of soul masters, and the winner can take everything in the wager. However, the premise of a betting match is that it is a fight to the death, Thus, to start a betting match, one must sign a death match agreement. As for the forms of competition, they include one-on-one, two-on-two, and team matches. Yunqi was already familiar with these, but still listened carefully to Oscar's words. Upon arriving at the main entrance of the Great Soul Arena, they saw a massive stone tablet covered with densely packed names. Yunqi couldn't help but exclaim, "In this world, everyone is driven by profit, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food." Yunqi and others simply registered, filled in some basic information, paid the fee, and received the most basic iron fighting soul badge. However, Tang San next to them was stammering, clearly feeling very ashamed. Yunqi naturally knew about Tang San's predicament, but he had no intention of paying for him. All this money had been painstakingly taken from Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Yunqi took a look at the items inside the ring, such as the Longshu needle, the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, various hidden weapons, as well as daily necessities and money. He was also thinking about how Tang San and Yu Xiaogang could get along. Tang San looked at the waiter asking him for the registration fee and turned to look at Flander with eager eyes. As for why he didn't seek Yunqi's help, Tang San didn't want to trouble Yunqi. After all, Yunqi had to support Xiao Wu, which must be quite expensive. Flander naturally understood the meaning in Tang San's eyes and said with a tearful expression, "Tang San, if you make money, you must pay me back." Tang San nodded gratefully. But when he reached out to take the gold soul coin from Flander's hand, he couldn't pull it away no matter what, and looked at Flander in surprise. Only then did Flander reluctantly release his hand, allowing Tang San to take it. Oscar and Dai Mubai, who were nearby, looked at Tang San in confusion and asked, "By the way, we haven't reached level 40 yet, and we can still receive subsidies from the Spirit Hall. Why are you so poor, Tang San?" Tang San couldn't help but recall the 6 years of hardship he had endured with his teacher, often facing hunger and having no food after finishing the last meal. He couldn't help but say, "I don't know if it's a matter of luck, but my money just can't stay with me. Even if I keep in a soul guide, I often lose money." Oscar looked at the thin-bodied Tang San and nodded secretly. No wonder Tang San looked so weak. He appeared malnourished. The little episode quickly passed. After everyone followed the waiter to the place for testing soul power and confirmed the soul power of Yunqi and the others, the waiter's gaze towards Yunqi changed. The 3 girls sensed something was off and quickly grabbed Yunqi's hand, pulling him out of the waiter's sight. The waitress was left feeling regretful. After all, the young man in front of her was not just a genius, but a monster. Flander looked at the few who had completed the assessment and took them away from there to the resting area. Soul masters participating in the soul fights basically had a room to rest while waiting for their turn. However, the slight childishness on Yunqi and the others' faces attracted the attention of other soul masters. There was no helping it. After all, Yunqi and the others were relatively young. But no one approached to talk, as they were all preparing their own tactics for the upcoming soul fights. Ning Rongrong, who was well informed, quietly said to Yunqi, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, "Here, you can only participate in 1 match a day, but you can participate in different types. Both Zhuqing and I are in our 20s, at the great soul master level, so we can participate together. However, Brother Qi, you and Xiao Wu, one at level 37 and the other at level 44, may only be able to compete individually." Yunqi also smiled nonchalantly and said to Ning Rongrong, "It's okay when the time comes. I'll take Xiao Wu to play at my level. Trust in my strength." Ning Rongrong nodded as well, naturally believing in Yunqi's abilities. If Yunqi's strength were lacking, then there probably wouldn't be many people who could do it. Yunqi and the others, under someone else's guidance, arrived at the place for signing up for the soul fight, registering for both one-on-one and two-on-two matches. The staff looked at the few people in front of them and slowly said, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins, and the winner gets 20. If you lose, you get nothing." After saying this, Yunqi paid the fee. The staff paused to count the money and then said, "What name will your team have?" Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had already thought of it. They smiled lightly at the staff and said, "We'll call our team the 7-Cat Team." Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong with a strange expression, but it quickly disappeared. He thought to himself, how did it overlap with the name of a software from my past life? Just a coincidence. Xiao Wu also looked at Yunqi eagerly and said in a spoiled tone, "Brother, you should come up with a cool combination name for us too." This question from Xiao Wu immediately stumped Yunqi, as he was terrible at naming. He pondered hard, but couldn't come up with anything, which prompted the staff to urge him, "Hurry up, it's just a code name." Yunqi also had a flash of inspiration and blurted out, "Yin Huang, let's call it Yin Huang." Yunqi thought that even though she was no longer in her original world, she should at least leave some bloodline in this other world. Otherwise, feeling alone would be somewhat desolate. Xiao Wu also began to ponder what the yin huang that Yunqi mentioned really meant, but she couldn't quite grasp it. Seeing Yunqi's delighted face, she nodded and started swinging Yunqi's hand. Meanwhile, the staff member nearby was really efficient. In no time at all, they had completed the engraving on the badge, and 2 large characters appeared on it. Yin huang. Yunqi also received the badge, symbolizing his past life from the staff, feeling a sense of heaviness. Chapter 60. Shadow Mirror? After playing with the badge for a while, Xiao Wu handed it over to Yunqi for safekeeping. Just as she was about to say something, Zhu Zhuqing approached and slowly said, "Qi Gu, Xiao Wu, your one-on-one soul battles are about to begin." Yunqi listened to the gentle voice that was so tender to the bone in front of him, yet so cold and noble in front of outsiders. He stepped forward to give a hug and softly said in the little cat's ear, "Aren't you going to give your husband a blessing kiss?" Zhu Zhuqing instantly blushed and, feeling a bit annoyed, turned her head and lightly tapped Yunqi's lips before quickly returning to Ning Rongrong's side. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, seeing this Zhu Zhuqing, also ran to Yunqi and stood on tiptoe to kiss the corner of his mouth. The soul masters and staff resting around them all had expressions of gritted teeth. You could even hear the sound of grinding teeth. Yunqi's mouth was almost curved up to the sky after the kiss from the 3 girls. The pride and show-off in his eyes were about to drown the entire great fighting soul arena. Yunqi also left in the gaze of the 3 women and the crowd. Upon arriving at the one-on-one soul duel area, looking at the sea of people around, he was also thinking about other things. What would happen if the faces of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang from back then were exposed to everyone's sight once again? Yunqi became excited as he thought about it. After all, there were no photos taken back then, but now there are broadcasts and LED screens. By then, everyone would have a copy of the images of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San from back then. What a visual feast that would be. After all, 99% of the mainland has only heard about it, but never seen their true faces. As Yunqi pondered these things, the task arrived as scheduled. Task, by any means necessary, expose Yu Xiaogang and Tang San to the public, so that the world recognizes the protagonists of the Soul Beast Rampage incident from 6 years ago. Reward, recording Soul Guide device with production method, capable of real-time broadcasting the images from the recording Soul Guide device in Yunqi's hands. Accept, yes or no? Yunqi looked at the task in front of her, feeling a bit of difficulty. However, thinking about the Soul Guide that captures memories, she decided to take it on without hesitation, as there was no loss anyway. Moreover, when Yunqi checked the rewards, she found that the Soul Guide could actually extract memories from sleeping people, and mischievous thoughts naturally arose. Since there were many battle arenas, Yunqi, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing were not placed together, but scattered in different areas. As for Ning Rongrong, she didn't sign up for the one-on-one matches at all. Among Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai, it was Tang San who was placed with Yunqi. However, unfortunately, Yunqi's opponent was not Tang San. Nor could it be Tang San, as Tang San was already a soul respect. Although they were in different battle arenas, the scale was not small, with a diameter of 20 meters, allowing most soul masters to fully exert their strength, and also making the clashes between soul masters more intense. Soon, the battles above came to an end, and it was Yunqi's turn to take the stage. On the battle platform, a beautiful woman in a white short skirt enthusiastically talked about the highlights of the upcoming duel, while a large screen behind her replayed exciting moments. Until the screen went dark, the woman in the white skirt cleared her throat, took a sip of water, and announced loudly, "Next, we will have a one-on-one duel at the 21st Battle Arena. It is worth mentioning that this is a duel of soul masters. And there is also a newly registered soul master." Just as the woman finished speaking, the audience around her erupted in excitement, saying things like, "Is the battle arena here to give away money? What kind of newcomer starts fighting at the soul respect level? This is hilarious." The woman in the white skirt observed the audience's lively reactions, and seeing the atmosphere was lively, she continued, "Now, let's welcome our 2 soul masters to the stage. They are Yunqi, the level 44 attack-type soul master with a weapon Spirit Moon Shadow Sword, a pure newcomer to the battle arena, and Wang Tai, a level 47 attack-type soul master with a weapon Spirit Roaring Tiger, who has already won 4 consecutive matches." The audience in the stands began to place their bets. And seeing Yunqi's youthful face and Wang Tai, who had already won 4 consecutive matches and had a higher soul power than Yunqi, they naturally knew whom to choose. The odds for Yunqi even reached a terrifying 1 to 10 at one point. This shows how many people don't believe in Yunqi. In the stands, Oscar Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun all placed their bets on Yunqi. As for Flander, he had already bet all his fortune back when it was still in the selection phase. Although he has spent quite a bit, he still has about 10,000 gold soul coins left. This shows how much private money Flander has. Yunqi naturally noticed the movements of a few people in the stands, but he didn't intend to lose on purpose, nor did he mean to make them lose all their money. In any case, in the end, the wealth of Flandra and the others would become Yunqi's own. Yunqi also set aside all the distractions and stepped onto the soul fighting platform step by step. Opposite him stood a tall figure, whose height seemed to reach about 2 meters and 30 or 34 centimeters, with broad shoulders and a slim waist. The person was dressed in a soul beast fur that barely covered the vital areas. His muscular thighs and chest were exposed, and his eyes emitted a fierce glare. Yunqi also looked at the tall soul master and sighed with boredom, thinking that such a big target could be hit without having to deliberately manipulate the sword energy and sword shadows. However, the soul master opposite him, seeing Yunqi's indifferent gaze, felt his own momentum rising even more, and a fierce aura was almost spilling out from his face, making one wonder if this was a life-and-death battle. The spectators around who had placed their bets looked at the person they had bet on, their aura so powerful that their faces turned a sickly red, and they were all shouting heart-wrenchingly. Clearly, they felt that a large amount of gold soul coins would soon flow into their pockets. The little cat and the little witch in the stands looked at the roaring audience and showed expressions of watching a spectacle. After exchanging glances, they said, right now, they look down on Brother Qi, but later when they lose their pants. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but nod and said to Ning Rongrong, "How much did you just bet?" Although Ning Rongrong was not short on money, this was to support her boyfriend and even her future husband. Moreover, free money should not be turned down. Not much. Just 50,000. If it were more, the odds wouldn't be as exaggerated as 1 to 10. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise, thinking that her so-called second miss was actually less than 1% of Ning Rongrong's wealth. But then she thought it made sense after all. This was the most beloved little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. How could she possibly have less money? Besides, Zhu Zhuqing had also placed a small bet, mainly because she couldn't stand those who looked down on her brother Qi. Chapter 61, Refining Sword Skills. Yunqi's appearance on stage also caught the attention of some audience members, who loudly commented, "Where did this young kid come from? He dares to come on stage at such a young age." The audience wasn't afraid of offending anyone. And with so many people talking at once, it didn't matter if Yunqi came from a major sect or a hidden family. It had nothing to do with them. Similar doubts arose one after another, but some sharp-eyed spectators recognized Yunqi's extraordinary talent. They didn't blindly criticize him. Instead, they silently placed their bets on him. At his age, with such presence and soul power level, they would not believe it if he didn't possess a top-level martial soul. However, they wouldn't kindly remind others, as wise individuals are ultimately still in the minority in any world. Wang Tai looked at Yunqi in front of him and didn't waste any time. He directly completed the martial soul possession. He wouldn't underestimate any opponent, especially since he was an old hand who had been in the soul fighting arena for so long. It was good to catch the opponent off guard with a preemptive strike. Yunqi also summoned the Moon Shadow sword directly, standing with his hands behind his back, his gaze calm. The host in a white short skirt looked at both prepared sides and spoke directly. Then the soul battle officially begins. The moment Wang Tai heard the word begin, the 4 soul rings on his body, 2 yellow and 2 purple, burst forth with dazzling brilliance. The first soul ring flashed directly, and the soul power around him continuously stimulated Wang Tai's physical body, making his muscles even more solid. He exerted force with his feet and charged toward Yunqi with a powerful momentum, fist clenched. Yunqi was not the least bit flustered when he saw Wang Tai rushing towards him. He also shifted to the left. The long sword on his back remained in place. Wang Tai noticed that his punch had missed, and he was not surprised. After all, it was just a probing attack. However, the moment he turned to look at Yunqi, he couldn't hold back. He saw that Yunqi didn't even have a soul ring manifesting and still wore a calm expression. Wang Tai shouted angrily, "Who do you look down on?" Yunqi doesn't have any intention of looking down on others. He just wants to test whether the swordsmanship methods taught to him by Qin are effective. The method is quite simple. In this world, there are no real martial arts or sword techniques. What one learns is almost entirely based on personal experience. Of course, it doesn't rule out the possibility that Qin has not taught him the true skills, but Yunqi is still very grateful for the guidance he has received. After all, given his current social status and strength, he could never seek advice from a formidable figure renowned for their swordsmanship across the continent. Just a few pointers are already quite good. Faced with Wang Tai's furious roar, Yunqi had no intention of responding. He simply dodged Wang Tai's furious punch once again, turned sideways, and then thrust directly at Wang Tai's chest. Seeing the speed at which Yunqi drew his sword, Wang Tai knew he couldn't evade it and directly activated his third soul ring. A purple halo flickered around him, somewhat similar to Dai Mubai's white tiger shield, but also different. The hardness was far superior to Dai Mubai's shield. After all, this was the third soul skill of a four-ring soul master, while Dai Mubai's was just a first soul skill. The moon shadow sword of Yunqi, upon hitting the barrier, felt as if it had struck an iron block and did not break through. It silently complained. It seems that without using soul skills, it might really be impossible to break this turtle shell. In fact, it would be easy to break it. Both Yunqi's first and second soul skills could do the trick. However, Yunqi came to refine his own sword techniques, so naturally, he wouldn't use his soul skills, as that would be too much of a bully. Wang Tai saw that Yunqi's sword tip was blocked and couldn't help but speak up. Kid, do you really think you could defeat me without using soul skills? That's a bit too wishful thinking. His voice was loud, and the audience, including Flinder and Xiao Wu, looked on in confusion, not understanding Yunqi's intentions. Yunqi remained calm and indifferent, ignoring Wang Tai's words. He continued to draw his sword and dodge. Wang Tai, feeling increasingly annoyed, decided to withdraw his third soul skill due to the significant soul power consumption. He charged towards Yunqi again like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, activating his second soul skill as he leaped high into the air. Wang Tai's hands, which already had elongated claws, saw the claws extend further, glinting with a chilling light that was captivating and terrifying. Yunqi watched Wang Tai lunging at him, considering using Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps, but hesitated slightly knowing Tang San was watching from above. He quickly came up with a plan. At worst, he could activate the Forgiveness Halo, and with the original goodwill, he should be able to muddle through. Besides, he couldn't let Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing not use their skills either. Yunqi immediately used Crane Catching Dragon to counter Wang Tai's downward momentum, then activated Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps in an extreme posture to evade Wang Tai's attack, performing a one-handed handstand that directly cut Wang Tai's chest. The chilling attribute of the Moon Shadow Sword also caused Wang Tai's body to stiffen slightly. Instead of calming down, the pain made Wang Tai even more aggressive, relentlessly clawing at Yunqi. Seeing this, Yunqi raised his sword to block. On the battle soul stage, sounds of ping, ping, ping echoed as if iron was being struck. Yunqi's eyesight was incredibly sharp now, enhanced by the panel task and the soul power-driven eye exercises. In the realm of his purple extreme demon, I had long surpassed Tang San by a significant margin. Even under such a dense assault, he could still sneak in a few strikes, causing blood to flow from Wang Tai's hands. Realizing the situation was not in his favor and unable to gain the upper hand after a prolonged attack, Wang Tai jumped back, feeling that his physical strength and soul power were nearly depleted. In contrast, Yunqi appeared unfazed, while he himself was gasping for breath. The surrounding audience couldn't bear to watch any longer, angrily cursing. What is this? Is this the soul sect? You can't even defeat a rookie who hasn't used any soul skills. Huh. However, Zhu Zhuqing noticed Yunqi's intentions, realizing that Yunqi was merely using Wang Tai to practice his techniques without relying on soul skills. Tang San's expression darkened as he thought. Why does Chiga also know Tang Sek's techniques? He can perform Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps and Crane Catching Dragon. And even the realm of his purple extreme demon, I, is higher than mine. Filled with doubts, he still trusted Yunqi, which kept him from succumbing to his unease. He focused on watching Yunqi's match, planning to ask questions once Yunqi returned. Wang Tai also heard the audience's dissatisfied voices, but he couldn't spare the energy to retort them now. After temporarily using soul power to staunch his wounds, he looked seriously at Yunqi and said, "You are indeed impressive. In a situation where you are at a disadvantage, you can still force me to this extent without using any soul skills." Yunqi also smiled calmly and didn't say anything that would stir up emotions. After all, the two had no animosity. Thank you for the compliment. The warm aura of Yunqi is also overwhelming, and now even the audience on the stands who originally bought tickets to support Yunqi are loudly shouting his name. Even the host forgets to commentate, staring blankly at Yunqi's smile, feeling a flutter in their hearts. Chapter 62, Brotherhood. Wang Tai also feels a surge of goodwill. He initially thought Yunqi looked down on him and was putting on a show, but now Yunqi's strength has earned his respect. He directly says, "Next will be my final strike. If you can take it, I will lose." Yunqi looked at the serious man in front of him and responded lightly. Come on. Wang Tai gathered all his soul power together, slowly channeling it into his mouth, spreading his arms and stepping forward, presenting himself in a Taiji stance. Yunqi was also taken aback, looking at Wang Tai, who was charging up and needed some time, feeling speechless. He thought to himself, no wonder I have to deliver the final blow. It turns out it takes time to unleash it from standstill. Moreover, this posture is very similar to Xiao Wuji's powerful Vajra roar. Yunqi did not dare to be careless. He activated his Ghost Shadow Mist and charged forward. He was not someone who would just stand still and take others' powerful moves. When Wang Tai saw Yunqi rushing over, he didn't care about anything else. Although his eyes revealed regret over the failed plan, he didn't give up. He gathered all his soul power and opened his mouth wide to unleash a deafening roar. At that moment, Yunqi had also reached Wang Tai's front. Watching the soul skill about to be completed, he swiftly pointed his sword upward, directly sealing Wang Tai's mouth. Seeing the sword tip blocking his mouth, Wang Tai had no choice but to quickly withdraw his soul power. Otherwise, if the soul power exploded inside his mouth, his head might be blown off. After the soul power dissipated, Wang Tai, with a hint of regret, said to Yunqi, "You win." After saying that, he staggered off the soul fighting platform. The audience in the stands was still in shock, going from mocking at the beginning to complete silence now, as if Yunqi had slapped them into confusion. But not everyone felt the same. At least Zhu Zhuqing and others, as well as Flinder and his group, were all smiles. The former was genuinely happy, while the latter's wallets had suddenly become fuller. Yunqi couldn't help but shout at the host, "Can we announce the results now?" The beautiful host in the white short skirt also seemed to come back to her senses and enthusiastically announced, "This duel is won by the Yunqi Soul Sect. We wish him continued victories ahead and great success in martial arts." Around them, there were sparse claps, but most people looked pale, wondering if the rooftop of the Suoto Great Soul Arena was too high and whether someone who fell might not survive. Yunqi looked at the crowd in the stands and naturally felt no pity. She turned and walked towards the little cat, but before she left, she quietly said, "Gambling dogs have no future." After exiting the battle arena, Yunqi simply registered and went to stand beside Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Seeing this, Tang San also approached and said to Yunqi, "Chiga, come with me for a moment." Yunqi also nodded, naturally knowing what Tang San meant. He silently filled the forgiveness aura and then followed Tang San to the side. Tang San paused for a moment, thought about his wording, and looked at Yunqi's face. For some reason, he couldn't inexplicably blame Yunqi. But he also suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and said to Yunqi, "Chiga, where did you learn the steps and techniques you used on stage just now?" Looking into Tang San's eyes, there was a tone of wanting an answer. Yunqi couldn't help but smile, patted Tang San's shoulder, and said, "Of course I learned it by watching you. Then I figured it out myself and got it." "What, Xiao San, are you going to blame me?" Tang San's expression changed, and it felt like a kind of anger was about to burst through some kind of restraint. With a cold face, he said to Yunqi, "Taking without asking is stealing, Chiga?" Yunqi silently thought, "I didn't see you have this awareness when you were secretly studying in your past life. In the end, you only revealed your research when you couldn't escape. Although this is what I think, I naturally couldn't say it out loud. I could only show more helplessness in my eyes," and said to Tang San, "Xiao San, is this how you think of me? You know my talent. I learned it just by watching you a few times. Can you blame me for that?" After Yunqi finished speaking, he glanced at Tang San, seeing that he remained unmoved. They all thought there was a bug in the forgiveness aura. However, considering that Tang San might soon break through that boundary, they understood. He directly took out his T-art and began to PUA him. "Little San, we grew up together and went to school together. I really didn't expect this thing to be so important to you. Since you blame me, I won't use it anymore. But still, thank you. Because learning your technique allowed me to survive against the Iron Armor Dragon last time and then counterattack. Our brotherhood ends here. Take care." After speaking, Yunqi was also ready to turn and leave. However, Tang San's anger was gradually suppressed by the forgiveness aura, and he began to reflect on himself. He had also learned secretly, much like Yunqi now. Moreover, when Yunqi gifted him the Iron Armor Dragon, it was only a symbolic acceptance of his 24-bridge Minjiwai, which he had pushed forward himself. Yunqi had only casually heard that he liked it, and had risked his life to bring back the corpse of the Iron Armor Dragon for him. Now, for a few things that did not even belong to him, he actually had this kind of attitude towards Yunqi, even to the point of wanting to sever their brotherhood. Yunqi had often helped him during his school days, like a life-saving benefactor. He truly deserved to die. Thinking of this, Tang San was thoroughly affected and hurriedly rushed to stop Yunqi, disregarding the gazes of others in the great soul arena, and with a thud, he knelt directly in front of Yunqi, loudly saying, "Chiga, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Yunqi clearly did not expect such an outstanding effect, and quickly helped Tang San up, feigning concern as he said, "Why is that?" Tang San, with a face full of sorrow, replied, "Chiga, I don't know why, but I was unexpectedly affected by my anger. Just a moment ago, I thought about it, and you're the best person to me. Even my father neglects me and rarely spends time with me. I can't believe I treated you this way over such a trivial matter." Yunqi was also moved as he supported Tang San's shoulders with both hands, looking down at Tang San with tears in his eyes, and said, "Xiao San, you don't need to apologize. The one who should apologize is me. It's my fault for stealing your things." Tang San once again felt Yunqi's sincerity and felt even more that he was not a good person, retorting, "I, Tang San, should be the one apologizing. I'm the one who is not a good person. Xiao San you." Tang San interrupted Yunqi's words and said directly, "Chiga, I'm sorry. If you don't accept my apology, I won't get up." Yunqi also sighed helplessly and said to Tang San, "But I also taught the cultivation method to a few of your sisters-in-law. I'm sorry for you." Tang San was a bit taken aback, but thinking about Yunqi's contributions and protection for him, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since they are sisters-in-law, they are family. Of course, it's fine to pass it on to family. In the future, no matter how many sisters-in-law there are, Chiga, you can share it with them. Just don't let the sisters-in-law pass it on to others." Yunqi was also greatly moved as he helped Tang San up, shouting, "Xiao San." Tang San, with tears in his eyes, responded to Yunqi, "Chiga." Then, to the bewilderment of the onlookers, Tang San rushed up and hugged Yunqi. Chapter 63. 2 against 2. The first battle of Yanwang. Yunqi was a bit confused, and now his expression showed a hint of disdain. The 1-meter-50 tall Tang San could only hug his waist, but soon he subtly pushed Tang San away and said to him, "Being brothers is in the heart. There's no need to be bound by formality." Tang San also wiped his eyes with his sleeve and then, smiling through his tears, said, "Thank you, Brother Chi, for being willing to forgive me." Yunqi waved his hand and said to Tang San, "Don't do this for big events in the future, okay? I will really be sad." Tang San nodded seriously and then said, "From now on, Chiga, just say whatever you need." Yunqi looked at Tang San, who patted his chest and made a promise. Feeling delighted inside, he had been waiting for this statement. In the future, he might not necessarily know about the fairy grass, but now with Tang San, this good person and great brother, Yunqi only needed to think about how to get his hands on the fairy grass. After all, this thing wasn't easy to obtain, and he still needed to make some plans. Yunqi and the others didn't chat for long, and Tang San's match soon began. Yunqi was also eager to escape from this big fool and quickly returned to the embrace of the big cat. What was the point of being with a man all the time? Yunqi shook off the dust from his clothes with a burst of spiritual energy, disdainfully patting himself down, as he didn't want Tang San's aura to taint him. Backstage, Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu, who was sitting alone in the stands watching the soul battle below. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had gone to participate in the doubles battle, while Xiao Wu had just returned from her match. Yunqi also approached with the intention of teasing Xiao Wu, quietly sneaking up behind her, ready to launch a surprise attack. However, before Yunqi could make a move, Xiao Wu suddenly turned around and shouted, then made a funny face. Yunqi was also taken aback by this sudden scene, then helplessly looked at the laughing Xiao Wu. He slowly said, "How did you know I was behind you, Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu also held Yunqi's hand, sat down together, and smiled as she said, "We've been together for so many years. Your scent is already ingrained in my bones." Yunqi also affectionately patted Xiao Wu's head, saying little, just leaning against each other and silently watching the match between Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Soon, with Ning Rongrong's support, the little cat swiftly took down the two, even finishing the match without touching the sleeves of the two girls on the opposite side. Yunqi also sighed at Xiao Wu. The little cat's progress is so great. Xiao Wu was also taken aback, then stared blankly at Yunqi and slowly said, "Who is the little cat?" Yunqi realized that he had subconsciously called out his nickname for Zhu Zhuqing. Thinking it wasn't a big deal, he explained to Xiao Wu, "The little kitten is Zhuqing. I named her. What do you think?" Xiao Wu also looked at Zhuqing on stage, who had cat ears and a cat tail due to her martial soul manifestation, resembling a noble and elegant cat, and couldn't help but nod in agreement. It does look a bit like her. Perhaps it was the beauty and strength of the two girls that captivated the audience, as cheers erupted suddenly with the end of the battle, and thunderous applause filled the air. The two girls silently left the stage and walked towards Yunqi. Perhaps due to the fast pace of the competition, The subsequent matches did not receive such enthusiastic cheers. Yunqi and the others certainly wouldn't mind. Coming here is currently a form of training for the girls and also a way for Yunqi to hone her control over her own powers. After all, Yunqi has reached this stage in her cultivation with very few opportunities for real combat, making it hard to progress quickly, with others unable to keep up in strength. There isn't much pressure in challenges, not to mention places like the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, where even the teachers and principal are no match for Yunqi, so there's no experience to gain. Of course, Yunqi isn't someone who stubbornly insists on fighting when she knows she can't win. Not using soul skills would be too foolish. Yunqi also said to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, "In the future, you can directly use the things I give you, but don't give them to others." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were delighted. Previously, Yunqi had warned them not to use these things in front of Tang San, and Yunqi had explained the reason. Of course, the two wouldn't say anything about Yunqi, as their affinity for him was already maxed out. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, who had just joined Yunqi's harem today, was naturally unaware of what they were talking about and curiously asked, "What are you talking about? What can be used directly?" Zhu Zhuqing explained to Ning Rongrong, "You'll know when Qi Ge teaches you. This is a great help for your strength enhancement." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi with eager eyes and said, "Qi Ge." Yunqi couldn't help but smile as he slowly said to her, "Let's talk about it when we get back. It's not good to teach you here with so many people around." Ning Rongrong also stepped forward and gave Yunqi a sweet kiss, wrapping her arms tightly around his, pulling him into her embrace. Yunqi naturally felt the softness, but before he could enjoy it for too long, he was interrupted by the announcement. "Sir, madam, your duo soul battle is about to begin. Please proceed to the battle stage." Yunqi reluctantly withdrew his hand, taking Xiao Wu in a surge of anger toward the soul fighting platform. Zhu Zhuqing teased Ning Rongrong, saying, "Look, you've provoked Qi Ge. Their opponents below are going to have a tough time." If Yunqi were here, he would also sigh at how much the little cat's personality had changed. She no longer seemed as cold as in the original story and had even learned to joke around. Ning Rongrong, however, casually replied, "That's none of my business, hee hee." The preparation time for the 2-on-2 soul fighting was longer than for a 1-on-1 match, and by the time it was Yunqi's turn to take action, Xiao Wu's soul power had also returned to its optimal state. Yunqi said to Xiao Wu below, "Did you in the 1-on-1 just now?" Xiao Wu replied irritably, "You don't think I could win?" Yunqi shook his head at Xiao Wu's response. Clearly unable to believe that Xiao Wu could lose, he just wanted to ask out of curiosity. Xiao Wu directly replied, "Of course I won. My opponent didn't even finish a single move. I just threw them off the soul fighting platform with a single waist bow." Yunqi also pretended to be surprised and said, "Xiao Wu is so amazing." This prompted Xiao Wu to pinch Yunqi's soft flesh at the waist. Amidst their playful bickering, the two made their way to the soul fighting platform. It's worth mentioning that the audience for the 2-on-2 match was at least half less than that for the 1-on-1 matches, and Yunqi and Xiao Wu's opponents were already waiting on the platform. The 2-on-2 soul fighting platform was also much larger, and before Yunqi could take a closer look, the host on stage directly began announcing the contestants' information. In the 7th match of the 2-on-2, the massage team faced off against the Yanwang team. Chapter 64, Ouch. What are you doing? As soon as Xiao Wu got on stage, she complained to Yunqi, "Why does the opposing team look so strange?" Yunqi also took a closer look. Good gracious, what a sight. He saw that his opponents were two middle-aged men. One was wearing a white dojo robe, had a square face, and looked much older than his actual age. The other one was wearing suspenders, had a center-parted hairstyle, and looked quite decent, similar to Oscar. Yunqi was also filled with emotion, marveling at the wonders of the world. The Ma Shaji duo looked at the two children on stage, unable to believe their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Yunqi was also quite helpless. At their age, Douluo and the others were already considered adults. However, compared to other soul masters of the same level, they were indeed a bit younger. But did it have to be like this every time? The host was obviously taken aback for a moment, then warmed up the atmosphere by saying, "It seems our Yanwang duo is truly talented at a young age." Although shocked by Yunqi and Xiao Wu's ages, his professionalism prevented him from forgetting his duties at that moment, and he directly announced the start of the match. The Mashaji duo, aiming to build a good relationship with the talented duo and their backing, did not attack immediately. Instead, they introduced themselves to Yunqi and Xiao Wu. "My name is Ma Xingyi. I am the current master of the Hongyuan Xingyi Taiji sect. It's a pleasure to meet you both." The man in suspenders also styled his hair a bit, adjusted his middle part with his middle finger, and clasped his fists, saying, "My name is Kai Kuan, and I am Master Ma's partner. It's a pleasure to meet you both." They clearly guessed wrong. Yunqi was not someone from a major power. However, seeing how similar the two in front of him were to famous figures from his past life, he smiled and responded, "My name is Yunqi, and this beside me is Xiao Wu. Can we start now?" The Ma Shaji duo returned to normal, summoning their own martial souls. Only Ma Xingyi manifested a whip crackling with electric sparks in his right hand, looking particularly eerie. Kai Kuan completed his martial soul embodiment, his entire body covered in feathers, especially abundant on his head and hands. He appeared vividly colorful. Yunqi couldn't help but laugh out loud at the two people's martial souls, drawing the attention of everyone around, who looked at Yunqi in confusion, wondering why he was laughing. At this moment, Yunqi also feels a bit lonely. In such a grand scene, surprisingly, there is no one to share it with, which is truly a pity. Yunqi silently withdrew her smile, summoned the long sword in her hand, while Xiao Wu stood beside her after completing her martial soul possession. Ma Xingyi noticed that Yunqi and the others were ready, and he exchanged a glance with Kai Kuan beside him. Kai Kuan understood immediately, activating his first soul skill, gathering soul power in his abdomen. Then, Kai Kuan reached out and performed a soul incantation, muttering words under his breath. "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly, an oval-shaped egg appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Kai Kuan threw the egg directly towards Ma Xingyi. Ma Xingyi took a step forward, jumped up, and skillfully caught the egg with his mouth, then gently bit down, releasing a rich fragrance. Seeing this, Kai Kuan replicated the earlier action and also ate an egg for himself. Most of the audience were Kai Kuan's fans, and as they watched him use his signature soul skill, they shouted loudly, "Brother's egg, you can't eat it. Brother is so handsome." After eating the egg, the speed of the Ma Sha-Ji combination skyrocketed, charging straight towards Yunqi. Seeing this, Xiao Wu executed a backward kick, stepping on Kai Kuan's feathered head, standing tall. And taking advantage of Kai Kuan's moment of surprise, she directly activated her waist bow, intending to throw him out and eliminate this support-type Soul Master. Yunqi was also stunned that support-type Soul Master actually charged in together. Clearly, the audience in the stands might have been attracted by Kai Kuan's unique style. However, the moment Xiao Wu activated her waist bow, the third soul ring on Kai Kuan's body lit up, and the domain formed by his hands began to sway rhythmically. Xiao Wu couldn't shake off Kai Kuan in an instant. After swaying up and down and left and right for a few seconds, Kai Kuan suddenly shouted, "Iron Mountain Lean." Xiao Wu was caught off guard and was directly knocked away by this Iron Mountain Lean, which concentrated the power through the shoulder movements and the enhancement of soul power. Yunqi, seeing the situation, couldn't help but sigh. She originally wanted to give Xiao Wu a chance to gain some experience, but did not expect that what seemed like an ordinary move was actually a charged attack. Just as Yunqi was about to engage with Xiao Wu on the other side, Mak Xinjiai would not let Yunqi have it so easy. She saw Mak Xinjiai's second soul ring shine brightly, and the whip crackling with electricity rushed toward Yunqi like a silver snake flicking its tongue. Yunqi also hugged Xiao Wu, directly using the ghost shadow to escape from the onslaught. However, just as one wave subsided, another arose. Kai Kuan would not let such a good opportunity slip by. After all, they were all soul masters surviving in the Great Soul Arena, and their ability to seize opportunities was certainly strong. Kai Kuan directly activated his second soul skill, and his hands, filled with feathers, produced a sphere with striped patterns. At the same time, he proudly said to Yunqi, "The world thinks I'm a battle soul master, but I can assist. When others think I'm a support type, I can transform into a battle soul master at any time. Now let me show you the ball skills I've practiced for 2.5 years." Ma Xingyi watched as Kai Kuan's sphere took shape and immediately activated his fourth soul skill, shouting, "Receive, transform, unleash." The sphere thrown by Kai Kuan, under the enhancement of Ma Xingyi's fourth soul skill, increased its speed once again, and Ma Xingyi's fourth soul skill did not disappear, but followed closely behind the sphere, sweeping forward. Yunqi felt helpless upon seeing the situation, as Xiao Wu in her arms was naturally fine and couldn't have been hit all at once. Watching the exaggerated performance of the two, and seeing that Yunqi was captivated, she naturally didn't worry too much, as she believed that in the end, Chiga would definitely let her hit that Kai Kuan before leaving. 2 beams of energy arrived as expected, but Yunqi and Xiao Wu still didn't move. Ma Xingyi and Kai Kuan were a bit flustered, and after exchanging glances, they shouted in unison, "Quick, dodge or catch it." Clearly, neither of them had the intention to kill. They just couldn't take back the soul skills that had already been released. The arena was illuminated by the dazzling white light, and a cloud of dust caused by the impact of the two soul powers. Both of them, along with the audience present, looked towards the smoke, and upon discovering that no one was behind it, their hearts immediately sank. Until a sharp-eyed audience member, looking at Yunqi and Xiao Wu flying in the air on their swords, exclaimed in envy, "They there in the sky." The crowd also looked up at the two in midair, erupting into intense cheers. Yin Huang. Yin Huang. Clearly, the audience did not believe that Yunqi and the others could dodge that attack, but they did not expect Yunqi to fly. Kai Kuan and Ma Xingyi, this pair of horse-killing duo, felt relieved, but the next second, they looked at Yunqi, who had a smile that was not quite a smile, and became vigilant. Yunqi looked at the two who were on high alert and slowly said, "Now it's my turn." Chapter 65, "Brother, leave one for me." Xiao Wu also timely spoke up. "Brother, save one for me later." Yunqi silently nodded, then swung the long sword in his hand. At that moment, Yunqi's soul ring configuration was revealed, and the massage combination below, along with the surrounding audience and the host, fell into a deathly silence. There was no way around it. Who wouldn't be startled by a configuration of 3 purple and 1 black soul rings? As Yunqi's first soul ring shone brightly, the sword energy he unleashed surprisingly vanished from the sight of the two, leaving no trace behind. After disappearing, the sword energy reappeared, astonishingly inside the thighs and arms of the two, but Yunqi controlled it well. After all, the previous reminder indicated that the two were not vicious individuals. And since this was just an ordinary match, it was not a life-and-death duel. Yunqi wouldn't be so ruthless. It's only natural to go all out in a battle. And hurting Xiao Wu is just part of the normal competition. Besides, Xiao Wu herself doesn't have any objections. Yunqi naturally wouldn't take things too seriously. Seeing that Yunqi had already injured the two, Xiao Wu also looked towards Yunqi. After years of being together, the two understood each other well and knew what was meant. Yunqi directly lowered the height of the flying sword, diving towards the massage duo. Xiao Wu, seizing this gravitational acceleration, fixed her keen gaze on the rapidly approaching opponents and pounced directly in mid-air, launching her soft technique. Kai Kuan and Ma Xingyi, despite the pain in their bodies, dodged to the side without hesitation. But would Yunqi let them escape so easily? The sword energy once again surrounded the two, leaving them no chance. Seeing this, Xiao Wu naturally wouldn't miss this excellent opportunity, knowing that Yunqi wanted her to enjoy the thrill. Otherwise, she would have won long ago. However, the two saw that Yunqi's sword energy did not injure them this time, and the woman in front of them was only a 3-ring soul master. So after exchanging a determined glance, they both unleashed their soul techniques, pushing towards Xiao Wu. But Xiao Wu had also trained in the purple extreme magic eye and ghostly shadow technique. Amidst the howling soul techniques of the two, she managed to twist away with an incredibly terrifying flexibility. Kai Kuan and Ma Xingyi were no novices either. After witnessing Xiao Wu dodging their soul techniques in such an outrageous manner, they quickly regained their composure and prepared to take it head-on. In an instant, Xiao Wu arrived beside the two, her scorpion-tailed braid wrapping around Kai Kuan and her ankle clamping onto Ma Xingyi's head, directly launching her soft technique. The two had already been injured by Yunqi's sword energy, so their lower bodies were naturally unsteady. Xiao Wu exerted force from her waist, presenting a big windmill style. Her hair first whipped Kai Kuan away, and then with a sly burst of power, she directly flipped over to send Ma Xingyi flying as well. Just when Xiao Wu thought she had achieved great success and was about to ask Yunqi for praise, Kai Kuan, after being flung away, surprisingly flapped the feathers in his hand, slowing his descent and stabilizing himself at the edge of the soul fighting platform. Looking at the two prodigies with a complex expression, he fell silent for a long time, while Ma Xingyi, who had been thrown out, looked down and saw that he was the only one left and shouted to Kai Kuan, "Kai Kuan, let's stop struggling. That guy over there hasn't even made a move yet." Kai Kuan followed Ma Xingyi's gaze and looked up to see a figure in black tight-fitting clothes, casually tied hair, and a handsome face, along with the pressure from 4 soul rings. He immediately lost the will to attack. He could only helplessly say to the host, "I give up." The audience around was in an uproar, especially those who were confused, watching their brother concede defeat, feeling frustrated. However, upon seeing Yunqi's face clearly, they didn't hesitate at all and immediately started calling out Yunqi's name and team. Yin Huang, Yin Huang, Yunqi, Yunqi. Xiao Wu listened to the crowd calling Yunqi's name, puffed up her cheeks, walked over to Yunqi's side, and said softly, "Brother, your charm is really great. Yunqi naturally understood the meaning behind Xiao Wu's tone and directly took her hand, raising it high to the audience. Poor these fangirls, experiencing heartbreak twice in one day. Watching Yunqi become someone else's, they could only grit their teeth and watch as Yunqi and Xiao Wu slowly left the battle platform. After stepping down, Yunqi also asked Xiao Wu with concern, "Xiao Wu, are you really okay after that blow from the Iron Mountain just now?" Xiao Wu, with her brows slightly furrowed, carefully felt the pain in her meridians. However, after many years of practicing the Xiantian skill that Yunqi taught her, she felt the continuous nurturing of her internal organs and was relieved. She replied to Yunqi, "Luckily, brother, you taught me the Xiantian skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to only get this little injury. I just need to rest for a while when I go back." Yunqi recalled how Xiao Wu had been directly knocked away just now. It was impossible for her to be completely uninjured. Fortunately, the Xiantian skill was also a top-tier martial art in the Douluo Continent. After Yunqi and Xiao Wu walked out of the Soul fighting stage hand in hand, they ran into the others from the academy. Seeing everyone looking cheerful and smiling, Yunqi went straight to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's side. Listening to their battle reports, Yunqi understood why they were so happy. Each of them had achieved victory in their soul fights. Yunqi looked at the crowd and noticed that Flanders and Ma Hongjun were missing. So he curiously asked Oscar Xiao Ao, "Where the dean and the fat guy?" Oscar also displayed an extremely strange expression as he looked at Yunqi and the three girls around him. Naturally, Yunqi didn't know what to say. However, Ning Rongrong, who was beside them, directly asked, "Where did they go?" Oscar stammered, but the little witch was not someone to be underestimated. A hint of playful amusement appeared in her eyes as she said to Oscar, "Where did they go?" Oscar, recalling Ning Rongrong's background, hurriedly replied, "The dean took Ma Hongjun to vent some anger. The dean told us to go back on our own." Oscar spoke very quickly, and before Yunqi could react, he had already finished speaking in a rush. The three girls, upon hearing Oscar's words, immediately showed disgusted expressions, and they simultaneously thought of something, turning to Yunqi and saying, "Chiga, you weren't planning to cover for them just now, were you?" Yunqi felt wronged. He simply didn't want the three girls to hear about such things. The three girls looked at Yunqi, who had a face full of grievance, and couldn't help but laugh, but they also said to him, "Chiga, if you have any needs in the future, you can come to us directly. You must never go to those disgusting places." Yunqi also nodded, looking at the three girls in front of him, each with their own charm, and assured, "Unless I'm blind." However, Ning Rongrong's face turned red with embarrassment. Xiao Wu had already done it, and Zhu Zhuqing was also prepared, but Ning Rongrong had only confirmed her relationship for less than a day, so naturally, she felt very shy. Oscar and Tang San, who were left aside, exchanged glances as if they were looking at deities, while Dai Mubai showed no reaction. Although he was tempted by Yunqi's body, he knew the gap between them, and certainly didn't want to die. Chapter 66, Strolling in the Brothel. On the other side, Ma Hongjun and Flinder were both troubled. Ma Hongjun was annoyed that his teacher brought him to such a place filled with tobacco, but he had no interest whatsoever. Flinder even gritted his teeth and spent a lot of money to hire a few skilled girls. However, every time they went in, they would come out angrily within a minute, muttering, "No action, what's the point of visiting a brothel?" Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, chose to be indifferent. He had naturally heard what they just said, but he was currently in a state of wanting nothing, so he wouldn't be angry because of a few girls' words. Flinder outside almost spat out the tea he had just drunk. Looking at his disciple walking over, Flinder couldn't help but ask in confusion after so many days, "The evil fire hasn't acted up? That shouldn't be the case." Ma Hongjun responded lightly to his teacher's question, "Teacher, I think the evil fire might have healed, but my martial spirit hasn't changed." Flinder's face twitched, and he couldn't help but think, has it healed so thoroughly? Even the desire is gone? In fact, Flinder had guessed something, which is why he brought Ma Hongjun here for a test. Faced with this situation, Flinder didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On one hand, Ma Hongjun might maintain his current state of having no desires. On the other hand, a desireless Ma Hongjun would definitely accelerate his cultivation speed. He could quickly become an independent force. However, looking at Ma Hongjun, who had no expression, Flinder sighed and said tiredly, "Since you don't need it, let's go back." Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, and Flinder asked the landlady for a refund on the girls' fees, but she naturally refused. "You can't do it yourselves, and now you want a refund. What are you thinking?" The surrounding patrons also widened their eyes, clearly not expecting such a situation. Someone actually came to the brothel to freeload. Seeing the crowd gathering around, Flinder didn't want to create more trouble, so he directly revealed his soul rings. The 7 best-configured soul rings kept floating, causing the landlady's legs to almost give way in fear. She quickly took out the money and returned it to Flender. But internally she was constantly complaining, a soul sage coming to let his disciple freeload. What an eye-opener. Once Flender got the money, he waited, grabbed Ma Hongjun, and rushed out the door, disappearing from the crowd's sight in a few flashes, leaving everyone dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. On the way back, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask Oscar curiously, "Are you saying that as the dean, Flender actually took his disciple to visit a brothel?" Oscar explained, "It's unavoidable. After all, Ma Hongjun's martial spirit has defects, and as a top-tier beast martial spirit, the dean can't just let Ma Hongjun stop cultivating, or just watch his disciple die from exploding." Then he subconsciously added, "In the past, Dai Lauda often went to the brothel with Fatty." As he spoke, Oscar remembered that Dai Mubai was now a girl, and Dai Mubai pinched the soft flesh at Oscar's waist, looking at him with a hint of coldness in her eyes, and asked, "Who is Dai Lauda? Who did what?" Oscar quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. My fault." Hearing this, Dai Mubai finally released her grip, wrapping her arm around Oscar's, looking like a little bird dependent on its mate. However, it was hard to ignore that Dai Mubai was much taller than Oscar, creating a sense of awkwardness. Zhu Zhuqing, rarely speaking, said disgusting, and then turned to hug Yunqi's arm. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also looked at Yunqi and said, "Fortunately, Chigo isn't that kind of person, unlike others." Yunqi looked at Tang San beside him and said, "Xiao San is also a gentleman." Tang San didn't expect Yunqi to suddenly mention him and speak up for him, and he looked at Yunqi with gratitude. Although this was just Yunqi inadvertently boosting his favorability, it left Tang San a bit confused. As for Oscar, he didn't dare to refute. After all, he had previously gone to the brothel with Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, just not as much. Zhu Zhuqing also sighed, thankful to have escaped from the sea of suffering. Otherwise, she didn't know what she would have become. Seeing this situation, Yunqi changed the topic, chatting as they walked. And soon they returned to Shrek Academy. Yunqi and the 3 girls naturally went back to the courtyard outside. As it was already pitch black, Yunqi, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu naturally entered the small house, while Ning Rongrong hesitated outside. Although it was her own request, when the moment actually came, she clearly felt a bit at a loss. Yunqi could see Ning Rongrong's thoughts and walked over, bending down and bringing his head close to the tips of Ning Rongrong's hair, softly saying, "What's wrong? Where's the courage from before?" Ning Rongrong didn't speak, her little face becoming even redder. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who were ahead and had opened the door, exchanged a glance and then came to Ning Rongrong's side, linking arms with her and taking her into the room together. Yunqi looked at the 3 women who had just entered and couldn't help but sigh. Luckily, the master bedroom was spacious. Otherwise, having 4 people living together would feel cramped. If anyone knew Yunqi's thoughts, they would definitely scoff, as it was too ridiculous. 3 stunning beauties sharing a room with him, and he was just thankful for the large space. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even mind sharing a bed with 3 beauties, even if there was no room. Back in the room, Yunqi smiled at the 3 women sitting by the bed and said, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to freshen up? Why just sit there?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, then both grabbed their clothes and headed to the bathroom, while Ning Rongrong tightened her grip on the blanket at the edge of the bed as she watched the 2 leave. Yunqi looked at the 2 girls who were leaving and sighed. "You've grown up." Ning Rongrong, who was originally quite nervous, couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yunqi's behavior just now, which was very much like her father's. Yunqi felt a bit embarrassed, but this level of embarrassment was already trivial for him. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Rongrong." Ning Rongrong came back to her senses and responded to Yunqi, "Ma'am." Yunqi thought for a moment about how to phrase it, then seriously said, "Rongrong, can you promise me that the things I teach you will absolutely not be shared with anyone?" Ning Rongrong was obviously taken aback. She initially thought Yunqi was looking for her to ease the awkwardness, but she didn't expect it to be about what was said during the day. She was quite moved, and after thinking for a while, she looked at Yunqi's face and smiled, saying, "You trust me this much?" Chapter 67, What's Wrong? Yunqi looked at Ning Rongrong, realizing that her feelings for him were almost at full value. So naturally, there was no question of trust or distrust. However, Yunqi didn't voice this, as knowing something and saying it were completely different concepts. "Yeah, I choose to trust you without reservation. Now it's up to you how you treat me." Ning Rongrong had never encountered such a straightforward approach, without any hint of ambiguity, directly striking at her own heart. Ning Rongrong gazed at Yunqi with teary eyes and said, "Why are you so good to me?" Yunqi thought for a while, "Well, It's not like he could directly say to Ning Rongrong, "I'm craving your body." Yunqi pushed aside the chaotic thoughts in her mind, leaning on Ning Rongrong's shoulders, then lowered her head to press her forehead against Ning Rongrong's, and said slowly, "I like you, silly." Ning Rongrong looked at the handsome face so close to her, even feeling Yunqi's breath on her face, warm and tender. Unable to help herself, Ning Rongrong leaned in and kissed Yunqi's lips. In the bathroom, the two girls were still showering, quietly said, "Zhu Zhuqing, how long do you think Rongrong can hold on in Chiga's hands?" Zhu Zhuqing fell into thought at Xiao Wu's question, then shook her head and slowly replied, "I don't know, but it shouldn't be for long." Xiao Wu agreed with Zhu Zhuqing's statement. After all, it was a joke to hope that someone could resist Chiga's serious advances without getting dizzy. But what the two girls didn't know was that the two outside were about to take the final step. "Chiga, this won't do, this won't do." Yunqi was also panting, looking at Ning Rongrong in confusion. At this moment, saying it was not okay would just be like putting him on a pyre to roast. He also asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong, Rongrong?" Ning Rongrong's face was blushing, and her big eyes, which could almost drip with water, looked at Yunqi with a hint of mystery. She lightly bit her tongue, and after regaining some composure, she said to Yunqi, "Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing are still here. They'll come out soon." Hearing this, Yunqi became much more alert, remembering the last time when the little cat ran away shyly. However, Yunqi is a person of great nobility, and sleeping together has always been his dream. Now, he actually has to consider so many things. And Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing are easily embarrassed, while Xiao Wu is different. They have been sleeping together for so many years. So Yunqi also had to consider Ning Rongrong's feelings and could only endure the rising heat, not letting it explode. Ning Rongrong looked at the uncomfortable Yunqi in front of her and shyly stuck out her tongue, leaning closer to Yunqi's ear and whispering, "Brother Qi, next time we go to Suoto City, just the two of us." Yunqi listened to the enchanting tone in Ning Rongrong's words and immediately felt a surge of desire. But distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. In response, Ning Rongrong also expressed her helplessness. After playfully laughing at Yunqi, she stuck out her cute little tongue and prepared to change the subject. Yunqi originally had nothing, but seeing Ning Rongrong being so irresponsible and even daring to stick her tongue out at him is simply unforgivable. Yunqi also grabbed Ning Rongrong's hand, then leaned close to her ear and whispered gently. Ning Rongrong's face was like a thermometer, constantly turning red, until the last syllable of Yunqi's words fell, and she turned into a steam princess. Ning Rongrong looked at Yunqi, stammering and incoherent, and said, "Ah, can it be like this?" Yunqi also nodded painfully, and Ning Rongrong had no choice but to agree. She had heard before that holding things in could affect her health, so she slowly squatted by the bed, raised her head, blinked her large, embarrassed eyes, and glared fiercely at Yunqi before reluctantly burying her head in work. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's washing speed was much faster than that of ordinary girls, mainly because they were worried that Ning Rongrong would suffer a major loss at Yunqi's hands. They didn't linger too much in the relaxing bath and quickly finished washing themselves before opening the door. The bathroom connected directly to the bedroom, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, seeing Ning Rongrong swaying, couldn't help but marvel at how city people know how to have fun. Obviously, the sound of the two girls opening the door did not disturb the two who were immersed in their own world. The two girls felt embarrassed to interrupt, so they silently retreated back to the bathroom to begin a new round of bathing. Inside the bathroom, Zhu Zhuqing also knocked her head in frustration. Xiao Wu noticed that Zhu Zhuqing was troubled about something and comforted her, saying, "It's okay, Zhu Qing, there will be more opportunities." Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Zhu Zhuqing finally regained her composure and asked Xiao Wu, "What should I do, Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu's eyes turned, and she stepped forward to say to Zhu Zhuqing, "Be proactive. Be proactive. Brother can't refuse someone who is proactive. At least last time, if I hadn't taken the initiative, he might not have even touched me by now." Although Zhu Zhuqing was mentally prepared, she still felt a bit shy. Xiao Wu noticed the expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face and said in frustration, "At this point, don't hesitate. If you have a chance, go for it. Don't wait around. If you do, you might not even be in the top 3 or 4. At least you can still fight for second place now." Hearing Xiao Wu's response, the little kitty's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. After all, she was one of the first to arrive, and she didn't want to end up outside the top 10. Thinking of this, the little kitty nodded seriously to Xiao Wu and said slowly, "Thank you, Xiao Wu. I know what to do now." Xiao Wu shook her head and said seriously, "We're sisters. There's no need to say thank you. Just share the burden more in the future." Obviously, Xiao Wu knew about Yunqi's combat ability, which was already strong. And now Yunqi had the evil fire buff all over her body. If it weren't for Xiao Wu begging Yunqi last time, Zhu Zhuqing might not even have the chance to see her now. The steam in the bathroom was thick, and the hot water was added again and again. After about an hour passed, hearing that there was no more movement outside, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing finally helped each other out of the bathroom. This time, the bath nearly made them faint. Yunqi looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing coming out of the bathroom, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Seeing the blush on their faces, he realized that they had stayed in the bath for a long time for his sake. Yunqi also felt incredibly happy, wondering what merit or ability she had to deserve so many understanding and caring confidants. After coming out, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance at Yunqi, who was still foolishly smiling, and directly approached Ning Rongrong, asking with concern, "Rongrong, are you okay?" Ning Rongrong was also covering her swollen lips and said to the two girls, "Oh, I'm fine. What's wrong?" Hearing Ning Rongrong's hoarse voice and her swollen cheeks, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing pinched Yunqi beside them. Chapter 68. Everywhere is gossip in Shrek in the morning after experiencing what happened last night. Ning Rongrong also integrated into this big family. Yunqi, as she had promised, taught Ning Rongrong all the techniques and secrets from the Xiantian skill she had taken from Tang San. Ning Rongrong was so moved that she wished she could disregard her pain and sing a song Phoenix seeks Phoenix for Yunqi. Seeing Ning Rongrong's appearance, Yunqi quickly refused. If it happened again, how could Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing not skin him alive? Besides, Ning Rongrong herself couldn't handle it either. When Yunqi woke up in the morning, she saw the three girls sleeping in a disarray, each revealing their own charm. Yunqi felt quite pleased and decided to wake them up, then took them along for training. After practicing the purple extreme demon eye in the morning, they did eye exercises, which had become a habit. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were already accustomed to it. But it was Ning Rongrong's first time, so Yunqi had to guide her. However, Ning Rongrong had good comprehension and quickly grasped the key points, gradually becoming familiar with the practice. Xiao Wu's injuries had mostly healed after a night of rest, and there were no major issues. Villagers passing by looked at the four climbing on the roof early in the morning with a hint of curiosity, but they quietly noted it in their minds, thinking, "Indeed, the thoughts of talented soul masters are beyond our common folks' understanding. Perhaps I can let my dog Air go try practicing on the roof early in the morning too." Yunqi was practicing the purple extreme demon eye while reminiscing about the charm of yesterday, secretly marveling at Ning Rongrong's high learning ability, as she was able to grasp the techniques without a teacher in such a short time. Time passed quickly, and after a while, Yunqi looked up at the sky, noticing that the sun had already risen in the east. He woke up the three girls who were still practicing, led them through a set of eye exercises, and then went to have breakfast with everyone. It wasn't until Yunqi and the others finished their breakfast that Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun finally arrived at the cafeteria. Ning Rongrong, seeing Ma Hongjun's arrival, couldn't help but ask, "Fatty, weren't you out with Flender last night? How come you're here?" Outside the cafeteria, Flender, who had just arrived, froze at Ning Rongrong's words and silently turned to leave, thinking that skipping breakfast was just fine. As for Ma Hongjun, he casually gnawed on a steamed bun and replied indistinctly, "I lost all desire in that regard a long time ago, so I don't need it." Oscar and Dai Mubai, hearing Ma Hongjun's words, immediately forgot about their steamed buns, which fell to the ground unnoticed. Ma Hongjun looked at his two good brothers beside him, who were wasting food, and didn't care about the gazes of others. He picked up the bun and started eating. Seeing this, Oscar cautiously asked Ma Hongjun, "Fatty, what do you not need anymore?" Ma Hongjun looked at Oscar, his gaze started to drop. Oscar immediately understood and felt a chill run down his spine. With Dai Mubai around, it was already enough for him. He had been feeling a bit unsteady lately, and if another fatty came along, he might just die here. Clearly, Oscar misunderstood Ma Hongjun's meaning, but this was not his fault, as he had a previous experience to draw from, which would make anyone panic. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who originally wanted to enjoy the drama, saw the look in Fatty's eyes and immediately stood in front of Oscar, looking at Fatty with a grim expression, saying, "Little AO is fine with me. Fatty, keep your eyes to yourself." The three girls, who were also unaware of the truth, felt a chill. They hadn't expected there to be so many hidden talents in the academy. Yunqi certainly understood what Ma Hongjun meant, but he couldn't come out to explain for the Fatty. Seeing that everyone misunderstood his intention, Ma Hongjun leisurely added, "You misunderstood. I'm into guys, I'm not interested in girls." Oscar and Dai Mubai felt a bit relieved upon hearing this, but then they thought, this is not like Ma Hongjun at all. Where did the once bold Ma Hongjun go? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong suddenly seemed to understand why Yunqi came to this academy. Every day, there were all kinds of different gossip to enjoy, and each one was a breakthrough in their understanding, much more interesting than cultivation. This strange atmosphere was successfully diverted when Tang San arrived. After everyone finished breakfast, the class bell rang, and Yunqi and the others slowly made their way to the playground. On the playground, only Flander was there, chewing on a bun he had somehow acquired, and when he saw Yunqi and the others arrive, he inexplicably stuffed the bun into his mouth, swallowing without chewing. However, without water, swallowing half a bun resulted in Flander turning red in the face, continuously pounding his chest and stomping his feet. Seeing this, Oscar hurried over to Flander and asked, "Dean, what's wrong?" Oscar naturally didn't know what had happened, but Yunqi, using his purple extreme magic eyes from a distance, saw Flander gnawing on the bun and couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. After a while, Flander finally coughed the bun out of his throat, and Oscar and Tang San, witnessing this, were speechless, looking at Flander with incredulous expressions as if to say, "You, a soul sage, almost choked on a bun?" Flander naturally noticed the looks in everyone's eyes and immediately felt embarrassed, coughing a few times before quickly changing the topic. "Today is our second class, and I'm still the one teaching." Just as Flander was about to continue, Oscar shyly interrupted him, raising his hand and saying softly, "Dean, I, inexplicably broke through to level 30 last night." As he spoke, he glanced at Dai Mubai, who turned red and lowered her head, feeling shy. Flander exclaimed, "What? Say that again." Seeing Flander's disbelieving gaze, Oscar helplessly repeated, "Dean, I'm at level 30. Only then did Flander believe what Oscar was saying. After all, not everyone was like Yunqi, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, who broke through to soul respect and soul sect at the age of 12. 14-year-old Oscar was someone they had cultivated, which made Flander feel a sense of reality, especially since Oscar was a food-type soul master, which is in some ways one of the most difficult types of martial spirits to cultivate, making it much harder to reach level 30 compared to ordinary battle soul masters. Moreover, if a food-type soul master at the Great Soul Master level can sustain food consumption for 100 people, then a soul respect can sustain food consumption for over 500 people, and this number keeps rising. That's why Flander reacted so strongly. It was a big deal. So much so that he even forgot about Ning Rongrong just mentioning her outing with Ma Hongjun and the earlier incident with the bun. Chapter 69, Immortal Beings. Flander excitedly stepped forward and patted Oscar on the shoulder, his eyes filled with joy, saying to Oscar, "Good, good, good. Oscar, you really are a genius. You haven't disappointed me. Congratulations on becoming a soul respect." Oscar shyly replied, "Thank you, Dean, and the teachers in the academy for your careful cultivation." Flander couldn't help but nod at the suddenly mature Oscar, glancing at Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu as if to say, "Why can't you two learn from Oscar?" Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong noticed Flander's gaze, but just rolled their eyes and said nothing, pretending not to see. Tang San and Ma Hongjun also stepped forward to congratulate him, and Yunqi smiled kindly at Oscar. This made Oscar feel a bit elated, almost forgetting himself. But it didn't last long, as there were many stronger students in the academy. Maybe only Ning Rongrong couldn't beat him? Flander timely interrupted the conversation, bringing Oscar back to reality. "All right, today's class will have a slight change. Today's lesson is to eat the sausages made by Oscar." As soon as Flander said this, the expressions of the three girls changed immediately, and the congratulatory looks they had just before vanished, showing just how deeply ingrained Oscar's sausage-making soul spell was. Yunqi naturally didn't want the three girls to eat this thing, as it was a mental barrier for her. However, there was no good way to stop Flander's intention. Although forcing them not to eat wouldn't cause any issues, Flander was doing this for everyone's good, and Yunqi couldn't think of any reason at the moment. Perhaps sensing Yunqi's inner thoughts, the panel actively issued a task for the first time in a while, no longer just something initiated by Yunqi herself. Task: feel extreme disgust, generate an instinctive aversion, and prevent the three girls from eating the sausages made by Oscar. Roi, portable magique bien buttered. Accept, yes or no? Yunqi was immediately overjoyed. After carefully examining the description of the Xian bean, he learned that it was from Dragon Ball, but it also had its limitations. A bean from the bottle could only be produced every 10 days. Even so, this made Yunqi extremely happy, as he understood the power of the. Just one bean could keep a person from feeling hunger for 10 days and had a strong recovery ability. As long as a person was not dead, they could recover their physical strength and energy in the shortest time possible, almost instantaneously, from extreme fatigue, adjusting their body back to its optimal state. although it could not cure diseases, as a trump card and a lifesaver. It was far superior to the various martial souls and healing items in the Douluo world. Yunqi naturally chose to accept it, and, at the same time, he felt confident enough to say no to Oscar's sausages. Although Yunqi's pit was a bit of a pitfall when it came to a critical moment, he wouldn't stop the girls from eating the sausages made by Oscar. But now it was different. Flander, seeing the disdainful looks from the girls, calmly said, "Don't show that expression. This is for your own good. It's called practical training. Let me ask you a simple question. In a crisis, which is more important? Your life or that disgusting but life-saving sausage? Think carefully." Oscar also glanced gratefully at Flander, clearly hoping to gain everyone's recognition. But his previous image had already left a deep impression, which is why everyone reacted so negatively. As for Dai Mubai beside him, she had no such worries. If it had been before, when she was still a man, she might not have been able to eat it either. But now, everyone had become Oscars. And having already eaten it, she naturally didn't care about those things and directly asked for one. "Xiao Wu, give me one." Oscar was deeply moved when he saw Dai Mubai being the first to step up and immediately made about 10 sausages, saying to Dai Mubai, "Eat more, woo-woo." Dai Mubai looked at the people around her, who didn't even move, took the initiative to break the awkwardness, but didn't expect Oscar to directly make her over 10 sausages. Her face instantly turned green, but looking at Oscar's eyes, she couldn't refuse. Having just finished breakfast, now she was biting her teeth eating over 10 sausages. Her stomach felt like it was about to burst, but Oscar clearly didn't notice Dai Mubai's resentful little eyes. Tang San and Ma Hongjun also stepped forward to ask Oscar for one each and started eating. The three girls, seeing everyone's gaze on them, turned their eyes to Yunqi. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong each hugged one of Yunqi's arms and said pitifully, "Brother, we don't want to eat that thing." "Exactly." Yunqi smiled and comforted the girls, thinking to himself, "I don't want to eat either, but I still express my apologies to Flander and Oscar. Dean Little AO, how about we let it go today? Rong and the others don't want to eat, and I have ways to help them recover during future battles." Ning Rongrong also shot a fierce glare at Flander and Oscar, as if to say, "If you dare to force me, I will tear down your academy." Zhu Zhuqing also didn't want to eat, and seeing that Yunqi had already spoken, naturally stood behind him to avoid Flander's gaze. Flander and Oscar looked at Yunqi stepping forward and Ning Rongrong staring at them, and they couldn't help but recall the terrifying old man, Xian, which sent a chill down their spines, and they dared not mention making them eat. Flander thought to himself, "Anyway, if you don't eat now, when we are on the battlefield and the situation is critical, let's see if you will eat then." Of course, Flander didn't dare to say this in front of Ning Rongrong. He was truly afraid. Oscar noticed that Flander had gone silent. His expression darkened. And then he looked at Yunqi, suddenly thinking of something. "Chigo, since they don't want to eat, how about you give it a try? It's really tasty." When Yunqi noticed Oscar turning his attention to himself, he felt a chill run down his spine. But he still said warmly on the surface, "I'll let it go this time, Xiao Wu. I just ate too much this morning. Look at Mubai next to you. She even threw up." Oscar quickly turned to look at Dai Mubai, who was holding her stomach and throwing up beside him, and cautiously asked, "Mubai, what's wrong?" Dai Mubai wiped her mouth, cleaned off the dirt, and weakly replied, "I felt sorry for you just now, but I didn't expect you to give me so many sausages. I just finished breakfast." Now it was Oscar's turn to feel awkward. He had been too caught up in his emotions to think about such things. Seeing Oscar's awkward smile, Dai Mubai quietly cleaned up the vomit, joking that she was now a little fairy and needed to pay attention to her image. Oscar felt a twisted sense of satisfaction in his heart, but it wasn't perfectly fulfilled, leaving him somewhat regretful. Yunqi also put the reward into the ring without checking it immediately. Flander then spoke up. "Since this course is completed and Oscar has now broken through to level 30, we'll pause today's lessons here. You all go back to rest and prepare. Tomorrow, your teacher Xiao Wu will take you to the Stardo Forest to help Oscar obtain his third spirit ring." Chapter 70. Xiao Wu's subtle thoughts after Flander finished speaking. He turned and left. Xiao Wu watched Flander disappear from everyone's sight and said lightly, "The teachers at this academy have it easy. They haven't taught anything these days, just focusing on their own comprehension." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Yunqi still bringing them to special classes, they might have complained a bit, but now that he's leaving, the girls feel a bit reluctant. After all, where else would they find so many ultimate melons to eat? Yunqi also reminisced about the teaching over the past 2 days. One day, he went to the Great Soul Arena to compete, and today, he just had a sausage. And that was it. He had a face full of question marks, but looking at Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, it all seemed quite natural. Yunqi even started to doubt this world. Fortunately, the few girls around were still normal. With Flinder's departure, everyone slowly dispersed. Early the next morning, Yunqi and the others arrived at the playground and saw Xiao Wujin still sitting in his chair, quietly drinking tea. Dai Mubai had been learning from Xiao Wujin the longest among the students, as a beast martial soul strong attack type. Before Yunqi and the others arrived, Dai Mubai had been practicing with Xiao Wujin, and seeing Xiao Wujin actually drinking tea now made him quite curious. Teacher Xiao, why did you start drinking tea today? Xiao Wujin naturally knew about Dai Mubai's situation and looked at him with some sympathy, but after thinking about himself, he also withdrew his gaze. He wasn't in a much better position. Suddenly felt like drinking today. Their conversation was quite normal, but the tone was quite funny. One sounded completely feminine, and the other had a eunuch-like voice, half feminized. Yunqi almost burst out laughing. But that wasn't the funniest part. The funniest part was that Xiao Wujin was wrapped in bandages, and the two eyes that were exposed were still dark blue. It was obvious he had been beaten up by Tang Hao. And now it wasn't just Yunqi who couldn't hold back. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Wujin looked helplessly at the little brats in front of him. But he had no other choice, and could only force himself to maintain his imposing aura, saying, "Have you laughed enough yet?" In fact, Yunqi could have held it in, but he just didn't want to. It was too damn amusing. Xiao Wujin's voice didn't affect everyone, but it did quiet them down a bit. Time slowly passed, and the laughter disappeared into the wind. Everyone gathered on the playground, and seeing this, Xiao Wujin slowly stood up. After looking around, he glanced at Tang San with a hint of disgust in his eyes, then turned to Oscar and said in that duck-like voice, "Little Oscar, not bad. You become a soul master so quickly. Keep it up." Oscar nodded with a smile. He appreciated his teacher's praise. Xiao Wujin didn't say much more to Oscar, just looked at everyone again and said, "This time we go to the Stardo Forest. I will be your leading teacher. I won't easily intervene along the way. This is not just Oscar's matter. It's also a training experience for all of you. I will not intervene until you encounter soul beasts that you cannot handle." Everyone nodded in understanding. The geographical location of Shrek Academy was still a bit far from the Stardo Forest. Xiao Wujin looked at the sky and said, "Little brats, we're setting off." Hearing the term little brats, Xiao Wu clearly wasn't pleased and directly said to Xiao Wujin, "Why not call us little bear blind?" Xiao Wujin had been under a lot of pressure these past 2 days. Hearing Xiao Wu dare to call him that, he glared with wide eyes and said sternly, "Xiao Wu, what'd you just say?" His words carried a hint of danger. Yunqi silently stood in front of Xiao Wu, watching Xiao Wujia. In fact, Xiao Wu wasn't wrong. In terms of age, Xiao Wujia was indeed like a little bear. When Xiao Wujia saw Yunqi blocking Xiao Wu, he recalled Tang Hao's warning to him that night and awkwardly chuckled, ignoring the implication of Xiao Wu's words. Xiao Wujia and Flandra were truly unfortunate. One was warned by Tang Hao and the other by Chen. In other places, 2 soul saints wouldn't warrant such attention from 2 titled Douluos. Xiao Wujia didn't want to complicate things further and directly said to Dai Mubai, all right, let's go. Mubai, you lead the team." Clearly, Xiao Wujia could only find a bit of sympathy in Dai Mubai, as both of them, in a strict sense, could not be considered complete men anymore. Dai Mubai nodded as well. His made-up, charming face became serious, and he earnestly said to the others, "The Stardo Forest is not a place to joke around. There are many soul beasts there, and they are very aggressive. They have no good feelings towards us soul masters, so we must be extra careful." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Yunqi turned to look at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu noticed Yunqi's gaze and sweetly smiled back at her. Yunqi naturally blinked, and everything was understood without words. Now that Tang San didn't acquire the faceless demon spider as a soul ring like in the original story, and naturally had no external soul bone, the choices for potential traps had decreased. After thinking for a while, Yunqi also released a task. Let the Shrek gang get seriously injured in the Stardo Forest. Reward, Team Soul Power Booster. Do you accept? Yes. After watching the introduction of Yunqi, without a second thought, I clicked yes. Just kidding. This is a great way to enhance the abilities of wives. The item is quite simple. It can only be bound to a girl with whom you have a confirmed relationship. The total amount of soul power obtained from Yunqi remains unchanged. But any girl with soul power lower than the highest among the other girls will experience a significantly faster soul power cultivation speed until they match the highest girl. Yunqi also thought that if he could capture BB Dong now, would his 3 girls quickly advance to title Douluo and then start a life of relying on others? But this was just Yunqi's imagination. It was merely speeding things up and not that outrageous. As the leader, Dai Mubai naturally began to arrange everyone's positions. After entering the forest, he said, Tang San, you stay at the front, I'll be at the back. Fatty and Chiga, you two are responsible for the flanks, while the rest stay in the middle. Clearly, Dai Mubai's arrangement was somewhat unreasonable, but he unconsciously placed himself in the female position, subconsciously thinking that women were the weaker group. Oscar, as a food-type soul master, was naturally placed in a weak position by Dai Mubai as well. However, no one voiced any objections. Tang San, who had been taught by the master, frowned slightly, but thinking that the leader was not himself and that Chiga was so strong. With Xiao Wu and teacher Zhao accompanying them, he didn't dwell on it too much. Xiao Wu was clearly paying attention to Tang San at all times. Seeing his frown, he immediately spoke up, not wanting to miss the chance for Tang San to lead the way. Let's do it this way, stop dawdling, or we won't make it before dark. Chapter 71. Speed and passion along the way. Yunqi didn't foolishly run on the ground like Xiao Wu, but flew leisurely in the sky with his wives on his sword, watching the others below who were still struggling to run. The three girls, seeing this, also smiled brightly on Yunqi's sword, their eyes curving into crescent shapes. Ning Rongrong leaned against Yunqi's embrace and said to him, You guys with flying soul skills are really taking advantage. Yunqi also raised her eyebrows lightly and replied, What's wrong? You don't like it? Ning Rongrong shook her head, looking at Xiao Wu and Tang San below, who were gazing at the sky, and let out a pleasant, silver bell-like laugh. Yunqi saw the situation and asked, You like it, yet you say I'm being unreasonable. Just wait, I'll tickle you. Yunqi was directly getting into action as she spoke, and the two girls beside her, seeing this, naturally couldn't let their good sister bear alone. So they all joined the fray. Fortunately, Yunqi's sword was wide enough. Otherwise, with such playful antics, they might have fallen off. The group below, chewing on the stamina-replenishing sausages provided by Oscar, looked up at the playful Yunqi and the others in the sky with envy. They couldn't help but think, Isn't this a bit unfair? We're down here running hard while they're leisurely flying above. However, these thoughts remained unspoken in their hearts. Thanks to Oscar's sausages, the group didn't lose their pace and steadily followed Xiao Wuji's lead. However, Oscar, who was providing the sausages, was feeling a bit overwhelmed as the consumption of soul power was quite significant. Fortunately, with Dai Mubai by his side, he didn't face any major issues. Dai Mubai turned his back to Oscar, squatted down, and softly said, Come up, little Oscar, you can't handle it. Oscar was touched by this and looked at Dai Mubai's back, feeling a sense of emotion for a long time. Seeing that Oscar was still hesitating to come up, Dai Mubai reminded him, Hurry up, little Oscar, don't hold everyone back. We're all going to the Stardo Forest for you. Upon hearing this, Oscar stopped lingering and slightly bent his knees, lightly jumping onto Dai Mubai's back. After feeling Oscar's weight, Dai Mubai wrapped his arms around Oscar's bent legs and started a new round of sprinting. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing also reached out within the range of Yunqi's soul skill, feeling the flow of the wind. Xiao Wu suddenly had a whimsical idea and said to Yunqi, Brother, can we go even faster? Yunqi also nodded, indicating agreement, but looked at the three women with a hint of doubt and said, What's the rush? At this point, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Yunqi and said, It's exciting. Yunqi's mouth twitched as she recalled that the little cat was a woman who loved speed. Ning Rongrong also said from the side, I'll speed things up. Yunqi quickly interrupted several people, looking down, and then slowly said, Are we waiting for them? Ning Rongrong pouted and said, If it doesn't work, we can just come back to find them later. Seeing the desire in the eyes of the three women, Yunqi no longer hesitated and said to Ning Rongrong, Give me the buffs. This time, Ning Rongrong understood what it meant and directly summoned the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, activating her soul rings to grant Yunqi both buffs, strength and speed. The cloud gathering also stimulates the soul power within, continuously injecting it into the sword's shadow beneath, causing the sword body to emit a series of soft chimes. Yunqi looked at the three girls who were still grinning and said with a smile, What's wrong? Don't call it off later. The three girls all replied in unison, No need to prepare, just fly. With a slight frown, we'll consider it our loss. Yunqi smiled slightly and said nothing more, directly using her sword to cut through the sky, with both speed and altitude continuously rising, quickly creating waves of sonic booms. It only took an hour to reach the Stardo Great Forest, but nearly drained all of Yunqi's soul power. Normally, the consumption of soul power during regular sword flight was almost negligible, but after today's full-speed advance, she simply couldn't hold on. Before noon, the four of them took a break in a small town outside the Stardo Great Forest. As the flying sword wobbled down, the four of them looked pale, completely drained of energy, and sat down on the ground, remaining silent for a long time. Yunqi was the first to recover, looking at the three girls and jokingly said, "Are you still going to play extreme sports in the future?" Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing all covered their mouths, and after hearing Yunqi's words, they could no longer hold back and ran directly to the side of the big tree to vomit. Yunqi, seeing their state, took out a few cups of water from the ring and came to the three women, comforting each one in turn before handing them the water. Only then did the three women feel rejuvenated, recalling the whirlwind hour they had just experienced. From the initial excitement to the later dizziness. They wanted to stop, but remembered the boastful words they had said earlier. Looking at the other two, they noticed they seemed to be unaffected, so they chose not to speak up. However, the other two weren't doing much better. They were just holding on, seeing how brave the three girls were. Yunqi thought to himself that if he slowed down, he would be laughed at by them. Naturally, he endured his discomfort and continued flying for so long. It was only then that the three girls heard Yunqi's words and dared not show off anymore, especially Ning Rongrong, who was inexperienced and loved to play. Being the one with the lowest soul power and the worst physique here, she quickly said, "I don't want to play anymore. It's too fast, I won't do it again." Yunqi felt something strange about Ning Rongrong's words, and why did her tone sound so breathless? Yunqi didn't think much and turned to look at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, asking, "Exciting, right?" The two girls hesitated for a while and answered with difficulty, "Exciting." Yunqi continued to ask like a demon, "So what about in the future? Do we still want it?" The two girls' heads shook vigorously like a rattle. After Yunqi finished asking the questions, she squatted by the tree with the three girls. When Ye and the others saw that Yunqi was just a paper tiger, they burst into laughter. After this incident, it was naturally impossible to go back and find Zhao Wuji and the others, so they quickly grabbed a bite to eat in the small town and then began to wander around. The small town was much livelier than Yunqi and the others had imagined, and it was several times larger than the village where Shrek was located. After all, with people coming and going, the soul masters hunting in the Stardo Forest, and some hunters relying on soul beasts for a living all needed a supply point, which was similar to what Yunqi experienced outside the hunting forest. However, there were no city walls here, and the shops and vendors on the streets were quite complete. Yunqi also observed that almost everything operated here is related to soul masters. Ordinary people are like rare animals here, with vendors selling weapons, armor, antidotes, and recovery potions, along with accommodations, creating a dazzling array. A few people in Yunqi were just looking for something new, but after wandering for a while, they also felt quite bored, with no places for eating, drinking, or entertainment. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were also mumbling, "Why haven't Little Bear and the others arrived yet? It's so boring here." Chapter 72. The Town in Response. Yunqi helplessly shook his head, took Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's hands, and said to them, "This kind of place definitely isn't that interesting. The Stardo Forest is not far from here, and this small town exists solely because of the Stardo Forest, so naturally, there aren't many amusement facilities." In fact, what Yunqi referred to as not far was nearly 100 miles away, but for the Stardo Forest, that distance was indeed not far. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were not unreasonable either. They were just casually talking to Yunqi. Zhu Zhuqing also spoke up from the side. "We're not here to have fun this time. Chigo is obviously here with a purpose. I've noticed the expression on his face for a long time." Yunqi also felt helpless, as some of his subtle expressions were all being closely observed by those close to him. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's eyes immediately lit up, and they hurriedly asked Yunqi, "Chi-Chi, do you have any plans?" Yunqi also looked around before pulling a few girls to a secluded tea house. Seeing that there were no other customers inside, she cautiously said, "Xiao Wu, have you told Rongrong about your identity?" Xiao Wu shook her head. However, Ning Rongrong, seeing Yunqi speak this way, blinked her curious big eyes and asked Xiao Wu, "Do you have any other identities?" Xiao Wu turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing and Yunqi, clearly inquiring about their thoughts. It wasn't that Xiao Wu didn't trust Ning Rongrong. It was just that this matter was significant and could not be taken lightly. Yunqi also realized that she had spoken too quickly, but fortunately, she had only casually brushed off Ning Rongrong, not refusing to tell her, just that it wasn't the right time. Who knew if anyone was following Ning Rongrong? Ning Rongrong also sensed Yunqi's evasiveness, but seeing Xiao Wu's serious expression just now, she didn't ask further. Everyone has secrets, and that's normal. Ning Rongrong didn't feel any unhappiness about it. On the contrary, Xiao Wu felt a bit guilty, and, "Rongrong, I'll tell you later, it's just not the right time." Ning Rongrong smiled brightly, wrapped her arms around Xiao Wu, played with Xiao Wu's scorpion braid, and said nonchalantly, "Of course I believe you guys, we're good sisters. The two people who saw Yunqi were not overly intrusive. After a little while, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu also realized that Yunqi and Zhu Zhuqing were waiting for them to discuss matters, so they sat up straight. Yunqi looked at the two girls who were already prepared and warmly stated the plan. Are we really just going to the Stardo Forest to help Oscar obtain a soul ring? Are you willing? The three girls all shook their heads, clearly already influenced by Yunqi, with a dark side to them. Yunqi continued, Shrek is full of deceit and trickery, and both the students and teachers are corrupt. So what should we do? The three girls also revealed a desire for fun in their eyes, and firmly said, let's trick them. Yunqi saw that the three girls had such high awareness and nodded in satisfaction. Yunqi is also assigned tasks, and there are things to do when entering the Stardo Forest. The plan is simple but practical, especially with Xiao Wu around. Everything will become much easier in the Stardo Forest. The three girls are getting more and more excited as they listen, and even Zhu Zhuqing is getting involved. Yunqi also sighed. Luckily, it was herself who taught them. Otherwise, with their brains, it would be easy for others to lead their values astray. Although Yunqi herself is not that great, at least her guidance for the three girls was specifically aimed at Shrek's trio, and she still had a basic sense of values. Time passed as Yunqi and the others waited, and soon it was evening. Xiao Wujia and the others had just arrived, while Tang San and the others from the academy were exhausted, especially Oscar, who had been fighting with Dai Mubai all night and then had to rush all day today, making sausages along the way. He was almost completely worn out. Yunqi and the others naturally saw Xiao Wuji and his companions at the entrance of the town and approached to greet them. Teacher Xiao, you're here? Xiao Wuji looked at the stylish Yunqi in front of him and couldn't help but say, you all flew so fast. Didn't you wait for the classmates behind? Yunqi also felt a bit apologetic as he spoke to Xiao Wuji and Tang San. The reason we came early is mainly to help everyone find a good place to rest. Except for Xiao Wuji, the others basically believed him. After all, there was goodwill involved, and Xiao Wuji had nothing much to say since there was no rule against arriving early. Moreover, Yunqi had helped them find accommodation, so there was no further discussion. Tang San then said to Yunqi, feeling touched, sorry to trouble you again, Brother Qi. Not only did you help us scout the way, but you also found us a place to stay. Yunqi smiled warmly at everyone and slowly said, it's all right. I'm here to serve everyone. Although Yunqi said so, it doesn't matter since it's not his own money. It's all smooth sailing. Using Tang San's money to do favors, Yunqi would still engage in this business. Moreover, there's a large sum waiting for him to take from Flander, and Yunqi doesn't feel a bit of heartache. Oscar is almost exhausted and just wants to eat something and sleep. He directly asks Yunqi, Brother Qi, where's the place you're looking for? Yunqi interrupted Oscar while speaking, but instead of getting angry, he smiled and said to Oscar, then come with me. Yunqi also led everyone into the small town. The town at night wasn't as lively as during the day, perhaps because it was near the starry forest, but no one paid much attention to it. Soon, Yunqi brought them to a seemingly ordinary hotel and then turned around, slowly saying, this is the place. Let's stay here for the night. I've covered the accommodation, but you all have to pay for your meals. Xiao Wujia smiled and patted Yunqi on the shoulder, then walked straight into the hotel. The others expressed their gratitude and eagerly wanted to go in for food. The hotel was a two-story building. The first floor was a regular dining hall, while the second floor was for accommodation. Xiao Wujia went straight to the room number Yunqi had given him, opened the door, and went in. In fact, Yunqi had booked 3 rooms for Tang San and the others. Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai were on the first floor, gathered around a table ordering dishes. Tang San looked at the menu after they finished ordering and thought about heading up for a moment, but Oscar, without thinking, sat still and said, Xiao San, we're not in a hurry. Even Ma Hongjun, who usually had little desire, gasped and said, third brother, we've eaten sausages all day. I'm almost about to throw up. Let us fill our stomachs first. After considering it, Tang San agreed and sat down. Yunqi and the 3 girls naturally didn't tea-sit with the group of smelly guys but stayed nearby since the place was small. During this time, Tang San asked Dai Mubai, should we invite Teacher Zhao down for dinner? Dai Mubai waved his hand and said, our academy doesn't have this custom. Teachers want spend any money for us, but they also want take advantage of us. Tang San looked at Dai Mubai in confusion and asked, then why did Teacher Zhao accept the room for Brother Qi? Dai Mubai was momentarily stumped and couldn't come up with an answer, so he dropped the subject. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujia, hiding in his room and quietly munching on dry rations and the sausages Oscar had made earlier, felt a bit melancholic. Here he was a soul saint. Without any money, he had spent almost everything on medical expenses and was now broke. Unlike Tang San and the others, he couldn't receive subsidies from the Spirit Hall. Accepting the room card from Yunqi was out of necessity, and as for meals, he didn't want to be laughed at by others. So he could only quietly hide in his room and eat his rations. Downstairs, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were devouring food, clearly very hungry. Oscar said while eating, "Not bad. The place isn't big, but there is quite a lot of food." Dai Mubai shot a disapproving look at his man and said, "Eat slower, don't choke." Just as Dai Mubai finished speaking, a group of people suddenly walked in from outside the hotel. Tang San counted and saw there were 8 of them, but he didn't pay much attention. However, Yunqi, who was playing a feeding game with the 3 girls, noticed that this was the scene about to unfold from the original story. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who looked quite handsome, with his hair meticulously slicked back. He was wearing a crescent-colored Soul Master robe adorned with silver embroidery, which shimmered as he walked. Following the middle-aged man were 7 young people, 6 men and 1 woman, who all appeared to be around 20 years old, dressed in similar silver-white robes, but without the embroidery of the middle-aged man's robe. However, they all had a green circular emblem on their shoulders, with the words Tsanhui written inside. The hotel owner, seeing these distinguished guests, hurried over to greet them, bowing and being excessively polite. Oscar, observing this, couldn't help but comment, "What is this? Just because they look good in their clothes?" Dai Mubai nodded in agreement and added, "Fatty, do you think that girl over there is suitable for you? Should I help you get her?" Clearly, Dai Mubai was only teasing but still concerned about his old buddy. Wanted to see if Ma Hongjun truly was as he claimed, uninterested. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun lifted his head from his food, glanced at the girl, and indifferently replied, "No interest." Then he continued eating. However, Oscar turned to Dai Mubai and asked, "Mubai, those guys over there seem to be from Tsanhui Academy, right?" Although Dai Mubai had become a girl, his personality hadn't changed much. Deep down, he was still the arrogant person he always was. He scoffed and loudly said, "What is so great about a small Tsanhui Academy? What is there to be afraid of?" Tang San looked on, somewhat dumbfounded, at the group eating at the table. After all, the sect he belonged to in his past life was a hidden assassin sect, and they would never scheme so openly. The people from Tsanhui Academy, of course, were not deaf. Almost all present were soul masters, and coupled with Dai Mubai's deliberate insults, they were naturally furious. When they turned to look and saw that Dai Mubai's table was just a bunch of kids, their expressions grew even darker. If word got out that Tsanhui Academy had been insulted by a group of little kids who would want to enroll in the future, Ma Hongjun sensed that the atmosphere was off and said to Tang San with a flat expression, "Looks like there is going to be a good show." Tang San was still a bit confused, unsure of what kind of show there was to see. Ma Hongjun explained, "This is the task the dean assigned to us a long time ago. A soul master who doesn't dare to stir up trouble isn't a good soul master. Not daring to stir up trouble is mediocrity." Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Tang San immediately swallowed this bitter pill and even felt that what Flinders said made a lot of sense. Ma Hongjun's voice wasn't soft, and the surrounding area was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Naturally, everyone heard the conversation between Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Not only Yunqi and the others, but even the people eating nearby were nearly bursting with black lines on their foreheads. What kind of twisted logic was this? Misleading the youth. The 8 people from Tsanhui Academy slowly sat down, closer to Yunqi's group and 2 tables away from Tang San. The middle-aged man from Tsanhui Academy Would let Dai Mubai jump around in front of him without doing anything. He didn't forgive Dai Mubai just because she was a girl and quietly whispered something in the ear of one of the young men beside him. Soon, the young man stood up and walked toward Dai Mubai's table. Dai Mubai noticed but revealed a hint of disdain in her beautiful eyes, while the waiter happened to be bringing the next dishes for Dai Mubai's table. The young man from Tsanhui Academy dashed forward and directly slammed the plate on a Dai Mubai's head. This action was taken very seriously. Even Tang San didn't expect that the young man wouldn't make a move, but instead played tricks. Dai Mubai's eyes also showed a fierce light as he slammed his hands on the table and stood up. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San all stood up in unison, looking at the young man in front of them and directly blasting him away with a palm. Seeing their own people being ambushed, the people from Tsanhui Academy naturally wouldn't weaken their momentum, and they all stood up together, glaring at Dai Mubai and the others. Yunqi had no intention of stopping them. He was just chatting with Xiao Wu and the others. "This is outrageous." The 3 girls nodded in agreement, and Zhu Zhuqing directly said, "Those who are afraid to cause trouble are mediocre." If Dai Mubai could instill this idea, he wouldn't have been scared and run away back then. Ning Rongrong also said, "Are you capable of provoking me? Are you capable of provoking Brother Qi? Are you capable of provoking our seven-treasure glazed tile school?" This statement is ridiculous. I don't know how Flinder brainwashed them, just like our sex-death warriors, which we cultivated since childhood. Xiao Wu also expressed her agreement. After all, in the spirit beast world, if you lack strength and provoke higher-level spirit beasts, you could die immediately. So she didn't quite understand Flinder's thoughts, wanting the students to seek death. Yunqi smiled and patted the heads of the three girls, softly saying, "Let's ignore them. We should agree with what they say and praise them. Remember that." The three girls also understood Yunqi's intention, their beautiful eyes sparkling. Sooner or later, because of this personality, they would provoke someone they shouldn't, and then they would see if the truth they believed in would make them feel like fools. Chapter 74. Arrogant and domineering Dai Mubai. The battle between both sides was about to break out. Dai Mubai looked at the 7 people from Tsanghui Academy. While there were only 4 on his side, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Yunqi and the others. Although Yunqi was very reluctant, she still stood up. She couldn't let the persona she had painstakingly build up vanish just like that. So she slowly walked between both sides and said softly, "Everyone, why don't you let me say something? The shop is small. Let's not disturb others' business. How about we go out to play?" Tsanghui Academy was not unreasonable, and fighting here was indeed not allowed. When Dai Mubai and the others heard Yunqi say this, they also walked out of the hotel, casually choosing an open space to continue their standoff. A middle-aged man was the first to speak, his face dark and sullen. "Which academy are you kids from?" Dai Mubai's evil gaze revealed his true colors as a white tiger, with disdain, contempt, and strong arrogance on his face. It was important to note that she was now a fully realized mother tiger, even more arrogant and domineering than in the original story. "Do you even deserve to ask our names?" Upon hearing this, even Yunqi felt like hitting someone. It was too damn arrogant. It wasn't that they couldn't provoke or fight Tsanghui Academy, but seeing the feminized Dai Mubai made her a bit itchy to fight. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen with anger, completely losing his rationality as he shouted to the students beside him, "You all go together and give this arrogant girl a harsh lesson." The students from Tsanghui Academy had long been holding in their anger, so they naturally wouldn't hold back, attacking with all their strength. Yunqi said to the 3 girls, "This time we won't intervene. They're too arrogant, and I can't stand it." The 3 girls nodded in agreement, as it was frustrating for anyone to watch, especially since they held no goodwill towards Dai Mubai and the others, so it wasn't worth it to do something thankless. The 7 opponents also activated their martial souls and charged towards the exhausted Shrek members. Dai Mubai initially thought Yunqi would take action directly, but he was surprised to see Yunqi holding the hands of the girls, retreating to the side to eat. Yunqi seemed to still want more excitement, as he ran back into the hotel to grab some food and then came out to watch the show. Dai Mubai was dumbfounded and shouted at Yunqi, "Chiga, come help." Yunqi shook her head and looked at Dai Mubai and the others, saying, "You all go ahead. I'll help you after I finish eating." The 3 girls heard Yunqi's response and echoed in unison, "You go ahead. It's just a small Tsanghui Academy. We believe in you. By the time we finish eating, you'll have already dealt with them." Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun had no choice but to go along with it. They couldn't possibly tell the people from Tsanghui Academy to wait until their companions finished eating before they fought. Besides, they had started this conflict themselves, and ending it so hastily would be quite embarrassing. Seeing the people from Tsanghui Academy charging over, they also released their martial souls and stepped forward to engage. However, even if Yunqi didn't make a move, Dai Mubai and the others could still win. Apart from the female soul master and the middle-aged man, none of the other 6 were above level 30 in soul power, and in fact, 5 of them were below level 25. Yunqi mainly watched how that Soul King easily defeated Dai Mubai and the others. The earlier skirmish was just a small appetizer. However, even the earlier few could cause them some trouble, especially since Oscar's condition wasn't great. For a moment, the group was in a chaotic battle, taking turns to hit each other, fully engaged in the fight. Tang San and Dai Mubai didn't sustain much injury. After all, they were both soul emperors. If they couldn't handle a few great soul masters, they might as well give up. The group, feeling resentful, charged at Dai Mubai again, using spears, tridents, and summoning deer, sheep, and horses to release their soul skills at him. Dai Mubai, seeing this, didn't dare to be careless and activated his first soul skill, White Tiger Shield. He then began to redirect the force backward. The attacks from the group successfully broke through Dai Mubai's soul skill. After seeing his blood-stained clothes, Dai Mubai was furious and immediately unleashed his martial soul. Dai Mubai wasn't someone who reasoned. Unless your strength surpassed hers or you earned a recognition, her lofty demeanor wouldn't change one bit. White Tiger possess. With Dai Mubai's roar, a strong pale light suddenly burst forth from his body. His arms spread wide, chest puffed out, and all the bones in his body let out a series of explosive sounds as his muscles suddenly swelled, instantly stretching his originally well-fitted clothes. Every muscle became particularly noticeable under the tightening fabric. His golden long hair transformed into a mix of black and white, with white dominating. Only a few strands of black hair floating outside, appearing especially striking. A symbol resembling a king, composed of 3 horizontal and 1 vertical line, emerged on his forehead. His hands were covered in white fur, and they grew more than twice their size, with claws extending like daggers, glinting with a chilling light. The members of Sanghui Academy looked at Dai Mubai, who stood before them with 3 glowing soul rings, and naturally felt fear. The middle-aged man hurried forward to shield his academy. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tang San also activated their martial souls, with the chubby one yelling the loudest. Shouting something about the phoenix possessing him nearly scared the members of Sanghui Academy to death. After all, having so many talented soul masters and extraordinary martial souls in one academy was not something to provoke lightly. But seeing that little chubby guy transform, he turned into just a slightly larger version of a grass chicken. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. However, the middle-aged man's expression wasn't good. He was just barely holding back his anger as he spoke to Dai Mubai. I am Yu Xiaogang, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of the Sanghui Academy. May I ask which force you belong to? Generally, when faced with such overtures, most would stop. But what is Shrek Academy's doctrine? It's that the dean is always right. Dai Mubai naturally retorted angrily, we are from Shrek Academy. Do you have a problem with that? Yu Xiaogang recalled what he had seen and heard over the years, confirming that he had never heard of such a prestigious academy as Shrek before, and he breathed a sigh of relief, responding casually. Shrek? Never heard of it. Dai Mubai snorted coldly and replied to Yu Xiaogang. That's because you lack knowledge and are uncultured. After saying this, he glanced towards Yunqi, who was still eating, and internally felt less confident than he appeared. Yu Xiaogang sighed. He had always believed that the students he trained at Sanghui Academy were quite good. But now, seeing that 2 of the 4 people present were even soul emperors, it was natural for them to look down on his students. However, as a teacher, he couldn't just stand by and watch his students be insulted. If it were a normal duel, he wouldn't bully the weak. But he couldn't tolerate the verbal insults directed at his students from this woman. Chapter 75. It doesn't matter, I will take action. With this thought, Yu Xiao's gaze turned cold, and without hesitation, he unleashed his martial soul. Black Tortoise possess. A wave of black energy immediately suppressed the auras of Dai Mubai and Tang San, causing the members of Sanghui Academy to feel the invisible danger dissipate, and they relaxed. Yu Xiao's limbs shrank by a third, and a huge shell appeared on his back as 5 soul rings slowly rose, floating around him. 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. He was indeed a soul king above level 50, although Yu Xiao's soul ring configuration wasn't particularly great. The pressure of his soul power made the others feel uneasy, frequently glancing toward Yunqi. Yunqi smiled at the situation and began to eat the dessert after the meal, clearly not very concerned. The onlookers, witnessing Yu Xiao's soul ring, exclaimed in surprise. It can't be said that they were overreacting, as soul kings are quite rare on this continent, and most people are just ordinary individuals who cannot cultivate. A soul king's strength is already formidable, and in some small kingdoms, they can be granted titles and nobility. Tang San, seeing this, began to reminisce about his hidden weapons. Although Chiga had given him plenty of materials, he didn't have the time to disassemble them, so he rented a soul guide device from Flender, with the payment to be made by Yu Xiaogang later. Dai Mubai was about to ask Yunqi for help again, but Yu Xiao's offensive came at that moment, interrupting Dai Mubai's attempt to speak. Although Yu Xiao's limbs had shrunk, his power and defense had become even stronger. A punch came straight at him, successfully sending Dai Mubai, who was distracted by Yunqi, flying. Tang San, seeing this, activated Ghost Shadow Mistrak and steadily caught Dai Mubai, realizing he was not seriously hurt. Clearly, Yu Xiao had held back, as Dai Mubai only coughed up a bit of blood. Yu Xiao continued, call your teacher over. The students are rude and unthoughtful. The academy's teachers should provide an explanation. Oscar, seeing his girlfriend injured, hid behind and murmured, what an old bastard, still wanted to find Teacher Zhao. As a soul king, Yu Xiaogang naturally had keen hearing, and Oscar's quiet grumbling was clearly heard by him. As the owner of the Xiangui martial soul, he despised being called old bastard more than anything, and Oscar actually called him old bastard. He originally intended to let things go, scare them a bit, invent some frustration for his students, but at that moment, he couldn't hold back anymore. Yu Xiaogang feared that if he held back any longer, he would truly become an old bastard. He laughed in anger and said, "All right, I see you kids everywhere. I won't hold it against you. I'll teach you what respect is, on behalf of your teacher." After saying that, his first and second soul rings lit up simultaneously. His body quickly spun half a circle, revealing the turtle shell on his back as a stream of black light, like water, spread out with a chilling aura. Clearly, Yu Xiaogang wanted to quickly deal with these ignorant kids, directly using two soul skills, one for Xiangui protection and the other for Xiangui Eye Seal, being extremely cautious. Just like his martial soul, adding defense while controlling. Dai Mubai, who had just regained his senses, released the white tiger light wave, but had no effect on Yu Xiaogan's turtle shell, as a top defense among beast martial souls. The Xiangui would not be shattered by a light wave from someone 10 levels lower. Seeing it was ineffective, Dai Mubai shouted to Tang San, "Lil San, I'll charge in. You control the situation." Oscar quickly created a sausage and threw it to his lover Dai Mubai, shouting, "Mubai, catch." Dai Mubai reacted swiftly, catching the sausage with one hand while charging towards Yu Xiaogang. Without speaking, he stuffed the sausage into his mouth, taking a big bite before reaching Yu Xiaogan's vicinity. However, as soon as he entered Yu Xiaogan's range, he felt a bone-chilling cold, as if all the blood in his body was about to freeze. But he endured the cold and started to throw punches at Yu Xiaogang. But Yu Xiaogang was very clever. The moment he saw Dai Mubai charging in, he was already prepared. At the moment Dai Mubai threw a punch, he instantly spun his body and used his turtle shell to block. Dai Mubai felt as if his fist had struck against mysterious iron. The pain shot through his fingers, and he almost cried out in agony, even doubting whether he had fractured his fingers. Seeing Dai Mubai engage, Tang San and Ma Hongjun also released their soul skills. The blue-silver grass quickly wrapped around Yu Xiaogang from all directions, providing Dai Mubai with a chance to retreat. Once out of Yu Xiaogan's range, Dai Mubai had ice shards forming all over his body. Ma Hongjun, seeing this, unleashed his Phoenix Fire line, but it was clearly ineffective. Ultimately, Tang San's blue-silver grass, being a plant-type martial soul, was naturally susceptible to cold and heat. It fell off almost immediately after wrapping around. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's flames, when hitting Yu Xiaogan's turtle shell, diminished the cold from Xiangui Eye Seal significantly. Although the purple-red flames couldn't break through Yu Xiaogan's Xiangui protection, they clung tightly to the turtle shell, burning like a maggot in the bone. Yu Xiaogang felt a wave of heat on his back and was immediately alarmed, looking at Ma Hongjun with a changed expression. He hadn't expected a great soul master to possess such flames. Taking advantage of this moment, Tang San activated the blue-silver grass seeds that had just parasitized Yu Xiaogang, wrapping him tightly like a zongzi. Dai Mubai, seizing the opportunity, used white tiger transformation, enhancing his resistance to abnormal states, attack power, defense, and strength by double for half an hour, charging towards Yu Xiaogang with full force. The blue-silver grass snapped in response, leaving traces of blood on Yu Xiaogan's chest. Yu Xiaogang looked down at the claw marks on his chest, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. His third soul ring flickered, and a mist of water erupted from his mouth, directly covering the flames on his back. Although Ma Hongjun's flames had strong adhesion, Yu Xiaogan's Xiangui was not to be underestimated. In an instant, the back armor emitted hissing sounds as the flames turned into steam and disappeared. The intense cold surged again, becoming even stronger than before, causing Oscar, who was staying behind, to feel cold in his hands and feet, worrying about the three in the battlefield. He hurried over to Yunqi and said, "Chiga, you have to make a move. I feel like Mubai and the others can't hold on much longer." Yunqi also unconsciously took a bite of the melon that Zhu Zhuqing handed over, the flavor lingering in his mouth. And he said to Oscar in a vague manner, "Let them practice more." Oscar continued, but after swallowing the food in his mouth, Yunqi interrupted Oscar's words and said, "It doesn't matter. I'll take action." Only then did Oscar feel relieved, returning to the battlefield to continue silently cheering. Chapter 76. It doesn't matter. I'll eat melons. A few people saw the flames on Yu Xiaogang disappear, and Dai Mubai's claw strike only served to anger Yu Xiaogang, causing little actual harm. In fact, Tang San and the others' concerns were valid. The gap between a Soul King and a Soul Sage was indeed significant, and the current Tang San had no hidden weapons, leaving him without a life-saving trump card. Fighting above his level was naturally fraught with difficulties. Yi Zhiqiu laughed in anger and said, "Have you all used up your methods? Now it's my turn." With that, he leaned his head forward and opened his mouth, unleashing a stream of black cold air directly at Dai Mubai, his soul rings flashing with light. Third soul skill, Mysterious Water Surge. The intense chill made everyone present shiver, and Dai Mubai felt even worse, barely activating the white tiger shield to resist some of the cold, but it was of little use. Yi Zhiqiu's soul power was more than 10 levels higher than Dai Mubai's, so it wasn't easy to withstand. Seeing Dai Mubai in danger, Ma Hongjun conjured several flames in the path of the black water, colliding with it. Thick steam billowed up, and Dai Mubai, seeing this, quickly retreated, not daring to linger. The brief exchange left Tang San and the others in confusion. Why did it seem so easy for Chiga to fight, even exchanging blows with Teacher Zhao? While on her side it felt incredibly difficult. Yi Zhiqiu, watching the few in front of him, felt a hint of fear. Although the several youths hadn't hurt him much, they could still withstand his onslaught. An ordinary person would have been frozen down by now, especially the chubby bald boy's flames, which posed a significant threat to him. It wasn't that his soul power was too low. Only a great soul master could withstand that chubby boy's strange flames. Yi Zhiqiu, sensing that time was of the essence, knew that if the students' reinforcements arrived, he would be in for a beating, so he resolutely unleashed his mysterious water ice seal, maximizing his soul power. Instantly, the cold air filled the arena. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar felt their bodies stiffen, their speed drastically reduced. Seeing this, Yi Zhiqiu was overjoyed and once again unleashed Mysterious Water Surge. This time the black water flowed directly over Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai, with only Oscar, who was hiding behind, avoiding this attack. Clearly, Tang San and the others were not feeling well after this strike. The areas hit felt as if they were necrotic, losing sensation. The speed of the water flow was too fast, and the icy mist restricted their movements, leaving even Tang San unable to dodge using his ghost shadow perplexing track in time. In the distance, a short and sturdy figure came down from the hotel. He clapped his hands and stood up, slowly addressing the venue. "I say, that's enough. You called Yi Zhiqiu, you can leave now." Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback, hearing this sudden voice. Following the sound, he saw a boy in black slowly walking towards the defeated group. Yi Zhiqiu cautiously asked, "Who are you?" Yunqi smiled and then turned to help the 3 people who had fallen to the ground. He said their boss, Tang San, and the others, seeing that Yunqi had finally arrived, were excited and said to him, "Chiga, help us teach this old brat a lesson." Yunqi naturally did not pay attention to these words, but slowly said, "You should go soak for a while. Your whole body is covered in frostbite, and it would be bad to leave any hidden dangers." Tang San and the others hesitated as they looked at Yunqi. Yunqi helplessly nodded, and only then did he tremble as he was supported by Oscar to leave. Yunqi watched the departure of several people and slowly said to Yi Zhiqiu, "Are we going to fight or what?" Yi Zhiqiu naturally wanted to fight, but seeing that the others had already left behind Yunqi, and fearing the teacher behind him, he took a deep breath and slowly said, "Forget it. I don't want to be accused of bullying the weak." After saying this, Xiao Wuji's figure appeared in Yi Zhiqiu's eyes, and Xiao Wuji directly asked Yunqi, "What was all the noise about just now? What happened?" Yunqi also said truthfully, "Just now, Dai Mubai and the others had a bit of a conflict with this teacher from Tsanghui Academy, but it's all fine now." After hearing this, Xiao Wuji continued to speak to Yunqi. "Then why did I just see them all supporting each other back?" Yi Zhiqiu naturally wouldn't just stand by like a fool listening, and interrupted Yunqi, saying, "You're a teacher from Shrek Academy, right? Just now, your academy insulted the outside academy. Shouldn't you, as a teacher, give us an explanation?" Yunqi originally wanted to smooth things over, but decided to let it go since it didn't really concern him. However, Yi Zhiqiu insisted on questioning Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji was someone who used to be a notorious figure in the Soul Master world, and naturally, he didn't take kindly to being questioned by a Soul King. Yunqi couldn't say much and silently walked back to the 3 girls, continuing to eat his snacks. What was there to explain? What could it matter if the trash Tsanghui Academy was insulted? Yi Zhiqiu, looking at Xiao Wuji's disdainful expression, said angrily, "Indeed. You can tell what kind of teacher teaches what kind of students. None of them are any good." As a normal person, Yi Zhiqiu's thoughts weren't entirely wrong. But when Xiao Wuji heard what he said, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous aura. He said to Yu Xiaogang, "What did you just say? I can't understand you." Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to speak again, he noticed the 7 soul rings flashing on Xiao Wuji's body, and he abruptly changed his half-finished statement. With such a teacher, there must be incredibly strong students. The education at Shrek Academy is truly remarkable. After saying this, he chuckled awkwardly. However, Xiao Wuji was filled with pin-up anger and couldn't find an outlet. Seeing an easy target in front of him, he couldn't resist the urge to take action. Without even using his martial soul, he stepped forward and swung his right hand, delivering a slap directly. Yu Xiaogang, sensing danger, quickly unleashed his soul skills to block Xiao Wuji's strike, while turning his body to face Xiao Wuji with his turtle shell. However, Yu Xiaogang clearly underestimated Xiao Wuji's strength. With just one slap, he sent Yu Xiaogang flying, causing the onlookers around them to gasp in shock, clearly taken aback by the scene. Yu Xiaogang was momentarily dazed from the slap, and then he heard the sound of his turtle shell cracking. Crack! Crack! Startled, Yu Xiaogang quickly begged for mercy. But Xiao Wuji clearly had no intention of letting him off that easily. Yunqi, seeing this, said to Xiao Wuji, "Teacher Xiao, let it go. His martial soul is already damaged." Hearing Yunqi's words, Xiao Wuji nodded and walked toward the hotel, murmuring, "It's quite satisfying to slap someone without using my martial soul. Hopefully, I can do it a few more times next time." Yunqi didn't save Yu Xiaogang out of kindness. He just felt that Yu Xiaogang was a bit wronged. He was inexplicably scolded, then beaten after the scolding, and finally had to explain the situation to the other teacher, only to be slapped again. It was truly pitiful. Chapter 77. Stardo Great Forest. Even Xiao Wu and the others felt a bit sorry for the people from Tsanghui Academy. Yu Xiaogang looked at Yunqi, who had spoken up for him, and thanked him with a bow, saying, "Thank you, little brother, for standing up for me." Yunqi had no other thoughts, waved her hand, and walked away with a few girls. Yu Xiaogang watched the departing figures and murmured slowly, "What a bunch of strange people in this academy. I can't understand any of them." In fact, Yu Xiaogan's strength was quite good, and when facing Xiao Wuji's slap, she hadn't even had the chance to use her 4th and 5th soul rings in a hurry, and when fighting with Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others, she only used her first 3 soul skills. Yunqi and Xiao Wu returned to the hotel as well. There was no more excitement, and staying there didn't seem interesting anymore. Just as they were about to head upstairs, they heard Xiao Wuji upstairs scolding Tang San and the others. "You guys are really embarrassing. With so many of you together, you can't even defeat a turtle." Oscar weakly replied, "Teacher Xiao, he is a soul king." Xiao Wuji was taken aback. He had just enjoyed slapping someone and forgot that the few people in front of him weren't as abnormal as Yunqi. He stopped talking and went back to his room. The remaining Tang San and the others exchanged glances, their faces filled with helplessness. Was this really their fault? But they didn't want to continue speaking to Xiao Wuji, so they could only silently lick their wounds. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Xiao Wuji began to call everyone with his distinctive loud voice. A few people at Yunqi naturally didn't need to be called. Long before the sky brightened, they were already waiting for the first ray of purple light as the sun rose. The 3 girls were the same, following Yunqi up to the roof of the hotel. As for Tang San, due to the frostbite from last night, he rarely came out today to practice the purple extreme magic eye. Yunqi and the others heard Xiao Wuji's call, and just as their training was coming to an end, they descended from the rooftop and went downstairs. As soon as they arrived, they saw a sleepy Oscar and the others in a dazed state, and they greeted them, saying, "Good morning, everyone." The group also forced themselves to respond to Yunqi, saying, "Good morning, Brother Chi." "Good morning, sisters-in-law." Yunqi and the 3 girls nodded in satisfaction. The sun gradually rose, causing the faint light of dawn to expand, and the sky gradually brightened. Xiao Wuji slowly approached the crowd, counted the number of people, and then said in a deep voice, "Let's go." The crowd had no choice but to follow Xiao Wuji's lead and left the hotel. Once outside the town, they quickened their pace towards the Stardo Forest. This time, Yunqi did not use his sword to carry the 3 girls forward, but instead leisurely followed behind Xiao Wuji and the others, enjoying the beautiful scenery around them. After all, they were now very close to the Stardo Forest. Xiao Wu, sitting on the sword, looked at the gradually revealing full view of the forest in the distance, and couldn't help but feel excited. The last time she came here was to accompany Yunqi to hunt for souls, casually introducing Yunqi to Deepening and Erming. Oscar, who was running below Yunqi, was also very excited, as he was about to obtain his 3rd spirit ring. Oscar was eager to know what effect his 3rd spirit ring would have, as obtaining a spirit ring was indeed the most crucial thing for a spirit master apart from awakening, and it was all about luck. Whether one had good fortune or got a certain spirit skill was completely random. Before it happened, one had no idea what it would be. Moreover, Oscar understood that Xiao Wuji bringing everyone to the Stardo Forest would definitely help him obtain a better 1,000-year spirit beast. So he didn't have to worry about that at all. The Stardo Forest is located directly south of the Heavendo Empire and spans the borders of both the Star Luo and Heavendo Empires. Due to the abundance of spirit beasts, this area has become the most ambiguous boundary line between the two nations. However, from the map, most of the land area of the Stardo Forest is within the territory of the Star Luo Empire, but the Heavendo Empire would certainly not acknowledge that. After all, if it's on your territory, it's yours, right? Thus, small frictions between the two countries are constant, but large-scale wars have never broken out, as both empires do not want to provoke the strength of the Spirit Hall. As one of the 3 major gathering places for wild spirit beasts, the Stardo Forest has naturally become the most desired place for people like Oscar, as every visit means a step forward. The Stardo Forest has existed on this continent for many years, but no one knows exactly how long. However, once you step inside and see the towering trees that block out the sun, it makes everyone aware of the forest's long history. From a distance, Yunqi saw the forest, not far away in the sky, felt a refreshing scent of plants, and breathed in the fresh air, which made Yunqi feel relaxed and nostalgic for Xiao Wu's home, that miraculous lake, where the air was truly intoxicating. Thinking of this, Yunqi held Xiao Wu's hand and whispered in her ear, "Xiao Wu, let's find a chance to go to your home. This time I brought a lot of seasoning. It will definitely increase Daming's fondness for me." Upon hearing Yunqi's words, Xiao Wu recalled the previous time she took Yunqi to find Daming, where the two almost got misunderstood by Daming. Fortunately, Yunqi retracted his aura in time, and to express his apology, Yunqi treated Daming to some barbecue. But there was too little seasoning, which left Daming unsatisfied. This time, Yunqi was clearly well prepared. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, and then slowly said, "What about the others?" Yunqi also followed Xiao Wu's gaze down at Zhao Wujia, and with a grin, suggested that Erming should knock out a few people soon. Xiao Wu, seeing Yunqi act this way, also smiled mischievously and nodded, finding it all quite exciting. Ning Rongrong, noticing this, leaned over and asked, "Brother, Xiao Wu, what are you whispering about?" Yunqi also smiled mysteriously and said to Ning Rongrong, "You'll know when the time comes." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, clearly planning to reveal her identity to Ning Rongrong. After all, with the aura concealing them, even a title Douluo standing right in front of them wouldn't be able to see anything. A few people in Yunqi were also operating the purple extreme demon eye. Looking out, it was a sea of green stretching endlessly. As they got closer, Yunqi also descended on his sword, following Zhao Wuji and the others to walk together. After all, they were near the Stardo Great Forest, so it was better to be cautious. This was no joke. The group finally arrived at the edge of the forest, looking up at the towering trees that were at least 20 meters tall, marveling in silence. Once inside the forest, the air became increasingly refreshing, and the temperature dropped noticeably, clearly blocked from the sunlight by the dense trees, creating a particularly cool atmosphere. The fragrant smell of moist earth greeted them. At this moment, Zhao Wuji slowly spoke. "Everyone, stop." The group instinctively halted. The journey of over 100 miles had already allowed everyone's bodies to fully warm up, especially Oscar, who, as a support soul master, was quite exhausted. Oscar looked at the well-conditioned group around him and quietly began to chant a soul spell, then ate a sausage himself before sharing the remaining sausages with everyone. Tang San and the others naturally accepted them. Over the past few days, they had become accustomed to Oscar's sausages and didn't think about anything else. After eating and resting for a while, the sausages transformed into streams of warmth, gradually restoring everyone's stamina and sweeping away their earlier fatigue. Yunqi saw that Yujian had brought a few girls down. Oscar, still reluctant, handed Yunqi a few sausages. However, the lewd look in Oscar's eyes made the girls feel disgusted, so Yunqi quickly declined. "Thank you, Xiao Ao, but we are not too tired, and we haven't consumed much soul power, so it's not necessary. You should eat more yourself. I can see the sweat pouring down your forehead." Seeing that Yunqi and the girls had refused, Oscar also stopped insisting. Zhao Wujia saw that everyone had gathered and, with his current eunuch-like voice, sternly looked at the 8 people in front of him and slowly said, "Listen carefully. The Stardo Forest is not a soul beast forest raised by any country. The soul beasts here are extremely dangerous, and you can encounter attacks from 1,000-year soul beasts at any moment, or even 10,000-year soul beasts." After a pause, Zhao Wujia continued, So, once you enter the forest, do not stray more than 20 meters away from me. Otherwise, I won't have time to rescue you. And without my instructions, do not hunt soul beasts recklessly. Do you all understand? Everyone replied in unison, understood. After that, Xiao Wu turned his gaze to Oscar, who understood and quickly recited a soul incantation. In a short while, he produced a large pile of sausages and cured sausages. He handed them out to everyone in turn. And Yunqi also took the sausages and cured sausages, casually putting them into a ring and taking the 3 girls as well. Seeing this, Oscar explained, "My sausages can maintain their vitality for 12 hours, so everyone doesn't need to worry about their effectiveness. The sausages are for recovery and nourishment, while the cured sausages are for detoxification." Yunqi didn't express much, as it was completely useless to him, although the fairy beans only replenish one every 10 days. When they were just gifted to him, he had a whole bottle with 20 beans, so there was no need to worry about running out. 1 bean fully restores health. What more could he ask for? Tang San and the others also carefully kept them close. After all, this thing could be a lifesaver in critical moments. They didn't have Yunqi's confidence to deal with unexpected situations. As Oscar continued to make sausages and cured sausages, his soul power was quickly being consumed, and his complexion grew a bit pale, clearly showing signs of exhaustion. After all, Oscar's sausages worked well for others, but for himself, he could only recover 1/3 of his health and couldn't rely on eating sausages for recovery. He could only recover through meditation, but of course, the basic hunger satisfaction still worked. Seeing that the others were prepared and had taken in his words, Xiao Wu no longer hesitated and waved his hand to the group, saying, "Let's go." He then had Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Yunqi take the lead, while he stayed back to cover their rear, slowly advancing. Once they entered the forest, Xiao Wu's mood became excited. After all, the chances of returning to the human world were becoming fewer and fewer, and she completely disregarded the opinions of others, constantly circling around Yunqi, chatting and laughing, showing no concern for the potential dangers around them. Yunqi certainly understands Xiao Wu's feelings, and the dangers of the Stardo Forest pose little threat to her. As long as he removes the aura around Xiao Wu, Deepening and Erming will be able to sense it, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. Xiao Wu is also quite aware of her limits, always keeping within the 20-meter distance set by Xiao Wu. So Xiao Wu hasn't said anything, though he frowned slightly. However, seeing the situation with Yunqi and Xiao Wu, he feels somewhat helpless. The terrain of the Stardo Forest is very complex. There are almost no paths within the forest, and one has to clear their own way, a task that naturally falls to Tang San in front. Seeing this, Tang San also drew a knife and continuously chopped away the thorns and weeds blocking their path, not overly affecting the group's speed. In fact, if Yunqi and Dai Mubai were to clear the path, it would be faster, but one doesn't want to get involved. And the other has a girl's modesty, so this labor falls on Tang San, who has no complaints about it. After all, Yunqi is now more important than his own father. However, while clearing the path, Tang San also activated his purple extreme magic eyes to enhance his vision, being cautious and fearing that a soul beast might suddenly emerge from the grass for a surprise attack. Moreover, he constantly remembers his childhood fears, and the dread of certain soul beasts has long been ingrained in his bones. Yunqi and Xiao Wu were exchanging glances during the journey, and Yunqi directly withdrew the aura around Xiao Wu. She intended to lure Erming over, as Yunqi's subsequent plan to trap them could not do without this big gorilla. Xiao Wu had no objections to this. After all, she hadn't seen Erming for a long time. All of this was accomplished without anyone noticing, not even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Soon, Yunqi and her group encountered a group of soul beasts blocking their path. Xiao Wu noticed that Tang San had stopped and looked back, so he took the initiative to check it out. He lowered his voice and said to the group who had halted, "Don't move for now. I'll go take a look." The others nodded, and Xiao Wu pushed aside the grass to look ahead, discovering that it was just a group of spiked mice. These soul beasts were small in size, with only the spikes on their backs and the teeth in their mouths as means of attack, and the soul beasts before them were merely a group of 10-year-old ones. Seeing this, Xiao Wu slowly said to the people behind him, "It's fine, come over. It's just a group of 10-year-old soul beasts. We can deal with them easily." Tang San did not stop him. Clearly, he held an irreconcilable hatred for soul beasts now. Seeing this, Yunqi took the initiative to step forward and stop Xiao Wu's actions, saying to him, "Teacher Xiao, there's no need. It's just a group of 10-year-old soul beasts. If we just walk past them, they'll be scared away. It wouldn't be good if the smell of blood attracted other soul beasts." After hearing Yunqi's words, Xiao Wu felt it made sense, so he stopped his actions, nodded slowly at Yunqi, and returned to the back of the group. Yunqi said to Tang San, "Xiao San, you continue to clear the way. There's no need to stop for some minor soul beasts. Just go around them." Upon hearing this, Tang San naturally agreed and didn't say much, just focused on forging ahead to clear the path. Chapter 79, Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake. Yunqi saw Tang San being so reliable and couldn't help but sigh. This tool man is really useful. Xiao Wu also came to Yunqi's side and whispered in his ear, "Thank you, brother." Yunqi was also tickled by the fragrant breath of Xiao Wu near her ear, and a hint of desire flashed in her eyes. It was clear that Yunqi wanted to indulge again, but she didn't take any action, as it wasn't convenient at the moment. Instead, she just smiled and said, "What did we say before about thanks?" Xiao Wu also smiled sweetly, gave Yunqi a peck on the cheek, and with sparkling eyes, went to chat with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Yunqi felt a bit helpless. After all, only Xiao Wu could come to the Stardo Forest as effortlessly as going home. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were on high alert, fearing that a soul beast might suddenly emerge from the green, eerie forest, so they naturally did not dare to be careless. The Stardo Forest was indeed too dense. Describing it as blocking the sky and sun was not an exaggeration for those walking inside, as sunlight was a scarce resource, with only a few sparse beams illuminating the forest, adding a touch of warmth. After about an hour of walking, they reached noon and encountered quite a few soul beasts along the way. Most of these soul beasts were only 10 or 100 years old and fled at the sight of Yunqi and the others. Only a few clueless soul beasts took the initiative to attack, but they were quickly chased away by Yunqi and the others. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others had also heard what Yunqi said to Xiao Wuji earlier and did not kill these soul beasts, fearing that the smell of blood would attract other bloodthirsty soul beasts. After all, soul beasts that grew up through slaughter generally had a higher age and were surprisingly strong in attack, so they advanced quickly with this thought in mind. Xiao Wuji looked up at the sky, sensed the time, and said, "All right, everyone take a break. Let's eat something before we continue our journey." Xiao Wuji's voice clearly relaxed the tense group. Yunqi also took the opportunity to sweep a 10-meter area with the sword aura of the Moon Shadow Sword. Looking down at the long sword in her hand, Yunqi felt more and more that the Moon Shadow Sword was evolving constantly. Yunqi also believes that his martial soul will soon undergo a qualitative leap, and he is looking forward to it. Everyone cleared a large area around Yunqi with a few movements, looking at him with curiosity. Noticing the gazes from Oscar and others, Yunqi smiled and explained, "My martial soul has too much destructive power. If I'm not careful, I might accidentally kill some soul beasts. To avoid causing trouble, I didn't open a path." Tang San believed him without a doubt, trusting every word Yunqi said. Seeing Yunqi's explanation, everyone didn't think much of it, as Yunqi's image had already taken root in their hearts. A reliable, warm-hearted, and well-liked ultimate genius. A few of them sat down on the ground without any concern for appearances, and Oscar began to share his sausages with Tang San and the others. Yunqi stood there with several girls, pulling out a folded carpet from the ring and laying it on the ground. She casually took out some food and arranged it, then sat down cross-legged with the 3 girls amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Xiao Wuji was almost blinded. Was this a camping trip or a soul-hunting expedition? They were so well prepared. Amidst the envy and jealousy of everyone, Yunqi and the girls began to feast, nearly making those who had been eating sausages all day cry from desire. Even Oscar found the sausage he had just made to be less appealing. In fact, this was just the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. If they were inside, Yunqi might not dare to be so extravagant. Xiao Wuji had set the rest time to 1 hour, so Yunqi and the others had plenty of time to relax. And the outskirts of the Stardo Forest were relatively safe, which is why Xiao Wuji didn't say much. He just chewed on his sausage while watching Yunqi enjoy her feast, swallowing hard. Yunqi naturally took in everything around him, and with a beaming smile, he pulled out new food from the ring and waved at Tang San. Seeing his Chiga calling him, Tang San hurried over eagerly. Yunqi also looked at the thin Tang San in front of him, a trace of heartache flashing in his eyes. Tang San noticed this and said, "Xiao San, look at you being so thin. Eat more to grow taller. Take this food and share it with Teacher Zhao and your classmates." Tang San's eyes turned red as he trembled while accepting the food handed over by Yunqi. He sensed the aroma wafting from it and nodded vigorously, his voice trembling as he said, "Thank you, Brother Qi." Xiao Wuji and the others were also paying attention to the situation here. Seeing the scene, they began to reminisce about the time when Xiao Wuji and Flender first met, and couldn't help but sigh at this friendship. Even Oscar and the others were influenced and murmured, "Brother Chi really takes good care of Tang San." Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Oscar's words, and said, "Yeah." Tang San also began to share the food with everyone, while the three girls noticed that Yunqi's smile vanished as he turned away, akin to a master of changing expressions. After resting for about half an hour, Xiao Wu suddenly became alert and shouted at the still resting group, "Get up quickly. Something is approaching rapidly from surroundings." After hearing the sound, Yunqi quickly activated the purple extreme magic eye. Jokingly, Yunqi's realm of the purple extreme magic eye had already reached the level of a mustard seed, which was a whole rank higher than Tang San, allowing him to directly see through all illusions and the essence of certain things. Yunqi raised an eyebrow and noticed that a snake flying in the sky was rapidly approaching. He was also taken aback. Isn't that a phoenix-tailed chicken crest snake? With this thought, Yunqi began to entertain malicious intentions. He couldn't let Oscar successfully absorb the soul ring from this snake. Everyone was also unaware of what was approaching, including Xiao Wu, who could only sense something rapidly getting closer. Therefore, everyone summoned their martial spirits, Xiao Wu included. The rustling sound grew louder as it came closer, allowing everyone to hear the movement of the soul beast clearly, highlighting how fast the unknown creature was moving. Xiao Wu then said to Yunqi, "Yunqi, fly up and see what exactly is coming." Yunqi naturally followed Xiao Wujia's words and directly released his third soul skill, flying up on his sword. He pretended to look around for a while, but in fact, Yunqi already knew, though he didn't say it immediately. After observing for a while, he said to those below, "It seems to be a snake, but it's not flying very high, only about 3 meters off the ground. It has a fleshy crown on its head that's bigger than its head, bright red like blood, and its tail is fan-shaped." Xiao Wujia, who had traveled far and wide, naturally knew what this old beast was and was overjoyed. He said to Oscar, "This is the wind-tail cockcomb snake, a rare soul beast, perfect for you. You kid are lucky. The fleshy crown on its head is a treasure." Before Oscar could express his joy, Yunqi immediately added, "This snake seems to be fleeing. There are signs of blunt weapon injuries on its abdomen. This is someone else's prey." Chapter 80, Capture. Thanks again to the Great Electricat for the 100,000 starting point coins reward. Currently, I owe the Great One 8 chapters. Hearing Yunqi's words, Xiao Wujia and Oscar calmed down a bit. After organizing their thoughts, they asked Yunqi above, "Is there anyone next to the windtail cockcomb snake?" Seeing Yunqi shake his head, Xiao Wujia immediately made a decision and said to everyone present, "Prepare for battle." Seeing Xiao Wuji like this, Yunqi obviously intended to intercept him. Yunqi had no choice but to think about how to buy some time. At this moment, Tang San timely asked, "Chiga, how long is this wind-tail chicken-crowned snake? And what color are its wings?" Yunqi also glanced at Tang San, and everyone tilted their heads, looking at this boy who had a very weak presence. Not understanding why he asked such a question, Yunqi took a glance and said directly, "The wings are light red, about 6 to 8 meters long. Is that so?" Tang San also pondered slightly and said, "This is a 1,000-year-old wind-tail rooster snake. Based on its length and the light red color you mentioned, it should have a cultivation age of around 1,300 to 1,800 years." Tang San paused for a moment and continued. "According to the records and books, the wind-tail rooster snake is a non-venomous snake, but possesses unparalleled speed. It usually attacks by coiling its body around its opponent, and the nutrients in its comb can also unleash even greater speed in critical situations. Therefore, we can conclude, Oscar, if you obtain the spirit ring from this soul beast, it should provide you with a speed-enhancing soul skill, which is very suitable for you as an auxiliary soul master, and can also save your life in critical moments. Related soul skills can also be provided to teammates to increase their speed." Oscar's eyes lit up, clearly looking at Tang San with a different expression, and said to him, "I didn't expect, little San, that you understand so much." Tang San shyly smiled and didn't say much more. In fact, it wasn't just Oscar. Even Zhao Wao and the others looked at him with newfound respect. Clearly, just like soul beasts, soul masters are also incredibly diverse, and the years and effects of the soul skills are difficult for most people to judge, as they're often feeling their way through. They didn't expect Tang San to have such abilities. Seeing Tang San like this, Yunqi's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly indicating that he had set his sights on the knowledge Tang San possessed, along with Tang San's memories related to the celestial herbs. Dai Mubai, curious about Tang San's understanding of soul beasts, asked, "Since you know so much about soul beasts, do you know how to catch a wind-tail coxcomb snake?" After pondering for a moment, Tang San slowly replied. Any snake species is generally afraid of birds, and our fatty's martial soul happens to be a phoenix, which can exert a certain suppressive effect. Upon hearing this, Oscar excitedly looked at Ma Hongjun and said, "Fatty, my happiness depends on you." Ma Hongjun felt a chill run down his spine, looking at the enthusiastic Oscar. As a 20-something level soul master facing a 1,000-year soul beast, he complexly said, "I'll do my best." Just as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, a gigantic snake appeared before them, just as Yunqi had described, measuring about 7 meters in length, with a bright red crest on its head, flying low over the distant forest. Everyone was surprised that the wind-tail coxcomb snake would run away without even pausing, as if it hadn't seen them. Oscar glanced at Xiao Wujia's figure, noticing that he showed no intention of intervening. Recalling Xiao Wujia's previous words that he wouldn't help deal with such weak soul beasts, he looked around for help from the others present. Dai Mubai was the first to take action, directly unleashing a white tiger light wave that accurately hit the wind-tail coxcomb snake's tail. The snake's speed momentarily halted, letting out a shriek. Its head twisted, and it opened its mouth to spit out a mouthful of colorful mist at Dai Mubai, the crest on its head suddenly glowing brightly. Its previously halted speed surged once more, flying off into the distance without any intention of lingering. As previously mentioned, the wind-tail coxcomb snake was not venomous. After the brief haze, everyone regained their vision and saw the wind-tail coxcomb snake already fleeing into the distance. After exchanging glances, Oscar urged the others, "Help me chase it." Yunqi and the others, hearing Oscar's anxious emotions, hurriedly chased after the wind-tail coxcomb snake. However, whether their speed was the fastest depended on Yunqi. After all, they were following the fastest Tang San without rushing. Oscar, seeing that the shadow of the wind-tail coxcomb snake was almost gone, said to Ning Rongrong, "Miss, can you give everyone a soul skill?" Ning Rongrong blinked and apologetically said to everyone, "Sorry, I was scared just now." She then slowly turned the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda towards the fastest Tang, San, and Dai Mubai, and several green lights, along with Ning Rongrong's incantation, fell upon them. The 7-treasure pagoda produced a glaze, and she said, "Speed." Tang San and the others felt a lightness in their bodies, and their speed surged again as they rushed towards the wind-tail coxcomb snake. After chasing for a while, the wind-tail coxcomb snake had to slow down due to the many obstacles in the forest, dodging the surrounding tree trunks, which gave hope to Tang San and the others who were pursuing ahead. With Tang San's shout of blue-silver entanglement, everyone gasped for breath and gave Tang San a thumbs up. "You really are something, Xiao San." Tang San's expression showed no joy as he said to the others, "Now's the time. Let's take down this snake." Dai Mubai immediately unleashed the white tiger Vajra transformation and charged down fiercely towards the wind-tail coxcomb snake's flesh crown. The wind-tail coxcomb snake, seeing this, quickly turned its head, and Dai Mubai's attack missed, stirring up a wave of air. At this moment, Tang San felt the wind-tail coxcomb snake's body becoming slippery. The blue-silver grass could no longer restrain it, and in just a moment, the wind-tail coxcomb snake broke free from the blue-silver entanglement. Although it did not fly at low altitude, its speed while gliding close to the ground became even faster. Xiao Wujia, seeing the snake trying to escape, recalled the chase just now and felt somewhat helpless, as his third soul ring slowly lit up. "Still trying to run? Do you want to tire me out? Leave it to me." The wind-tail coxcomb snake immediately felt a pressure bearing down on it, causing its speed to decrease significantly, and it emitted a series of hissing sounds. Seeing the snake's speed reduced, Xiao Wujia casually sat down under a large tree and dissatisfiedly said to the still-dazed crowd, "What are you all staring at? Go." The others, as if awakened from a dream, complimented Xiao Wujia. "Teacher Xiao is mighty." Then they showed malicious smiles towards the wind-tail coxcomb snake, especially Oscar, whose mouth seemed to stretch up to the sky. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai rushed forward, and Tang San continuously applied restraints to the wind-tail coxcomb snake, quickly knocking it unconscious. Seeing this, Xiao Wujia slowly said to Oscar, "Recover your state first. Don't let anything unexpected happen later." Oscar excitedly nodded and directly sat down, beginning to meditate. Chapter 81. Unexpected Events. Snake Lady, Chao Tianxiang. Yunqi found himself helpless in the situation. Those who were supposed to slack off had already done so. If he were to take action, he could sever the wings and tail of the wind-tail rooster snake the moment he saw it. But there was nothing he could do with Xiao Wujia's presence. A small 1,000-year soul beast clearly couldn't escape Xiao Wujia's gravity and could only be captured helplessly. However, Yunqi noticed Oscar, who was still in meditation, and activated his purple extreme magic eye, observing two figures rushing towards them from a distance. They had clearly detected the traces left by Yunqi and the others in the forest ahead, especially since they had rested there for so long. Xiao Wu also looked at the dizzy soul beast and felt a bit uncomfortable. Yunqi gently held Xiao Wu's head, softly stroking her hair without saying a word. Xiao Wu felt a moment of sadness, but quickly regained her composure. Oscar, unable to wait for his soul power to fully recover, caught Zhao Wuji's attention. Zhao Wuji handed Oscar a short blade and said, "The night is long and dreams are many." To stab directly into the brain beneath the crown of the wind-tail rooster snake. Oscar quickly took the short blade from Zhao Wuji and walked slowly in front of the 1,000-year-old wind-tail rooster snake. Looking at the dazed snake, he chanted, "Transform into my soul ring." He then raised the short blade high and aimed to stab down. But at that moment, a cold light shot out from the nearby dense forest, knocking the short blade from Oscar's hand with a metallic clash. Two voices came from the forest, one youthful and one hoarse. "Stop!" Immediately, two figures appeared from the direction the wind-tail rooster snake had come from, catching everyone's attention. Tang San did not immediately look at the figures that appeared. Instead, he lowered his head to observe the weapon that had just knocked Oscar's short blade away, a glint appearing in his eyes. The others, however, did not notice Tang San's expression and were focused on the sudden appearance of an older woman and a younger girl. The older woman looked to be in her 60s or 70s, with a head of neatly arranged white hair and bright eyes, her face glowing with vitality, showing no signs of a typical elderly woman. Next to her was a very beautiful and enchanting young girl, with short hair that reached her ears, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. She wore a fitted outfit that accentuated her well-developed figure, and her pair of dark, large eyes were fixed intently on the wind-tail rooster snake at Oscar's feet. Yunqi took a look and estimated that it was a bit smaller than a kitten, but much larger than the ones belonging to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. The simultaneous appearance of the two also raised the guard of everyone present, especially Oscar, who almost cursed it out loud. However, upon seeing the 6 soul rings on the old woman's body, he immediately swallowed the curse he was about to say. Zhao Wuji, seeing that the old woman was only a 6-ring soul emperor, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, his 7 soul rings were not to be taken lightly. The old woman and the girl looked at Zhao Wuji, who was sturdy yet short, and they both thought it was bad news. Their faces turned slightly grim as they thought. A soul sage has appeared right at the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. Zhao Wuji was also a bit reluctant to engage in a fight. After all, a battle at this level would surely attract some opportunistic soul beasts, and his own injuries had not fully healed. He hoped the two in front of him would back down. However, the old woman and the girl had been chasing the soul beast for so long that they would not simply give it up, even if the opponent was a soul sage. As long as they could hold on until the old companion arrived, any soul sage would have to kneel. Zhao Wuji watched the old woman's changing expressions, and finally, she slowly regained her composure, while he suppressed the urge to urge Oscar to stop staring foolishly and quickly hunt down the wind-tail rooster snake. However, the snake-headed staff in the old woman's hand revealed a glimmer of light. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji's tones softened considerably as he asked the old woman, "Is there something you need, old lady? Why are you stopping my student from absorbing the soul ring?" The old woman understood that it was not the time for battle and that she needed to buy time. After coughing lightly, she slowly said to Zhao Wuji, "Respected soul sage, this wind-tail rooster snake is the soul ring for my granddaughter's promotion. We have been pursuing it for a long time and searched in the forest for quite a while before finding such a suitable soul beast." The implication was clear. Zhao Wuji and the others were breaking the rules of the Soul Masterworld. Zhao Wuji felt a wave of embarrassment and could only silently complain about Yunqi and the others, wondering why they hadn't killed the soul beast faster to avoid this awkward situation. However, Zhao Wuji was also a master at playing dumb. He said to the old woman, "How can you prove that? Moreover, this old beast is captured by us." The old woman smiled and said, "Because we started hunting this wind-tail rooster snake first, and there are marks on its abdomen from our attacks. When you encountered this snake, it should have been fleeing in a panic." Seeing Zhao Wuji's hesitant expression, Oscar anxiously said, "Even if you found it first, you didn't capture it. The current situation is that we have captured it, and I need this wind-tail rooster snake for my promotion. Why should I give it to you?" The old woman did not expect that this young man, Oscar, would dare to speak to her like this, and her expression darkened as she said to Oscar, "Is it your stance?" Zhao Wuji was also taken aback and shouted at Oscar, "Watch your tone. Yunqi also found it amusing. For someone who can be beaten, not daring to cause trouble is a mediocre talent. For those who might not be able to win and pose a potential danger, the attitude is entirely different. This bullying of the weak and fearing the strong is clearly understood. Oscar also calmed down a lot after being shouted at by Xiao Wu. After all, even Xiao Wu, who usually covers for him, looked at the old woman in front of him with apprehension, clearly indicating that she was not someone he could casually talk nonsense to at this moment. Thinking of this made him break out in cold sweat, and he hurriedly said to the old woman with great apology, "I'm sorry, Elder, my tone just now was a bit lacking." The old woman's expression eased a little, and she nodded, seeming to overlook Oscar's offense. The old woman then continued, "Can we hand over this wind-tailed chicken crown snake to us now? Of course. I won't take it for free. I will give you some compensation." After saying this, she took out a large bag of gold soul coins from her soul guide, weighing it a few times, clearly showing her sincerity. However, Xiao Wu was clearly not someone who could be easily dismissed, and he slowly asked the old woman, "May I ask for your name, Elder?" The old woman looked at the man in front of her and felt a hint of anger, but still returned the courtesy. "I dare not. I am called Snake Granny, a title given to me by friends in the Soul Master world. My real name is Chao Tianxiang, and my husband is named Meng Shu, known as Dragon Lord." After a pause, the old woman continued, "We came to the Stardo Forest this time for our granddaughter to obtain her third soul ring." Chapter 82. Meng Iran absorbs the soul ring. Xiao Wuji's mouth twitched a few times upon hearing the old woman introduce herself and then mention her husband. Nearby, Ning Rongrong, who was watching, felt that this old lady was quite interesting, speaking in a tone similar to how she talked to Flander. Xiao Wuji was also relieved that he hadn't acted directly and pressed down on the excited Oscar, casting a stern look at him before saying in a deep voice, "Are you the Snake Granny from the legendary Dragon and Snake?" Chao Tianxiang smiled slightly and replied to Xiao Wuji, "No one would dare impersonate this name, right? But may I ask for the esteemed name of the Soul Saint?" Xiao Wuji's expression changed slightly, and Oscar and the others quieted down, clearly aware that famous figures in the Soul Master world had been talked about to some extent. It was not surprising for Oscar and the others. The reputation of the legendary dragon and snake was known to almost everyone present, except for Xiao Wu. This couple became famous early on, and their strength was considerable, especially Dragon Lord Meng Shu, who was already a soul saint when Xiao Wuji first heard about him. And now having reached the rank of Soul Douluo would not surprise Xiao Wuji at all. Moreover, Dragon Lord Meng Shu's martial soul was a dragon head cane, complementing the snake head cane of the old woman in front of him, allowing them to unleash a rather overbearing martial soul fusion skill. Xiao Wuji had witnessed the martial soul fusion skills of Yunqi and Xiao Wu, which were formidable and enjoyable. Unless someone possessed the strength of a titled law, the martial soul fusion skill of the old woman Chao Tianxiang and her husband Dragon Lord would be akin to delivering vegetables. Xiao Wuji was just a soul saint. Facing the two of them, he felt utterly unconfident. Furthermore, it was rumored that the legendary dragon and snake were inseparable, so with the Snake Granny here, Dragon Lord would likely not be too far away. Xiao Wuji had thought about some crooked ideas but merely entertained them. Even without his injuries, killing the old and young in front of him would be extremely difficult. He could kill the younger one, but if the older one insisted on leaving, Xiao Wuji, as a power-type soul master, could not keep them. Moreover, if he killed them, he would face endless pursuit from Dragon Lord, and if he fled, the trouble would only increase, facing the combined pursuit of the legendary dragon and snake. Thinking of this made Xiao Wuji's head ache, and he helplessly said, "I am Xiao Wuji, pleased to meet you, Elder." Chao Tianxiang was slightly taken aback, clearly aware of Xiao Wuji's reputation. "I thought, how could I casually meet such a young soul saint? It turns out to be the infamous, immovable king." Xiao Wuji felt a bit embarrassed and thought, "What infamous? It should be infamy." Although Xiao Wuji thought this way, he did not respond to Chao Tianxiang's praise, only shaking his head and bitterly smiling. "I dare not claim such a title. I am just a wanted criminal, notorious. But I have long since retired to the mountains and am now just a teacher in an academy." Chao Tianxiang clearly understood the implications of Xiao Wuji's self-deprecating remarks, knowing what kind of rogue he used to be, and cautiously tested him. Thinking of this made Chao Tianxiang feel more confident, and she said to Xiao Wuji, "I am a bit older than you, so I will presumptuously call you Brother Xiao." Xiao Wuji had no objection and smiled, nodding. "All right, this title benefits me." Chao Tianxiang also sensed her granddaughter's anxiety beside her and did not want to drag on the conversation with Xiao Wuji. Calculating the time, Her old partner should be arriving soon, giving her confidence. She said to Xiao Wuji, let's not discuss family matters anymore. Let's talk about the ownership of this soul beast. This 1,000-year-old wind-tailed chicken crown snake is very important for my granddaughter. Could you please be generous? This favor, we will definitely repay in the future. Xiao Wuji coldly snorted in his heart. Just a few words, and they wanted to take such a precious soul beast. He was naturally not very willing. Seeing Xiao Wuji's face grow colder, Chao Tianxiang shifted her target and smiled at Oscar beside her. Child, I see you are still young, yet you are about to become a 3-ring soul master. How about this? As long as you are willing to give up this wind-tailed chicken crown snake, we, representing the Exotic Beast Academy, owe you a favor. If you have any needs in the future, feel free to mention them to us. How about it? Oscar felt the pressure emanating from the snake granny and silently compared it in his heart. Xiao Wuji wanted to say something to Oscar, but Chao Tianxiang directly sensed it and interrupted. Brother Xiao, let's not rush. Let the child make his own choice. My old partner should be arriving soon. Once this was said, Xiao Wuji quieted down, knowing that Dragon Lord was certainly not far from Snake Granny. Choosing this moment was not the time to tear their face, so he could only leave it to fate. Although Oscar still wanted this soul beast, the situation was stronger than the person, and he reluctantly nodded, his tone carrying a hint of reluctance. Since the elder's granddaughter needs this soul ring so much, I can only bear the pain of parting with it. Chao Tianxiang nodded in satisfaction and said to her granddaughter Meng Iran, quickly thank this young man. The young girl coldly said to Oscar, thank you. Chao Tianxiang then said to Meng Iran, hurry up and absorb it. Clearly, Chao Tianxiang was also worried that delays could lead to changes and feared that Xiao Wujing might interfere again. Meng Iran noticed her grandmother, giving her a look, and stepped forward to the Fengwei Jigwanch, directly using her snake-headed staff to poke forcefully at the back of the snake's fleshy crown. The Fengwei Jigwanch instantly died, and all its soul power gathered into a circular halo, slowly appearing above its corpse. Meng Iran did not dare to be careless, and immediately sat down cross-legged, fully absorbing the soul ring. After seeing her granddaughter successfully absorb it, Chao Tianxiang's face began to show a smile, and her mood improved significantly. Oscar, knowing that the squeaky will get the grease, said to Chao Tianxiang, Senior, is what you said before still valid? Xiao Wujing, seeing that Oscar was being so shrewd, couldn't let the soul ring go without any benefit, and also let out a cold snort to show his displeasure. Chao Tianxiang awkwardly smiled and said, of course, when you come out to mix, you must talk about righteousness. Saying this, she placed the money bag in Oscar's hand, then patted him on the shoulder with one hand, looking pleased with him. With a beaming smile, she asked, how old are you now, and you've already obtained your 3rd soul ring? After Oscar took the money bag, he weighed it and felt its weight, which made him happy inside. He replied directly to Chao Tianxiang, I'm 14 now. I'm still one of the weaker ones in the academy. Chigu is really the impressive one. Chapter 83. Shocked Tianxiang for 1,000 years, Chao Tianxiang looked at Oscar with a changed expression. Glancing around at this group of kids, they seemed to be a maximum of 14 or 15 years old, but she really did not expect that this was their actual age. Most of them looked only 12 or 13, yet their auras were extraordinary. Did this mean that her granddaughter's talent was completely overshadowed here? Thinking of this, Chao Tianxiang revealed an expression of disbelief. It wasn't that her cultivation was poor, but in such a situation, no one would believe it no matter where it was placed. Even Meng Iran, who was absorbing the soul ring, trembled slightly. The soul power of the Fengwei Jigwanch was gentle and non-irritating, making the absorption process seamless, allowing Meng Iran to also pay attention to her surroundings. Seeing Chao Tianxiang's incredulous expression, Xiao Wujing also felt a surge of inexplicable satisfaction from the bottom of his heart, smiling and saying to her, if you don't believe it, then let you see for yourself. Yunqi, you all unleash your martial souls. Let the senior take a look. Yunqi was also helpless, inexplicably becoming Xiao Wuji's show-off tool. However, he thought to himself that he could just show off later. Although he had this thought in his mind, he didn't immediately summon his martial soul. As everyone from Shrek Academy successively summoned their martial souls, the 7 boys and girls each had their soul rings shining brightly. Except for Yunqi, everyone had the best configuration of soul rings. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu were even soul honor with 3 rings. And among a bunch of 100-year soul rings, 3 purple soul rings symbolizing 1,000 years shone, successfully scaring Xiangxiang. Meng Iran also quickly absorbed her soul rings. And looking at the scene before her, she instantly felt that her absorbed soul rings weren't as appealing anymore. Even the joy after breaking through was greatly diminished. Xiangxiang felt that the world she recognized had changed. Otherwise, how could such a fantastical scene appear before her eyes? These kids, aged 12 to 15, had already reached the ranks of great soul masters and soul honors, and their auras were so strong. Moreover, every soul ring configuration was the best, with not a single 10-year soul ring present. What does this mean? It means that everyone's talent here was far superior to her granddaughters, and they were also younger than her granddaughter. After scanning around, Xiangxiang glanced at the conspicuous Yunqi, who had not summoned his martial soul, and found a bit of solace. She naturally assumed that this handsome young man probably didn't have such a good soul ring configuration and felt embarrassed to summon his martial soul among this group of geniuses. Not only did Xiangxiang think this way, but even Meng Iran, who had just finished absorbing her soul rings, shared the same thought. Looking at the boy filled with a sense of familiarity, she felt a twinge of sympathy. Everyone also noticed the changing expressions of the grandfather and granddaughter, and finally followed their gaze to Yunqi, their eyes flashing with amusement. Meanwhile, Xiangxiang and Meng Iran's observations of the others further confirmed their assumptions. Yunqi suddenly felt everyone's gaze on him and awkwardly touched his nose. Xiangxiang also calmed her mind for a moment and then said nonchalantly, "Everyone is great. All of them are geniuses. But why isn't that handsome young man over there summoning his martial soul? Is he too shy? It's my fault for not taking care of the young man's feelings." Meng Iran, feeling annoyed, said to her grandmother, "Grandma." Xiangxiang looked at her granddaughter in confusion, not understanding why she was angry. Meng Iran was also a bit confused, unsure of why she felt that way. She just didn't want to see the young man's sad expression, thinking he might not be strong. The three girls, including Xiao Wu, also looked at Yunqi, who was still touching his nose, and immediately shot him 3 piercing gazes. Yunqi is a bit wronged. This time he didn't do anything at all. Although the halo was always on, it's unclear why Meng Iran decided to speak up. Clearly, Xiangxiang couldn't stand Zhao Wuji's smug gaze, and pointing at Yunqi made Meng Iran feel a bit uncomfortable. Meng Iran looked at her grandmother and the gazes of those around her. Her face slightly flushed as she lowered her head and said softly, "This will hurt others' self-esteem." Yunqi didn't expect that the girl in front of her was also a person with delicate thoughts, but she didn't think too much about it. Now, there were 3 of them, and Yunqi wouldn't intentionally pursue or distance herself from them. Everything would go with the flow. Zhao Wuji's smile also froze for a moment as he looked at the grandmother and granddaughter in front of him with a strange expression, clearly aware that they had misunderstood something. Then he said in a peculiar tone, "Hurt your self-esteem? Are you talking about him?" Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's strange tone, the grandmother and granddaughter thought he didn't think highly of Yunqi, and Meng Iran slowly replied, "Yes, Your Excellency, Soul Sage." Zhao Wuji and the surrounding Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and others couldn't hold back their laughter, looking at the serious girl in front of them. After exchanging glances with her grandmother, Meng Iran looked at the laughing crowd with anger and asked, "Why are you laughing? Do you think we, the grandmother and granddaughter, are easy to bully?" Seeing that the snake lady was a bit angry because of his laughter, Zhao Wuji said to Yunqi, "You kid, quickly summon your martial soul and let the snake lady see it." When Yunqi encountered such a situation, it was difficult to escape. He activated the Xiantian skill, and the moon shadow sword in his right hand emerged, emanating a chilling light and revealing a trace of an eerie aura. The soul rings on his body appeared alongside the manifestation of his martial soul, with 4 soul rings, purple, 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 and black, floating up and down, continuously releasing energy. Meng Iran and Xiangxiang, who had just been angry, were momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by Yunqi's soul rings, which exceeded their understanding and worldview, once again shaking their perceptions. Compared to the earlier collective summoning of martial souls by Xiao Wu and the others, although it was not as grand, the impact on the two was far greater. Tang San, seeing the changing expressions of the grandfather and grandson across from him, said to Ma Hongjun beside him, "Chiga's martial soul summoning is always so shocking." Ma Hongjun and the others, hearing Tang San's words, couldn't help but nod in agreement, enviously saying, "Chiga is a true genius." Seeing that everyone was silent, Yunqi also directly retracted his martial soul into his right hand, and the soul rings on his body disappeared as well. Chao Tianxiang and Meng Iran rubbed their eyes vigorously, confirming that they weren't seeing things. After exchanging glances, they turned to Yunqi and asked, "Little brother, may I ask how old you are this year?" Yunqi smiled and said to the snake lady, who looked cautious and sought confirmation. "Grandma, I am 12 years old this year." As soon as these words were spoken, both the snake lady and Meng Yiran were stunned again, the echo of Yunqi's voice resonating in their minds. Chapter 84, Departure. 12 years old, 12 years old, 12 years old. Four-ring soul sect, four-ring soul sect, four-ring soul sect. Purple, 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 black, purple, 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 black, purple, 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 black. Clearly, the CPUs of the grandmother and granddaughter were overwhelmed by Yunqi's statement, momentarily unable to process it, short-circuiting. After a long while, the snake lady and Meng Yiran finally came back to their senses from Yunqi's words. Ko Xiangxiang looked at Yunqi with a slightly unusual expression and directly asked, "What is your name, little brother?" Yunqi also looked at the two people who had regained their composure and respectfully said, "Grandma, my name is Yunqi." Ko Xiangxiang had no particular feeling when she first heard Yunqi call her grandma, but now, upon hearing it again, she suddenly felt how polite this child was. She also suppressed her excitement and continued to ask Yunqi, "Do you have a marriage arrangement? Where do you live? How many people are in your family?" Yunqi was a bit confused by the series of questions from Xiao Tianxiang. After exchanging glances, Xiao Wu and the others directly approached Yunqi, linking their arms with hers as if to assert their claim. Meng Yiran, who was initially shyly looking at her grandmother, felt her gaze slightly dim when she saw the three girls beside Yunqi. Yunqi saw the three women come to his side, gently stroking their hands to comfort their feelings before continuing to respond to Ko Xiangxiang. "Grandma, I have 3 girlfriends, and there's only one grandfather at home." Ko Xiangxiang observed Yunqi and the 3 women's reactions. Although she didn't see hostility in their eyes, she noticed Yunqi's attitude towards them and decided not to press him further. She smiled and said, "That's great. Having so many beautiful confidants, we certainly don't have that kind of fortune." Yunqi also heard the implications in Ko Xiangxiang's words, clearly feeling uneasy about entrusting her granddaughter to a fickle man. After all, she had spent her life with her old partner in mutual support. Although she didn't look down on Yunqi, there was still some discomfort. Ko Xiangxiang's gaze at Yunqi also carried a hint of regret. Meng Yiran glanced at Yunqi inexplicably, then kept her head down and said little. Xiao Wu and the others felt a bit embarrassed seeing Yunqi like this, but they also knew that Yunqi's promise was not a joke. Their eyes on Yunqi became even more fervent, filled with an endless love to express. This situation left everyone present feeling stuffed, as if they had been directly fed dog food, which was hard to digest. Seeing Meng Yiran's demeanor, Yunqi smiled faintly and said to the 3 girls, "There is still a long way to go." The girls exchanged smiles, their expressions full of unspoken words, but they tightened their grip on Yunqi's hand, as if wanting to merge Yunqi's body with their own. Xiao Tianxiang also felt her granddaughter tugging at her clothes, and although a bit reluctant, she smiled at Zhao Wuji and the others, saying, "Brother Zhao, we'll take our leave for now. Let us have a good chat next time we meet." Zhao Wuji clearly noticed Meng Yiran's expression as well, and nodded, warmly responding to Xiao Tianxiang, "Definitely." In fact, Yunqi also understood Meng Yiran's feelings, but it wasn't love, just a fondness. Yunqi liked various beautiful women too, and would glance at them more than once when he saw them, but he couldn't selfishly change others' thoughts for his own desires. Yunqi believes that if she keeps Meng Yiran by her side for a while, Meng Yiran will eventually give up the romantic ideals she inherited from her grandparents. The kind of for a lifetime, just the 2 of us. However, Yunqi cannot do that. Her earlier demeanor was also a display from Meng Yiran. Seeing her reaction, even if Yunqi likes beautiful women, she would never pursue her. Soon, Ko Xiangxiang took Meng Yiran away from the place, leaving everyone looking at each other in surprise. Giving Yunqi a thumbs up, their eyes filled with admiration. Yunqi also held his head, suddenly feeling a wave of emotion, reflecting on how this group of people focused on his charm, worries, and boredom. Zhao Wujin looked at the crowd that had resumed their playful antics, and then at Oscar. Oscar also felt the gaze upon him, instantly feeling a chill down his back. Turning to see Zhao Wujin staring at the bag in his hand, he thought of something and called out to everyone. "Everyone, this wind-tail chicken crown snake was caught with your help. Although it's gone now, we have so many gold soul coins. Let's share them." Tang San and Zhao Wujin showed hints of joy in their eyes. They were quite poor, and having an unexpected windfall was great. Seeing everyone gather around, Oscar divided the gold soul coins into 9 parts and handed them out to everyone. The benefits Oscar received were clearly not just this small amount. He also gained a favor from the unparalleled dragon snake, which couldn't be bought with gold soul coins. However, nobody said anything, as Oscar had willingly given up his soul ring to obtain this. if it were given to Tang San. It would feel somewhat like taking advantage of a life. After Xiao Wu received the gold soul coins handed over by Oscar, he carefully counted them and hid them away cautiously. Tang San did the same. After all these years, money was hard to keep, and it had long conditioned him to treat finances with such caution. Yunqi couldn't help but feel a bit amused, seeing how frightened the child was. Clearly, Yunqi was a well-fed person who didn't understand the hunger of those who were starving. But even if he did understand, it had nothing to do with him. The money was lost by Tang San, and the money was for Xiao Wujia's own treatment. So, it was none of Yunqi's business. After Xiao Wujia collected the money, he looked at the dead wind-tail rooster snake on the ground and said to everyone, "Since Oscar's soul ring is gone, let's stay a bit longer and help Oscar find a suitable soul ring before we leave." Yunqi and the others had no objections. It was just that others did. Even if there were objections, Yunqi wouldn't leave, as the task was not yet completed. If they left, how could they finish it? The group packed up and set off once again on their journey to hunt the soul beast for Oscar. In the depths of the forest, Erming, who was hunting, quickly moved and caught a whiff of a familiar scent. After howling a few times towards the sky, he casually dealt with a few bites of his prey and then discarded it aside, quickly rushing towards the source of the scent, crashing through numerous trees and trampling many blue-silver grasses, leaving behind giant footprints. At this moment, the few people dealing with the soul beast were unaware of the unusual happenings in the distance and were focused on the soul beast in front of them. The soul beast that Oscar and the others had their eyes on was not very large. One could even say it was tiny, but it was extremely fast. Without Xiao Wujia's presence, they could only passively endure the beating upon encountering it. Of course, the ones taking the beating excluded Yunqi and the three girls. The soul beast in front of them had a small body, pure white wings, and a short, pointed beak, but its eyes revealed a hint of liveliness. It stood on a branch, looking down as if mocking the group below. Yunqi also recognized the soul beast in front of him. Lark, a small bird spirit beast that can fly. Chapter obzycz soul skill rapid. Although it is not as suitable for Oscar as the windtail cockatoo snake, it is still a good choice for him. Xiao Wujia also did not want to complicate things and actively joined the others in hunting the spirit beast. Yunqi pretended to throw out a few sword energies, directly cutting down the lark. Seeing the fallen lark, Oscar did not let his guard down. Under the protection of the others, he swiftly struck down on the lark's head, converting his soul power into a purple soul ring that floated above the corpse. Oscar quickly sat down, using his soul power to draw in the soul ring in front of him. The lark was a spirit beast that had just reached 1,000 years in age, and absorbing it was very quick. After a while, Oscar successfully absorbed the lark's soul ring. Oscar slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and in a moment, a faint white light emerged from his body, enveloping him completely. 3 soul rings slowly rose from beneath Oscar's feet. In addition to the original 2 yellow soul rings, there was now an additional light purple soul ring, symbolizing Oscar's official breakthrough to a great soul master and entering the soul sage realm. At 14 years old, the 31st level food system soul sage, Oscar officially appeared before everyone. Seeing this, Xiao Wujia happily stepped forward and patted Oscar on the shoulder. But because he was too excited, he did it a bit too hard, causing Oscar to grimace in pain. Congratulations, Oscar. You've officially taken the first step to becoming a strong person. With the 3rd soul ring, Oscar's confidence soared, and he was very satisfied with the soul skill he had just obtained. He even felt a few inches taller, and his once lifeless peach blossom eyes, which had been drained by Dai Mubai, regained their luster. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun stepped forward, laughing heartily, and said to him, "Not bad, little Oscar. You become a soul sage so quickly, and the fat guy is still lagging behind." Ma Hongjun clearly did not mind Dai Mubai's teasing. He glanced at Dai Mubai indifferently and then lost interest. However, Tang San, who had been getting along well with everyone during this time, said to Dai Mubai, "Sister Mubai, the fat guy is still younger than Oscar, so he will definitely break through soon." Oscar nodded and said to Ma Hongjun, "Keep it up. Break through to soul sage quickly. This feeling is wonderful." Yunqi led the 3 girls to Oscar's side, congratulated him, and then curiously asked, "Little Oscar, what is your 3rd soul skill? Show us." Originally, Oscar was excited about obtaining his 3rd soul skill, but upon hearing Yunqi's question, he froze, becoming hesitant and awkwardly said to everyone, "How about we skip it? It's not very convenient here. Let's talk about it when we get back." Xiao Wujia, feeling a bit exasperated, gave Oscar a light slap on the head and said, "Why are you being so wishy-washy after getting your 3rd soul ring? Are you afraid we'll laugh at you? You should know that your third soul ring is thanks to our efforts. Since Xiao Wu said so, and seeing the curiosity in everyone's eyes, Oscar braced himself and said to everyone, I can show you, but you have to promise not to laugh. Initially, there was nothing to it, but seeing Oscar's expression made everyone's curiosity spike, and their eyes were all on him. Oscar, seeing this, helplessly raised his right hand and slowly recited the incantation for his third soul skill. I have a mushroom sausage. Instantly, a sausage shaped like a mushroom appeared on Oscar's right hand. Seeing the mushroom sausage in Oscar's hand, combined with what he said, everyone couldn't hold back. Puffed. Clearly, everyone burst out laughing, their gazes towards Oscar turning strange as they clutched their stomachs and laughed out loud. The three girls also snorted and said to Oscar, vulgar, shameless, disgusting. Oscar, with a bitter face, said to Yunqi and the others, didn't we agree not to laugh? Yunqi also happily replied, you did say that, but we never agreed to your request. As for the reactions of the three girls, Oscar was already prepared. He couldn't dare to hit them, and he wouldn't win if he tried, nor could he scold them. What else could he do but endure? When everyone heard Yunqi's response, they laughed even harder. The mushroom sausage in their hands combined with that pitiful expression was just too funny. Even Xiao Wu laughed for a while. After all, he had traveled the world and had never encountered such a bizarre soul spell. But as a teacher, after laughing for a bit, he stopped and said to Oscar, whose face was filled with despair, little Oscar, why don't you tell everyone how your soul skill is? After all, it's a 1,000-year soul ring. It should be pretty good, right? Seeing that Xiao Wu had stopped laughing and was asking him a question, Oscar hurriedly changed the topic and said to everyone, of course, but if you keep laughing, be careful that I won't give you any of my mushroom sausages. As soon as he said this, Dai Mubai pretended to be pitiful and said to Oscar, little Oscar, you wouldn't even give me any? While saying this, he pretended to wipe away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Everyone had stopped laughing at first, but seeing Dai Mubai's performance and Oscar's ghostly expression, they burst into laughter again. Dai Mubai covered his face, pretending to cry, but when he realized Oscar was ignoring him, he stopped pretending and reached out his claws to grab the soft flesh at Oscar's waist, spinning him around 180 degrees and said fiercely, will you give it or not? Oscar had never endured such grievances and replied with a pained expression, yes, of course. His voice was clearly trembling. Yunqi decided to step forward and separate the two, as she did not want to witness such a family dispute. It was too eye-catching. After they were apart, she pointed at the mushroom sausage in Oscar's hand and asked, little Oscar, what is the function of this mushroom sausage? Clearly, Yunqi was also curious about how Oscar's soul skill turned out after he obtained a soul ring that wasn't quite suitable for him, given the altered plot from the original story. Seeing Yunqi come to his aid, Oscar felt grateful and glanced at her, then proudly lifted his head and slowly said, the mushroom sausage, the skill of my third soul skill, is acceleration. Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar in confusion. It seemed that the skill was similar to her own, so why was he so proud? The others also looked at Oscar in bewilderment, as if inquiring about his confidence. Noticing their reactions, Oscar understood why they were responding this way. Acceleration skills were not uncommon in this world, especially with the body-enhancing acceleration techniques like Dai Mubai's White Tiger transformation. The first soul skill of Yunqi also has a brief acceleration. Ning Rongrong can also provide acceleration to everyone. Chapter 86. Not very useful. Clearly, Oscar's rapid speed, in a literal sense, conflicts with Ning Rongrong's soul skill, and it doesn't have the developmental potential that Ning Rongrong's skill has. After all, Ning Rongrong's acceleration skill increases in speed as her soul power level rises. After seeing everyone's reaction, Oscar no longer kept them in suspense and confidently said, what if it is half the speed of a lark? Moreover, at the moment of consumption, it will explode with a speed twice that of itself for 1 second. In the following moments, although it will instantly decay to 30%. This speed can be stacked with young Lady Rongrong's soul skill. Upon hearing this, everyone was greatly shocked. After all, a 1-second explosive speed, combined with the ability to sustain afterward, significantly reduced their underestimation of this soul skill. Yunqi didn't feel much, but in order to resolve his doubts, he asked Oscar, what's the duration? And how effective is it for a soul master like Teacher Zhao, who is at a higher level than us? Oscar awkwardly scratched his head, then lowered his originally proud head and said helplessly, the duration is only 1 minute. As for the effect on a soul sage like Teacher Zhao, I'm not sure. The joy in Xiao Wu's eyes also diminished significantly. Although it was still a decent soul skill, It was much weaker compared to Ning Rongrong's acceleration. After all, that skill could grow. However, he didn't want to discourage Oscar. Instead, he proactively reached out to shake Oscar's hand. Seeing Xiao Wujia's hand extended, Oscar understood the meaning and quickly placed the mushroom sausage in Xiao Wujia's palm. His eyes filled with anticipation. Xiao Wujia took the mushroom sausage from Oscar without hesitation and bit down on it, feeling the pure soul power spread throughout his legs. Xiao Wujia closed his eyes to carefully sense it. After thinking about how to phrase it, he said to Oscar, "Not bad, the increase isn't much. After all, the gap in our levels is too great, so it's normal that it doesn't have much effect on me." Although Xiao Wujia didn't specify how much the increase was, his expression made it clear that Oscar's new soul skill was not very useful for someone at their level. Seeing this scene, Yunqi felt in her heart that this was right. A soul beast that had just reached 1,000 years old, and not suitable for everyone. Achieving the current effect was already quite good. It was clearly unlikely that it would be useful even to soul saints. However, Yunqi did not show this, and instead walked up to Oscar and said, "Little AO, don't be discouraged. At least for everyone, your mushroom sausage has a pretty good effect." Seeing Yunqi smiling and comforting him, Oscar was instantly moved and understood why Tang San held such high regard for her in front of him. Such great personal charm, without a hint of arrogance typical of a genius, left Oscar deeply impressed by Yunqi. Seeing Oscar in this state, Yunqi couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity and forgiveness. These two things are just too monstrous, simply lethal to everyone, regardless of age or gender. Tang San was also pondering the effects of Oscar's soul skill. He could only say that it was very strong currently, but its future potential was too weak. However, he didn't express this clearly, just standing beside Oscar, providing silent comfort. After everyone had chatted for a while about Oscar's soul skill, Xiao Wujia turned to face them and slowly said, "Although there were some unexpected events, we still helped Oscar obtain a soul ring. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. Xiao AO, how many of these mushroom sausages can your soul power produce?" Oscar thought for a moment and replied to Xiao Wujia, "The consumption of this soul skill is much higher than the other two. If I go all out, I can only produce about 12. My soul power will be nearly exhausted, and I will need to meditate to recover before I can produce more." Xiao Wujia looked around at the 8 people in front of him and said to Oscar, 12 is quite good. In a group battle, when it explodes, there's only a little time. If we strike quickly, there might even be more reserves. Moreover, this number will increase as your soul power grows. Overall, it's quite impressive." Hearing Xiao Wujia's analysis, Oscar regained his earlier demeanor. Before he could say much more, Xiao Wujia interrupted him. "It's getting late. We should head back. After all, the forest is still a bit too dangerous." Everyone had no objections to Xiao Wujia's suggestion, as they couldn't eat or sleep well in the Stardo Forest and were anxious to return to Shrek Academy to rest for a day. However, there were exceptions. Yunqi and Xiao Wu were not thinking this way, as their purpose for coming was not that simple. They were secretly anxious about why Ming hadn't arrived yet. It is worth mentioning that Tang San no longer needed to obtain a third soul ring. The human-faced demon spider from the original story was completely unrelated to him now, losing a significant external advantage, which made Yunqi quite satisfied. Yunqi was even a little proud, thinking to himself, "Tang San, oh Tang San, you should thank me. After all, without the troubles of the secular world these years, your progress speed has been much faster than in the original story. At such a young age, you are already a soul master." If Tang San knew what Yunqi was thinking, he would definitely be furious. After all, these years, he had spent all his time cultivating, with no other time to go out, and even if he did go out, he had no money to buy anything. Every piece of clothing was patched up for 3 years. Moreover, after the soul beast attack incident, Tang San was also afraid to go out, fearing that others would recognize him, which naturally led to rapid cultivation. However, if given a choice, Tang San would prefer to only be at level 30 right now. Before Yunqi could continue his thoughts, Xiao Wujia led everyone to start their journey back. Yunqi is also tempted by the task rewards. However, it's hard to find a good excuse for staying. Fortunately, Oscar has acquired some deep soul beasts, and it was already getting dark on the way back. Xiao Wujia noticed that the sky was gradually darkening and turned to the others behind him, saying, "Let's rest for the night and continue our journey back tomorrow morning." Upon hearing Xiao Wujia's words, Dai Mubai and the others quickly set up a resting area and made camp on the spot. It is well known that in areas where soul beasts live, fires cannot be lit, except in some special environments. However, it is clear that the Stardo Forest does not belong to those special environments. Although most soul beasts fear flames, there are a small number of soul beasts that are attracted to light, and these are mostly extremely dangerous beings. Xiao Wujia and the others would not make such a fundamental mistake. Tang San and several male students also began to set up temporary tents without needing Xiao Wujia's instructions. Yunqi naturally took out camping equipment from her ring, which was much more advanced in style and comfort compared to what Tang San and the others had. Dai Mubai, of course, categorized Yunqi and the others as girls and did not ask for help. Chapter 87. The forest at night. The tents of the others were not very large, barely providing enough space for everyone to sit cross-legged, but sleeping would be out of the question. However, for those in Stardo Forest, having a place to rest was already quite good, and they certainly did not dare to expect any comfort. As expected, when Yunqi finished setting up her tent and the others looked at their simple tents, they immediately felt a significant gap between people. Yunqi is not only talented, but also lives life with exquisite elegance. Dai Mubai naturally envies the treatment of the three women, and his eyes are filled with a desire to move in. The sight of the four of them makes him feel uneasy, and not only is Yunqi uncomfortable, but the three women also find Dai Mubai's expression hard to comment on. Their gazes threaten Yunqi, as if to say, if you bring this thing in, none of us will stay. Yunqi naturally couldn't invite Dai Mubai to stay in the tent he built. He glanced at the three girls with some irritation and said, "What do you take me for?" "Hey." After being envious for a while, Dai Mubai saw that no one was paying attention to him and quietly returned to Oscar's side. Nightfall soon arrived, and compared to the daytime, Stardo Forest, the night felt particularly terrifying, with the sounds of various soul beast roars, calls, and fights echoing in succession. Although the sounds seemed to be a bit distant from Yunqi and the others, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. After hastily having dinner, the last flicker of fire was completely extinguished with the arrival of the night. As the teacher, Xiao Wujia naturally took on the task of keeping watch. Seeing that he had nothing to do, Yunqi took the three girls into the tent and began to cultivate while embracing them. Outside, Xiao Wujia looked at the twinkling night sky. This was the only place they found where they could see the sky. With nothing to do, he began to ponder. Inside the tent, Yunqi asked Xiao Wu, "Is the Stardo Forest of the past like this? We searched for soul beasts for a long time today." Hearing Yunqi's question, Xiao Wu's expression dimmed a bit as she replied in a low voice, "The current Stardo Forest is completely different from what it used to be. Many years ago, I remember what it was like here, lively and prosperous. Even though the outskirts of the Stardo Forest we are currently in are filled with thousand-year soul beasts everywhere." After a pause, Xiao Wu continued in a low voice, "But now there are many fewer. The number of soul beasts decreases year by year, and the newly born soul beasts can't keep up with the hunting pace." Yunqi thought carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. Human soul masters cultivate at an astonishing speed compared to soul beasts, which is a matter of years. Even with fortuitous encounters and rapid advancement, they still cannot keep up with the hunting speed of humans, nor can they match the reproductive rate of humans. Although few humans become soul masters, the total number is still significant, making it predictable that soul beasts will eventually disappear. Yunqi was unsure how to feel about all this. It might be possible to establish a protected area in the future, but thinking about such matters now was pointless. However, it was commendable that the Spirit Hall has played a role in protecting and restricting the soul beasts, preventing wanton slaughter. Ning Rongrong, who was beside her, also looked at Xiao Wu in surprise, not understanding why Xiao Wu would say such things, but she tactfully chose not to ask, knowing that Xiao Wu would tell her when the time was right. After glancing a few times, Zhu Zhuqing found nothing and continued her cultivation. Having experienced helplessness, she naturally craved power more than anyone else here, and with such idle time, she wouldn't waste a single second. Time passed quickly, and outside, Xiao Wujia also felt a bit sleepy. Unable to cultivate or sleep, he kept staring at the stars in the sky, making it easy for him to doze off. Everything at night seemed so beautiful. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a pleasant sound. Xiao Wujia yawned and murmured, "This is great." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Why had all the sounds of soul beasts disappeared at night? In an instant, he thought of something, and his drowsiness vanished. He jumped up from the ground and, with a low roar, completed his martial soul possession. He then shouted at the surrounding tents, "Everyone get out of the tents, quickly!" Naturally, everyone inside the tents had not been sleeping, and upon hearing Xiao Wujia's voice, they hurriedly crawled out. Yunqi and Xiao Wu also approached Zhao Waoqi, but there was a hint of a smile on their faces, their lips slightly curling up. Clearly, they had noticed the surrounding sounds of soul beasts had disappeared and understood who had arrived. Oscar quickly asked Zhao Waoqi, "Teacher Zhao, is something wrong?" Zhao Waoqi did not immediately answer Oscar's question. Instead, he said with a serious expression, "You all stay behind me. Something feels off around us. All the sounds of soul beasts have vanished. I fear a big one has come. No matter what happens next, everyone must leave the Stardo Forest." After Xiao Wu finished speaking, he seemed to think of something and said to Yunqi, "Wait, Yunqi, I leave everyone to you. Use your sword to take them away." Yunqi also pretended to show a trace of a bitter smile and said, "Teacher Xiao, I can't take so many people." Xiao Wujin clearly did not expect this, and he also didn't know how many people Yunqi could take. So he helplessly said, "Take as many as you can, and if there are any left, just run out with all your might." Aside from Yunqi and Xiao Wu, everyone else present felt the seriousness of Xiao Wujin's attitude and began to get tense, focusing intently on the movements around them. Just at that moment, as soon as Xiao Wujin's words fell, they witnessed an extremely bizarre scene where every little sound was infinitely amplified, not to mention the sound of trees breaking. It's important to note that the trees in the Stardo Forest are basically towering into the clouds, and suddenly, two trees that no one present could wrap their arms around began to topple to the sides, as a massive figure stepped heavily out from the dark forest. The instant they saw this giant creature, everyone present seemed to stop breathing, even forgetting to take a breath. And they understood why the sounds of soul beasts around them had suddenly disappeared. The being before them, as large as a mountain, had black fur that sparkled with a hint of brilliance under the light of the stars and moon. Its shoulders were at least over 7 meters wide. Although not as tall as the trees, it was still a giant in comparison to everyone else. Not to mention, if it stood upright, no one dared to imagine that. This was a sense of oppression from the level of life itself, and Xiao Wujin and the others were sweating profusely. Chapter 88, Titan Giant Ape. Looking at this creature that resembled a gorilla, its eyes were as large as two giant lanterns shining with a crystal-like yellow light, its body entirely black, with cracks that flickered with red light, but it was clearly controllable. Otherwise, how could everyone not notice its approach? Dai Mubai and the others were also swallowing hard, clearly shaken by the giant creature before them, which exceeded their current understanding. This creature, resembling a black gorilla, was incredibly massive. If it were just tall, that would be fine, but every part of its body was covered with muscles more terrifying than granite, bulging like small hills. The key point was that such a large creature approached without making a sound. Not even a breath could be heard. In fact, it wasn't the creature's fault. After all, the last time it came, the commotion was too strong, causing the personnel from the spirit hall nearby to quickly write reports to their superiors. After Yunqi and Xiao Wu returned, the spirit hall also sent people to the Stardo Forest and conducted investigations for more than a month. After Yunqi learned of this news, during his second visit, he naturally reminded Erming to come quietly if possible. Clearly, Erming remembered Yunqi's words, and Yunqi's friendly aura and skills deeply enhanced Erming's goodwill towards him. Otherwise, Erming wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. Tang San also recognized the colossal creature before him and said to the crowd, his voice trembling, "It's actually the king of the forest, the Titan Giant Ape." Upon hearing Tang San's words, the people around displayed expressions of despair. Even if they didn't know about the Titan Giant Ape, they should understand the meaning of the king of the forest and the weight it represented. The Titan Giant Ape is a dominant presence wherever it appears in the spirit beast gathering place. And according to what Tang San learned from his teacher, Yu Xiaogang, there are very few that can rival it across the entire continent. Furthermore, even a Titan Giant Ape that is only a century-old spirit beast can contend with other 10,000-year spirit beasts. After all, this species possesses unmatched speed and strength, with almost no flaws in attack and defense. What's most terrifying is that the Titan Giant Ape can also unleash skills, just like spirit masters. No one knows what skills the Titan Giant Ape possesses. Those who have seen them are mostly dead. Upon hearing that such spirit beasts exist in the world, Tang San naturally sought out Yu Xiaogang for more inquiries and learned some things, though he did not know their truthfulness. Many spirit masters, regardless of whether they were power-type spirit masters or not, once hoped to obtain the Titan Giant Ape spirit ring and sought to kill it for their own spirit ring. They traveled great distances to the Stardo Forest for this power, but in the end, they all vanished silently in this vast forest, and no one remembered their names. In the entire spirit master world, only one person has ever killed a Titan Giant Ape, and that was a millennium-old one. It is easy to imagine that the Titan Giant Ape possesses immense power alongside intelligence equal to that of humans. In this forest, they are the absolute rulers. Tang San ended his memories about the Titan Giant Ape and looked fearfully at the giant creature before him. After all, the Titan Giant Ape is still an ape. And now, seeing an ape-made Tang, San feel nauseous, an odd taste filling his mouth, and his body ached subtly. Clearly, everyone else was too tense to pay attention to Tang San's condition, all staring nervously at the Titan Giant Ape. Xiao Wu looked at the situation before him and found no way out. Seeing that the Titan Giant Ape did not retreat was far more pressure than facing Tang Hao. Xiao Wu never dreamed he would be so unlucky. Helplessly, he forced himself to look up at the Titan Giant Ape and shouted loudly, "Noble and esteemed king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we will leave immediately." After Xiao Wu finished this sentence, he exchanged glances with Yunqi and turned to prepare to leave. However, before he could take a single step, just as he lifted his foot, a pressure directly weighed down on him, and with a thud, Xiao Wu fell to the ground, tasting a mouthful of dirt. Xiao Wu also felt that this scene seemed strangely familiar. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, seeing Xiao Wu's miserable state, naturally dared not move. And as for Tang San, he had long been submerged in fearful memories, collapsed on the ground, constantly recalling previous events, staring blankly at the Titan Giant Ape's underbelly, mumbling, "I can't get in, no matter how I think about it." The Titan Giant Ape could naturally understand human speech, especially from the nearby Erming. Seeing Xiao Wu wanting to leave after speaking, it felt greatly disrespected. A mere soul sage dared to act like this. After giving Xiao Wu a little lesson, Erming did not continue to attack, but merely pressed down on Xiao Wu, preventing him from getting up. This simple pressure nearly scared Dai Mubai and the others into urinating themselves. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, terrified, clutched Yunqi's hand. Looking at Yunqi's face, they clearly felt less fear, but they were still surrounded by immense terror. Yunqi couldn't help but smile wryly. At least for now, she couldn't tell the two girls anything. They had to wait until everyone unrelated present had fainted. Daiming was naturally very excited to see Yunqi and Xiao Wu, as it had been a long time since they last met. It was also craving the food that Yunqi made and was stepping toward the crowd. In just a few short steps, it seemed to be treading on Tang San's heart, and looking at that swaying giant, it fainted directly from fear. Yunqi was also left speechless, not expecting that the God King Tang San would have such a day. It seems that the effect of the soul-calling incense from before was quite good, leaving an indelible mark in the heart of the killer. Xiao Wu noticed Ming approaching step by step and kept giving him looks. Ming understood that his sister Xiao Wu wanted to train in the human world, so he naturally couldn't harm anyone. Therefore, he stomped his foot, directly knocking everyone out except for Yunqi and Xiao Wu. Seeing that her two sisters had fainted, Xiao Wu hurriedly checked, and, finding no injuries, then kicked Xiao Wu and the others one by one to confirm they were all unconscious. She helplessly said to Ming, next time, forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. Ming scratched his head in confusion, showing a human-like expression that looked a bit wronged. As the king of the forest and a Titan great ape, he only showed such expressions in front of a few, resembling a child who had made a mistake. Yunqi was also holding the two girls, and seeing that they were fine, he said to Xiao Wu, don't say that about Erming. He didn't mean it. Then he looked up at Erming and said, Erming, long time no see. Erming looked very imposing, but his voice was as silly as a fool, responding to Yunqi in a deep and muffled tone. Brother Yunqi, sister Xiao Wu, long time no see. Let's have a chat. Hello everyone, I am Stinky Tofu. As a newcomer in the online literature circle, this is my first time writing a book, and I would like to thank everyone here.